Chapter 1. Life After Marriage. The autumn sun shone gently, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that a beam of light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the floor, while the curtains danced lightly in the wind, causing the greenery outside to quiver. Inside the mahjong room, a group of affluent women engaged in a spirited game of mahjong. The crisp sounds of tiles being drawn and placed resonated melodiously in the air. Seated at the northern position was a woman clad in a bespoke black gown, her thick hair elegantly pinned up, adorned with pearl earrings. The swan necklace around her neck not only exuded sophistication, but also accentuated the beauty of her collarbone. With a fair complexion and a gentle demeanor, she appeared strikingly radiant under the subtle enhancement of her makeup. The large diamond ring sparkled on her slender finger, drawing attention that was impossible to ignore. From the onset of the game, her companions engaged in idle chatter regarding her status, exchanging over 100 remarks. However, after the woman won a series of hands, she proclaimed, "I intend to play seriously this round. I refuse to believe I can lose again." Her opponent, casting a glance at the young woman, bluntly remarked, "Mrs. Liu, we shall not let you win this time." The exquisitely dressed and remarkably fortunate woman was Meng Chuyuan, 23 years old and the wife of Lu Qingye, Mrs. Liu, as they referred to her. Upon drawing her tiles and finding them unsatisfactory, she promptly discarded one. With a gentle smile, she candidly replied, "Winning or losing matters little. The joy of the game is what counts." "Mrs. Liu has such a wonderful attitude," one of her opponents remarked with a hint of envy. "It seems your good mindset stems from having a wealthy husband who is often away." Though the comment seemed playful, it was laced with sarcasm, not one to be easily swayed. Meng Chuyuan recognized the underlying tone and responded with a smile, Mrs. Fang, you truly understand me." Mrs. Fang's eyes sparkled momentarily, her expression shifting as she exchanged knowing glances with the other two women, as if they had discovered a chink in her armor. "A husband who is never home is a concern, Mrs. Liu. You must be cautious. Such a fine husband should not fall prey to outside temptations. Mr. Liu is handsome and affluent. He is undoubtedly the type who attracts attention from both men and women. Who could resist?" "Indeed, Mrs. Liu, today's women possess cunning. You ought to keep a close watch on your husband." Having lost her parents at a young age, Meng Chuyuan was raised by her grandmother. Following her grandmother's passing, she left her hometown for Sioux City, where she fortuitously met Lu Qingye during a particularly challenging time in her life. Just half a month prior, she and Lu Qingye had registered their marriage. While the women outwardly treated her with courtesy, their hearts were laden with envy. After all, in their eyes, she was merely a woman of no notable lineage. What could she possibly possess that would compel Lu Qingye to marry her willingly? In truth, their marriage was a private agreement devoid of any emotional foundation. It was simply a mutually beneficial arrangement. During their marriage, Lu Qingye provided her with unrestricted access to his finances, exempting her from the responsibilities of childbearing or fulfilling wifely duties. Should they divorce in the future, she would still be entitled to half of his wealth. All she needed to do was don the title of Mrs. Liu and occasionally accompany Lu Qingye to necessary social engagements, thereby maintaining a semblance of presence. Such fortune bestowed upon her was a source of delight. Even if their marriage was more nominal than substantive, Lu Qingye's circumstances met Meng Chuyuan's desires materially and superficially, granting her an enviable lifestyle that others could not fathom. Thus, Meng Chuyuan remained unfazed by their comments, unabashedly declaring, "Who could possibly resist a handsome and wealthy husband who is often out and about?" In the afternoon, the bright sunlight bathed the earth, and the temperature outside began to rise. Inside an office building, a man whistled lightly, reclining on the sofa while engrossed in a video game. Suddenly, his agent barged in, aghast at the sight before her. She stormed up to him, exclaiming, "Lu Jinsen, what on earth are you doing? The show premieres in 2 days, and you're still playing games. Have you contacted your brother? Is the program still happening?" Engrossed in a team match, Lu Jinsen paid her no mind. Seeing him completely disregard her, the agent's frustration boiled over. She snatched his phone away. "Stop playing. I'm asking you a question." Lu Jinsen looked up, irritation evident on his face. "What's your problem?" "I'm in the middle of a game." After shutting off his phone and tossing it onto the coffee table, she watched as the screen darkened. Lu Jinsen turned his head, his displeasure unmistakable. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone laced with impatience. "About the show in 2 days. Have you contacted your brother? The production team needs to go over the process with you." "No, we're not filming." "You can't just say you're not filming after signing the contract," the agent retorted, her expression darkening. "If you refuse to participate, you'll have to pay the penalty." The mention of a financial penalty made Lu Jinsen's eyes widen in alarm. Recently, the production team had invited him to participate in a family-themed variety show, requiring him to bring a sibling along. Initially, he had planned to join forces with Lu Qingye, but to his dismay, his brother remained abroad on business as the filming drew near. After some contemplation, Lu Jinsen's demeanor softened. My brother is still away on business, we can't film without him. The agent paused before asking, do you have any other siblings? I have a sister still in school, she doesn't have time for this. He thought to himself that he was surely facing disaster. As he pondered how to approach his family for funds to cover the penalty, the agent's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. Since your brother is unavailable, surely your sister-in-law can step in? Lu Jinsen frowned, perplexed. What does she have to do with this? Have your sister-in-law participate. Without a moment's thought, Lu Jinsen firmly replied, I refuse. Refusal is not an option. Unless you wish to incur a hefty penalty. Her words rendered Lu Jinsen silent. The agent bent down to retrieve the phone from the coffee table, handing it back to him with urgency. Hurry up and call your sister-in-law. His gaze remained fixed on the phone, his hand hesitant to reach for it. He and Meng Chuyuan were hardly acquainted. He found it difficult to make such a request. After a lengthy pause, the agent could no longer bear it. She suddenly held the phone up to his face, unlocked it, and dialed Meng Chuyuan's number for him. Once connected, the agent briefly explained the situation to Meng Chuyuan, ultimately hoping she could come to the rescue by participating in the show with Lu Jinsen. Sure, no problem, Meng Chuyuan replied. Having just made the three other ladies uncomfortable at the mahjong table, she anticipated they would not invite her to play again for a long time. With nothing better to do, she agreed. Chapter 2. Invited to participate in the variety show due to the impressive viewership ratings of the previous season of Siblings Advancing Together, the show quickly welcomed its second season. This is a pastoral variety program conducted entirely through live streaming, where the production team does not provide living expenses, requiring the guests to exchange labor for ingredients to complete their rural journey. 3 pairs of guests participated in the recording, besides Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan. There were the national goddess Liao Jiaka and her twin sister Liao Jiayan, as well as the rising star Qijin and his sister Qiyan. The day before filming commenced, the production team officially announced the guest list on Weibo. The unconventional pairing of Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan soon attracted attention, with marketing accounts revealing that a young woman with the surname M had been abandoned by her wealthy husband on her wedding night, sparking a heated discussion online. What a pair! The uncle and sister-in-law duo is truly unique. Am I seeing this right? An uncle-sister-in-law combination? Their participation seems rather half-hearted. Isn't this a show about siblings advancing together? How can they bring a sister-in-law? Doesn't Lu Jinsen have an older brother? There were rumors about him participating. Why the sudden change? Has the threshold for variety shows become that low? Anyone can join now. I have a bold guess. Could the M surname woman be Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law? This abandoned wife from a wealthy family is likely her. Shouldn't she be on a honeymoon with her husband instead of joining her brother-in-law on a variety show? Just think about it. The next morning, the guests prepared to head to the filming location. However, while all other guests, including Lu Jinsen, had arrived, Meng Chuyuan was nowhere to be seen. The director inquired, Lu Jinsen, where's your sister-in-law? Lu Jinsen replied coldly, I don't know. That day, Meng Chuyuan's agent had called her on speakerphone while Lu Jinsen was present, and he was quite surprised when she agreed to participate. The program's itinerary was coordinated by his agent, and Lu Jinsen had not contacted her directly. At this moment, the one most anxious about Meng Chuyuan's absence was Lu Jinsen himself, for they were not well acquainted, making it quite possible for her to stand him up. The director, not wanting to delay the live broadcast, was exceedingly anxious. How can you not know? Quickly call your sister-in-law and ask her where she is. Under the director's watchful gaze, Lu Jinsen reluctantly took out his phone, just as Meng Chuyuan appeared behind them. Apologies, everyone, I'm late. Upon hearing her voice, everyone turned to look at Meng Chuyuan, who was dressed ethereally, as if she had stepped out of a painting. For a fleeting moment, all gazes were fixed upon her, including Lu Jinsen's. Standing still, Lu Jinsen waited for everyone to board the bus, regaining his composure with a frown, arms crossed. His gaze resting on Meng Chuyuan as she nonchalantly wheeled her suitcase toward him. When she reached him, Lu Jinsen huffed dismissively, can you not be more aware of time? How am I lacking in a sense of time? Meng Chuyuan glanced at his watch and said, it's exactly 9 o'clock. Lu Jinsen retorted disdainfully, should I thank you for that? Meng Chuyuan replied earnestly, no need. He dared not arrive precisely on time, yet this woman had the audacity to do so. Initially, Lu Jinsen had hoped to make a good impression on the other guests during their first meeting, but now, all of that was ruined by Meng Chuyuan. An hour later, the bus arrived at the destination. The live broadcast commenced as the bus entered the village, utilizing aerial shots as the opening scene. As the camera captured the bus door opening, Liao Jiaka appeared first in the live stream. clad in a white shirt and light blue jeans, smiling as she approached, her dimples captivating and charming. Her sister, Liao Jiayan, donned a light purple jacket over a white tank top, paired with a black skirt and sneakers, exuding youthful vitality as she obediently followed her sister. Upon seeing the two beauties simultaneously emerge, the live chat exploded with comments. Finally, the second season of Siblings Advancing Together is here. Oh my goddess, Kiki is so beautiful. If I remember correctly, this is Kiki's first variety show after marriage. The production team has struck gold. Kiki looks even better after marriage. This is how one should look when marrying for love. These twins look too much alike. I can't tell who's the elder. The one in the white shirt is the elder sister, true to her name, gentle and lovely. Jiayan is beautiful too, but I prefer Kiki a bit more. Her smile is simply delightful. Among the 6 guests of this variety show, Liao Jiaka enjoys the highest popularity. Having debuted as a child star, she has never left the public's eye, collaborating with numerous top male celebrities and earning acclaim as a workaholic in the industry. Even more admirable is that she announced her marriage during her career peak. Liao Jiaka's husband is the well-known movie star Su Zui. Born into a wealthy family with assets exceeding 100 million. Their romance blossomed on set, and upon the revelation of their relationship, a wave of fans sent their blessings. The golden couple is indeed enviable. After marrying, Liao Jiaka gradually withdrew from the entertainment industry, focusing on her family, no longer accepting new roles and rarely appearing in public, making her appearance on this show a delightful surprise. Thank you to the production team for bringing such a beautiful woman to delight my eyes. Thank you 10,086. Why haven't we seen Lu Jinsen and his sister-in-law yet? I hope they don't show up. I really don't want to see him. At this moment, Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan were still on the bus. They had not sat together before boarding, with an aisle separating them. And there had been no communication during the ride. Watching everyone disembark, Lu Jinsen turned to glance at Meng Chuyuan, only to find her eyes closed. With Bluetooth headphones in her ears, Lu Jinsen stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow that blocked half the light, lowering his gaze as he coldly stated, "Hey, it's time to get off." Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow, slowly opening her eyes and unexpectedly meeting Lu Jinsen's gaze. Before standing, Meng Chuyuan looked up at him and kindly warned, "I advise you to be nicer to me, younger brother." Lu Jinsen retorted with disdain, "Don't take advantage of me. Are you sure you want to record the show with that attitude?" Meng Chuyuan removed her Bluetooth headphones and calmly replied, "Now is the time to think it over. You are a highly scrutinized public figure, while I am just an ordinary person. I won't play along with your attempts to create a persona." She sensed that Lu Jinsen still had some idle baggage, or else he wouldn't have waited for her after everyone else had disembarked. Meng Chuyuan was the last to make her entrance, first revealing her slender, beautiful legs as the camera moved upward, finally capturing her true visage. She wore a white French vintage long dress that perfectly highlighted her exquisite figure, her thick coffee-colored curls cascading over her right shoulder, adorned with a black beret, and a collarbone chain shimmering subtly in the sunlight. The last pair has emerged. Wow, Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law is so young? Honestly, Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law is stunning. I'm in love. But what use is beauty if she's merely a pretty face? Where's the beauty in her? Who knows how much makeup she has on? So artificially pale. Those who say she's beautiful must be blind. This woman is nowhere near as pretty as my Kiki. Don't compare an ordinary person to a star. They're not even in the same league. Unaware of the live stream's happenings, Meng Chuyuan could hardly fathom that her mere appearance had propelled her onto the trending searches. With her emergence, viewers began to express curiosity about the man she had married. The live broadcast continued to thrive. The 3 pairs of guests drew lots for the blind boxes prepared by the production team, which would determine their accommodation for the duration of the show. To ensure that each group has an opportunity to select, the production team prepared 5 mystery boxes. The participants harmoniously adhered to the order of disembarkation to draw. The first group sent Chi Yen to choose a box. She opted for the one closest to her. Upon opening it, she carefully examined the card inside. Chi Yen approached from the side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. He extended his arm to shield her from the sun, gently inquiring, "Sister, what did we draw?" Already aware of the answer, Chi Yen graciously unfolded the card for him to see. Chi Yen leaned in for a closer look, his eyes sparkling with delight, a soft smile gracing his face. "Sister, you're amazing." They had drawn a 2-bedroom, 1 living room flat-roofed house, and they were quite pleased with their selection. Exchanging a knowing glance, they raised their hands in a celebratory high five. Chi Yen is warm-hearted and considerate, shielding his sister from the sun. I too yearn for such a thoughtful brother. Does the brother still need a sister? Having witnessed Chi Yen's demeanor, I turned to my younger brother and playfully smacked him. We are both brothers, yet the distinction is stark. Indeed, he is the quintessential younger brother of others' households. I absolutely adore the atmosphere of this group. The sibling relationship is delightful, and their interactions are harmonious. The second group was led by Liao Jiaka, who selected the second box and drew the only Sihiyuan in the village. Liao Jiaka has always been fortunate. Most of the celebrities she has collaborated with have achieved great fame, including her husband, Suzy. Their defining work propelled him into stardom, earning him accolades, including the Best Actor award. During previous interviews, Suzy often referred to Liao Jiaka as his lucky goddess, attributing his success to her. True to form, she effortlessly drew the luxurious Sihiyuan, garnering envious glances from the other guests. Help! I always thought the persona of the lucky goddess was a construct created for Liao Jiaka. I was skeptical, but now I believe. What will the sister buy for the next lottery? The lucky goddess truly lives up to her name. The only misfortune for this sister might be recording a show with Lu Jinsen. Oh, lucky goddess, bestow your favor upon me. Kiki, may I not flunk my exams? Lastly, the pressure fell upon the third group. Lu Jinsen stepped forward to draw, directly selecting the first box to check the card's information. What the heck? Am I lagging? Why is the live broadcast frozen? It seems I'm frozen too. What did Lu Jinsen draw? If any kind soul knows, please share in the comments. Chapter 3. Reduced to a variety show control group. The live stream froze at the moment Lu Jinsen opened the card to the audience. Only the comment section functioned normally. It wasn't until Meng Chuyuan entered the live room that the earlier still image was confirmed as a moving picture. One must admit, the production team certainly knew how to stir the pot. Observing the fans in the live room frantically suspecting a network issue, the camera persistently refused to provide a close-up of the card. Noticing Lu Jinsen's stillness, Meng Chuyuan approached him, glanced down at the card in his hand, and discreetly remarked, "Well done." Her words ignited another wave of excitement in the live room, with viewers eagerly speculating about what Lu Jinsen had drawn. Quickly reveal the results. What does well done mean? Is it what I think it is? I have a bad feeling about this. This is so frustrating. What did he draw? The production team really knows how to play games, deliberately keeping us in suspense. Amidst the barrage of comments from the fans, the camera finally captured the content of Lu Jinsen's card, providing a several-second close-up, a mud brick house. The dilapidated state of the house was evident from the photo. Remarkably calm, Lu Jinsen raised his gaze to Meng Chuyuan, attempting to salvage his dignity before the camera. It's a matter of probability. Yet, Meng Chuyuan unflinchingly retorted, "If your luck is poor, just admit it. Don't speak of probabilities." Seeing Lu Jinsen rendered speechless, the audience mercilessly mocked him. A mud brick house. Ha ha ha. I'm quite satisfied with this result. LOL, Lu Jinsen is just making excuses again. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jinsen, you still want to maintain your facade. Even your sister-in-law can't bear to watch. That sister-in-law is so cool. I adore her. Poor sister-in-law. She has done nothing but is forced to live in a mud brick house. Sister-in-law is so unfortunate, suffering alongside unreliable Lu Jinsen. After selecting the house, each group prepared to depart for their destination. According to the production team's rules, they were required to hand in their phones. Before submitting their devices, the guests had the opportunity to make a call to someone important. Qizhen's group called their grandmother, while Liao Jiaka predictably called her husband. Liao Jiaka's video call connected in less than 3 seconds, revealing the handsome face of the film Emperor Suzy. Upon seeing Suzy, Liao Jiaka's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile deepening. She spoke softly, "Honey, are you busy?" Suzy, lifting his phone to show half of himself clad in costume with a wig, replied gently, "I'm in makeup. I have a scene to shoot shortly. I'm recording a show." "I know," Suzy smiled, adjusting the camera to focus on the iPad on his table. "I'm watching the live stream." Liao Jiaka appeared surprised. "What? You're watching the live stream? What? Suzy is watching the live stream. OMG, Suzy is actually watching the live stream. I want to call the sister-in-law too. I'm developing a love-struck brain. Someone wake me up. Sisters in front, don't get too carried away. Your husband isn't Suzy. Thanks for the reminder. I'm off to forage for wild vegetables." Initially, Lu Jinsen had no intention of participating in this segment. But upon seeing the other two groups happily chatting on the phone, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and, thus, called his mother. Once the call connected, before he could speak, his mother took the initiative, seizing the conversational lead. "You brat, if you're out of money, don't come to me. Ask your father." Lu Jinsen was already accustomed to his mother's blunt remarks. He knew that if he didn't speak up, she would hang up, so he hastily said, "Mom, I'm recording a show. We need to hand in our phones soon. so I wanted to let you know in case you need to reach me. His mother's reaction was one of mild surprise, and she couldn't help but chuckle. What could I possibly need? Don't worry, if something comes up. I can't reach you anyway. You have no money or power. You're of no use. Suddenly, Lu Jinsen found himself at a loss for words. While it was true, was it really necessary to say it aloud? What show are you recording? Transforming Youth. He replied helplessly. Not that, he added, realizing once again how keen his mother was to send him off to such a program. His mother inquired, then which one? Brothers and sisters, advancing together. Oh, that one. But who would want to advance with you? You're so useless. The eldest brother hasn't returned from his business trip yet, has he? Ling Ling, that rascal. Likely told the teacher she has a headache to take a leave, probably still asleep upstairs. With those two absent, who are you going with? Having heard about the previous season's popularity, Lu's mother had only a vague idea of the variety show, even if she hadn't seen it. Lu Jinsen glanced at Meng Chuyuan, instinctively wanting to mention her name, but realizing they were filming, he understood the need for discretion. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, with my sister-in-law. Which sister-in-law? Who? Lu Jinsen didn't quite catch his mother's last question. Feeling guilty, he was anxious to end the call. Mom. I have to go. I'm hanging up. While the other two groups continued their conversations, reluctant to disconnect, Meng Chuyuan took her phone from her bag and unhesitatingly handed it over to the production staff. Before collecting her phone, the staff member specifically reminded Meng Chuyuan, do you need to call your family? Meng Chuyuan shook her head and turned to leave. Wow. Is the sister-in-law handing over her phone so majestically? How strange. This phone will only be returned after the episode ends. She wants to even call her husband? Why is there such a stark contrast between her and Liao Jiaka, who is also married? I wonder if she is really married? What is going on? I seem to smell a scoop. Is she really not calling her husband to check in? It's just begun. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps she contacted him beforehand. After Lu Jinsen submitted his phone, Meng Chuyuan grabbed her luggage, and together they set off to locate the mud brick house indicated on the card. Under the guidance of the villagers, they swiftly arrived at their designated residence. A half-meter-high stone wall surrounded the house, revealing the low and shabby mud brick structure. Its yellowed walls stark against the barren yard overrun with withered weeds. The surrounding environment was entirely unwelcoming. It just seemed desolate from prolonged disuse, lacking any semblance of life. Holding the card, Lu Jinsen looked up at the mud brick house, grappling with the reality of the situation. Accustomed to the comforts of a grand villa, he found himself regretting his decision to sign up for this show. As the thought crossed his mind, his gaze inadvertently shifted to Meng Chuyuan, wondering if she regretted agreeing to help out. However, Meng Chuyuan didn't dwell on such thoughts. She pushed open the creaking wooden door, glanced back at Lu Jinsen, and tilted her head, signaling, "What are you waiting for? Come in." Stepping inside, Lu Jinsen was immediately hit by a musty odor. Cobwebs clung to the beams, and the interior was stark and empty, truly a case of bare walls. After surveying the situation, Meng Chuyuan returned to Lu Jinsen and suggested, let us borrow a broom from a nearby neighbor and fetch a bucket of clean water to wash up. Given that they would be residing there for the next few days, it was essential to make the place livable. At the very least, they deserved some comfort. Sure, they were in perfect agreement on that point, and when Meng Chuyuan raised the idea, Lu Jinsen promptly volunteered, I'll go borrow it. Not even a broom. This group is really unfortunate. Isn't it? Help? Was that truly Lu Jinsen just now? He actually has moments of compromise with others. What is the reason behind Lu Jinsen's sudden transformation into an obedient subordinate? I initially came for Jiaka and Jiayan. But what should I do if I find myself somewhat fond of Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law? Is this all just for the sake of the show? Can this house truly accommodate people? It must be said, this group possesses quite a strong psychological fortitude. Chapter 4. If not looking for her, should I look for you? Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests had already arrived at their respective accommodations. Sisters Liao Jiaka successfully checked into the 4 little courtyards. The host greeted them warmly and invited them to lunch together, having already prepared their rooms in advance. Qixin's group was also well situated in a flat-roofed house, with a small courtyard filled with a variety of organic vegetables. The spacious hall was well ventilated, and the rooms were furnished comfortably. After observing the accommodations of the other two groups, the live-stream audience began to chatter enthusiastically. How hilarious. The other two groups just moved in with their bags, without a care for food or drink. Unlike Lu Jinsen's group, who didn't even have cleaning supplies. Ha ha ha. Indeed, without comparisons, there would be no harm. The disparity is truly striking. Poor Lu Jinsen. How did he manage to pick the worst box out of the remaining 3? The poor guy is back, wielding a broom and a bucket. Believe it or not, His strength is quite impressive. He carried that bucket all the way back without stopping. Their earthen dwelling was not particularly close to the neighbors. To minimize trips, Lu Jinsen could only carry the broom and dustpan in one hand while hoisting the heavy bucket with the other. This back and forth took him about 10 minutes. While Lu Jinsen was out borrowing supplies, Meng Chuyuan was not idle. She tied her long hair back with a rubber band, rolled up her sleeves, and arranged the usable furniture in its proper place. They planned to conduct a thorough cleaning once Lu Jinsen returned. Half an hour later, Liao Jiaka's group was already enjoying lunch with their host, while Qizhen's group borrowed some ingredients from the neighbors to prepare their meal. Qizhen carried the ingredients into the kitchen and said to Qiyan, "Sister, the kitchen is quite smoky. Let me handle the cooking." "No problem. I'll take care of it," Qiyan replied, already rolling up her sleeves to get to work. "Then I'll assist you," Qizhen replied. Although he claimed to be helping his sister, when it came time to cook, he ended up taking charge, washing both the pots and vegetables, leaving Qiyan unsure of how to help. After lunch, Qiyan cleared the dishes, intending to wash them, but Qizhen was quicker. She said to him, "You cooked, so let me wash the dishes." Qizhen glanced at her beautifully manicured nails and gently replied, "With such lovely hands, how can I let you wash?" "Qizhen is so handsome. I'm instantly captivated. I've said it countless times. I want a brother like him. At this moment, I can't help but wish to be that dish." "Don't say that. I'm the one who wishes to be the dishwashing brush. Tonight, I dream of Qizhen washing dishes at my home." Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her group were still busy. They had borrowed pots, pans, firewood, and lunch ingredients from the neighbors. Lu Jinsen readily took on the physical labor of chopping wood. This group is truly unfortunate. The neighbors are already full, and they haven't even started cooking. Their earthen house is utterly lacking. Everything is borrowed from the neighbors. This group seems to be dragging their feet. There's nothing interesting happening. They've just been cleaning. I'm a bit curious. Can they even cook? I'll bet a penny that Lu Jinsen absolutely can't cook. His sister should be able to cook, right? Her knife skills are impressive. She seems quite adept at chopping vegetables. However, chopping wood was not as simple as Lu Jinsen had anticipated. On his first swing, he missed entirely, and on the second attempt, the axe got stuck in the wood, requiring considerable effort to free it. Meng Chuyuan, while cracking eggs, turned around to see that Lu Jinsen had yet to chop even a single piece of wood. Anxious to avoid embarrassment, Lu Jinsen thought he might get the hang of it if he tried a bit longer. Just then, Meng Chuyuan called out, "Put some muscle into it. Haven't you eaten?" Lu Jinsen was known for his fiery temper in the industry. Offended, he shot back, "I haven't eaten. Or else why would I be chopping this wood?" With a huff, he swung the axe again, successfully chopping off a small piece. "If chopping wood isn't working, can you at least gather branches? You see that little grove in the back? There should be plenty of branches to collect." Lu Jinsen turned abruptly, looking at Meng Chuyuan with a cold expression. "Why didn't you say that sooner?" he retorted, feeling foolish for having wasted time chopping wood ineffectively. "You never mentioned you couldn't chop wood." "Ha ha, well said." I love seeing Lu Jinsen flounder. It seems no one asked him to chop wood, did they? He volunteered for it. Now he wants to blame his sister. His sister is so clever and beautiful. It would have been better if she hadn't teamed up with Lu Jinsen. I just came from Qizhen's live stream, and seeing Lu Jinsen, who can't even chop wood, is infuriating. P.S. Just a liability. Don't mention it. Lu Jinsen is hardly worth a finger compared to Qizhen. Lu Jinsen abandoned the axe and walked out of the yard toward the grove behind. Before long, he returned with a bundle of branches. He stood for a moment beside Meng Chuyuan, feeling somewhat out of place, hesitantly asking, "Need any help?" Meng Chuyuan glanced back at him. "Can you start a fire?" Though surprised by his question, she was T1 to stand on ceremony. Lu Jinsen hesitated before replying, "I can give it a try." "All right, then give it a try." Knowing he had never started a fire before, Meng Chuyuan patiently guided him, and Lu Jinsen followed her instructions diligently. Together, they quickly managed to get the stove going. Meng Chuyuan prepared 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried asparagus, and stir-fried beef with green peppers. The lunch ingredients they borrowed were limited and mostly vegetarian, with the meat and eggs generously provided by a kind-hearted elderly lady. At mealtime, Lu Jinsen's mother woke his younger sister, Lu Qianling, for dinner. Having been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth, she was cherished by the entire family, which had led to some poor habits, such as skipping classes and only attending school based on her mood. Seeing Lu Qianling glued to her phone and barely touching her food, Lu Jinsen's mother shot her a disapproving look and admonished, "Put your phone down while you eat." I know. However, her mother's reminders fell on deaf ears. As Lu Qianling continued to play on her phone, suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh." Her dramatic reaction startled her mother, who scolded, What are you making such a fuss about? Are you unhappy that your mother is still alive? You're giving me heart palpitations. Lu Qianling grabbed her mother's arm, shaking it excitedly. Mom, my second brother is recording a show. Is that all? Why are you so worked up? No, you don't understand. Do you know who is going with my second brother to record the show? Lu Jinsen's mother, somewhat skeptical, replied. Is it Sister He? She had heard Lu Jinsen mention it briefly that morning, but hadn't inquired further about the details, merely recalling what she had overheard on the phone. Yet, she was unsure who Sister He was. Lu Qianling opened the trending topics she had seen earlier and handed her phone to her mother. Look, is that her? Lu Jinsen's mother asked in surprise. Sister He and the sister-in-law. So that's what it is. Lu Jinsen had always been the most indulgent towards her. He used to share everything with her, but she had no idea he was recording a show with Meng Chuyuan, feeling betrayed by the one she trusted most. Lu Qianling was furious. Why did my second brother choose her to record the show? Mother Lu glanced at her, her face etched with disdain. Am I to seek her out? Or perhaps you? Chapter 5. There's truly something here. Lu Qianling, filled with indignation, thought, am I not superior to her? After all, I share a blood bond with my second brother. We are the most suitable pair for this program. How could I possibly be outshone by an outsider? What a laughingstock this would be. The response came swiftly. With the combined intellect of you and your second brother, it wouldn't even amount to zero. How could you two possibly participate in a show together? Audiences have little patience for fools. Lu Qianling felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Mother, are you still my real mother? Meanwhile, after a busy morning, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally sat down for lunch. Once the dishes were served, Meng Chuyuan filled 2 bowls with white rice, handing one to Lu Jinsen. Eat up, she urged. As Meng Chuyuan began to eat, Lu Jinsen remained motionless, his gaze sweeping over the 3 dishes before him, his expression dimming slightly. He looked up to see Meng Chuyuan relishing her meal, which made him frown. What's wrong? Afraid I poisoned it? She teased. Lu Jinsen did not respond immediately. Slowly, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of the tender, crisp asparagus. To his surprise, it was quite delectable. He observed the appealing presentation of the stir-fried dishes, uncertain of Meng Chuyuan's culinary skills, which is why he hesitated to eat. Little did he expect that not only could she cook, but that her food was unexpectedly delightful. Meng Chuyuan watched him intently, asking curiously, how is it? Lu Jinsen maintained his stoic facade and replied coolly, it's acceptable. Though it wasn't a lavish meal, Lu Jinsen deemed it the best he had experienced in quite some time, having managed his diet since debuting. He made an exception this time and indulged in an extra bowl of rice. After lunch, Meng Chuyuan assigned the daunting task of washing the dishes to Lu Jinsen, who did not refuse, quietly attending to the chore in the kitchen. That evening, the villagers invited the 3 groups of guests to share a dinner and had prepared performances to welcome them. Liao Jiaka and her sister, skilled in vocal and dance, showcased a lively performance, captivating the guests. As an actor, Qijun was not accustomed to singing and dancing, so he joined his sister in performing a comedic skit, eliciting laughter from the audience. Qijun's sister is so talented, she even knows how to perform comedy. I wish to see Kiki and Yin Yin dance again. A male star who cannot perform comedy is not a good actor. My Chiga not only acts but also excels in comedic performance. As a fan, I am proud of him. I suddenly find myself curious about what Lu Jinsen will perform. Let us not count on Lu Jinsen. Personally, I am more excited for my sister-in-law. After watching her today, I've realized she is a treasure, and I am eager to see what surprises she will bring next. After the performances by others, it was Meng Chuyuan's turn. Before stepping up, she glanced at Lu Jinsen beside her and said, come here and lend me a hand. He was taken aback that she would address him as little brother in front of everyone. Come on, hurry up, she urged. Reluctantly, Lu Jinsen found himself on stage, serving as a prop for Meng Chuyuan's performance. After the dances and comedic sketches, she decided to showcase a small magic trick. Borrowing a rope and a ring from the villagers, she instructed Lu Jinsen to hold the ends of the rope taut while she held the ring. Look, this ring has no opening, she announced, showing it to the audience. After allowing them to inspect it, she began her act. Lu Jinsen frowned and asked, do you really know magic? Don't speak, she chided playfully, patting his hand. Hold on tight, don't let go. Once she confirmed he was gripping firmly, Meng Chuyuan brought the ring close to the rope. In a matter of moments, the ring magically threaded itself onto the rope. Lu Jinsen, positioned closest and having witnessed the entire process, was bewildered, utterly unaware of how she managed it. The villagers in the front row gasped in amazement, as the trick had unfolded too swiftly for them to comprehend. Noticing their curiosity, Meng Chuyuan invited a villager on stage to replace Lu Jinsen, repeating the trick to resounding applause from the audience. The livestream viewers erupted with excitement. This sister-in-law truly has something special. This is incredible. I want to learn too, sister-in-law. Why not consider starting a class? Meng Jia, take me as your apprentice, I beg you. What kind of person is Lu Jinsen's older brother? To have married such a remarkable woman? On the day of the live broadcast, Meng Chuyuan, participating as an ordinary person in a variety show, stunned audiences with her breathtaking beauty, quickly trending and overshadowing negative news. Astonished by Meng Chuyuan's beauty, her looks are simply mesmerizing. Meanwhile, far away overseas, Lu Qingye had just awakened from his slumber. His assistant arrived to escort him to the office and couldn't help but report, "Mr. Lu, your wife is trending." Upon hearing the term wife, Lu Qingye paused momentarily. After a brief silence, he lifted his gaze, his expression as inscrutable as ever. "What happened? She is participating in the show instead of you, alongside your brother." Lu Qingye was taken aback. He recalled that Lu Jinsen had mentioned the program before, but he had been preoccupied with signing documents and had casually said he would accompany him if time permitted. He hadn't expected his brother to take him seriously. However, he was quite surprised that Meng Chuyuan had decided to participate on his behalf. Did she agree to this? He inquired. It already aired yesterday. On the way to the office, Lu Qingye glanced at his phone and inexplicably searched for the program. Opening the video, he found the first day of recording had concluded, and only live playback was available. As he watched, he soon came across the segment where participants had to call important individuals. Everyone was busy making calls. While Meng Chuyuan rummaged through her bag for her phone, Lu Qingye noticed the barrage of comments from viewers, intrigued as to why Meng Chuyuan had called her husband. Frowning at this scene, he felt a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. He paused the playback and instinctively checked his phone's call log, which revealed no calls from Meng Chuyuan. After reviewing the call log, he opened WeChat, only to find no messages from her among the numerous unread notifications. Isn't it preferable for them to remain unaffected by each other? So what was he anticipating now? Chapter 6, Waking Up Early to Face Criticism? On the following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the guests began to stir. The production team had issued a new notice the previous night, announcing that breakfast would be served at 7 o'clock, with limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. To avoid hunger and savor a warm breakfast, they had no choice but to rise early. However, as the sleepy guests made their way to the breakfast area, Meng Chuyuan had already arrived. The audience was taken aback as they observed the other two groups of guests yawning and clad in pajamas, while Meng Chuyuan appeared impeccably dressed and brimming with vitality. Goodness, when did she emerge from a mud hut? Did she wake up early just to apply makeup? She hardly looks like someone who just rolled out of bed. What does she mean by this? Did she stay up all night just to show off and make the others look bad? Is that a faux natural look? What a scheming woman. Honestly, aside from flaunting herself as a pretty face, does she have anything else to do? Is she afraid of being seen without makeup? Too ashamed to take it off? Forgive me, I'm a face worshipper. Even if she is made up, I still adore her. Face worshipper number 1. Enchanted by her beauty yesterday, still under her spell today, Meng Chuyuan had an unfortunate habit. Her sleep quality would deteriorate in a new environment, leading to difficulties in falling asleep and frequent awakenings. Observing the light through her window and estimating that dawn was approaching, she rose early and took a stroll along the path in the fields outside. Passing by the supplies station arranged by the production team, she decided to take a look at what kind of breakfast warranted such an early wake-up call. Upon entering, she approached the dining table and lifted the lids one by one. Porridge, steamed buns, boiled eggs, and sweet potatoes. After surveying the spread, Meng Chuyuan displayed an expression that was difficult to articulate. Is this breakfast really worth the scramble? What else with Meng's expression? Is she looking down on this simple breakfast? Is she disappointed because there are no delicacies? This is the production team's failure. How could a pretty face settle for such fare? Meng must be looking for water. How can a flower thrive without nourishment? Quickly apologized to the pretty sister for this breakfast arrangement. I think having such a breakfast in the countryside is already quite sumptuous. The breakfast provided was designed for flexible combinations, but the production team had only prepared enough for 2 to 3 people, leaving the allocation dependent on the choices of the 3 groups of guests. Meng Chuyuan did not touch any of the food on the table. After inspecting it, she silently replaced the lids. Just then, Liao Jiaka and Qijin arrived. They had encountered each other on the way and walked in together, both believing they were the earliest to head for breakfast, only to find Meng Chuyuan already there. The air seemed to freeze as the 3 of them met. Particularly striking was Meng Chuyuan's light blue denim jacket paired with black pants and white sneakers, exuding a refreshing aura, while the other two appeared disheveled in their pajamas. The stark contrast was impossible to overlook. After a moment, Liao Jiaka smiled gently and broke the silence. "Good morning. Are you here for breakfast too?" Meng Chuyuan replied with a casual, "Just taking a look." She truly seemed uninterested in the breakfast prepared by the production team. However, out of politeness, Qijin asked, "Meng Jia, aren't you picky?" After all, Meng Chuyuan was the first to arrive. It was customary to follow the principle of first come, first served. If she showed disinterest, neither he nor Liao Jiaka dared to take anything. Meng Chuyuan stepped back to give them space, raising an eyebrow to indicate, "You go ahead." Forgive me for not understanding Meng's actions. Is she perhaps trying to win favor? This woman is so aloof. What gives her the right to act like this towards Jiaka and Qijin? Does she think she is superior? Help? Did she wake up so early just to play the good person? This isn't even playing. It seems genuine, especially after her expression changed upon seeing the food. She clearly disdains it. Qijin and Liao Jiaka exchanged glances, seemingly uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, Qijin finally spoke, "Then Jiaka and I want to be polite." Meng Chuyuan replied, "What is there to be polite about?" Qijin stepped forward and lifted the 4 lids, his expression shifting slightly as he paused. Seeking help from Liao Jiaka with his gaze, as if asking, "How should we divide this small amount of food?" A bowl of porridge could serve 4 small bowls. With 3 eggs and steamed buns, and 2 robust sweet potatoes. Liao Jiaka glanced at the spread, remaining silent for about 5 seconds, seemingly lost in thought. Finally, she said, "I'll take a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun." Qijin looked at her in surprise, asking, "Jiaka, is that really enough for you?" Liao Jiaka, filling her bowl with porridge, smiled and replied, "It's enough. Yin Yin has a small appetite. But you, still growing, should eat more." Noticing the insufficient quantity for breakfast, Liao Jiaka had tea planned on eating it all. Had it not been for her concern about her sister's hunger, she might not have even taken a bun. Qijin was indifferent. Accustomed to controlling his diet, he thought skipping this meal was no issue, primarily worrying that his sister might not have enough. He took 2 bowls of porridge, a sweet potato, and a boiled egg. Ultimately, he placed the egg in Liao Jiaka's box, saying, "Jiaka, this egg is mine. I'm giving it to you." Qijin, aware that she was collecting food for her sister, generously offered his egg to Liao Jiaka. "No. I can't take this egg." As she reached for the egg to hand it back, he instinctively moved away. "Jiaka, you keep it. Qijin is too kind. I envy Qi for having such a considerate brother. Qijin is truly well-mannered. Details don't lie. He genuinely thinks of others. May I ask, can I have such an exceptional man?" "Oh, I've decided. I will only chase stars for Qijin." Watching the 2 of them push the egg back and forth, Meng Chuyuan found it rather dull. With a slight twitch of her lips, she could not help but interject, "What is the point of this back and forth? There are still eggs on the table." She walked over and picked up the remaining 2 eggs, placing 1 in each of their boxes. Before they could react, Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and indicated, "Let us go back. Otherwise, everything will go cold." Qijin, Liao Jiaka. Meng Chuyuan's sudden action left both of them momentarily bewildered. What is she trying to portray as the good person? Nevertheless, Meng just said what I was thinking. Wow. Meng is simply my spokesperson. Taking an extra egg isn't a big deal. After all, there are still buns and sweet potatoes, enough for Lu Jinsen and the others. Let us just say both Qijin and Jiaka are kind-hearted individuals, mutually yielding. Handled well, I stand with Meng on this one, haha. Chapter 7. Lack of team spirit. After finishing breakfast, everyone returned to their accommodations. Due to the considerable distance from Meng Chuyuan's earthen house, she and her companions took longer to return. Lu Jinsen, still in a daze after waking to use the restroom, encountered the morning breeze, which jolted him into a greater state of alertness. As he passed by Meng Chuyuan's room, he noticed that the door was ajar. Slowing his pace, he furrowed his brow, glancing inside, only to find that Meng Chuyuan was not present. Where could she have gone so early? Did she head to get breakfast? Suddenly, Lu Jinsen recalled that this was indeed a possibility, and naturally assumed she had risen early to visit the supply station. He returned to his room to change clothes and, after freshening up, sat quietly in the courtyard. What is the young master up to? Planning to just sit here in the cold breeze? I'm dying of laughter. He looks like a lonely old man. It's baffling why the production team gives him so much screen time. So annoying. There's no fast-forward function in the live stream. When Meng Chuyuan appeared, a fleeting glimmer of joy sparked in Lu Jinsen's eyes. For a moment, he nearly stood up to greet her at the door, yet this small gesture went unnoticed, his eager gaze appearing rather exaggerated. Meng Chuyuan walked leisurely into the courtyard, her hands clasped behind her back. Lu Jinsen looked up, his eyes landing on her. you're back? Yes. As Meng Chuyuan approached, preparing to pass by him, Lu Jinsen finally noticed her empty hands. Nothing at all. His brow furrowed deeply, his tone icy as he inquired, "Where's breakfast?" Hearing this, Meng Chuyuan turned her head to glance at him, retorting, "What breakfast?" In the next instant, Lu Jinsen's expression faltered. Had he misunderstood from the very beginning? He shouldn't have harbored any expectations. Meng Chuyuan gazed at him, seemingly detecting his disappointment, and chuckled lightly. "You didn't think I would bring you breakfast, did you?" Lu Jinsen said nothing, his face contorted in dismay, as though someone owed him millions. "Ha. I was so focused on dividing the eggs earlier. I just realized Meng Jia really brought nothing. Meng Jia is just that kind of person. She doesn't even take what's easily within reach." Laughing out loud, this group has no division of labor or communication, and certainly no chemistry. They should just leave early and stop recording. Suddenly realizing that Kiki didn't want to wake her sister, so she went alone, and Chijin followed suit, quietly leaving. How considerate. Incredible. She clearly went, but didn't help bring anything back. Do these two have a grudge? The Vase sister has no sense of teamwork. Helping the young master carry something wouldn't have been a big deal. At 8:30, the three groups of guests gathered in Zazwang. Their task today was to help the villagers harvest jujubes, with the total weight to be collected depending on the combined weight of their group. Thus, before picking, the guests needed to weigh themselves and register. If they completed today's task, they would earn labor coins to exchange for ingredients from the production team. Upon hearing that their weights would be publicly measured on the show, some guests began to feel anxious. The director instructed the staff to bring out the scale, placing it right before them. Who will go first? No one in the group responded or stepped forward, which left the live audience in a frenzy. It's just a scale. What is the big deal? Just step up and get it over with. What is there to fear? After all, they are public figures. I understand not wanting to disclose their weight, but since they are here, can't they just be straightforward? The production team is quite clever, haha. Last season they measured height, and this season weight. What will they measure next? They're all so thin, their thighs are skinnier than my arms. Why should they feel self-conscious about weighing in? For female celebrities, stepping on the scale is like facing a mirror of truth. Who would dare? If the women are hesitant, can a man step forward to lead the way? Seeing the serious expressions of the others, who were hesitant to respond to the director, Meng Chuyuan raised her hand. "I'll go first." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at her. Meng Chuyuan walked up casually and stepped onto the electronic scale, which displayed her weight as 47 kilograms. Wow, this beauty is incredibly thin. Look how straightforward Meng Jia is. She truly embodies the standard of a modern woman. Can we stop praising her? She is not even in the entertainment industry. Who cares about her weight? Isn't her confidence from stepping forward still based on her weight? What is there to be proud of? All right. Her confidence isn't just about weight. It's also about her beauty. Are you jealous? With Meng Chuyuan having stepped up, the others had no choice but to follow suit, taking turns to weigh in as the director recorded their results. The final tally was, the uncle-nephew group weighed 127 kilograms. The sisters group 106 kilograms, and the brother-sister group 130 kilograms. Once the jujube picking amount was established, the director invited local farmers to teach everyone how to harvest. This particular area of Zazwang had always relied on manual picking, which was labor-intensive and time-consuming. The foreman distributed slender bamboo poles and plastic sheets to each group, demonstrating the technique in a somewhat accented Mandarin. The foreman first laid out a large plastic sheet on the ground, maintaining an appropriate distance from the trunk, then picked up the bamboo pole and gently tapped it, causing the jujubes to fall, which he then slowly gathered into a basket. After watching this, Chijin felt a sudden urge to try. It looked fairly simple. The foreman gestured encouragingly, saying, "Come, give it a try." Chijin, seemingly intrigued by the task, spread out the plastic sheet by himself, and under the foreman's guidance, took his first swing. The initial attempt yielded a disappointing number of fallen jujubes. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. It seems it's not as easy as I thought. Oh my god, is Chijin growing up on cute snacks? Haha, don't worry, brother. It's definitely the pole's fault, not yours. That was a great attempt, just don't swing again for a while. I could watch brother's puzzled scratching of his head 10 times over. Haha. Chijin, you're doing great. I'm giving you a thumbs up. The foreman advised, you can use a bit more force. If you hit harder, more jujubes will fall. Chijin nodded, responding, I'll try to find the right rhythm. With that, he returned to the same jujube tree and swung the pole a couple more times. Noticing that more jujubes were falling this time, he quickly found his rhythm. Meanwhile, Liao Jiaka and her sister also began harvesting, but being all girls in their group, they faced some challenges in terms of strength. As both groups diligently worked to complete their task, two others remained in front of the camera, doing nothing. Chapter 8. A lackluster start. What are these two up to? Shopping. How did they end up here? They truly exemplify the term decorative vase. If they behave like this in front of the camera, one can only imagine how lazy they are behind it. What is the production team doing? Allowing such individuals to linger? Just moments ago, while Qijin practiced harvesting jujubes, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen seized a moment of distraction to whisper to one another. Meng Chuyuan leaned slightly closer to Lu Jinsen and softly proposed, "Would you be interested in playing a game?" "A game?" Lu Jinsen replied, casting a puzzled glance her way. Given the circumstances, how could she suggest playing a game? He was reluctant to engage and quickly diverted his gaze. Undeterred, Meng Chuyuan leaned in again. "How about a game where the loser has to work?" "Uninspiring," he retorted, his expression dripping with disdain. Raising an eyebrow, Meng Chuyuan playfully taunted. "Are you afraid to compete with me?" Perhaps unwilling to appear cowardly, Lu Jinsen instinctively replied, "What are we playing? Rock, paper, scissors." They played a decisive round, and while Meng Chuyuan chose a fist, Lu Jinsen opted for scissors, resulting in an effortless victory for her. "Ha ha ha. Is that how we play? Are we not having lunch? These two are playing rock, paper, scissors instead of working, and I'm utterly impressed. Is there no one to intervene?" Meng Chuyuan withdrew her fist and promptly handed a bamboo pole to Lu Jinsen, teasingly proclaiming, "Young man, it's time to get to work." Lu Jinsen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how he had lost. Bewildered, he accepted the bamboo pole from Meng Chuyuan and silently approached the jujube tree to begin harvesting. He had attentively observed the supervisor's instructions earlier and felt confident in his abilities. Unlike Qijin, who was more relaxed, Lu Jinsen exerted himself thoroughly. As he swung the pole, jujubes tumbled down in a cascade. Although his technique appeared overly forceful, the outcome was effective, blending chaos with order. Lu Jinsen continued to harvest according to his own method, working faster than the other two groups. Yet, despite his speed, he struggled to control the force of his swings, causing the jujubes to fall haphazardly, occasionally bouncing off him. At this moment, the sun was rising, casting a bright yet tolerable glare. "Qijin, take a break." "Let me handle it," Qijin remarked, leisurely gathering jujubes from behind. Since Qijin had not assigned her to the more strenuous task, she had initially felt content. However, witnessing Lu Jinsen's swift actions made her acutely aware of the disparity in their efforts. Who would T want to win? "It's fine, sis. I'll speed up." "We'll soon be able to harvest jujubes," Qijin replied. "Just let me know if you need help. I'm a bit worried about Qijin's hands. He has been wielding the pole the entire time. Let your sister assist you. It's too taxing to do it alone. I feel for you." "Qijin, don't panic. They definitely can't win. In my heart, you will always be number one." In truth, Liao Jiaku and Liao Jia Yin were the most unfortunate. Although their group had the least amount of harvested jujubes, they lacked male assistance and had begun with just the two of them, falling further behind Qijin's team. Gazing at the row of unharvested jujube trees, Liao Jia Yin sighed, "My hands are so sore." Upon hearing this, Liao Jiaku looked up and saw her sister pausing, rubbing one arm with the other hand. She approached and offered, "Yin Yin, why don't you find a shaded spot to rest? I can handle this." Liao Jia Yin wished to do just that, but the thought of still being on camera and needing to complete the task with her sister made her hesitate. "Are you sure you can manage?" "I can," Liao Jiaka replied. She too felt fatigued and wished to rest, but it was not an option. Their progress was already limited, and if they both paused, it would be even more challenging to finish. "All right, I'll rest for a bit and then come back to help you." Kiki is certainly a responsible older sister, always concerned for her younger sibling, fearing she might suffer. If the esteemed actor Su were watching the live stream, he would surely feel for Kiki. The rules set by the production team are fundamentally unfair. This group consists entirely of girls. How can they compete with the other two groups? They should have been given some leeway from the start. I feel so sorry for these two sisters. I wish I could jump through the screen to assist them. Director, I advise you to be humane and let these two beauties be. Facing the blinding sun, Lu Jinsen diligently worked while Meng Chuyuan lingered by the fruit basket in the shade, munching on sweet jujubes while keeping an eye on his progress. Meng Chuyuan took a bite of the crisp jujube and remarked, "These jujubes are delightful, quite sweet. What is Meng Jie doing? If she is not working, how can she be eating?" "Oh my," Lu Jinsen is harvesting jujubes ahead while she is behind enjoying a snack. Is this truly acceptable? Could this sister not learn from the other older sisters next door and lend a hand? Never mind. Kiki and Qijia's understanding is something she cannot emulate. Lu Jinsen casually glanced back and noticed Meng Chuyuan snacking on jujubes, causing his mood to darken. Having skipped breakfast and now laboring under the sun, he felt frustrated that she was not only unhelpful but also indulging herself. Seeing her so leisurely, Lu Jinsen's irritation boiled over. He swung the bamboo pole with excessive force, causing the jujubes to rain down chaotically, one striking him squarely on the forehead. Not knowing where it had come from, it hurt quite a bit upon impact. Rubbing his forehead, Lu Jinsen's frustration surged. He angrily tossed the bamboo pole to the ground and turned to leave. The pole swayed slightly before dropping at Meng Chuyuan's feet. She looked up and saw Lu Jinsen preparing to walk away. "Where are you going?" she inquired. "None of your business," he snapped. "What's wrong? Can't handle losing?" Meng Chuyuan knew he was likely to storm off. Of course, if he chose to leave, she would not stop him. After all, participating in this variety show was merely a game for her. As for the tasks and their consequences, she felt no need to concern herself. Lu Jinsen, however, had a different stake. This was an integral part of his career, and failing could jeopardize his contract with the company. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jinsen hesitated, stopping mid-step. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned back, bent down, and picked up the bamboo pole, resuming his harvesting. Did I see that correctly? Lu Jinsen actually turned back and is willing to pick up the pole to continue working? When did Lu Jinsen become so obedient? This is hilarious. Wasn't he just furious? Ha 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 ha. He turned around as if he had transformed into a different person. No matter how angry he is. In front of Meng Jia, he remains compliant. Ha ha ha. Chapter 9. Winning the first amidst controversy. Lu Jinsen turned to Meng Chuyuan with an expressionless face and remarked, "Could you refrain from eating? We might not have enough to weigh later." "What a trivial matter. If necessary, you could simply take a few more swings," he added. Meng Chuyuan observed that after Lu Jinsen had exerted himself for a while, his efficiency was waning. After finishing the last jujube, she could no longer bear to watch. She rubbed her hands together, picked up a bamboo pole, and prepared to take matters into her own hands. Just then, the foreman approached. Noticing that Meng Chuyuan had yet to swing her pole, he kindly offered guidance. "You can angle the bamboo pole a bit. Like this?" Meng Chuyuan adjusted the angle. "No, that's too low. It won't reach the jujubes above." The foreman then adjusted the pole for her, but Meng Chuyuan, without realizing, quietly loosened her grip and stepped back. As it was rather cramped with them standing so close together, the foreman continued to hold the pole and instruct her, "Position it like this, then strike down." Meng Chuyuan remained beside him, watching as he swiftly knocked the jujubes from the tree with precision. The process was over in the blink of an eye. "You moved too quickly. I didn't catch that," she said. "Not to worry, I'll demonstrate again." The foreman, a genuinely warm-hearted individual, spoke of showing her once more while continuing to strike down jujubes without pause, enthusiastically conversing with Meng Chuyuan. Suddenly, the number of viewers in the live broadcast surged, seemingly drawn by Meng Chuyuan's efforts. However, as they continued to watch, the audience began to notice discrepancies. Why didn't she learn earlier? Now she seeks guidance? She doesn't appear to be inquiring at all. How can merely observing lead to learning? Is the foreman now her unpaid laborer? Isn't this a violation of the rules? The jujubes are practically dropping at her feet. She's employing a rather novel form of trickery. 666. I finally grasped that the jujubes are for their group. Nevertheless, Meng Chuyuan's thoughts were far from this. She merely wanted to show respect to her elder as the foreman enthusiastically continued his demonstrations. Unbeknownst to her, his eagerness led him to repeatedly strike the jujube trees, leaving Meng Chuyuan with no opportunity to participate. Lu Jinsen watched in confusion, but his eyes sparkled upon seeing the abundance of red jujubes at the base of the tree. Ultimately, Meng Chuyuan did contribute to the jujube gathering, and the overall result was commendable, earning approval from the foreman with nods of satisfaction. After 2 hours, Meng Chuyuan's group was the first to fill their basket with jujubes and carry it off for weighing. The final weight exceeded their initial by 3 kilograms. And as they were the first to complete the task, they earned 45 labor coins, plus an additional 5 coins for exceeding expectations. What is this? Is the production team blind? The foreman assisted them, yet they still received extra labor coins? Can trickery lead to victory? Is this fair to the other two groups? Laughing out loud, what's wrong with winning through cleverness? Did you not see they gained 3 kilograms? That surplus counts as the foreman's contribution, so their victory is justified. To those defending Lu Jinsen's group, are you hired to sway opinions? Trickery is trickery, and nothing can absolve that. They did perform well, let them have their win. But isn't the extra reward a bit excessive? Did you even pay attention? It wasn't Meng exploiting loopholes, the issue lies with the foreman. And the director never declared it a violation. You're fretting over nothing. Seeing that Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen had already secured their labor coins, the other two groups felt a sense of urgency. In a flurry, both groups completed their tasks within half an hour. Qijin and Qiyan earned 39 labor coins, while Liao Jiaka's group regrettably finished in third place with only 30 labor coins. As the live variety show continued to gain traction, numerous related topics began trending. Lu Jinsen group wins first amidst controversy. Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law disregards game rules. Liao Jiaka group suffers unfortunate defeat in variety task. Feeling sympathy for Liao Jiaka and Qijin's hands, a multitude of netizens, drawn by the trending titles, flocked to the live broadcast to watch the program. The next segment involved redeeming labor coins for food, with each type of food available in limited quantities. The rules dictated that they would utilize their recently acquired labor coins through an auction to obtain desired ingredients, with meat starting at a bid of 2 labor coins and vegetables at 1 labor coin, with the highest bidder winning. The production team unveiled today's menu. For meat, there were chicken breasts, beef, fish, roasted duck, and ribs. For vegetables, there were bok choy, lotus root, pumpkin, okra, tofu, corn, and yam. Before commencing the auction, the director allocated time for the guests to confer within their groups. Qijin turned to his sister and gently inquired, "Sister, what would you like to eat?" After a moment's contemplation, Qiyan replied, "Let's bid on a fish. It seems safer with less competition, and then perhaps some bok choy. If we still have coins afterward, we can acquire something else." Meanwhile, Liao Jiaka and Liao Jiayan were also strategizing. "Sister, I want to eat fish." Liao Jiaka nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. Let's bid on fish." "Wow, fish is currently quite popular. I'm crying in the restroom. Why is everyone choosing fish? Isn't beef delicious? Everyone desires fish, haha." "Go for it, Qijin." "Of course, my Kiki will get what she wants. She is the goddess of fortune." "Something feels off. I'm unreasonably envious of that fish." At this moment, Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan remained selectively silent, without any discussions or strategies, nor even a glance exchanged between them. 3 minutes later, the gong sounded, signaling the start of the first round of ingredient bidding. The director announced, "We will begin with the auction for chicken breasts, starting at 2 labor coins. Bidding begins now. Is there anyone interested?" All the guests remained silent, seemingly disinterested in the chicken breasts. When the director inquired again, Qijin suddenly felt tempted. "Sister, shall we go for it?" Qiyan pressed her lips together, hesitant but contemplating. Liao Jiaka's group had the least labor coins, making her more cautious and reluctant to make the first bid. After some thought, Qijin decided to play it safe. "Sister, how about we make a bid?" Everyone else is quiet. She nodded, saying, "Let us start with a labor coin and see if anyone else wants it. If not, it will be ours." Once they had conferred, Qijin called out to the director, 3 labor coins. "All right, 3 labor coins. Anyone else?" The director called out 3 times. And with no response from the other 2 groups, the chicken breasts were secured by Qijin's group. Sold. Chapter 10. Indispensable. Qijin and his group successfully secured a portion of chicken breast, which alleviated much of their pressure regarding the subsequent dishes. They could take as much as they desired, and even if they failed, it was of little consequence. The next item up for auction was beef, and the familiar bidding process ensued, with all 3 groups participating. After Meng Chuyuan made her final bid, the other 2 groups refrained from further bidding, as their labor currency was limited, and competing 7 labor coins for a portion of beef seemed impractical. Ultimately, Meng Chuyuan acquired the beef for 7 labor coins. Once the beef was handed over to Meng Chuyuan's group, the production team promptly presented the fish. Everyone raised their heads in unison, feeling the palpable pressure of competition from across the screen. Fish. It has finally made its way to the auction table. It must go to Keek's group. They currently have nothing. What if Qijin wants the fish too? I like both him and Kiki. Perhaps we could split the fish if it comes to that. I truly do not know how to choose. Help. I sense that this auction will be intensely competitive." As the director announced the commencement of the 3rd round of bidding, Liao Jiaka was the first to call out, 5 labor coins. Qijin followed with 6 labor coins. When it was Meng Chuyuan's turn, she confidently declared 12 labor coins. Her bold bid silenced the room, as no one anticipated such a fierce offer. Wow, 12 labor coins. How aggressive. With so much food available, why is she so determined to seize the fish? Is it intentional? Did she overhear the conversations of the other 2 groups? Otherwise, how could she suddenly start bidding for the fish? Perhaps the vase should just drink more water. Why bother with fish? Hurry and let it go for others. The director, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and reminded everyone through a megaphone, 12 labor coins. Is anyone else interested? Liao Jiaka glanced at her sister, who had expressed a desire for fish, and thus she hesitated to concede at this moment, just as she was about to raise her paddle to bid. Liao Jiayan unexpectedly restrained her wrist and, with a hint of disappointment, suggested, "Let it go. 12 coins is too much. Liao Jiaka protested. What if we could win? Did you not notice she is deliberately bidding high? It indicates her unwavering intent. Liao Jiaka. On the other side, Qi Yin maintained a rational perspective on the auction, advising Qi Zhan. Zhan, let us not bid. We should conserve some coins for other dishes. Qi Zhan nodded in agreement. All right, I'll heed your advice. After the director called out 12 coins 3 times, he promptly struck the gavel. Sold. What is happening? Is she really allowed to take the fish so easily? No way. The goddess of luck has evidently failed. With Meng, this ominous woman around, Kiki's chances of turning her luck seem bleak. This is infuriating. Why does no one dare to contend with her? How can one compete? With such an aggressive opening bid, she is clearly unwilling to leave room for others. As the auction concluded, Meng Chuyuan's group ended up with 2 meats and 3 vegetables, including beef and fish, as well as lotus root, okra, and corn. Qi Zhan's group acquired chicken breast, ribs, and bok choy, while the remaining ingredients were claimed by Liao Jiaka's group. The director announced that today's tasks had reached a temporary conclusion. And as everyone prepared to return to cook, Liao Jiaka approached Meng Chuyuan. Teacher Meng, may I trade you the roast duck for the fish? My sister wants to eat fish. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow. I can trade for anything but the fish. Look at this. Is this how one speaks? Teacher Meng? Does she even deserve that title? Kiki, hurry and leave. Don't plead with her. Roast duck is delicious too. There is no need to trade. What is there to flaunt? Who covets her fish? Kiki, run away. Don't get close to her. She brings bad luck. Seeing that Meng Chuyuan showed no signs of yielding, Liao Jiaka knew it was futile. I apologize for the disturbance. During the earlier auction, Lu Jinsen had stood beside Meng Chuyuan, entirely uninvolved and oblivious to her next move. However, the fish was too conspicuous to overlook. Lu Jinsen found it difficult to comprehend Meng Chuyuan's purpose in bidding for the fish, nor did he understand why she was unwilling to trade it with others. On their way back, Lu Jinsen could no longer restrain his curiosity. Do you enjoy eating fish? Meng Chuyuan turned her head, casting a calm glance at him. It's all right, but I don't feel like eating it today. Lu Jinsen, not in the mood? Then why did she bid for it? Is it just for the sake of showing off her coins? Would she rather waste them than give others a chance? Does she have some sort of mental affliction? If she didn't want it, why not let Kiki have the fish? I really want to give her a punch. What kind of nonsense is this? Not only did the audience fail to comprehend her actions, but Lu Jinsen also found it perplexing, unsure of how to address her behavior. Meng Chuyuan appeared to be in good spirits, walking with a spring in her step, even humming a little tune. Suddenly, Meng Chuyuan turned into a different alley, prompting Lu Jinsen to call out, "That's not the way back." Who said I'm going back? Meng Chuyuan glanced back at him, her pace unbroken. Just as Lu Jinsen was about to inquire about her destination, he was interrupted by Meng Chuyuan's voice. Grandma Zhang, I'm here to see you. At the corner stood a household that could be considered their neighbor. Yesterday, Meng Chuyuan and her group had borrowed some items from Grandma Zhang after moving into the adobe house. Grandma Zhang, whose mobility was limited and relied on a cane, enjoyed sitting alone in her small courtyard, lost in thought. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, Grandma Zhang's face brightened with a warm smile, and she attempted to rise from her chair to greet her. Please remain seated. I just came by to check on you. I'll be leaving shortly. Lu Jinsen stood at the doorway, hesitating for a moment before ultimately stepping inside, politely greeting Grandma Zhang. Hello, Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang, her speech somewhat unclear, replied, Good, good. Yesterday we borrowed some meat and eggs from you. Today we are returning a striped base. As she spoke, Meng Chuyuan lifted the fish in her hands and placed it on the small wooden table. Meng Chuyuan, this fish is still fresh. I've placed it on the table for you. Grandma Zhang was touched, her wrinkled hands reaching out to grasp Meng Chuyuan's. Thank you. It is we who should be thankful. I apologize for the trouble yesterday. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream became agitated, with fans rushing to flood the comment section. I'm sorry, I misjudged Sister Meng, thinking she was just showing off her coins, but the fish is for Grandma Zhang. I was too harsh with my words earlier. I apologize. Oh my, I suddenly feel like crying. What is happening? I miss my grandmother. I haven't been able to return home due to the pandemic. I really want to cry. Sister Ming still possesses a touch of kindness. I apologize for my previous reckless behavior. Lu Jinsen is quite polite too. I suddenly think he is a tad bit handsome. Chapter 11. For your request as mealtime approached. Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen emerged from Granny Zhang's home. Along the way, they could see wisps of smoke curling from the kitchens of various households, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air in delightful waves. For 2 individuals who had skipped breakfast, the sin of cooking was almost unbearable, intensifying their hunger to the point where they longed to hurry home and prepare a meal. However, upon returning home, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen slowed their pace, settling beneath the eaves to enjoy the cool shade, and the topic of cooking was conspicuously absent, as if they had already surrendered to a languorous afternoon. Why are you still sitting there? Aren't you hungry? Why haven't you started cooking? Seeing the two of them lounging about sparked an unexpected urge to laugh. Are they competing to see who can endure longer? I can see Meng Jie maintaining her composure, while Lu Jinsen seems to be battling countless ants in his mind. Mutual relaxation. Let's see who can relax better. Lu Jinsen was utterly inept in the kitchen, relying solely on Meng Chuyuan to take the initiative. As nearly 10 minutes passed since they entered the house, he had discreetly scrutinized her countless times, contemplating whether to inquire if she was ready to cook. With the temperature steadily rising, even doing nothing made the warmth of the sun palpable. Lu Jinsen fidgeted restlessly, unable to stay still, although Meng Chuyuan sat right beside him. The simplicity of turning his head to speak felt like a monumental struggle, and the words that hovered on his lips always seemed to retreat. Eventually, Lu Jinsen could no longer bear it and rose to head for the kitchen. To my surprise, the young master actually made the first move. I declare. In this silent battle of endurance, Meng Jie emerges victorious. Is he about to put on a show? Surely. The dishes prepared by the young master could fetch a fortune at auction. With that level of skill, I fear he might poison himself. Meng Chuyuan continued to rest with her eyes closed, seemingly oblivious, yet she sensed Lu Jinsen's underlying anxiety, particularly when he suddenly stood up and briskly passed by her, leaving no doubt as to his destination. She thought to herself that it would be amusing to let him fumble about for a while longer. She was in no rush to interrupt her well-deserved break. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Jinsen was met with the sight of unprocessed ingredients strewn across the countertop, rendering him utterly bewildered. He rummaged through the kitchen, turning over everything in sight, but found himself at a complete loss. With his hands on his hips, he paced in circles, staring blankly for a protracted period without making a move. Meng Chuyuan, sensing the lack of activity from the kitchen, opened her eyes, intending to check on him, only to find Lu Jinsen emerging from the kitchen unexpectedly. He hadn't anticipated locking eyes with Meng Chuyuan upon his exit. Awkwardly diverting his gaze, he stated with a stoic expression, "It's time to cook." Though their acquaintance was brief, Meng Chuyuan had gathered enough insight into Lu Jinsen's character to recognize that his demeanor was somewhat brusque, which she found displeasing. She raised an eyebrow, her displeasure evident. "Are you asking me or commanding me?" Lu Jinsen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he finally conceded, "Let's say I'm asking you." Noticing Meng Chuyuan's unyielding stance, he quickly added, "I beg you." "Fine, since you asked me," she replied, rising from her seat. "I'll prepare the meal." Just then, her own hunger chimed in. As Meng Chuyuan got up, she noticed Lu Jinsen still standing there, and with a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What are you waiting for?" "Go fetch some firewood." "Oh, today's young master is surprisingly obedient. Has he been threatened?" Ultimately, he bowed to the sister-in-law for the sake of a meal. The young master is demonstrating his ability to adapt to challenges. Not at all. It seems that life's trials have softened his edges. Meanwhile, the Chixian team's dishes were just being served, signaling the start of their meal. Liao Jiaka, who had just returned from Zhuang, had been busy in the kitchen and was now ready to eat. Liao Jiayin, unfortunately, was experiencing her monthly discomfort, her mood dampened and fatigue evident. Upon returning, she informed her sister that she felt unwell and desired to lie down. Understanding her sister's condition, Liao Jiaka borrowed some brown sugar from a neighbor and prepared ginger-infused brown sugar water for her. Yin Yin? Liao Jiaka entered with the freshly brewed beverage, only to find her sister asleep in bed, prompting her to tread softly. However, Liao Jiayin, plagued by pain, could not find solace in sleep, and upon hearing the noise, she opened her eyes. Seeing her sister awake, Liao Jiaka sat beside her on the bed, gently asking, "Are you feeling any better? Come, have some brown sugar water." "I just made it." Liao Jiayin propped herself up, accepting the cup from her sister's hands and taking a sip. Liao Jiaka, ever attentive, cautioned, "Be careful. It's hot." Once her sister finished the drink, Liao Jiaka took the cup back and said, "Dinner is ready. Let us eat together. I have no appetite." "You go ahead." Liao Jiayin adjusted her blanket, opting to lie down again. "I want to rest a bit longer." Liao Jiaka sighed softly but remained gentle and caring. "I'll save some food for you, and keep it warm." After lunch, the guests enjoyed a 2-hour siesta before returning to the fields at 2:30 in the afternoon. Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen's progress was perpetually a step behind. While the other teams were ready to rest, they were just now finishing their meal, which extended well past 1 o'clock. The heat of the day was still palpable, and after washing the dishes, Lu Jinsen intended to take a nap. But Meng Chuyuan decided to venture outside. Noticing her donning a sun hat, Lu Jinsen, as he was heading to his room, curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Meng Chuyuan glanced back at him and replied, "I ate too much. I'm going for a stroll. Would you like to join?" Lu Jinsen coldly declined. "No. Isn't that a bit absurd? Who would go out at this hour?" With that he turned, leaving her with only his retreating figure. As Meng Chuyuan adjusted her hat, she noticed the camera crew behind her. Spotting the cameraman still filming, she raised an eyebrow and teased, "Are you planning to follow me outside?" The cameraman replied, "Yes." After a moment's contemplation, Meng Chuyuan responded, "Thank you for your efforts." Chapter 12. Even picking up trash can trend on social media. She simply cannot sit still. She must find something to showcase herself. During the lunch break. "If you don't rest, don't complain about exhaustion later. Unwilling to work, are we?" She doesn't mind the fatigue. "I'm truly impressed." Of course. She is not tired. She has others doing the work for her, and a young master at her side to command. Perhaps she is merely seeking more camera time. Taking advantage of everyone's lunch break to garner attention, Meng Chuyuan strolled along a narrow path leading from the earthen house to the wheat fields awaiting harvest. Under the sunlight, the fields gleamed like gold, while the gentle autumn breeze stirred layer upon layer of ripples. She had traversed this path earlier in the morning when the sky was still shrouded in gray, the air fresh and invigorating. Imbued with the earthy aroma of soil, a delightful experience. Familiar with the terrain, she exuded a sense of purpose in her leisurely walk. The viewers in the live stream found the scene unengaging and, noticing her aimless demeanor, candidly commented, "What is she doing? Surely she won't just keep walking for a few fleeting moments of fame? Must be bored out of her mind. Can someone clarify what she intends to do? I just entered the live stream, and this is what I'm shown. Is she not feeling the heat? Doesn't she think she'll get sunburned? My goodness." The comment section buzzed with lively chatter, the majority criticizing Meng Chuyuan for her apparent idleness. While the number of viewers in the live stream gradually dwindled, unbeknownst to her, Meng Chuyuan continued along the path, provoking even the dogs to gaze at her quizzically. Just as everyone began to deem her insane and the content unbearable, she abruptly halted and squatted down. The photographer, who had been trailing her, found it difficult to capture her from the front, but at the moment she crouched, he adjusted his equipment to frame her perfectly. There she was, crouched by the roadside, reaching for a red plastic bag nestled in the grass, and after standing up and walking a few paces, she picked up an empty water bottle. Is she picking up trash? What is the purpose? Is she going to sell it? Is she that short on cash? Miss. Wearing such a large diamond ring, are you seriously picking up trash by the roadside? I'm dying from the earlier comments. Picking up trash while wearing a diamond ring, haha. Trending alert, a wealthy woman picks up trash on a variety show. Ah, I just entered and missed the trash picking part. Does anyone have a recording? I heard the scene of her picking up trash was beautiful. I'm also seeking that. In reality, Meng Chuyuan was merely tidying up the litter, intending to dispose of it in a nearby trash bin at the village entrance. To her surprise, a netizen had created a trending topic for her, and its popularity continued to rise, with some even compiling clips of the live stream, drawing a wave of onlookers into the room. Although the later viewers missed the trash collecting scene, many were captivated by Meng Chuyuan's beauty, prompting them to stay and watch the live stream. I'm curious what brand of trash this is that a beauty would pick up. Didn't see her pick up trash, but I did see a stunning lady. This visit was worth it. Who lacks the discernment to call this beautiful lady a wealthy woman's reject? Is it true that the lady's marriage is unfortunate? Why not leave him and be with me? Even trash has beautiful women picking it up, yet I can't encounter any beauties. Help. Her looks, I wouldn't dare edit them. She is naturally stunning. Someone, I need all the information on this beauty within 10 seconds. As Meng Chuyuan approached an incline, she noticed an elderly man pulling a four-wheeled cart laden with several baskets of sweet potatoes. The path was rugged with gravel, unfriendly to the cart's wheels, especially as it ascended, giving the cart a precarious sway. Meng Chuyuan hurried forward, supporting the back of the cart with her hands to assist the elderly man in pushing it uphill. The old man sensed a force aiding him from behind. Soon, the cart successfully crested the hill. He turned to glance back, astonished to discover that the one helping him was a young girl. Observing her fair complexion, he realized she didn't seem to belong to their village, yet she exuded an approachable warmth that made those around her feel at ease. The elderly man gazed at her, expressing his gratitude. Child, thank you for your help. Meng Chuyuan smiled brightly. It's nothing, just a small effort. She stepped closer, positioning herself to shield the old man from the sun's glare, and glanced at the cart brimming with sweet potatoes. Her curiosity piqued. Grandpa, where are you taking all these sweet potatoes? The elderly man, donning a straw hat and slightly hunched, wore a white shirt soaked with sweat, his face glistening from exertion. He looked up at Meng Chuyuan, a kind smile gracing his features. I'm heading home. Meng Chuyuan nodded thoughtfully. Where is your home? Let me help you carry it back. The old man pointed toward a house in the distance, not far, just up ahead. I'll assist you. Initially reluctant. The old man was swayed by Meng Chuyuan's enthusiasm as she eagerly took over the cart. Is this an act? To be fair, this young lady is truly stunning. Under the blazing sun, she seems to radiate light. Who is this young lady? A fresh face, beautiful and kind-hearted. I'm a fan now. Why does everything she does appear beautiful? My goodness, she is a masterpiece. Approximately 3 minutes later, Meng Chuyuan wheeled the cart of sweet potatoes into the old man's yard. Inside, the elderly woman heard the commotion outside and emerged, only to find a stranger had brought home their sweet potatoes. She looked at her husband, puzzled. Old man, who is this girl? She helped me push the cart uphill when it became difficult. Meng Chuyuan unloaded the baskets of sweet potatoes, and after placing the last one down, she turned to the elderly woman and smiled. Hello, Grandma. Good child. Thank you for your efforts. The elderly woman felt an immediate warmth from Meng Chuyuan's smile, especially when she addressed her as Grandma, reminiscent of her own granddaughter. Most of the village's younger residents had sought work elsewhere, leaving only the elderly behind, and their children would only return during holidays for brief visits. Accustomed to the quietness of their home, the sudden arrival of a guest brought immense joy to the elderly couple. The grandmother invited Meng Chuyuan inside for tea, offering fruits as well. Child, would you prefer tea or water? I'll pour it for you. There are fruits on the table for you to enjoy. Grandma, just water for me. All right, I'll pour it for you. The grandmother returned with a glass of water and handed it to Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan graciously expressed her thanks. Thank you, Grandma. She glanced at the photographer accompanying her, who was sweating profusely and appeared sunburned from the heat. Turning to him, she offered the water. Have a drink. You've worked hard. The photographer was taken aback, astonished by her considerate gesture. Help? I adore how she pays attention to details. I'm already a fan, everyone. She instinctively thought to serve the photographer first. How wonderful. Photographer, thank you. You finally remembered me. You should drink some water too, sister. You've got sweat on your forehead. How can someone be so graceful in every action? Thank you. The photographer seemed somewhat taken aback. He wished to withdraw his hand to receive the camera but was unsure how to manage the device, resulting in a flustered demeanor and a slight shake of the live stream. Observing the photographer struggling to hold the camera with one hand, Meng Chuyuan stepped forward to assist, saying, Take a break. Let me hold it for you. As the photographer handed the camera to her, the viewers in the live stream witnessed the frame gradually zoom in on Meng Chuyuan's visage, the lens directly capturing her face. Her fair and flawless complexion resembled that of a peeled egg, her long and thick eyelashes framing her sparkling, deep-set eyes, which were utterly captivating. Wow, Meng's sister can actually handle the close-up shot. Help, this lady's features are simply exquisite. It seems she truly isn't wearing makeup. There's a fine sheen of sweat at her forehead, and stray hairs cling to her cheeks. Her pores are so refined. Such a naturally beautiful complexion. I'm in awe. Who claimed this morning that Meng's sister was made up? They must be eating their words now. She is presenting herself completely barefaced. Her skin seems to require minimal foundation. She could even forego makeup entirely. It's small and fair. I'm utterly envious. Oh my. How did I just discover such a treasure? She is truly breathtaking. The elderly lady watched as Meng Chuyuan handed water to the photographer and then held the camera. In the next moment, she stepped forward to clear some items from the table, gently patting the now tidy surface before glancing at Meng Chuyuan, saying, Child, you can place things here. Thank you, Grandma, Meng Chuyuan replied. However, the table was rather low. Placing the camera there would not capture the individuals properly. After exchanging polite words of thanks with the elderly lady, Meng Chuyuan continued to hold the camera until the photographer finished his drink and wiped the sweat from his brow before reclaiming the device from her. The elderly lady, quick to notice that Meng Chuyuan's hands were finally free, returned to pour her a glass of water. The elderly man, having been occupied in the melon field and missing out on a hot meal, was urged by his wife to hurry to the kitchen as she mentioned that the food was ready. In discussing the meal, the elderly lady casually inquired, Child, have you had lunch yet? If not, let Grandpa prepare a couple of extra dishes for us to share. I'll go get it, said the elderly man, turning toward the kitchen. Just as Meng Chuyuan took a sip of water, she saw the eager elderly man and quickly intervened. No need, Grandpa. I've already eaten. You should go enjoy your meal. Upon hearing her refusal, the elderly man did not insist further and went to the kitchen alone. allowing Meng Chuyuan to sit and chat with the elderly lady for a while. Where are you from, child? You don't seem like you're from around here. The elderly lady said. Meng Chuyuan revealed her hometown. I am from Haicheng. Speaking of this, Meng Chuyuan realized she could not recall the last time she had been back. And her memories of Haicheng had begun to blur. She was even reluctant to mention her past. The elderly lady responded with a soft "oh," then curiously asked, "What brings you to our village? What are you here for?" Noticing the photographer beside Meng Chuyuan, the elderly lady's curiosity deepened. They were usually preoccupied with farming and spent most of their time at home, rarely leaving the village, and were completely unaware of the outside world. We are here to record a variety show, Meng Chuyuan explained. Concerned that the elderly lady might not understand, she added, "It's just for fun. We'll be leaving in a couple of days." The elderly lady nodded, somewhat comprehending, "Just for fun. Is it enjoyable here?" Meng Chuyuan smiled yes. The environment here is quite pleasant. Seeing Meng Chuyuan express satisfaction with their surroundings, the elderly lady beamed with pride, saying, "I also think our village is quite nice." It seemed that the elderly lady rarely had someone to converse with, and she eagerly continued to engage Meng Chuyuan. "Child, how old are you this year?" "Grandma." "I am 23, Meng Chuyuan replied. 23, indeed. Do you have a boyfriend?" Meng Chuyuan shook her head gently, responding with poise, "No boyfriend. But I do have a husband." "Husband? Wasn't she said to have been abandoned by her husband? Didn't she get cast aside on her wedding day? How could a cast-off claim to have a husband? Perhaps he merely needed a decorative vase and brought her home. Let us not jump to conclusions. The rumors online have yet to be confirmed. What if it's not even her? After all, such a stunning young lady, how could she be a wealthy family's discarded wife? If she is, her husband must be blind. Grandma, I must take my leave now. My younger brother is waiting for me at home. So I won't disturb you any longer." After chatting with the elderly lady for a few minutes, Meng Chuyuan felt she had been out long enough, and it was time to return. The elderly lady's expression turned slightly forlorn upon hearing that she was leaving. "Are you leaving already? Won't you stay a bit longer? We've been out for quite some time. We really should go. Besides, we are still recording the show. And the lunch break is almost over. We have tasks to complete shortly." Seeing that Meng Chuyuan was determined to leave, the elderly lady did not insist further. However, just as Meng Chuyuan was about to depart, the elderly lady suddenly called out to her, "Child, wait a moment. I'll get you something." When Meng Chuyuan turned around, the elderly lady had already gone inside. In a short while, Meng Chuyuan watched as the elderly lady emerged with 2 large bags, approaching her and handing over the items. "Child, these are homegrown walnuts, chestnuts, and sweet potatoes. Take them back to eat." "Grandma, you are too kind," Meng Chuyuan replied. These were the fruits of their labor, and she felt unworthy of accepting gifts from them after merely assisting the elderly man. "Oh, child, there is no need to be polite with me. Just take them," the elderly lady insisted, pressing the bags into her hands. Unable to refuse the 2 elderly folks, Meng Chuyuan finally relented. "Then I shall accept them. Thank you." "Grandpa and Grandma, that is more like it. Do come by when you have the time, and bring your brother along." Meng Chuyuan nodded in agreement. "All right, goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma." Chapter 14. The serenity of time. Lu Jinsen indulged in a delightful afternoon nap, awakening to find that Meng Chuyuan had yet to return. With merely 17 minutes remaining before their gathering, and the journey proving somewhat lengthy, a delay would inevitably result in tardiness. Had she already departed? The thought cast a shadow over Lu Jinsen's countenance, leaving him with the unsettling sensation of being forsaken. Irritated, he exited the small courtyard, only to raise his gaze and spot Meng Chuyuan hurrying towards him. She entered without paying much heed to his expression, approaching him directly and handing over a rather heavy bag of sweet potatoes. "Help me carry this. My hands are getting tired." Taken aback for a moment, Lu Jinsen instinctively reached out to accept the bag before he could formulate a more elaborate response. The sight of her not having abandoned him lightened his mood slightly. He glanced down at the hefty sack in his hands and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Where did this come from? You didn't buy it, did you?" Meng Chuyuan regarded his question as somewhat foolish and rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Do you really think I have money to buy such things right now?" Realizing his approach was misguided, Lu Jinsen felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to salvage some dignity. "So, you went foraging?" Afternoon tasks for the guests entailed assisting the villagers in planting spinach. While the other groups arrived punctually at the meeting point by 2:30, Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan were conspicuously absent. The director, growing increasingly impatient, checked the live stream for Meng Chuyuan's group and discovered they were still en route. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he was taken aback to find the live stream for Meng Chuyuan's group unusually lively. The director was momentarily stunned, doubting his own senses and rubbing his eyes for clarity. To his astonishment, the viewer count was steadily rising. What have I missed? During their wait, the director remained glued to the live stream, completely forgetting about the other two groups. Having produced the show for 2 seasons, he initially believed that the first season had reached its peak. However, the data for Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen's group exceeded his expectations, even breaking the previous season's popularity records. Checking his phone for trending topics, he was astonished to find that during the afternoon break, Meng Chuyuan's outing had generated several trending hashtags. The abandoned lady of a wealthy family collects trash on a variety show. Meng Chuyuan's natural beauty revealed. Meng Chuyuan claims she is single, but has a husband. The director was surprised by the sudden surge in trending topics and even more so by their effectiveness in attracting viewers to the show. Watching the excitement in their live stream grow, the director's smile gradually returned, his earlier irritation inexplicably dissipating. Meanwhile, the other two groups remained in place, their audience's anticipation waning as they awaited the arrival of Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan. Why has the director come out to explain the process yet? Are they waiting for those two who are late? Why is the director showing favoritism? Those two have no team spirit, and they're late to the show. How can the production team tolerate this? This is ridiculous. They're wasting everyone's time. For someone of their age, how can they make everyone wait? Help? They are more trouble than they are worth. Meanwhile, could you walk a little faster? Lu Jinsen called out, finding that Meng Chuyuan was lagging behind, causing him irritation. The distance between them was a few meters, yet he had to stop and wait for her, while she ambled along at her own pace. What's the rush? We're already late, she replied leisurely. Lu Jinsen couldn't help but agree. Her reasoning was quite sound. A minute late is still late. And so is 2. Since the outcome would be tardiness regardless, why not allow themselves to be a bit more comfortable? Seeing her unhurried demeanor calmed Lu Jinsen's agitation, and he began to match her leisurely pace. Help? Watching them feels like a flashback to my school days when I was late. But seeing someone else late too suddenly eases my anxiety. Still, being late is never good. This must be the group even the director can't manage. For some reason, watching Meng Jie gives me a sense of tranquil time. Laughing hard, whether we're punished or not, at least we're in this together. Perhaps no one anticipated that Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen would be so late, keeping the director and other guests waiting for a full 10 minutes. However, the director, elated by the rising show data, bore no anger towards their tardiness, as if he had already forgiven them in his heart, not mentioning their delay. The other guests could only turn a blind eye. Each group received a hoe, vegetable seeds, a bucket of water, and 3 equally sized plots of land. The first group to complete the planting would earn 40 labor coins, while the second group would receive 32 labor coins and a portion of seasonal fruit. The third group would receive no additional rewards, only 24 labor coins. Liao Jiayin, feeling unwell, had taken a half-day leave from the show, thus absent from the live stream. The audience was eager to see how the production team would accommodate her group's missing member. What about Kiki? What will happen to my Kiki? Poor Kiki is all alone. Can you arrange a helper for Kiki, or at least lighten her workload? Please. Can the production team show some humanity and check on my Kiki? Stop bullying her. Hold on. We haven't even discussed Kiki's group situation yet. Unfortunately, the director did not reduce the workload for Liao Jiayin's group due to their unique circumstances, nor did he provide any external assistance. After explaining the task rules, Liao Jiayin accepted her plot of land without complaint, beginning to weed and till the soil. Meanwhile, Qizhen and Qiyin also set to work. Meng Chuyuan, carrying a bucket and holding seeds and a small stool, walked with Lu Jinsen to the farthest plot, which had yet to be tended. Just as Meng Chuyuan was about to reach the vegetable patch, the audience anticipated her to start working, only to see her merely pass by the patch and head towards another area, finding a shaded spot beneath a large tree. She chose a relatively flat area to place her stool and settle down comfortably. Chapter 15. Enlisting Lu Jinsen in the art of leisure. Lu Jinsen strode into the vegetable garden, hoe in hand, only to find Meng Chuyuan reclining under the shade of a tree. His countenance darkened, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He averted his gaze from her and began tilling the soil under the scorching sun. Lu Jinsen, with a hoe in hand, resignation is my only recourse. The village had been deprived of rain for days, rendering the earth as hard as stone. Sufficient force was required to make the hoe effective. Everyone had participated in the jujube harvest that morning, and despite a brief midday respite, they were now faced with another physically demanding task, leaving their hands feeling utterly spent. Qizhen and his sister coordinated seamlessly. Although each group had only one hoe, they alternated its use, allowing them to progress more swiftly than the other teams. In contrast, Lu Jinsen and Liao Jiaka toiled away independently. Lu Jinsen fared slightly better, his strong arms enabling him to loosen the soil with a single swing of the hoe. Liao Jiaka, however, possessed less strength and required multiple strikes to achieve the same effect. Despite being the first to begin working in the field, she was now clearly lagging behind. Seeing Liao Jiaka laboring alone in a barren patch of land, drenched in sweat, fans in the live stream's comment section expressed their concern. "My dearest Kiki, perhaps you should take a break. This show is truly exploitative. I just peeked into the neighboring live stream and saw that woman, Meng, lounging in the shade. Seeing our Kiki working so diligently fills me with anger and a sense of injustice on her behalf. I don't think it's fair to blame the show for being exploitative. After all, the show is called Brothers and Sisters Advancing Together. I believe the director's approach is entirely reasonable. Whether or not to complete the task and how to do so is up to each individual. She's toiling away without a word of complaint. I truly admire Keek's lack of pretension. I knew I made the right choice in supporting her. I can't bear to watch you suffer like this. Perhaps we should withdraw from the show." After laboring in the field for approximately 5 minutes, Lu Jinsen paused to rest. He propped the hoe against the ground and instinctively reached for the hem of his shirt to wipe the sweat from his face. As he looked up, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Meng Chuyuan. Seeing her sitting idly, even amusing herself by picking up fallen leaves, a flicker of resentment crossed Lu Jinsen's face. He withdrew his hand and strode towards Meng Chuyuan. She remained seated, surrounded by fallen leaves which she was fashioning into various shapes. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and a cool voice echoed in her ear. "Had your fill of recreation?" "Not at all. I've barely begun," Meng Chuyuan replied without looking up, recognizing Lu Jinsen's voice. Lu Jinsen opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, a sigh of utter helplessness escaped his lips. Once she had finished folding the leaf in her hand, Meng Chuyuan finally glanced at Lu Jinsen. A subtle smile played on her lips, revealing a hint of mischief. "Are you here to persuade me to work?" Lu Jinsen's eyes narrowed, a hint of displeasure in his expression. "Do you intend to simply reap the rewards of others' efforts?" He was struggling to keep up on his own, and seeing Meng Chuyuan sitting idly filled him with resentment. It was supposed to be a group effort, so why should he be the only one working? Meng Chuyuan recognized his resentment, but she remained composed. "Come, let's converse for a moment." She beckoned him closer, then rose to her feet and walked behind the tree. Lu Jinsen hesitated before joining her, standing shoulder to shoulder. The cameraman, carrying his equipment, attempted to approach them, but Meng Chuyuan turned and gestured for him to stay back. The cameraman immediately halted, remaining in place. What secrets are they sharing? What could they possibly be discussing that we can't hear? Why are they preventing the filming? So mysterious. Oh my goodness. Meng's gesture was so stylish. I'm completely smitten. I've never seen the young master so obedient. I must admit, Meng has a certain charm. The young master seems to be at her beck and call now, haha. Can the cameraman sneak around to the back and film them discreetly? I'm dying to know what they're saying. Lu Jinsen was taken aback that she had summoned him only to prevent the cameraman from following. Regaining his composure, he looked at Meng Chuyuan. Puzzled, "What do you wish to discuss?" Meng Chuyuan glanced at him, then raised her chin, directing his gaze forward. Lu Jinsen followed her gaze, but his brow furrowed in confusion, as if he didn't understand her intention. "Do you see it?" Meng Chuyuan asked, raising an eyebrow. Lu Jinsen was curious. "What am I supposed to be looking at?" "Liao Jiaka." Lu Jinsen's gaze returned to Liao Jiaka, his eyes fixed on her. After a moment, he averted his gaze, his voice cold. "I see her." "What of it?" Meng Chuyuan raised her head, a meaningful look in her eyes, and said with a raised eyebrow, "With her in such a state, do you have the heart to win?" Lu Jinsen. He simply wanted to finish the task as quickly as possible and be done with it. He hadn't given it much thought. However, Meng Chuyuan's words had struck a chord, and he began to reflect on whether he should be more chivalrous in this situation. Before Lu Jinsen could voice his thoughts, Meng Chuyuan gently patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "One must rest when rest is needed." Lu Jinsen replied stoically, "Understood." After their conversation, Lu Jinsen turned and walked towards a large rock, where he promptly sat down. Shortly after, Meng Chuyuan returned to her small stool and resumed playing with the leaves she had collected. What's going on now? What did Meng say to Lu Jinsen? Why is he slacking off now? What happened? Did the young master get turned? Wasn't he just urging the young mistress to work? Why is he slacking off now? I don't know why, but maybe it's because my life is too tiring. Seeing them slacking off like this is so satisfying. 1. The slacking off group is my source of joy, ha ha ha. It feels like when they're together, the sky rains down 5 words. It's not a problem, ha 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 ha. Chapter 16. Unexpected turns as Meng Chuyuan finished plucking the last leaf. She turned to glance behind her and noticed that Liao Jiaka's patch of land had only been tilled to a quarter of its potential. In contrast, the siblings from the chief family were making commendable progress, having cleared more than half of their overgrown plot. A complex expression flickered in Meng Chuyuan's eyes as she surveyed the disparity between the groups. After a moment, she laid the nearby water bucket on its side and gave it a gentle push, allowing it to roll to Lu Jinsen's feet. Startled by her sudden action, he looked up at her with a puzzled expression. Meng Chuyuan instructed him to fetch some water. What do we need water for? Lu Jinsen asked. But Meng Chuyuan offered no response. Accepting her silence, he picked up the bucket and went to find a water source. Before long, he returned with a full bucket. While Meng Chuyuan stood by the vegetable patch, a red scoop in hand, she directed Lu Jinsen to place the bucket aside and to pick up the hoe lying in the soil. What are you planning to do? Lu Jinsen was utterly bewildered by her intentions. Yet, despite his confusion, he willingly complied with her requests. Bending down, Meng Chuyuan scooped a ladle of water from the bucket and sprinkled it over the soil, responding to Lu Jinsen's earlier inquiry. Of course, I'm watering the ground to loosen the soil. Otherwise, if you keep using that hoe like this, it will soon become useless. Lu Jinsen suddenly realized the wisdom behind her actions. Meng Jia has such attention to detail. This method is quite ingenious. The details truly determine success or failure. Others chimed in, praising her intelligence and beauty. Meng Chuyuan relies not on brute strength, but on intellect. As Meng Chuyuan continued to water the soil, she noticed Lu Jinsen standing idly. What are you doing just standing there? Get to work. Lu Jinsen blinked in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe he had heard her correctly. No? She looked at him, half amused, and replied, Did I say tomorrow? What a fickle woman she was. Just moments ago, she had allowed him to rest, and now she was demanding he work. With the hoe in hand, Lu Jinsen resumed tilling the damp earth. Half an hour later, their team had nearly completed the task of loosening the soil. They then proceeded to uproot the remaining weeds and break apart any clumps of unprocessed soil. Lu Jinsen took charge of the tilling while Meng Chuyuan mysteriously vanished from the live stream. When she returned, she carried a heavy burlap sack. Lu Jinsen caught a glimpse of the dirty sack and caught a whiff of a pungent odor. He instinctively stepped back, his brow furrowing in distaste. What are you carrying? Without missing a beat, Meng Chuyuan replied, manure. At her words, Lu Jinsen's face paled, and he covered his mouth and nose, retreating further from her. She had noticed that this land had been left fallow for too long and the soil was poor, which prompted her to procure some organic fertilizer from the villagers. Look at you, so pathetic, Meng Chuyuan scorned, extending her hand for the hoe. After Lu Jinsen handed it over, he retreated to a shaded spot to rest. Meng Chuyuan emptied the contents of the sack into the soil, mixing the organic fertilizer as she tilled. Using organic fertilizer? It seems Meng Jia truly understands farming, others remarked, impressed by her practical skills. Once she had evenly distributed the manure, she turned to find Lu Jinsen and tossed him a handful of spinach seeds. He caught them effortlessly. With a calm demeanor, Meng Chuyuan instructed, plant the seeds later, all right? He frowned, his tone cold. Why me? The recent addition of manure had made him instinctively resist the task. Why can't it be you? Or is this small task too much for you to handle? Her words left him speechless. Seeing his silence, Meng Chuyuan pulled an unopened mask from her coat pocket and handed it to him. This might be useful for you. Without hesitation, he accepted the mask, holding it tightly in his hand. She reminded him again, remember to plant the seeds later. I've prepared the furrows. Just scatter the seeds evenly and then cover them with a layer of straw ash. Lu Jinsen responded with a simple, After giving her instructions, Meng Chuyuan took the hoe and headed towards Liao Jiaka. Liao Jiaka had been toiling for quite some time and had only managed to loosen half of her soil. As someone who had never worked the fields before, she could only rely on sheer effort, moving at her own pace. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out from behind her. I'll help you. Curious, Liao Jiaka turned to see Meng Chuyuan approaching with a hoe. At that moment, her eyes glistened with tears of joy, as if overwhelmed by emotion. Oh my, two stunning beauties in the same live stream. Is this a crossover? Wow. No one can stop me. I'm officially a fan of Meng Jia. How I adore this thoughtful Meng Jia. Who would have thought that the person I least liked would come to help Jiaka? When Meng Chuyuan reached her side and set the hoe to the ground, it took Liao Jiaka a moment to respond with a simple, thank you. Just a small effort. No need for thanks. Liao Jiaka seized the opportunity to chat, asking, have you finished your work? Meng Chuyuan softly replied, not yet. Really? Then why are you here to help me? Meng Chuyuan glanced in Lu Jinsen's direction. With that guy around, it's no trouble. Liao Jiaka noted that they had been recording together for 2 days, yet they had all been busy with their respective tasks, leaving little time for personal interaction. To Liao Jiaka, Meng Chuyuan remained somewhat enigmatic. While everyone else was overwhelmed with work, Meng Chuyuan was often seen resting. It wasn't that she was lazy, rather. She seemed to surprise everyone by completing assigned tasks in the shortest time possible. Chapter 17. The Mask of Suffering. Lu Jinsen sat for quite some time, staring at the patch of land that had been fertilized, his heart wrestling with countless thoughts. He contemplated giving up, considering calling Meng Chuyuan back to handle it herself. He raised his head to scan the surroundings, earnestly searching for Meng Chuyuan's figure, only to discover that she had run off with a hoe to assist Liao Jiaka. It was perplexing that she was neglecting her own responsibilities to aid another. However, recognizing her good intentions, he decided to let it go. Finally, stealing his resolve, he tore open the packaging of the mask and stood up, taking the spinach seeds to the garden. The twin Chi duo had initially been making smooth progress, but unexpectedly encountered a slight setback. Their hoe had come apart. Chi Yin squatted down, observing the detached hoe and wooden handle with a furrowed brow, feeling utterly helpless. She extracted the hoe from the soil and looked up at Qi Zhan, her eyes pleading. What should we do? Qi Zhan, upon seeing the broken hoe, was momentarily taken aback. Is it broken? It's just loose, not broken. Let me take a look. He approached, took the hoe and handle from her, and even picked up a small piece of wood from the ground, attempting to reassemble the hoe. However, without a hammer, they were unable to secure the handle firmly. So Qi Zhan stood the hoe upright and struck its base against the hard ground, trying to make it stable. After a while, he deemed the hoe usable and returned to the garden to test it, only to find that it could work, and he resumed tilling the soil. Yet, within less than 2 minutes, the hoe became loose again. Reluctantly, Qi Zhan had to pause to repair it. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen had already scattered the seeds and was beginning to cover the soil. With Meng Chuyuan's assistance, Liao Jiaka gradually caught up with the others' progress. Qi Yin watched the other guests busily working, contrasting her own forced pause due to the hoe's malfunction, which soon ignited a feeling of unwillingness to fall behind. Observing Qi Zhan's struggles with the hoe, her expression dimmed, and a hint of annoyance flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, she walked over, pushing Qi Zhan aside. Her voice tinged with irritation. I'll do it. Qi Yin, known for her impatience and competitive spirit, could not bear to see Liao Jiaka about to overtake them. Reluctantly, Qi Zhan stepped aside, watching her take over. Seeing her flustered attempts to fix the hoe, Qi Zhan supported his chin with his hand, covering his mouth, revealing a bemused expression. It seemed that the presence of cameras heightened Qi Yan's anxiety, making her appear even more frantic as she hurried to repair the hoe. Whether it was nerves or the heat, her face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. In her haste to fix the hoe, she exerted too much force, inadvertently damaging her manicure. Ouch! As she noticed the nail fragment detach from her finger, a fleeting look of pain crossed her face, as if her heart were bleeding. Qi Zhan, hearing the faint tearing sound, leaned closer with concern. Sis, are you okay? Despite having just lost a nail, Qi Yin feigned composure. I'm fine. Though she did not voice her mishap, Qi Zhan had already noticed the broken nail. He regarded her with a complex expression before gently taking the hoe from her hands, saying softly, let me handle it. Simultaneously, Meng Chuyuan had finished helping Liao Jiaka with tilling the soil. Feeling the task was manageable, Liao Jiaka hesitated to involve her. Teacher Meng, I can handle the rest alone. You should go rest. Meng Chuyuan lifted her gaze, looking at her with a calm expression. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Since Liao Jiaka had initiated the suggestion, Meng Chuyuan did not insist. All right, I'll head back. However, before departing, she casually remarked to Liao Jiaka, I noticed a faucet over there. You might want to find a hose to connect and bring it over here. That way, you won't have to tire yourself fetching water. Meng Chuyuan took her hoe and departed, passing by Qi Zhan and Qi Yin's garden, where she saw them struggling to fix the hoe. Instinctively, she altered her course to approach them. Qi Yin, having watched for a while without seeing Qi Zhan repair the hoe, voiced her doubt. Can you really fix it? Qi Zhan maintained a serious demeanor, replying calmly, just give me a bit more time. Just then, Meng Chuyuan arrived, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere. Yet, due to the circumstances, she didn't dwell on it and directly inquired, is your hoe broken? The Qi siblings looked up simultaneously at her arrival. Qi Zhan, momentarily stunned upon realizing it was Meng Chuyuan, nodded gently. Use mine. In the next instant, Meng Chuyuan handed her hoe to him. For some reason, Qi Zhan felt as if he had seen the dawn as Meng Chuyuan appeared, the sternness of his face gradually giving way to a smile. He spoke gently. You're lending us your hoe, but what about your garden? Even though they were in dire need of a hoe, Qi Zhan had not forgotten that Meng Chuyuan was also engaged in her task. Meng Chuyuan glanced at Lu Jinsen, who was diligently watering nearby. a faint smile gracing her lips. Qixin, following her gaze, observed Lu Jinsen nearing completion of his work, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Chapter 18. Caring for others' children. Qi Yin stood by like a ghost, her gaze fixed intently on Meng Chuyuan. The moment Qixin had abruptly changed his demeanor piqued her curiosity. When had he grown so familiar with this woman? After a while, Meng Chuyuan calmly diverted her gaze and smiled, saying, "We are almost finished." Qixin forced a wry smile, replying, "You all are incredibly efficient. Not too shabby. You all keep up the good work," she responded, leaving the hoe behind and making her way towards Lu Jinsen. "Ah, Meng Jia is so generous. I adore her. What should I do? I think I'm falling for that woman who just dropped her hoe and left. She is not only completing her own tasks, but also assisting others. I just scolded her for being late. I didn't expect her to possess some kindness." Having finished pouring a bucket of water, Lu Jinsen planned to fetch another. As he turned, he spotted Meng Chuyuan but chose to ignore her. Rushing past with the bucket in hand, Meng Chuyuan opened her mouth, intending to ask him how far along he was, only to find he had not even spared her a glance. Soon after, Lu Jinsen returned with the bucket, heading back to the field, still oblivious to the woman beside him. Through the screen, the viewers in the live stream could palpably sense the awkwardness in the atmosphere. From my years of experience, it seems the young master is sulking, haha. He must be upset about the earlier seating incident. Lu Jinsen holds grudges. How bold. Lu Jinsen dares to ignore your sister-in-law. Right now, you may disregard her, but you'll find it hard to reach her later, haha. Lu Jinsen. It's not too late to apologize, haha. Don't find yourself hungry with no one to cook for you. Noticing that he had deliberately overlooked her twice, Meng Chuyuan felt no anger. Instead, she appeared relaxed as she strolled into the adjacent cornfield. There, a young couple was busy at work. The woman carrying a bamboo basket for collecting corn on her front and a wailing child on her back. Observing this scene, Meng Chuyuan approached them. "Do you need any help?" she inquired. The woman looked at her in surprise, hesitantly asking, "Are you speaking to me?" "Yes," Meng Chuyuan affirmed. Initially wanting to decline her kind offer, the woman was taken aback when the crying child gradually quieted down at Meng Chuyuan's approach. The little one, having just finished crying, stopped the tears, gazing at her with wide, watery eyes. "What an adorable baby," Meng Chuyuan cooed, her voice softening with affection. The child's mother, glancing back at her child, sighed in relief. "Oh my, you finally calmed down." The little one gave a few little whimpers, limbs swaying, seemingly excited. Meng Chuyuan stood by, offering the baby a sweet smile. The child's mother, sensing the mood, curiously asked, "Would you like to play with your sister?" The baby, still too young to speak, ceased crying altogether, becoming exceptionally docile upon seeing Meng Chuyuan. How miraculous! That child was just wailing heart-wrenchingly, yet upon seeing Meng Jia, they stopped crying. "Beauty knows no age, haha. Child, I admire you. Meng Jia has a knack for handling children. Her future kids will surely be blissful. Help. I can almost envision her as a mother in the future. While everyone else is busy working, Meng Jia is tending to the child. I've never envied a child so much." Meng Chuyuan observed as the little one raised a hand, and she instinctively lifted her arm, enveloping the soft little hand in her palm. The baby, seemingly not satisfied, quickly extended the other hand, signifying a desire to be held that was impossible to ignore. Faced with such an adorable human infant, Meng Chuyuan found it hard to refuse. "May I hold you?" "Of course," the woman replied, placing the child into Meng Chuyuan's arms. Cautiously, Meng Chuyuan cradled the child, gently stroking its back to help it relax. The little one, appearing unbothered, smiled brightly the moment it settled into Meng Chuyuan's embrace. "How old is this little one?" she asked. "About 6 months," the mother replied. "With such beauty, it must be a girl, right?" The mother chuckled, shaking her head. "He's a boy." Lu Jinsen, having poured most of the water, suddenly noticed that Meng Chuyuan had vanished. Scanning the area, he finally spotted her in the cornfield. From a distance, he could see her holding a child, a sight that felt surprisingly harmonious, for reasons he could not quite articulate. Witnessing this scene stirred a discomfort within Lu Jinsen. Had he not made his displeasure clear enough? Was it that she preferred to comfort someone else's child rather than speak to him? Irritated, he carelessly splashed the remaining water around, indifferent to whether it landed on the seeds. After finishing, he summoned the responsible villagers for inspection. They completed their tasks ahead of schedule, securing first place for their group. Liao Jiaka sowed the seeds and then, acting on Meng Chuyuan's advice, borrowed a hose from the villagers to water the crops. Unfortunately, the underperforming Shuangqi siblings hurriedly sowed seeds without pause, yet they could not catch up, leaving Liao Jiaka to claim second place. As the rankings were announced, Qi Yin and Qi Zhen appeared dejected, their spirits dampened like wilted vegetables, hastily completing their tasks. The director distributed the corresponding rewards to each group, and an exchange of labor currency was initiated for the guests. Since the first-place dinner was provided directly by the production team, Lu Jinsen did not participate in the exchange. After receiving his labor currency, he noticed Meng Chuyuan had yet to return, his expression growing frosty. After waiting for a while, he could no longer hold back. Oblivious to the task's conclusion, Meng Chuyuan showed no intention of returning, prompting Lu Jinsen to seek her out. Perhaps due to Lu Jinsen's sudden approach, the baby burst into tears. Meng Chuyuan, sensing someone nearby, turned her head to see Lu Jinsen's face darkened with displeasure. With the baby crying so loudly, she focused solely on calming the little one. Looking down at the child, she soothed, "Don't cry, don't cry. This brother may look unappealing, but he is not a bad person." Lu Jinsen, did she just call him ugly? After a long while, the baby's cries gradually subsided. Lu Jinsen cast a glance at Meng Chuyuan, coldly stating, "It's time to go back." Chapter 19. Beauty in appearance and thought. Meng Chuyuan responded with a vague hum, casually asking, "Are you done?" Upon hearing her indifferent tone, Lu Jinsen's expression immediately soured. He retorted, somewhat irritated, "Do you even have the nerve to ask? You should remember that we are a team, right? What else with your constant visits to others? You've abandoned your responsibilities here, haven't you?" He had been left with the arduous tasks. Meanwhile, she seemed to revel in her role as a bystander, oblivious to her neglectful behavior. Internal conflict is brewing, haha. It's hilarious to see Lu Jinsen wearing his displeasure so openly. Our young master looks almost on the verge of tears. Only Meng Jie could provoke such a reaction from him. Haha, it seems Lu Jinsen is the one who needs some comforting. Meng Chuyuan glanced at him, unfazed, and replied, "I remember quite well. How could I have neglected you? Can't you finish the remaining tasks? Or are you incapable?" Lu Jinsen's expression stiffened, and he stubbornly replied, "Who says that? I've already completed my part." "Then that settles it." Lu Jinsen intended to let the matter drop, but suddenly recalled something that prompted him to express his frustration. "Wait, who said anything about work? I'm reminding you that we are a team, understand? Why are you running off aimlessly when you can't even finish your own tasks? Playing the role of a do-gooder?" Meng Chuyuan lifted her gaze, seemingly detecting the shift in Lu Jinsen's demeanor. With a hint of amusement, she raised an eyebrow and teased, "You've said so much. But isn't your last statement the crux of the matter?" Lu Jinsen was momentarily rendered speechless, and he appeared somewhat awkward in front of the camera. It's evident that our young master is utterly flummoxed, and he has entangled himself in his own words. Haha. Oh dear. Does he even recall why he was angry just moments ago? Why is he suddenly silent? Someone please rescue his bewildered mind. I'm close to laughing myself to death. All this fuss, and it turns out Lu Jinsen is upset over this, haha, without his sister-in-law around. Can he even function? Ha ha ha. I can't breathe from laughter. Meng Jie, please give him a lifeline. I'm cringing for him from here. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Jinsen felt an uncharacteristic pang of guilt. He retorted, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Do you even know how to grasp the main point? The one who can't grasp the main point seems to be you, she shot back. Lu Jinsen insisted. We are a team, so please get that straight. Helping me is helping yourself. Perhaps incensed by Meng Chuyuan's words, Lu Jinsen cast her a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with contempt. What on earth did my brother see in you? Unfazed by Lu Jinsen's biting remarks, Meng Chuyuan replied with poise. Perhaps it's because I am beautiful, both in looks and in thought. Lu Jinsen. Well, is it really appropriate to say that so openly on a show? I'm dying of laughter. Did Lu Jinsen not fear a backlash before saying such a thing? This must be the privilege of beauty. I'm envious. While I wish I could confidently declare my beauty as well, sob. It's one thing to be beautiful. Can one really claim to think beautifully? Haha. Beauty is an advantage, but living beautifully is a true skill. And Meng Jie possesses both. Meng Jie's response truly cracks me up. While we may have looks, let us keep it humble. Lu Jinsen was evidently frustrated by her words, falling into a contemplative silence for a while. After some time, as he noticed the director preparing to wrap things up, he spoke again. Are we leaving or not? Are you all set to go? Hearing Lu Jinsen, the child's mother immediately set aside her work and emerged from the cornfield. Before Meng Chuyuan could speak, Lu Jinsen answered for her. Yes, we are indeed leaving. Apologies for taking up your time. The woman offered a polite glance in their direction, then reached out to Meng Chuyuan. Please hand me the child. After Meng Chuyuan returned the child to the mother, she glanced at Lu Jinsen and softly said, Let us go. Just as they turned to leave, the child's mother called out to them. Wait a moment, please. Curiously, they looked back and saw the woman placing freshly picked corn into a plastic bag, and extending it toward them. Meng Jia, thank you for taking care of my child. Here, take some corn. It's just been harvested. Don't mention it. It was merely a small favor, she replied. The woman smiled gently, raising her hand slightly in a gesture of insistence. Please accept it. It is my humble token of gratitude. Meng Chuyuan paused for a moment. This scene was all too familiar to her, having just experienced a similar encounter that afternoon. Noticing that Meng Chuyuan was reluctant to accept, the woman handed the bag to Lu Jinsen instead. Here, young man, you take it. This. Thank you. Lu Jinsen was taken aback, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events while merely being an onlooker. At a loss for words, he could only manage a stammered thank you. Oh my goodness. Who knew that helping with a child could yield a bag of corn? I suddenly realized that Meng Jia's kindness is being rewarded, sob. What is so strange about it? This is typical in rural areas. Organic produce is abundant, and sharing is quite common. Lu Jinsen's bewildered expression has been a constant today, haha. Look at how flustered he is. He can barely utter a simple thank you. Lu Jinsen, how did I end up as the errand boy? Qi Yin had been in her room since returning from the vegetable garden. Perhaps affected by the afternoon's results, as she had hardly spoken with Qi Jin and appeared rather disheartened. As dinner preparation began, their live stream only showed Qi Jin in the kitchen, busy with meal prep. Meanwhile, Yin, I'm back. Liao Jiaka returned to find her sister chatting happily with the neighbor's children. Her mood visibly brightened, especially after unexpectedly securing second place. Sister, you're finally back. Liao Jiayan smiled at her, and then inquired with concern, how was it? Are you tired? Things went smoothly while I was away. Quite well. We managed to secure second place, earning 32 labor coins and a fruit reward. Liao Jiayan's eyes lit up in surprise, her previously pale face breaking into a smile. Sister, you're amazing. She smiled modestly, responding, perhaps it was merely good fortune. Without Meng Chuyuan's assistance, she would likely still be toiling away in the vegetable garden. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the production team invited Meng Chuyuan's group to dine at the village chief's home, even hiring a chef to cater to their needs. Who would have thought that the slacker group would achieve first place in both tasks today? Chapter 20. The director gets drunk. The issue is that they seem to have won effortlessly. The young master finally exhibits his true nature, and it feels as though we are witnessing their daily lives, with the chef on the left and the receptionist on the right. It's astonishing. They appear to be bustling about without a care, yet they not only completed their tasks but excelled, securing first place. To celebrate Meng Chuyuan's team's impressive victory, the production team spared no expense, hiring a top-notch chef and preparing exquisite mao to greet them. Lu Jinsen's eyes sparkled with delight at the array of culinary offerings. After a long day, being able to indulge in such a meal felt well worth it. Once seated, Meng Chuyuan ordered kung pao chicken, leek pockets, and sauce noodles, while Lu Jinsen opted for the same sauce noodles along with a bowl of lamb offal soup. Is there alcohol? Does it cost extra? After taking her seat, Meng Chuyuan's gaze was drawn to the 2 bottles of Mao on the table. Perhaps the director had overheard her inquiry, as he stepped forward to explain. Since your team performed best today, this is a complimentary reward for you. Realizing it was complimentary, Meng Chuyuan wasted no time in unwrapping the packaging. The director could only watch in silence. Meng Chuyuan poured herself a glass, lifted it to her nose to savor the aroma, and finally took a small sip. Not bad, she remarked, glancing at Lu Jinsen, suggesting, would you like to join me for a drink? Lu Jinsen cast his eyes downward, his long lashes fluttering slightly, and replied coldly. No. Meng Chuyuan shrugged, indifferent, all right, I'll drink by myself then. Occasionally, someone would come to serve dishes, and Meng Chuyuan, holding the bottle, would eagerly ask, Uncle, would you like some? The server, perhaps taken aback by her enthusiasm, hesitated before shaking his head in refusal. I don't drink. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan expressed her disappointment. Oh, that's a pity. As she enjoyed her appetizers, the director couldn't help but quietly remind her, drink less. Save some for our finale. Meng Chuyuan paused, setting her glass down and glancing at the director with a hint of surprise. Save some for the finale? But 2 bottles, 1 tea be enough. The director's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Although this was true, he was the director. Couldn't he show a little grace and refrain from stating the obvious? Meng Chuyuan's innocent and charming expression earlier seemed to suggest she had inadvertently disrupted the flow. The director had initially intended the wine to celebrate the record-breaking viewership of the live stream. And considering that Meng Chuyuan's team had just won first place in the afternoon competition, he was generous enough to allow the Mao Tai to be served. But who would have thought Meng Chuyuan would actually drink? All right, let us have a drink then. I'm feeling tempted as well, the director conceded. Meng Chuyuan, sensing his willingness, displayed a hint of cunning in her eyes. After the director took his seat, she personally poured him a glass, and before drinking, they clinked their glasses together in a harmonious toast. As they both emptied their glasses, Meng Chuyuan promptly refilled the director's. "Director, do enjoy some food," she said, using her serving chopsticks to offer him a dish. "Good." The director nodded eagerly, clearly satisfied with her attentiveness. He had only intended to share a few drinks, but unexpectedly, he was also treated to a delightful meal. What began as a seemingly pleasant dinner began to take a different turn. Lu Jinsen, seated with them, abstained from alcohol entirely and did not engage in their conversation. Perhaps noticing Meng Chuyuan's unrestrained drinking, the director, unwilling to be outdone, began to drink more heavily, refilling his glass immediately after finishing. His alcohol tolerance not being the highest, it wasn't long before he became quite tipsy. As the evening drew to a close, the director was thoroughly intoxicated, struggling to stand, ultimately needing 2 staff members to assist him away. Meng Chuyuan, having overwhelmed the director with her drinking prowess, amusedly remarked on the situation, and laughter filled the air as they noted the director's poor tolerance, unable to keep up with the woman. Lu Jinsen observed the director being escorted away and shifted his gaze to Meng Chuyuan, concern etched across his face. "Are you all right? You should be able to walk, right?" Meng Chuyuan sighed. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy from the wind." "Then don't drink. Why put on a brave face? Getting completely drunk is what truly indicates one cannot handle their liquor," Lu Jinsen replied. As Meng Chuyuan leisurely approached, they finally walked side by side. She looked ahead. The dark road seemingly endless. "Where are we?" she inquired. Lu Jinsen coldly responded, "I don't know. All I know is we're not home yet." Meanwhile, after concluding the live stream, Qijin sighed in relief, as if shedding a heavy armor. Qiyin emerged from the bathroom, her hair dried, and took a seat on the living room sofa to begin her skincare routine. While applying serum, she noticed a missing nail from her manicure, her eyes flashing with irritation. She had specifically done her nails for the program, and to find them damaged so soon, particularly after the unpleasant events of the afternoon, only deepened her discontent. Chapter 21. Is someone arguing? How did we end up losing? Qiyin began to murmur to herself, still unable to accept the reality of the situation. After enduring a minor task that left her sore and damaged her nails, she found herself at the bottom of the rankings. Qijin sat on the nearby sofa, eyes closed, evidently too fatigued to engage in conversation. Only when he heard Qiyan's complaints did he slowly open his eyes and, with an impassive expression, state, "This matter is behind us. What purpose does your lingering serve? It's simply unfair. Losing to Lu Jinsen's team was one thing, but to Liao Jiaka as well?" Qiyan retorted. Although Lu Jinsen's group seemed indifferent to the task, the presence of Meng Chuyuan, their intellectual asset, made Qiyan feel that losing to them was not a disgrace. However, losing to Liao Jiaka's team genuinely stung. "We are just 2 people, after all. And that Meng person even want to help others. Isn't that a violation of the game rules?" Unable to tolerate Qiyan's incessant grievances, Qijin abruptly straightened up and, with a stoic demeanor, replied, "But she assisted us as well." Upon hearing this, Qiyan scoffed. "Qijin, which side are you on?" He retorted without hesitation. "You are being utterly hypocritical." Hypocritical? Qiyan was taken aback by his defense of Meng Chuyuan, feeling an indescribable irritation rising within her. "Perhaps you are simply inept. You can't even fix a shovel. If that's the case, fine. If tomorrow's task involves more physical labor, you're on your own. Don't expect my assistance." Initially exhausted and weary, Qijin felt a surge of frustration at her nonchalant attitude. "It's merely a broken nail. Is it really that serious? Reflect on what you've been doing these past few days." Throughout their time recording the show, Qijin believed he had been more than accommodating towards her, only to find her once again indulging in her princess temper. He let out a cold snort and added, "Weren't you the one who insisted on participating in the variety show with me?" Meng Chuyuan had never anticipated that, in pursuit of a simple dinner, she would now have to walk such a long distance back. After a short while, she pointed towards a house ahead and inquired of Lu Jinsen. "That should be where Qijin and the others are staying, right?" Lu Jinsen merely replied with an affirmative hum. "Let's go in and ask for some water." Before Lu Jinsen could react, Meng Chuyuan was already making her way towards the house. Noticing the lights still on inside, she assumed they must be present and walked with determination. Upon entering their yard, she faintly heard voices. However, the night wind was tumultuous, making it difficult to discern anything clearly, almost giving her the sensation of auditory hallucination. "Did you hear any sounds? Is someone arguing?" she curiously asked Lu Jinsen. With his hands still tucked in his pockets, Lu Jinsen, dressed lightly, felt the cool breeze and shivered slightly. when Meng Chuyuan suddenly questioned him. He looked at her in bewilderment. What argument? Nothing, she replied, facing the biting wind and the howling sound, dismissing her earlier concerns as mere imagination. Before entering, Meng Chuyuan called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" Unfortunately, instead of a response, she heard, "Please, clarify your identity before speaking to me." Just then, she peeked her head in from outside the door, unperturbed, and said, "Hi?" Qijin and Qiyin were startled, both glancing towards the entrance simultaneously. Discovering that Meng Chuyuan had appeared alongside Lu Jinsen. "What are you two doing here?" Qijin's deep-set eyes flickered with suspicion. Unsure of when Meng Chuyuan had arrived, or how much of their previous conversation she had overheard. Noticing a hint of alarm on their faces, Meng Chuyuan maintained her composure, feigning ignorance as she cheerfully asked, "What were you discussing just now? I hope I haven't interrupted anything." Seeing her demeanor, Qijin presumed she had indeed not heard their earlier exchange and smiled. "It's nothing. We were just reviewing the script. Just finished a live broadcast, and now you're rehearsing? Quite diligent, aren't you?" Meng Chuyuan remarked, turning to glance at Lu Jinsen. "No wonder you're not popular. You can't compare to Qijin's industriousness." Lu Jinsen, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Qijin smiled modestly. "Oh, it's nothing." Witnessing their cheerful banter, Qiyin, with a sullen expression, stood up and casually announced, "I just finished applying a face mask. I'll wash my face now. You two carry on." Once Qiyin left the living room, Qijin turned to Meng Chuyuan and inquired, "What brings you here?" Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her eye. "Just passing by, feeling a bit thirsty. Thought I might ask for a glass of water. I hope you don't mind." "Mind? Of course not. It's cold outside. Please, come in and sit down." After welcoming them inside, Qijin poured 2 glasses of warm water. Meng Chuyuan accepted the glass he offered, saying, "Thank you. This gratitude should be directed towards you. Thank you for lending us the shovel this afternoon. Not worth mentioning, really. No need for thanks." Meng Chuyuan had no intention of lingering for idle chatter with Qijin and declared, "Thanks for the water. It's quite late, and the roads are treacherous. We must take our leave. Goodbye." After Lu Qingye concluded the morning meeting, he immediately noticed his assistant doubled over with laughter against the wall, a look of confusion crossing his deep-set eyes. "What are you watching?" He approached and glanced at the amused assistant. The assistant looked up, instinctively hiding his phone behind his back at the sight of his boss's impassive expression, and respectfully greeted, "President Lu," although he had concealed his phone. The sounds emanating from it were still audible. Lu Qingye seemed to recognize a familiar voice, causing him to frown. Sensing the situation was amiss, the assistant quickly backtracked. "President Lu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been slacking off during work hours. Just be aware of it. There will be consequences if it happens again." "Understood, President Lu." Seeing that his superior was not angry, the assistant felt a wave of relief wash over him, daring to retrieve his phone and gaze at the still-playing screen. He even began to boast, "But honestly, that lady's intelligence is truly impressive," and the second young master. "So naive, these two are a delightful source of joy for us working stiffs." Lu Qingye's face remained expressionless, though his eyes revealed an inscrutable depth. He coldly handed a stack of documents to his assistant, speaking with a hint of sternness, "Mention it again, and I'll deduct your year-end bonus." The assistant. Upon returning to his office, Lu Qingye surveyed the pile of documents awaiting his review, his gaze gradually dimming, and his brow twitching in response. Chapter 22. The subheading was quite striking. Recently, Lu Qingye had been engulfed in a whirlwind of activity due to a bidding project, leaving him frazzled and without a moment to spare for sustenance. To outsiders, he was handsome, well-bred, and highly educated. Apart from work-related socializing, he had no social life or scandals, making him a man of integrity who was hard to forget. Occasionally, he wished to unwind. Yet perhaps due to the improper manner of relaxation, he always felt that nothing was as productive as returning to his work. After taking a seat, Lu Qingye did not rush into his tasks. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, loosened his tie, and tilted his head back, gazing languidly at the ceiling. In this moment of respite, his thoughts drifted to a particular variety show. After a while, he rummaged through his pocket for his phone. Upon unlocking it, he was greeted by a notification with a captivating headline. "You may have seen women crying in BMWs, but you have definitely never seen a beauty wearing a diamond ring picking up trash." Upon reading this, a hint of disdain flickered in Lu Qingye's eyes. He believed the current marketing tactics had descended to absurdities in pursuit of readership. He gave it a cursory glance and swiped it away mercilessly. However, not long after, another notification popped up. "Women should never think marrying into a wealthy family is a blessing. You might end up like Meng Chuyuan, picking up trash on a show." Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan's name, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Lu Qingye's deep-set eyes. Meng Chuyuan? What had happened to her? His fingers hovered above the screen as he re-evaluated the title, and just as he was halfway through, he accidentally tapped it. As the page transitioned, Lu Qingye momentarily froze. However, when the page fully loaded, it was filled with advertisements, and only at the end did he find a segment related to the title, which conveyed the notion that women must be independent, possess a respectable job, and that marrying into wealth may not be a good thing. One could end up like Meng Chuyuan, picking up trash on a shelf. After finishing the text, Lu Qingye's expression was complex, devoid of any discernible emotion. Initially, he thought yesterday's trending topic was merely a gimmick for the show, and that its heat would dissipate over time. He never anticipated the situation would escalate into such absurdity. The following morning, the live broadcast commenced as usual. Meng Chuyuan's condition was markedly better than the previous day, likely due to having consumed some alcohol the night before, allowing her to sleep soundly until dawn. The production team had not provided breakfast for the guests today, necessitating that they fend for themselves. With the time saved from breakfast collection, everyone enjoyed a bit more sleep. At 7:30, Meng Chuyuan awoke and made her way to the kitchen. She poured 2 ladles of water into a pot, placed a steaming rack inside, and retrieved some sweet potatoes and corn given by the villagers. After preparing them, she placed them on the steaming rack, covered the pot, and set the fire. Once the flames were roaring, she proceeded to freshen up. Good morning, good morning. Let's see how Meng Jie is slacking today. Her bare face is truly unmissable. She's so beautiful. Just woke up, coming to admire Meng Jie's divine beauty. Huh. The production team isn't providing breakfast? So Meng Jie is using yesterday's sweet potatoes and corn? I can already smell the aroma through the screen. Enough talking. I'm off to prepare breakfast too. The only advantage of the 4 small courtyards where Liao Jiaka and others resided was the pleasant atmosphere. They could greet their neighbors and even share breakfast without difficulty. However, Qi Zhen and Qi Yan were not as fortunate. They had consumed the ingredients they had exchanged for the previous day, and with Qi Yan's sensitive stomach, she could not eat leftovers, leaving them with nothing. Qi Zhen woke up earlier than his sister, knowing the production team had not provided breakfast today. After freshening up, his first task was to inspect the fridge. He opened it and found only condiments and purified water. Left with no choice, Qi Zhen decided to go out in search of food, and upon reaching the courtyard, he spotted cucumbers in the vegetable garden. Noticing the cucumbers were ripe, he picked 2. Just as Qi Yan finished her makeup and appeared, Qi Zhen returned with the cucumbers in hand. Zhen, what are we having for breakfast? Cucumbers. Qi Yan's smile froze upon seeing the cucumbers in his hands. After a moment, she slowly asked, is there nothing else? Seeing her forced smile, Qi Zhen sensed her disappointment. He approached with the freshly picked cucumbers and shared one with her, saying, Sister, this is all we have. Let us make do. Help? What is going on with the production team today? They didn't even prepare breakfast for the guests. Is eating cucumbers for breakfast too bland? Yan Yan's health isn't great. Can she handle this? There's no choice. Qi Zhen searched for a long time and only found cucumbers. It seems there's nothing to eat nearby. Another day of wanting to send a message to the director. Yan Yan, you must endure. Our home cannot be without you. Lu Jinsen awoke to the delightful aroma of corn and sweet potatoes. He casually threw on a jacket and stepped out, his hair disheveled and his eyes barely open. He instinctively wandered toward the kitchen. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, he suddenly felt more alert. Are you the one cooking? Who else could it be? Meng Chuyuan glanced at him before returning to her tasks. Is there enough for me? Is there enough for me? You've made me laugh out loud, haha. How did Lu Jinsen, the great devil, manage to say that? The young master is gradually becoming self-aware, haha. Family hierarchy, clearly evident. The young master might be questioning. If I didn't cook, can I eat? I woke up a bit late, can I still eat? Though the young master has a bad reputation, he bears no burden of idolization. Just look at his hair. To be honest, the young master's messy hair is hard not to laugh at. How did Meng Jie manage to hold back? Meng Chuyuan, upon hearing this, turned to look at him with a teasing tone. What do you think? Lu Jinsen. Seeing his discomfort, she couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that teasing him was rather amusing. If you don't hurry to freshen up, breakfast will truly be gone. After finishing their breakfast, they were set to embark on their tasks. Today's schedule seemed ample, and everyone arrived on time. The audience in the live stream was astonished to see Meng Chuyuan's group appear punctually. How rare, the slackers actually showed up on time. Please maintain this state today. Don't waste time and hold everyone back. Wait, after watching for so long, where's the director? Seriously? Meng Jie finally arrives on time. And now it's the director's turn to be late? Perhaps he drank with Meng Jie last night and couldn't get up today, coincidentally. Meng Jie gave him a perfect excuse to rest. Brilliant. Meng Jie seems to have a small story she doesn't know whether to tell or not. In this day and age, a director without some drinking capacity is truly unfit. Haha. Chapter 23. Reverse questioning due to a minor issue on the director's end. The guests were unable to arrive at the task location on time, disrupting the usual proceedings. To ensure the program's progress was not hindered, the assistant director stepped in to assign tasks to everyone. Today's work projects included cleaning the chicken farm, foraging for mushrooms in the mountains, and harvesting corn. Each group could select one task, but if two groups chose the same one, a hidden task devised by the production team would be activated, requiring both groups to complete it in sequence, with the victorious team directly earning the task. The assistant director distributed small whiteboards and pens to each group, granting them 3 minutes to deliberate before writing their chosen task on the board. Intriguing, the production team is getting increasingly clever. All 3 tasks seem quite laborious. It's a tough choice. Moreover, we must consider the possibility of overlapping selections. If that happens, we'll have to tackle that hidden task as well. I personally feel that harvesting corn might be the easier option. Yin Yin, which task do you wish to select? Liao Jiaka, with a more laid-back attitude towards choices, primarily sought her sister's opinion. Suddenly questioned, Liao Jiayan pondered seriously. How about we harvest corn? Cleaning the chicken farm sounded like a heavy-duty task, and she couldn't even fathom the size of the chicken farm. As for foraging for mushrooms, she also refrained from considering it, fearing a long trek up the mountain and the uncertainty of finding any mushrooms. Liao Jiaka, upon hearing this, hesitated before writing on the board. She pursed her lips, contemplating. I feel like that might lead to an overlap. Seeing her indecision, Liao Jian grew displeased and stubbornly declared, if it overlaps, then so be it. We can just give it our all during the hidden task. Meanwhile, the Shuangqi siblings were also deliberating. Qian had an aversion to chickens. Thus their group immediately dismissed cleaning the chicken farm, deliberating instead between foraging for mushrooms and harvesting corn. Qizhen thoughtfully considered and provided an answer. Sister, let us go forage for mushrooms. What mushrooms are we foraging? Isn't harvesting corn a better option? Qian was reluctant to venture up the mountain. She believed that harvesting corn in the fields was quite satisfactory. Although it might involve some sun exposure, it was preferable to the hassle of the mountains. Qizhen furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure as he replied, that might lead to an overlap. He reasoned that harvesting corn would likely be less strenuous. And even if Meng Chuyuan's group didn't choose this task, it didn't guarantee that Liao Jiaka's group would abstain. It was more prudent to select a safer option to avoid complications. What if? Let us take a gamble. Qian chose not to continue the discussion and directly wrote down harvesting corn on the whiteboard. The 2 groups have coincidentally selected the same task. Yesterday it was fish, today it's corn. These 2 groups seem to share quite the tacit understanding. Perhaps they should consider merging into one group. Suddenly, I am curious about the hidden task. I wonder who the ultimate victor will be. Haha, these 2 groups have reached a consensus, while Meng Jie's side remained silent. The whiteboard was in Lu Jinsen's hands. Noticing that Meng Chuyuan had not spoken up, he too was uncertain. After a while, Lu Jinsen took the initiative to ask, which one will you choose? Do you prefer harvesting corn? His tone carried a hint of inquiry. Then, upon hearing this, Lu Jinsen's gaze flickered as he was about to write, when he suddenly heard, let us forage for mushrooms. Lu Jinsen. I can't stop laughing. Meng Jie is taking quite a turn, leaving Lu Jinsen astonished. This must be what it means to play by one's own rules. However, I think foraging for mushrooms is quite good, considering the corn has already been selected by the neighboring group. Meng Jie, I don't care what you think. Lu Jinsen seems clueless about his position. He should be following Meng Jie's lead, as his decision holds little weight. Meng Jie certainly has a rebellious streak. Haha, it feels like Meng Jie is aware of their intention to choose harvesting corn, hence deliberately opting for mushrooms. But that is quite advantageous. There is no need to compete with them. As the discussion time concluded, all 3 groups simultaneously revealed their selections. Aside from Meng Chuyuan's group, which chose to forage for mushrooms, the other 2 groups selected harvesting corn. The assistant director, after reviewing the choices, announced, all right. Those foraging for mushrooms may head up the mountain now, while the remaining 2 groups must complete our production team's hidden task. Seeing that they had no business here, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen followed an experienced local villager up the mountain. Lu Jinsen still appeared somewhat bewildered and could not help but inquire on the way, did you choose to forage for mushrooms because you knew they would select harvesting corn? Meng Chuyuan shot him a glance, responding with nonchalance. You're overthinking it. I simply didn't want to see you two relaxed. At this moment, Lu Jinsen must be thinking he has ultimately misplaced his affections. I knew Meng Jie was plotting something with that quick glance. Meng Jie seems to foresee things. She must have known and is likely just avoiding interaction with Lu Jinsen. Haha. They ventured into the mountains, spending about 10 minutes without any success. The local villager leading them, concerned that they might feel disappointed for not finding any mushrooms, reassured them. We often walk this path, and nearby mushrooms should have been picked clean. If we go a bit deeper, we should be able to spot some. Thus, they pressed on. Upon reaching a denser patch of woods, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen commenced a thorough search, leaving no inch of soil unchecked. After a while, Meng Chuyuan finally spotted mushrooms peeking through the underbrush. I found one, she exclaimed. Upon hearing her, the others hurried over, including the cameraman, who rushed to capture the moment. Lu Jinsen asked, "Where is it?" Due to the thick layer of fallen leaves, it was difficult to discern the exact location of the mushrooms. Meng Chuyuan, using a stick, began to clear away the nearby leaves, and soon everyone could see. The villager leaned in for a closer look, chuckling. "Child, you're quite lucky. This is a matsutake mushroom, and they're exceedingly rare in our area." Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, feigning amusement. Then I must have struck quite the fortune. I never expected Meng Jie to have a bit of luck. She found a matsutake mushroom on her first mountain trip. How enviable. Meng Jie is impressive. I just checked online, and matsutake mushrooms are indeed scarce in their region. It's not just any matsutake, it looks rather splendid. And even the local villagers seem envious, let alone me. Chapter 24. A bountiful harvest from the mountain. With utmost care, Meng Chuyuan harvested the matsutake mushrooms. And the group, filled with confidence, continued their search. They found themselves in a location that had not yet been exploited, and before long, they stumbled upon an area rich with mushrooms, yielding a substantial harvest. Meanwhile, the remaining two teams were still engaged in their hidden tasks. The production crew instructed them to deliver cookies to the nearby villagers. And only upon the villagers consuming the cookies and accurately stating the name of the variety show would the task be deemed successful. Qi Zhen visited the villagers with 5 portions of cookies, successfully getting them to eat the treats. However, since they could not provide any hints regarding the show's name, no one could answer his inquiries, resulting in the task's failure. On the other hand, Liao Jiaka's team was luckier. Having debuted early, her well-known status proved advantageous, especially when they encountered young villagers around her age, including some of her fans, who readily stated the correct answer after enjoying the cookies. Ultimately, Liao Jiaka excelled in the corn-picking task, while Qizhen and his team were relegated to cleaning a chicken farm. After their defeat, the siblings, Qizhen and Qiyin, made their way to the chicken farm, where they were greeted by a pungent odor of ammonia from afar. Qiyin instinctively pulled out a mask from her pocket and donned it hurriedly, yet the stench intensified as they approached, proving overwhelming even with the mask on. The farm manager led the way, explaining the cleaning process. They needed to collect eggs first, settle the chickens, and only then could they commence cleaning. Qizhen, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Approximately how many chickens are there?" The manager calmly replied, "Over 4,000. Originally intending to forage for mushrooms, Qiyin insisted on taking a gamble, which ultimately led to their current predicament. Accepting the outcome, Qizhen remarked, "With so many chickens, how will we manage them? We can drive them out, as our orchard is under closed management." However, just as they were about to enter the farm, Qiyin suddenly halted at the entrance, hesitating to step inside. "Sister, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Qizhen noticed her lagging behind and retraced his steps to find her. Observing Qiyin's poor condition, the audience in the live stream began to express their concern. What is wrong with her? Is she coming down with something? She looks like she is breaking a sweat. It seems a bit dramatic to feel unwell just from working. If Yin isn't feeling well, she should rest. Don't push yourself. Looks like Qizhen will have to round up the chickens all by himself, and that is over 4,000 of them, not just 4. When Qiyin finally spoke, her voice trembled as she confessed, "I'm a bit afraid of pointy-beaked animals." After a moment of silence, Qizhen responded, "We will be cleaning the area shortly. We want to have any direct contact with them." Perhaps sensing the futility of further discussion, he sighed and said, "You can stay outside. I'll handle the cleaning inside." Shortly after Qizhen entered, Qiyin outside suddenly heard a chaotic clamor of clucking. A swarm of chickens burst forth from within, startling her and leaving her unsure of where to hide. Before long, the orchard was overrun by chickens. And in an effort to keep her distance, Qiyin had to hold her breath and venture inside to locate Qizhen. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her group Having gathered a satisfactory amount of mushrooms, were preparing to descend the mountain. Just as they were about to retrace their steps, Meng Chuyuan's gaze was captivated by something up ahead. "Wait for me a moment." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsen turned to glance at her, inquiring curiously, "Where are you going?" He noticed that Meng Chuyuan, with her basket in hand, was moving ahead and seemed unyielding to his call. After a while, Lu Jinsen suggested to the villagers, "Let us head back." "No. If we leave, what if she gets lost?" The villagers dismissed Lu Jinsen's suggestion, chiding him instead. "You're a grown man. How can you abandon your sister in the mountains?" Lu Jinsen could only remain silent. As the villagers insisted, "Let us follow her. We're genuinely worried she might get lost." Meng Chuyuan had indeed spotted something red in the distance, likely wild fruit, but was uncertain from afar, prompting her to approach personally. As she drew nearer, she realized she had not been mistaken. Right before her stood a wild hawthorn tree, laden with fruit. Delighted by the quality of the fruit, she decided to pick some to take back. When Lu Jinsen and the others arrived, they were left in awe. They had not anticipated encountering such a splendid hawthorn tree in the wilderness. Regaining his composure, Lu Jinsen inquired, "What do you plan to do with those?" "I simply enjoy picking them. Does it concern you?" Realizing he had overstepped, Lu Jinsen remained quiet. Not only did Meng Chuyuan gather wild hawthorn, but she also collected numerous pine cones on her way down, her own basket overflowing, and she even commandeered Lu Jinsen's for more storage. "Help! Is this the thrill of foraging? This live stream is truly therapeutic. I feel utterly relaxed. Every time Meng Jie embarks on a task, she returns with an abundance. Today is yet another day to worship the Great One. Seeing Meng Jie's basket brimming with treasures makes me consider returning home. Perhaps selling these would yield more than working at a factory." Once Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen returned from their mushroom foraging, the other two teams were still hard at work. Liao Jiaka, having hoed the field the previous afternoon, was now enduring the pain of blisters on her hands as she persevered through the corn-picking task. Qizhen and his sister were busy collecting eggs in the expansive chicken farm, with numerous eggs scattered about, making it a laborious task that left them almost unable to stand straight. After descending from the mountain, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen checked in at the designated starting point set by the production team, completing their morning task and earning 50 labor coins, as it was not yet time to exchange for ingredients. Meng Chuyuan's team could not proceed to the next step and had to sit and wait for the other two teams to finish their tasks. An hour and a half later, Liao Jiaka's team returned after finishing the corn picking, followed about 20 minutes later by Qizhen's team coming back from the chicken farm. Who would have thought that Meng Jie and Lu Jinsen had returned from the mountains nearly 2 hours ago? I initially thought corn picking was easy, but mushroom foraging turned out to be the quickest, ha ha ha. Qizhen had it the hardest, his sister couldn't assist much, and he had to round up the chickens all on his own, even cleaning up after them. Chapter 25. Do not provoke Meng Jie. Although Meng Chuyuan's team returned early after completing their task, the number of viewers in their live broadcast room did not diminish. The enthusiasm remained unwavering. While they were engaged in their task, the director had returned to the scene, bringing breakfast along. "Good morning, everyone," the director greeted. Observing the three groups of guests returning from their tasks, a half-eaten rujiamo, a type of Chinese sandwich, in hand, devouring it without a hint of formality. Hearing this, Meng Chuyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "Director, perhaps you should check the sun overhead before speaking?" Just as the director took a bite of his rujiamo, he was suddenly choked by Meng Chuyuan's response, eliciting laughter from everyone present. "Candid Meng Jie, truly, I am astounded by you, old six. It is nearly lunchtime, and you still consider it early?" It's apparent that Meng Jie intended to mock Zai Pakai, yet managed to restrain herself. The director feigned nonchalance, as if he were not the one who had indulged excessively the previous night. "Meng Jie, perhaps show the director a bit of courtesy, huh?" This commotion has revealed to the entire nation that the director cannot hold his liquor. Clearing his throat a couple of times, the director displayed a hint of embarrassment, instinctively setting aside his rujiamo, feeling too bashful to continue eating. After a brief moment, the director instructed someone to bring up today's menu and pricing list. Mutton, 25 labor coins; chicken, 20 labor coins; carrots, 6 labor coins. Having deemed yesterday's auction unprofitable, the director opted for clear pricing this time, allowing ample quantities for selection. After reviewing the price list, Meng Chuyuan was the first to voice her objection. 25 labor coins for mutton? Is that not a bit excessive? The director replied earnestly. Where's the excess? Our production team also has costs to cover. The production team not only set the price of meat at above 20 labor coins, but even basic ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic required 2 labor coins for redemption. Is that not excessive? Yesterday, not a single dish exceeded 20 labor coins during the auction, and the labor coins we earn after completing tasks are quite meager. With the 40 labor coins from yesterday afternoon, our team currently possesses a total of 90 labor coins. Having spent all their earnings from yesterday's date picking on the auction, Meng Chuyuan felt it was unreasonable, and the other 2 groups shared her dissatisfaction with the pricing list. Qijin concurred, "Indeed, Director, your arrangement is rather unreasonable." The Qijin team had ranked last in the last 2 tasks, accumulating minimal labor coins. If they were to redeem according to the production team's price list, they would be unable to save any labor coins moving forward. "Director, I also believe your pricing is too high," Liao Jiaka added. Meng Chuyuan pressed on. "You have us labor tirelessly throughout the day, with the daily maximum for first place capped at 100 labor coins. Do you truly find that appropriate?" The director had initially believed his arrangement was sound, as he had done similarly in the first season, but he never anticipated that Meng Chuyuan would challenge him so boldly, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Meng Jie is incredibly bold, daring to confront the director. I had previously sensed that the labor coins provided by the production team were insufficient. It appeared everyone else was unconcerned, so I refrained from mentioning it. Who would have thought Meng Jie would bring it up today? Judging by the director's expression, it seems Meng Jie's words have instigated some self-doubt within him. Absolutely marvelous. The director, fearless in all matters, now appears to be wary of Meng Jie. Director, perhaps I should relinquish my position to you. Feeling hesitant and indecisive, the director conferred quietly with a few colleagues nearby. He reflected on the situation and realized he must heed the guests' sentiments. After all, to the director, they were indeed the lifeblood of the program, particularly Meng Chuyuan, who had gained significant momentum and had joined the program as a last-minute replacement. Should she be displeased, she could leave at any moment. The director contemplated and decided to compromise. "Shall I lower the prices a bit?" Meng Chuyuan responded directly. "By how much? How about an 80 discount?" he proposed. Upon hearing of the discount, the other 2 groups appeared somewhat more content, yet Meng Chuyuan remained unfazed. Just as the others were about to agree to the director's offer, Meng Chuyuan interjected, "Why not save some for yourself?" Though her expression remained impassive, her tone suggested her discontent. The director, Lu Jinsen, standing to the side, had refrained from participating in the bargaining. While he found it somewhat satisfying to witness the director's discomfort at Meng Chuyuan's hands, he also understood that offending the director would yield no benefits. This was merely the first episode. If he were to create animosity with the director now, the future could hold unforeseen complications. Leaning slightly, Lu Jinsen lowered his head and quietly cautioned Meng Chuyuan, "Perhaps it is time to relent." The director scratched his head, displaying a face full of helplessness and defeat. After a lengthy pause, the director yielded once more. "Then tell me, how should we proceed for you to feel satisfied?" Meng Chuyuan, composed and unruffled, replied, "You are the PD. Why are you asking me?" The director fell silent once again. Did you see the director's expression? It changed in an instant. Are you not amused? I can hardly contain my laughter. I shall be the first to laugh in respect." The director lowered his head, though not entirely. If it were me, I would feel irate as well. The past 2 days have involved strenuous labor. And to receive so few labor coins while the dish prices are set so high leaves one with a palpable sense of deprivation. The director ought to be wise and adjust the prices, lest he provoke Meng Jie further. Meng Jie V587. Let it be known, do not provoke Meng Jie. Last night, several fraudulent marketing accounts were shut down overnight. Is anyone aware of this? I dare say this woman undoubtedly has connections. Ultimately, the director conceded first, reducing the price from an 80 discount to a 50 discount. Meng Chuyuan's team exchanged their labor coins for 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and as they departed, she did not forget to take her wild hawthorn and pine cones. The astute director noticed that Meng Chuyuan's team had also taken 2 baskets, promptly calling out to them, "Wait, what are you taking?" Meng Chuyuan turned around, seeing the director's gaze fixed on the baskets in her hands. She raised her hand, gesturing, "This? Is it not part of your menu? Have you settled the bill? You can just take them? Are you certain these 2 items are listed on your menu?" Upon hearing this, the director glanced back at the board behind him, realizing that hawthorn and pine cones were indeed absent, leading to a moment of uncertainty. After a brief pause, the director feigned composure. "It's nothing. You may go." Even through the screen, I can feel the awkwardness. "Oh, Meng Jie, can you not handle him?" The director seems a bit off today, frequently making mistakes. Could it be he has not yet recovered from last night's revelry? What is going on with the director today, Does he seek further embarrassment? Meng Chuyuan coolly averted her gaze, not uttering a word to the director, leaving with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 26. Can't you cook? Watching Meng Chuyuan's departing figure, the director patted his chest and took a deep breath. He turned and picked up the unfinished Rujiamo from the table, settling down to continue his meal. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. As he fished it out, he grumbled, "Can't a person eat in peace?" However, upon seeing the caller ID, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. He quickly composed himself, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and answered the call. "Director Luo, hello. This is XX Video. We have been observing your recent live variety show and believe it would be a perfect fit for our platform. We would like to invite your program to join our video app for a collaborative broadcast. Would you be interested in working with us?" Hearing this, the director beamed with joy and readily agreed, "Of course. It would be my honor to collaborate with your esteemed company." "Great. We will send the contract to your email shortly, and we can discuss the details via email. Does that work for you?" "Absolutely." After hanging up, the director still wore a smile on his face. He turned to his colleague in charge of data statistics and said, "Xiao Xiao, please report the live room data for each group today." Meng Chuyuan's group was temporarily leading in popularity, while the data fluctuations for the other two groups appeared minimal. The director nodded slightly, seemingly already aware of this outcome. From his observations over the past couple of days, although Qi Zhen and Liao Jiaka were top-tier stars, their groups focused solely on monotonous tasks without any innovative content, even with inherent traffic. Sustaining this approach would make it difficult for them to break through in the long run. Seeing the assistant director walk by, Director Luo curiously inquired, "What did Meng Chuyuan's group do today?" "Picking mushrooms in the mountains." "Why do you ask? Did they do anything else besides mushroom picking?" The assistant director nodded. A hint of intrigue in his tone, "They also gathered hawthorns and collected pine cones. The latter part will be quite exciting. They even confronted you." Upon hearing the last remark, the director's smile faded. After Meng Chuyuan returned, she busied herself with the items she had brought back from the mountains. After extracting the pine nuts, she sat down to wash the hawthorns. Lu Jinsen stepped out for a while and returned with an armful of branches. This young master is quite self-aware this time, returning just to collect branches. Looks like this young master has figured out his role. Congratulations to Sister Meng for gaining a loyal little helper. Indeed, one who knows how to read the situation is a true talent. I admire you. Clinging tightly to the thigh, following Sister Meng means he'll never lack for food. Lu Jinsen glanced at his watch. It was nearly noon. Seeing Meng Chuyuan still washing her hawthorns, he couldn't resist walking over to ask, "When will you be done?" "What is the matter?" Meng Chuyuan looked up at him. Lu Jinsen extended his hand, bringing his watch closer to her, tapping the dial twice with his fingertip. "Look at the time. Can't you check it yourself?" Meng Chuyuan shot back, casting a quick glance before ignoring him. Lu Jinsen wore an expression of helplessness, his brow slightly furrowed, and said with a straight face, "Could you please put that aside for now and make lunch? Are you not an adult? Can't you cook?" Lu Jinsen replied firmly, "No, I can't." If he could cook, he wouldn't be looking for Meng Chuyuan. "Big brother, if you can't, just learn. Today, I'm giving you a chance to learn how to cook." Lu Jinsen was ushered into the kitchen by Meng Chuyuan, who instructed him to wash the vegetables and dice the carrots. Meng Chuyuan took care of cutting the lamb into pieces, adding a splash of cooking wine, salt, and starch before massaging the mixture to marinate it. She prepared everything and then turned to Lu Jinsen, only to find that he had cut the carrots into odd shapes. Unable to restrain herself, she reproached him. "I asked you to dice them. What is this?" Lu Jinsen displayed an expression of defiance, coolly stating, "You never specified what dicing meant. Give me the knife, step aside." Meng Chuyuan squeezed him aside and swiftly chopped the carrots, her speed leaving Lu Jinsen dumbfounded. "Did you learn?" After putting down the knife, Meng Chuyuan glanced at him, only to see him nod hesitantly. After a while, she instructed him to fry 2 eggs, but when they came out of the pan, they were burnt. And the camera zoomed in to reveal eggshells mixed in. "Impressive. You managed to burn 2 eggs. A hint of embarrassment flickered in Lu Jinsen's eyes as he attempted to salvage his dignity. The taste might still be okay. Meng Chuyuan clicked her tongue in disdain. "Who gave you that confidence?" "He is hopeless, truly hopeless. Lu Jinsen seems to have learned to use his eyes. But his hands are a different story. I can't help but laugh. He really can't cook. I dare not laugh. For I too struggled when I first tried frying eggs, even ending up with shells in the yolk. Their exchanges are a battleground. I could watch this for a year." Meng Chuyuan cleaned the pan after frying the eggs and then called Lu Jinsen back. "Let me teach you how to make a signature dish, stir-fried lamb." Although Lu Jinsen was entirely unfamiliar with cooking, He was eager to learn from Meng Chuyuan at this moment. He approached her, earnestly asking, "How do I do it?" Meng Chuyuan replied, "First, pour oil into the pan. You can add a generous amount. Once the oil is hot, add the prepared scallions, ginger, and garlic for flavor, then stir fry. Followed by adding the lamb to stir fry as well. Almost done. Let us plate it." Under her direct guidance, Lu Jinsen successfully completed the stir-fried lamb dish. The freshly cooked lamb emanated a delightful aroma, its color vibrant, undoubtedly promising a delicious flavor. As he finished the dish, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lu Jinsen's face. When he looked up at Meng Chuyuan, his expression practically screamed for praise. However, Meng Chuyuan chose to selectively ignore him, pretending not to notice, and calmly instructed, "Serve the dish. I'll stir-fry the carrots, and we can eat." I'm about to die laughing at Lu Jinsen's smug expression. Sister Ming is completely ignoring him. Haha, it's amazing. Ever since I started watching this show, I've been laughing like a fool. My mother thinks I've gone mad. It seems Sister Ming's indifference has deeply affected the young master. Haha, what a perfect act of feigning ignorance. His expression is strikingly similar to my pet. Is Sister Ming using carrots as a filler? Just in case there isn't enough food. At least there is another dish to eat. The young master is about to break down. The great defense is crumbling. Haha, I can't wait for dinner. I want to see the young master's cooking skills. After a while, their dishes were finally ready. The stir-fried lamb took center stage, while the plate of burnt eggs was relegated to an inconspicuous corner, neglected by all. Lu Jinsen served himself a bowl of rice, and as he sat down, he eagerly picked up a piece of lamb, shoving it straight into his mouth. Chapter 27. How to Purchase Gifts Without Money. The lamb at the entrance is tender and succulent, neither greasy nor gamey, with a flavor that is just right. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Lu Jinsen's eyes as he found it hard to believe that he had cooked this dish himself. Chewing on the lamb, he lifted his eyelids and glanced at Meng Chuyuan, casually remarking, "Cooking isn't that difficult after all. It seems this stir-fried lamb is quite impressive." Even the young master is entranced. Ha ha ha, with Sister Meng guiding him, it's unlikely he could fail. Lu Jinsen must have some talent. Just look at how smug he is now. He'll probably be too excited to sleep tonight. Am I the only one who finds his reaction rather infuriating? This dish was taught by Sister Meng. How dare he show off in front of her? Upon hearing his comment, Meng Chuyuan brought over a plate of burnt eggs and gave him a knowing glance. "Try this. The flavor might surprise you." Just moments ago, Lu Jinsen had said something similar, and now she was returning this sentiment. The brief moment of pride evaporated as he beheld the plate of eggs. The stir-fried lamb was prepared with ingredients meticulously measured out by Meng Chuyuan, and Lu Jinsen had only completed the cooking under her guidance. In truth, it was she who controlled the flavor and timing, ensuring that even a novice like him wouldn't ruin the dish entirely. At least it was still edible. Although Meng Chuyuan didn't expose him directly, she intended to convey to Lu Jinsen that there was a distinction between the two dishes he had prepared. After a prolonged silence from Lu Jinsen, she couldn't resist teasing him. "What's wrong? Feeling a bit insecure?" Lu Jinsen shot her a glance and retorted, "Who says that?" In the next moment, he picked up a piece of egg with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. After a couple of chews, the burnt bitterness assaulted his taste buds, and his expression quickly crumbled. He couldn't hold it in for even 3 seconds before spitting it out. Seeing his disgusted face, Meng Chuyuan burst into laughter. Lu Jinsen poured himself a glass of water. She tilted her head and asked, "How was the taste?" He deftly evaded her question, providing himself with a feeble excuse. The stove's fire is hard to control. After speaking, he cast a guilty glance at Meng Chuyuan. She raised an eyebrow in intrigue, choosing to remain silent and continue her meal without further engaging him. Laughing to death, the ever-competitive young master, clearly at fault with his cooking skills, blames the stove instead. "Sorry, I think I might have praised him too soon. Ha ha ha." He won't realize his shortcomings until it's too late. Ha ha. The young master still has much to learn in the kitchen. Honestly, the young master should stick to being a kitchen assistant to avoid embarrassing himself. After lunch, Meng Chuyuan proceeded to wash the remaining hawthorn before placing it in a cool spot to air dry. During the lunch break, as the live broadcast was turned off, the director gathered the 3 teams, including Liao Jiakas, for a discussion. The director expressed his hope that they could learn from Meng Chuyuan regarding the content of their live broadcasts. When Shi Yin heard the director praising Meng Chuyuan, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. "Director, we haven't completed the tasks assigned to us. How can we find time to assist you further?" Liao Jiayan also expressed her dissatisfaction with the director's request. "Exactly, we can hardly keep up. This variety show had no script, but the guests were expected to fulfill tasks. providing material for the program. However, the director was not satisfied with the current situation. He aimed to make breakthroughs in the broadcast content while also hoping that the data from the three groups wouldn't be too disparate. Chuyuan replied, "Director, we can provide you with material, but I refuse to slack off." Since the moment he decided to participate in this variety show, the company had set clear regulations regarding conduct, insisting that one must not ruin their public image. This was not only for the sake of the team but also for his own career. Chuyuan could not afford to take risks lightly. "How about I ease up on the tasks I assign you next time?" The director pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Chuyuan's argument. If everyone were to slack off, it would be counterproductive. "That sounds reasonable." Chuyuan nodded in satisfaction. Although she hadn't done much, the past couple of days under the sun had been exhausting, and she could not endure anymore. After the lunch break, the director assigned the guests a task to prepare gifts for the villagers. The recording of the program spanned 4 days, meaning that after tomorrow's recording, the first episode would conclude. Considering the financial implications of purchasing gifts, the production team introduced a labor currency exchange program. 1 labor currency could be exchanged for 5 yuan. The Chuyuan and Liao Jiaka teams exchanged all their remaining labor currency, but they still couldn't gather 100 yuan. Once both teams had completed the exchange, the director realized that Meng Chuyuan's group had yet to participate, and he turned to her, asking, "How much do you wish to exchange?" Meng Chuyuan replied, "We want to exchange." Lu Jinsen, upon hearing this, turned to her in astonishment, perplexed by her reasoning. The other 2 groups were equally stunned by her decision not to exchange. What on earth is going on? Why isn't their group exchanging for funds? Seriously? They've been here for 2 or 3 days. And isn't it only right to prepare gifts for the villagers? Help! What is this group doing? They can't be thinking of slacking off at such a crucial moment. That would be excessive. Is it possible that Sister Ming finds the director's pricing too low? If so, they should discuss it further. The director was equally taken aback and, after a moment of pause, inquired again, "Are you certain you don't wish to exchange?" Meng Chuyuan firmly stated, "We want to exchange." Seeing her unwavering stance, the director did not press further. "Very well, this exchange is concluded. You may now prepare your gifts." Once the meeting adjourned, Lu Jinsen wore a dark expression, his displeasure evident on his face. Meng Chuyuan had made her decision without consulting him, prompting him to ask, "Why aren't we exchanging for funds? Without money, how will we buy gifts for them?" Meng Chuyuan replied, "What can we buy with that little money?" Lu Jinsen, hearing this, grew agitated, "But it's still money. We could buy several packs of spicy strips at the convenience store." Although the young master is clearly upset, I can't help but laugh at how he expresses himself. Haha. Has he been craving those spicy strips for a while? If he wants them, he should just say so. So the young master knows about spicy strips? I thought he would look down on such things. For some reason, it feels like Sister Ming is plotting something again. I feel like this time Sister Ming is a bit out of touch. Does she look down on that little money? A few dozen could still buy something. Why say that? Both of them have valid points, but this time I side with Lu Jinsen. Even a small amount of money could buy something useful. It's the thought that counts. Chapter 28. Do not fret. Just follow me. The other 2 groups had already departed for the town to select gifts, leaving only Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen to return home. Upon their return, Lu Jinsen, in a fit of pique, locked himself in his room, refusing to communicate with Meng Chuyuan. She, appearing utterly unconcerned, took a seat to sip some water when a sudden recollection struck her. During her recent stroll through the countryside, she had encountered several osmanthus trees nearby, the fragrance of their blossoms wafting through the air from quite a distance. Inspired by this thought, Meng Chuyuan rose to fetch a basin and scissors from the kitchen before stepping outside. Arriving at the osmanthus trees, she gazed at the dense clusters of flowers and began to clip branches with her scissors. Oh dear, what is Sister Ming up to now? What a time to be picking flowers. This is rather pretentious. I've barely followed her and am already contemplating unfollowing. Thinking of unfollowing. The viewers in the live stream expressed their disdain while watching, yet before long, Meng Chuyuan returned with a basin full of osmanthus blossoms. She proceeded to further separate the flowers, laying them aside to air dry naturally. Just then, Lu Jinsen emerged from his room and, upon spotting the 2 trays of osmanthus laid out in the yard, furrowed his brow in curiosity. He felt compelled to inquire, yet his intentions faltered. Ultimately, he chose to disregard her and prepared to leave, but before he could take a single step out of the yard, Meng Chuyuan called out to him. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To prepare gifts." Lu Jinsen had pondered long in his room. Although they had not secured any funds, it seemed inappropriate to simply let it slide. The thought of other groups gifting presents while theirs remained empty was mortifying. Meng Chuyuan remarked lightly. So you've thought of a solution? Not at all, Lu Jinsen coldly replied. Then don't fuss about, just follow my lead. Lu Jinsen scoffed softly, casting a disdainful glance her way. Was he to join her in this farce and risk embarrassment before the entire village tomorrow? He was resolute in not succumbing to such a notion. Seeing his silence, Meng Chuyuan calmly stated, Since you have no ideas, I happen to be preparing something. Why go through the motions? At her words, Lu Jinsen's icy gaze slightly narrowed, revealing a flicker of surprise. You've prepared something? Where? He looked around but found nothing in the yard, his gaze eventually settling on the osmanthus behind her. Surely, she did not intend to gift dried osmanthus to others? He dismissed the thought as he turned back to her. Where's what you've prepared? It's right here, Meng Chuyuan said, suddenly shifting to point at the bamboo trays where the flowers were drying. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Lu Jinsen's expression darkened, his cold eyes brimming with ire as he gritted his teeth. Are you jesting with me? What jest? Isn't candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake sufficient? Seeing her serious demeanor, his expression softened slightly. Can you actually make it? Meng Chuyuan replied. Of course, would I say so otherwise? Ah, so that was her plan. I thought she was truly going to give up. I apologize. I spoke too soon about unfollowing. I need to retract that. Retracting. I promise never to speak hastily again. Sister Meng is indeed a master. This young master can only rely on her to soar. Lu Jinsen, how could you doubt your sister Meng? Only what she can conceive is beyond imagining. Nothing is impossible for her. Hearing her words, Lu Jinsen's worries gradually dissipated and he silently exhaled. However, he soon noticed that the osmanthus and hawthorn appeared to be insufficient, prompting another concern. How much can you make with this? Meng Chuyuan candidly replied, Not much at all. After a moment, Lu Jinsen proposed, Shall we head up the mountain? Let us gather some more. The two, in a rare moment of agreement, ventured back up the mountain to the place where they had gathered hawthorn earlier that day. Meanwhile, the other two groups had already reached the town. Whether due to a lack of appealing gifts or exorbitant prices, they had emerged empty-handed after visiting several stores. Yin Yin, let us check further ahead, Liao Jiayan sighed, expressing her frustration. It seems we have no choice. They had only 50 yuan among them and were utterly at a loss for what to purchase. The group led by Qi Zhen had plenty of ideas for gifts, yet ultimately, they were all dissuaded by the prices. After wondering for a while, Qi Yin gradually lost patience. What can we buy with this little money? Perhaps we should just get some fruit to take back. Initially, while discussing their purchases in the car, the siblings had ruled out fruit, considering it somewhat mundane, and had desired something more unique. Yet now, their meager funds proved inadequate. Qi Yin felt the urge to give up but resisted. Let us keep looking. Fruit can be a backup option. As for Lu Jinsen, his trip up the mountain resembled that of a bandit raiding a village, as he stripped the trees of their fruits with abandon. Meng Chuyuan, noticing he was even plucking unripe green hawthorns, could not help but reach out and deliver a light smack to the back of his head. You're picking unripe ones too? What on earth has driven Sister Meng to strike? It's just this fool of a young master. He resembles a mischievous country lad. Sister Meng's slap has completely disarmed me. Lu Jinsen, do take some care. It's evident Sister Meng is at her wit's end. Lu Jinsen turned around, looking bewildered and somewhat aggrieved. I was worried it wouldn't be enough. Even if you pick those unripe ones, they're of no use. After gathering a basket full of hawthorn, Meng Chuyuan led Lu Jinsen to visit the elderly couple's home to borrow some supplies. Child, you've come. The grandmother exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Meng Chuyuan at her doorstep again. Upon entering, she first introduced Lu Jinsen. Grandmother, this is my brother. Lu Jinsen hesitated for a moment, then shyly greeted her. Hello, grandmother. Hello. The grandmother, noticing Lu Jinsen's tall and handsome stature, along with his polite demeanor, smiled even more brightly. Meng Chuyuan continued, Grandmother, I'd like to borrow the cart we used for the sweet potatoes last time, and I also need some glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour. Do you have any? It had been quite a struggle for them to descend from the mountain, fearing they might drop the hawthorn, and with a long way still to go home, Meng Chuyuan sought to borrow the cart. Additionally, she hoped to gather the necessary ingredients for making osmanthus cake. The grandmother cheerfully replied, Child, you've come to the right person. I do have those. Just wait a moment. I'll fetch them for you. Thank you, grandmother. Before long, the grandmother not only brought out the cart, but also the glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour Meng Chuyuan needed. Child, see if this is enough. If you need anything else, just tell me. The grandmother treated them as family, generously providing the requested items. The 2 bags of flour she presented appeared to weigh at least several dozen pounds, making Meng Chuyuan feel it might be slightly excessive. Thank you, grandmother. We only wish to make some pastries, so we don't need so much. Upon hearing this, the grandmother's smile deepened, emanating the wisdom of a seasoned hand. No worries, save some for next time. If you're making pastries, how can you do without sugar? I'll go get some for you. Just as the grandmother was about to enter to fetch the sugar, Lu Jinsen suddenly appeared as if struck with inspiration, boldly stating, Grandmother, we also need rock sugar, of course. Without waiting for Lu Jinsen to finish, the grandmother had comprehended the request. The young master's expression is quite amusing. This grandmother is exceedingly kind. Her home is well stocked, treating Sister Meng like a beloved granddaughter. The old lady seems concerned she hasn't tea provided enough. Reminiscent of my own grandmother stuffing a large box of provisions for me before school. Oh, how I miss her. Grandma is so adorable. It's evident she genuinely cherishes Sister Meng, almost as if she wishes to empty her house for her. Haha. Indeed, beauty and charm can never go amiss. Another day of envy for Sister Meng. After a brief moment, the old lady reappeared, carrying various bags. I have some red beans here that I seldom use. Since you're making pastries, let me prepare some filling for you. Initially, Meng Chuyuan only sought a bit of flour to make osmanthus cake. Yet the grandmother's enthusiasm left her pleasantly surprised with an abundance of ingredients. Thank you, Grandma. Once the pastries are ready, I shall bring some to you. With ample materials at hand, she pondered making an extra batch of red bean cake. By the way, where is Grandpa today? Is he not home? The grandmother sighed softly. He is out back patching the wall. They lived in a mud brick house similar to Meng Chuyuan's, and although it appeared in slightly better condition, the house was still quite aged, and cracks in the walls were inevitable. Meng Chuyuan sensed the grandmother's underlying sorrow through her tone, indicating the matter was likely more complex than it seemed. If the cracks were minor and did not significantly affect daily life, the repairs shouldn't take too long. Suddenly, Meng Chuyuan turned to Lu Jinsen and tentatively suggested, Why don't you stay and help Grandpa with the wall? What? Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow in confusion, as if he had misheard. You want me to help with the wall? Lu Jinsen seemed displeased with her proposition, responding coldly, If I stay, what about you? I'll return to prepare gifts, Meng Chuyuan replied, noticing his expression remained unchanged. She added, Or I could stay, and you can head back to prepare. Would that work? What use would it be for him to return? He couldn't even do anything. After a moment, Lu Jinsen resignedly said, I'll help with the wall. The young master rendered speechless, now fully convinced. I find Lu Jinsen's helplessness against Sister Meng utterly delightful. Sister Meng excels at everything, never picky or disdainful. It's yet another day of adoration for this woman. Sister Meng even offered him a chance to choose. Come on, young master, show some initiative. Congratulations to the young master on acquiring a new wall patching skill. Outside, the director was watching the live feed of Meng Chuyuan's segment and jolted at the news of their separation. Quick, inform the cameraman to follow Meng Chuyuan. She is on the move. Huh? The staff member sitting nearby was puzzled, asking, Isn't our main star Lu Jinsen? The 3 main guests signed for the show were Qixin, Ao Jiaka, and Lu Jinsen, with the remaining 3 as companions. Yet who could have anticipated the director would send a crew to follow Meng Chuyuan? The director replied, Let us not focus on Lu Jinsen for now. He lacks the popularity of Meng Chuyuan. Once the cameraman is in position, we'll connect a live feed with her. When Meng Chuyuan brought Lu Jinsen to meet the grandfather, he was perched on a ladder, holding a bucket of mud as he worked on the wall. Observing the old man's serious demeanor, Meng Chuyuan dared not interrupt, fearing her sudden appearance might startle him. As she approached, she reached out to steady the ladder before speaking. Grandpa, I've come to see you. Another delightful detail, oh my. Indeed. A person's success is tied to the minutiae. Sister Meng embodies the perfect woman in my eyes. Sister Meng has set the standard for my future partner. Upon hearing her voice, the grandfather slowly turned his head, his gaze softening as he recognized her. Child, it's you. Just then, the bucket of mud was emptied, prompting him to descend from the ladder. Grandpa, I've brought my brother along to help you with the wall, Meng Chuyuan announced. The grandfather's gaze fell on Lu Jinsen, noting his quiet demeanor, which seemed quite unique. However, he didn't wish to inconvenience anyone with such labor. No need. I can manage on my own. Grandpa, he can do anything. Just put him to work, Meng Chuyuan insisted. Lu Jinsen. Haha. Sister Meng is starting to pull some strings. Lu Jinsen, I never claimed I could do everything. This is too funny. Sister Meng is fearless in her declarations. If the young master were to turn against her on the spot, how awkward that would be. Meng Chuyuan shot Lu Jinsen a look, urging him to take the initiative, Go help Grandpa with the wall. Grandpa, let me handle the wall repair. After all, I've taken so much from you. It would be impolite not to contribute. Lu Jinsen took the bucket of mud from the grandfather's hands and began to scoop it, with the grandfather patiently guiding him. Do it well. Wall repair cannot be taken lightly, Meng Chuyuan encouraged. Got it. Observing his respectful attitude toward the elder and his willingness to work hard, Meng Chuyuan felt reassured. Grandpa, I entrust him to you. I have something to attend to. All right, don't worry. Returning to the front yard, Meng Chuyuan loaded the hawthorn onto the cart, bid farewell to the grandmother, and set off with a full load. Wherever she went, the cameraman followed closely. And Lu Jinsen's presence had vanished from the live broadcast. So, has the young master been abandoned? It's a dilemma. I wish to see Sister Meng making pastries, yet I also want to witness the young master's journey of growth and learning. What to do? There's no way to capture both simultaneously. The production team must know we adore Sister Meng, hence sidelining Lu Jinsen. Haha. Lu Jinsen, letting me stay to patch the wall is one thing, but to deny me the camera time as well? While I thoroughly enjoy Sister Meng's charm at this moment, I am more intrigued by the image of the young master working with mud on the wall. A priceless scene indeed. Eager to see 10086. Chapter 30. Savoring her culinary skills under the enthusiastic calls of the audience, the production team promptly initiated a live broadcast featuring Lu Jinsen. In no time, the two live streams were connected. To capture Lu Jinsen's wall repairing efforts more clearly, the crew even switched to aerial filming equipment. An elderly gentleman assisted by steadying the ladder, patiently instructing Lu Jinsen on the task at hand, to which he quickly grasped the technique. Upon noticing the cracks in the wall, Lu Jinsen diligently filled them with mortar and smoothed the surface. Director, I support your decision. You truly understand the audience. This pace is delightful. I seriously suspect the director is watching the live stream in real time, laughing heartily. Director, I am Luo Kuku. Even flies and mosquitoes are worth it. How could I let free traffic slip away? After much anticipation, Lu Jinsen, without Sister Meng by his side, is still performing admirably. Meanwhile, the other two groups had been browsing for nearly an hour and a half, prompting the staff present to gently remind them that it was time to return. The main guests had spent too long selecting gifts, and the live stream administrator noticed a decline in viewer numbers, fearing that the audience might lose interest. Yin inquired, "What time is it? Are we leaving now?" "It's almost 5. Having made no progress and after such a lengthy exploration, the siblings felt a wave of panic upon hearing the news of their departure. Yin looked at the staff outside, his voice tinged with desperation. "Could we have a bit more time?" The staff deliberated briefly before responding, "At most 10 minutes, as our vehicle will be departing soon. If you wish to continue browsing, you will need to find your own way back." Upon hearing this, Yin's expression shifted, realizing that if they delayed, they would have no transportation. He turned to Yin and whispered, "What if we wait a bit longer? The director just mentioned actively seeking content for the show. I believe this is the perfect opportunity. But how will we get back later?" They all felt that the 10 minutes granted by the production team was too rushed, and their anxiety left them blank, devoid of ideas. After a moment, Yin asked cautiously, "If we find our own transportation, will we need to cover the costs ourselves?" "Yes, so how do you plan to proceed?" At this point, Yin tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to abandon the idea. However, Yin remained resolute, stating, "Isn't Sister Ku and her group returning now?" "They are not returning yet." "Then let us continue to browse and return with them later." Yin. As evening approached, the sky transformed into a canvas painted with vibrant hues, illuminating the countryside and village in the warm glow of the setting sun, an idyllic scene. In this twilight hour, Meng Chuyuan rinsed the freshly picked hawthorn, draining the excess water before skewering them with bamboo sticks and arranging them on a plate. Once she finished threading the hawthorn, she began to boil rock candy, allowing it to melt into syrup. After the syrup reached the desired consistency, she dipped the hawthorn skewers into it, giving them a swift spin to ensure an even coating before placing them on the plate. Her technique was remarkably skilled, and in no time, she had completed dozens of hawthorn skewers. What do I do with this mouth-watering sight? I wish I could dive into the screen and indulge. Help, I want to eat candied hawthorn too. I wonder if they will be available after work. Sister Meng is simply skilled at everything. I find myself not only envious of her beauty and figure but also her culinary prowess. Surely, there are no substitutes or AI face-swapping features at the live site. Right? She is just too versatile. Were it not for witnessing it myself, I would doubt its authenticity. Next, she disposed of the remaining syrup in the pot and added the pre-soaked red beans to cook until tender. Afterward, she removed them, added a touch of honey, and mashed them into a paste. Given that the osmanthus flowers were freshly picked that afternoon, drying them quickly was challenging. Thus, Meng Chuyuan carefully stored the flowers and placed them in the recently used stove to dry. During this time, she began mixing glutinous rice flour with sticky rice flour in a clean bowl, adding sweetener and water to create a uniform mixture. The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished as they watched Meng Chuyuan execute each step with precision. Watching Sister Meng make pastries makes me want to buy flour and try it myself. Sister Meng, have you considered starting a class? I would gladly pay to learn. Can clumsy individuals like me truly learn to make such pastries? I am eager to learn. Online message to Lu Jinsen. Her brother, the enmity over seizing a wife is irreconcilable. Should I rush over tonight? Can I snag a piece of the pastry Sister Meng made tomorrow? After the show airs, will candied hawthorn and osmanthus cakes see a price increase? During Meng Chuyuan's pastry-making segment, the viewer count skyrocketed, reaching a new peak, while her name surged to trending status. Grandpa, it's all done. Lu Jinsen had finished repairing the wall and, with some mortar left, decided to fix the low wall near the chicken coop as well. The elderly gentleman was so moved that he could hardly find his words. Young man, thank you. You're welcome, he replied politely. Lu Jinsen rarely displayed such an approachable side, and it was unexpected to witness his thoughtful demeanor while alone with the elderly man. Please stay for dinner. You must be exhausted after a long afternoon. Let us have a meal together later. No need. Grandpa, I must return now. The old man, sensing Lu Jinsen's polite refusal, sounded slightly disappointed. Are you really not going to stay for dinner? No, Lu Jinsen suddenly faltered, his expression shifting subtly. After a brief pause, he finally said, My sister is waiting for me at home. I nearly laughed myself to tears. Is the term sister truly that hard to utter? Hilarious. If you can't call her sister, you won't call her sister-in-law, will you? Even through the screen, one can sense how reluctant Lu Jinsen was to utter that word. Haha. It seems Lu Jinsen's relationship with Sister Meng is not that great. Could it be that Sister Meng's mother-in-law is equally domineering? This family seems to have its complexities. It appears Sister Meng's life in high society is quite challenging. He pondered. Meng Chuyuan had been home for quite a while now. He wondered how her pastries were turning out. Had she begun preparing dinner? Yet, the thought of her possibly still being busy compelled Lu Jinsen to feel he should return and check on her. After placing the wall repair tools back with the elderly gentleman, Lu Jinsen turned to bid farewell. Grandpa, I'm heading back now. Goodbye. Take care on your way home. The old man replied, acknowledging Lu Jinsen's firm decision to leave without further insistence. Chapter 31. Who hasn't eaten yet? When Lu Jinsen returned home, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. In an effort to finish before darkness fell, Meng Chuyuan spread the prepared flour evenly on a plate, delicately slicing it into small pieces, sprinkling a hint of dried osmanthus, and then covering it with a steaming cloth before placing it in the pot. After half an hour, the first batch of osmanthus rice cakes emerged, and she promptly began steaming the second batch. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Jinsen was greeted by the wafting aroma of the kitchen, the sweet scent awakening his appetite. He noticed that Meng Chuyuan had prepared candied hawthorn, artfully arranged on the dining table. As he passed by, he paused to take a closer look at a skewer of hawthorn. Is this child craving sweets? Ha ha. It seems Lu Jinsen cannot resist Meng Jia's culinary temptations either. Lu Jinsen, no sneaking bites. Put down that candied hawthorn, do you hear? If the young master takes a bite now, his character will be utterly shattered. Ha ha ha. However, the audience in the live stream misjudged the situation. Lu Jinsen had no intention of indulging. Rather, he was astonished that such exquisite candied hawthorn was crafted by Meng Chuyuan. He placed the hawthorn back down and proceeded towards the kitchen. Upon entering, Lu Jinsen's gaze was instantly drawn to the freshly steamed osmanthus rice cakes. Sensing his presence, Meng Chuyuan turned briefly before returning to her task of kneading the dough. Lu Jinsen wandered aimlessly for a moment before approaching her and inquiring about the progress. How much is left? One more batch of osmanthus rice cakes still needs to be steamed. Lu Jinsen looked up and noticed that the uncooked osmanthus rice cakes were resting on the countertop. Seeing her still kneading the dough, he furrowed his brow in confusion. So what are you making now? Pan-fried red bean glutinous rice cakes. Ah, my favorite. The fragrant and chewy texture is simply delightful. I can't wait. These cakes are truly delicious, especially when freshly made. Warm, crispy, and soft. Absolutely divine. Is there anything Meng Jie cannot do? I doubt it. Meng Jie, have you considered opening a dessert shop? I would gladly stand in line for limited purchases. Who is fortunate enough to marry this woman? Step forward. I must declare war. Lu Jinsen believed it wise to prepare extra, considering the number of villagers that might arrive the next day. Yet, The thought of the kitchen being occupied for such tasks made him wonder when dinner would finally be served. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "So, you haven't started cooking yet?" Meng Chuyuan shook her head lightly. "Not yet." Lu Jinsen sighed internally. After a tiring afternoon of climbing the mountains and repairing walls for the elderly, he felt both exhausted and famished. He had anticipated a meal upon his return, only to find his expectations dashed. "Is there anything I can assist with?" He wished to help Meng Chuyuan expedite her work and clear the kitchen for dinner preparations. At his words, Meng Chuyuan turned to him, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. "Could you take the osmanthus rice cakes out of the pot? They've been steaming for quite some time and should be ready." "Certainly." Following her instructions, Lu Jinsen retrieved the steamed cakes and glanced at the uncooked ones resting on the stove. "So, these also need to be steamed?" She nodded. "Yes. Remember to cover them with a cloth before placing them back in." Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests fortuitously encountered each other on the street and gathered together. "Cook, Yin Yin, what a coincidence!" Qijin exclaimed. Liao Jiaka expressed surprise upon seeing Qijin. "What a coincidence! Haven't you all gone back?" Qijin scratched his head sheepishly. "We haven't found our gifts yet." He had intended to buy a kite, but Qi Yin had refused and scolded him, leaving them wandering the streets like homeless children. Noticing the bag in Liao Jiaka's hand, Qijin's eyes sparkled with curiosity and envy. "What did you buy?" "We got gloves and some stationery for the children." Liao Jiaka explained that the gloves would protect the farmer's hands while working, and considering the numerous left-behind children in the village. They purchased various pens and notebooks. Although they had completed their gift shopping, they had yet to find a ride back. Observing Qijin's envious and slightly dejected expression, Liao Jiaka offered comforting words. "It's getting late. You should hurry and buy your gifts. Yin Yin and I will look for a car, and we can all return together." "Thank you, sisters." With Liao Jiaka's encouragement, Qijin seemed to regain his spirits. "Go ahead. Yin Yin and I will wait for you." Because Cuckoo knows how difficult it is to find a car, that's why she said that. Who understands? My precious Cuckoo is so kind. I wish them everlasting friendship. Yin Yin is wonderful too, supporting her sister's actions. Is there a director looking for actors? I strongly recommend Liao Jiaka and Qijin. Let them collaborate, please. In the end, Qijin's group hurriedly purchased 2 books, and by the time they returned, Liao Jiaka had found a car for them. However, the driver, who was headed in the same direction, had prior engagements and could not leave immediately, leaving them once again in search of a suitable vehicle. As night fell, the autumn breeze grew cooler, and the streets became devoid of pedestrians, with few vehicles passing by. Earlier in the afternoon, they had ventured out under the sun, feeling slightly warm, but now the chill made them shiver. The 4 stood outside a convenience store, waiting as gusts of wind swept through, causing the 3 girls to tremble with cold. "When will we be able to go back? I'm getting a bit hungry." Qi Yin wrapped her arms around herself, growing impatient. Liao Jiayin sighed softly, agreeing. "I feel the same." Liao Jiaka, feeling sympathetic towards her sister, turned to glance at the convenience store behind them, suggesting, "I still have a bit of money left. Why don't we go in and buy something to tide us over?" Qijin replied, "We also have a little left. Pooling our money should be enough to buy 2 cups of instant noodles." Lu Jinsen completed the final batch of osmanthus rice cakes for Meng Chuyuan, believing that would conclude his assistance, only to discover that she had finished preparing the red bean glutinous rice cakes. "Are we frying them now?" he asked. Noticing Meng Chuyuan holding a plate of neatly wrapped rice cakes, his brow furrowing slightly. "Yes, why not?" she replied. A hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Jinsen's eyes as he observed her bustling about, feeling reluctant to admit his own hunger. He bit his lip, glancing down at the steamed osmanthus rice cakes. After a moment, he looked up at Meng Chuyuan, his gaze drifting towards the cakes, and subtly inquired, "May I have some of these?" Meng Chuyuan regarded him with a knowing glance, her demeanor light and playful. "Are you hungry?" Chapter 32. Temptation gazed curiously at her and asked, "Aren't you hungry?" Had been occupied in the kitchen all afternoon, hardly paying attention to her own hunger, even forgetting that they had yet to dine. However, at that moment, she had no time to prepare the ingredients for dinner. She lifted her gaze to and said, "If you're hungry, feel free to eat." Upon receiving her permission, unceremoniously took a piece of warm osmanthus cake and savored a bite. The freshly baked osmanthus cake was rich in aroma, soft and sweet, with the sweetness perfectly balanced. Perhaps truly famished, devoured a piece in just 2 bites and, unable to resist, reached for another. First, gauged the temperature of the pan with her hand before pouring in an adequate amount of peanut oil. She then placed the red bean glutinous rice cakes one by one into the pan, frying them until both sides turned golden brown before removing them. The fragrant aroma of the fried delicacies wafted through the kitchen and out into the fresh air. While enjoying the osmanthus cake, had thought it delicious. But little did he know that the scent of the fried red bean glutinous rice cakes was even more irresistible. The rich, smoky aroma intertwined with the toasty fragrance of the rice cakes, compelling him to indulge. He instinctively moved closer to, entranced by the golden, crispy treats. His eyes fixated on them. After plating the freshly fried red bean glutinous rice cakes, turned to find standing still, seemingly entranced. She playfully inquired, "What's the matter? Craving some?" Did not deny it. Instead, he asked softly, "Is it okay?" With a slight raise of her brow, confidently replied, "Of course, if you want to eat. Just go ahead." As the evening progressed, the other two groups had settled at a convenience store, where they borrowed hot water from the owner to enjoy instant noodles at a table outside, braving the cold wind. Fortunately, the kind owner, aware they were stars filming a show, gifted them an additional bowl of noodles and 4 sausages, as their cash was only sufficient for 3 bowls. Perhaps genuinely hungry, they left not a drop of broth behind. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, the two groups had yet to return. Meanwhile, the director, realizing the head count was off, learned from the staff that the other two groups might still be in town. Upon hearing this, he displayed a look of astonishment. "What happened? I instructed you to return by 5:30. I reminded them before 5, yet they decided to stay longer as they hadn't found gifts." The director frowned, displeased. "What time is it? They still haven't returned?" He had been engrossed in live stream, captivated by her process of making desserts, and had neglected the status of the other two groups. The staff suggested, perhaps they had trouble finding transportation? "I'll check on their whereabouts and send someone to fetch them." However, the director's expression shifted as he realized, "But we have no vehicle, otherwise I would have sent someone already." His demeanor darkened, and he silently watched the end of the live broadcast with a scowl. While a staff member quickly took out his phone, "Let me call the cameraman to inquire." That evening, felt somewhat overindulged, having consumed 2 pieces of osmanthus cake and a red bean glutinous rice cake, followed by a meal. After the broadcast concluded, finished the remaining filling, resulting in a second batch of fried red bean glutinous rice cakes. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Drawn by the scent, made his way to the kitchen, only to find frying cakes once more. He stood at the entrance, puzzled. "Why are you still making these?" With a fleeting glance, replied softly, "I'm not. These are the leftovers." "Leftovers?" She nodded. "Didn't you say you were hungry?" I left them aside. Had she not witnessed his earlier eagerness, she might have finished these before preparing dinner. Feeling a bit sheepish, rubbed his nose and mumbled, "Thank you." "What did you just say?" With the sizzling of the oil filling the air, did not catch his words. Sighed in frustration. "Never mind. Just continue frying your cakes." Chapter 33. The feeling of a king with bronze. Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, she did not intend to pursue the matter further and resignedly thought, "Forget it. After all, you wouldn't have anything worthwhile to say." Lu Jinsen opened his mouth, eager to defend himself, but Meng Chuyuan had already averted her gaze, disregarding him as she continued with her tasks. He felt utterly overlooked, which left him feeling rather embarrassed, and he subsequently left in a huff. The other two groups returned from the town well past 8 o'clock, and during the journey, conversations were sparse, whether out of fatigue or some other reason. They sat together in the vehicle like strangers sharing a ride. Chi Yin had completely withdrawn from any communication. Before getting on the bus, she had donned her hoodie. And once seated by the window, she wrapped her arms around herself and closed her eyes to rest. Among them, Chi Yin was the eldest, exuding a strong aura that seemed to suggest a natural leadership quality. When she was amiable, she resembled a warm little sun, but her silence could easily instill fear in others. Liao Jiaka, sitting next to her, appeared quite timid, even avoiding eye contact with Chi Yin. "Apologies for making you wait so long," the driver said, attempting to lighten the mood. Without his occasional interjections, they might have remained silent throughout the ride. Liao Jiaka softly replied, "It's all right. Are you here to record a show?" "I know this area." The driver, aware of their purpose, enthusiastically introduced local delicacies and attractions, yet Liao Jiaka and her companions merely smiled without engaging in conversation. "Why is everyone so quiet? It makes me seem like a chatterbox," the driver remarked, awkwardly laughing, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chijin, sensing the driver's discomfort, smiled and explained, "No, we're just a bit tired." "I see," the driver said, wisely opting to remain silent as he focused on driving, no longer interrupting them. Chi Yin was indeed in a rather foul mood today, emanating an aura that made her difficult to approach. since the morning when their group was assigned to the poultry farm. She had patiently worked to avoid embarrassment on live television. She had hoped that the afternoon's tasks would be simpler. But Chijian's desire for showmanship resulted in them eating instant noodles on the street late at night. In the early morning, the village was shrouded in a thin mist. Birds chirped on the branches, and the sun gradually rose from the eastern hills, dispersing the haze over the picturesque countryside. Everyone woke unusually early, and after freshening up, they packed their belongings. At 7:30, the director gathered the three groups of guests at the supply station for their final breakfast in the village. On their way to the meeting point, Meng Chuyuan carried the osmanthus rice cakes and red bean sticky rice cake she had prepared the night before, neatly packed in boxes. Lu Jinsen watched her actions with a puzzled expression, unable to contain himself. "We're going to eat breakfast, not to bring food with us. Who said I was bringing it to eat? I'm taking it to give to the grandparents from yesterday, and I'll return the cart too." They were passing by the old couple's house on their way to the supply station, making it a perfect opportunity to deliver the cart and treats. This young master is quite humorous, thinking Meng Jie is as foolish as he is to take breakfast that far. Young master has 100 questions. Could you just be quiet, haha? Meng Jie feels she's never encountered such a pig-headed teammate. Every little thing requires explanation. I sense a king accompanied by bronze. Oh no, Meng Jie is so thoughtful, still remembering the grandparents. I feel inferior, let me call my grandma. When Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen arrived at the grandparents' home, they found them enjoying breakfast in the yard. "Grandpa, Grandma, we're here to return the cart," Meng Chuyuan announced, holding 2 boxes of pastries while Lu Jinsen pushed the cart into the yard, finding a suitable spot to set it down. Upon hearing this, Grandpa smiled and said, "Why are you up so early? Have you had breakfast? Come sit and eat with us." They hadn't expected Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen to arrive so early. Meng Chuyuan politely declined. "We are going to eat soon." She approached the table, placing the pastries down gently, and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, these are some pastries we made last night. Please remember to heat them before eating." Grandma replied, "You shouldn't have brought these along. It's only right. Thank you for lending us your things yesterday." The elderly couple felt gratified by Meng Chuyuan's gesture and made an effort to find chairs for them. "Come sit here, don't just stand. We're a bit pressed for time and need to leave now." "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Goodbye." After saying this, Meng Chuyuan exchanged a glance with Lu Jinsen, and they departed in unison. Grandma watched them leave with a reluctant gaze, saying, "Do come again when you have the chance." Meng Chuyuan refrained from informing the elderly couple that this was their last day of filming, fearing it might tarnish their cheerful spirits. Moreover, she was not one to handle farewells gracefully. As she exited the old couple's home, a faint sorrow crept into her eyes, dimming their brightness. "Oh my, I'm about to cry." Grandma's last words broke me. Did I get sand in my eyes? This part is somewhat tear-jerking. Grandma's gaze brought tears to my eyes. Sob, sob, sob. I don't know why, but I feel Meng Jie has a story. Her calm demeanor evokes a sense of sympathy in me. Meng Jie left so decisively. Perhaps she fears lingering too long. Only that silly giant Lu Jinsen remains oblivious to what just transpired. Today's breakfast was far more sumptuous than the first. The production team had prepared spicy soup, lamb stew with bread, soy milk, and scallion pancakes for the guests. Since the recording would extend into the afternoon, they would need to complete their tasks after breakfast. While they were eating, the director casually outlined the day's agenda. "Everyone, after we finish breakfast, we will head to the school to assist the cafeteria in preparing lunch for the children. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Everyone quietly continued their meal, with no one responding. Only Lu Jinsen raised his brow at the mention of preparing lunch for the children and looked at the director with curiosity, asking, "Does assisting the cafeteria mean we will be cooking for the children?" In response, the director replied earnestly, "That is indeed a possibility. Just follow the arrangements once we arrive." Lu Jinsen thought to himself, so even the fearless young master has moments of trepidation. Is the young master concerned that his culinary skills may not meet expectations? I still remember his expression when he ate the fried egg yesterday. Huh? I saved a screenshot, and it makes me laugh every time I see it. Come on, his limited skills are barely enough to cook for pigs. How could he possibly prepare meals for students? Isn't that absurd? Chapter 34. Doing the right thing. The popularity of today's live broadcast was quite commendable, with hundreds of thousands of viewers online as soon as it began, and the number soon swelled to millions. The prospect of Lu Jinsen cooking attracted a significant wave of spectators eager to watch. Around 8 o'clock, the guests visited a nearby elementary school, where students were engaged in their morning reading within the classrooms. Passing by the teaching building, one could glimpse the neatly attired students sitting upright, clutching their textbooks, and reciting their lessons with great enthusiasm. To avoid disturbing the students, everyone tread lightly and refrained from lingering at the entrance. The principal guided them around the campus and offered a brief introduction about the school. Our school spans 15,000 square meters, with over 300 students and a total of 23 teachers. In addition to the local children, we also accommodate students from 2 neighboring villages. Their environments are relatively underdeveloped, with complex terrain and limited arable land, which necessitates that the children from those villages attend our school. Considering the long journey home for the children, the school has thoughtfully established a cafeteria, allowing students to stay for lunch and rest in the classroom afterward. Listening to the principal recount the arduous educational journeys of the children stirred a sense of empathy among the guests. The 6 guests took a tour of the campus before finally arriving at the school cafeteria, just in time to see a vegetable farmer delivering produce. Meng Chuyuan glanced at the vegetables on the tricycle and remarked calmly, "This must be over 100 pounds of vegetables delivered daily, right?" The principal confirmed, "Indeed. Over 100 pounds." As they observed the farmer unloading his goods, the principal's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he explained, "That individual is a parent of our students. He has been cultivating vegetables in the village and has generously supplied our cafeteria with fresh produce for several years without charge. His child graduated last year and is now studying in the county, yet he continues to deliver vegetables daily, never asking for payment." The principal, touched, blinked back tears, quickly regaining his composure to avoid losing face in front of the guests. Upon hearing that the vegetables were provided by a student's parent, a solemn silence enveloped the room. During inclement weather, nearby parents would also contribute to ensure the cafeteria was well stocked, preventing any shortages. The principal reminisced about the challenging past and sighed, "Without these parents, our cafeteria might not even be operational." Meng Chuyuan stepped forward without hesitation to assist with unloading the vegetables. Observing her initiative, the other guests and the principal joined in, swiftly transporting the produce into the kitchen. The farmer bowed gratefully to each guest, expressing his thanks. "Thank you all, thank you." He often arrived early, finding the cafeteria closed, and would unload alone. This unexpected encounter with Meng Chuyuan and the others deeply moved him. "There's no need to thank us. This is simply what we ought to do," Chizhen reassured him. Meng Chuyuan dusted off her hands and curiously asked the farmer, "Since you're already a business owner, why do you still deliver vegetables yourself?" The farmer chuckled. "My home is nearby. It's not far. Rather than trouble someone else, I prefer to make the trip myself. I've grown accustomed to it, and I find peace in personally ensuring it gets done." No matter how hectic the market was, he always made time to deliver vegetables to the school, ensuring the cafeteria was always ready for lunch. Meng Chuyuan looked at him sincerely and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. Everything is worthwhile for these children." It is Principal Huang who truly bears the burden, still dedicated to the school, even at retirement age. Principal Huang merely smiled humbly without responding. The day's recording had already drawn tears from many, as the farmer's routine, though habitual for him, held profound significance for the school. The freshness of the vegetables, grown by him and provided at no cost, showcased his dedication as a father. Noticing the cameras capturing the moment, the farmer blushed with realization, scratching his head and saying, "I must return, there is much to attend to." Meng Chuyuan politely responded, "Please take care, we won't delay your work." Shortly after the farmer departed, the cafeteria staff returned from their shopping. The staff, aware of the guest helpers, was taken aback at the sight of 6 guests. Meng Chuyuan, being nearest, stood and greeted the cook. "Hello, if I'm not mistaken. You must be in charge of the cafeteria?" The cook nodded. "Hello. I apologize for making you wait. I just returned from the town with some seasonings." "No problem at all. We just arrived not long ago," Meng Chuyuan replied. The cafeteria staff consisted of 4 members, 2 chefs and 2 assistants, with the latter responsible for washing and chopping vegetables, then helping serve meals once the students finished their classes. The kitchen was not spacious enough to accommodate many people, so the cook did not assign cooking tasks to the guests on their first visit. Lu Jinsen narrowly escaped the predicament. "It's a pity. I was hoping to see the young master cook." Let us not jest. Even if cooking were required of the guests, it certainly wouldn't fall to Lu Jinsen, a novice. After all, the meals are for children, whose digestive systems are delicate. What if something went awry? The earlier comments ring true. Children's stomachs cannot withstand turmoil. Let us maintain some rationality. If you truly wish to see Lu Jinsen cook, you can always watch yesterday's live replay. Chapter 35. Favoritism from the production team. The work assisting in the kitchen was relatively light, and with a large group, they did not find it strenuous when busy. They helped peel garlic, skin potatoes, and wash vegetables, and afterward tidied up the dining hall. with the absence of cooking duties. The guests quickly found themselves with free time after completing their initial tasks. The school cafeteria was conveniently located near the playground, where a few classes were engaged in physical education, and the latter half was designated for free activities. Many students played basketball, while others kicked shuttlecocks or jumped rope, their laughter and shouts merging into a joyful cacophony. Chuyuan felt a surge of excitement at the sight of basketball, his gaze lingering on the court. With nothing pressing to attend to, he thought it would be more enjoyable to join them for a while. Noticing Lu Jinsen beside him, he politely inquired, "Shall I go play some basketball with them? Would you like to join?" Lu Jinsen furrowed his brows slightly, initially inclined to decline. But Chuyuan's words happened to reach Meng Chuyuan, who interjected, "Go ahead, join them for a bit." Lu Jinsen. As Meng Chuyuan spoke, Chuyuan looked at Lu Jinsen with renewed anticipation, rendering any refusal nearly impossible for him. "May I ask if Lu Jinsen knows how to play basketball? Look at that sour face. I doubt basketball is his forte, ha." I saw the young master's lips moving just now. Was he about to refuse before being interrupted by Meng Jia? What? Lu Jinsen can't play basketball? What a waste of height, regardless of his skills. I simply wish to see the dashing Chuyuan play basketball. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinsen ultimately decided to accompany Chuyuan to the basketball court. Just as a male student attempted a shot, the ball veered off course, and Chuyuan, unperturbed, reached out to catch it deftly. His actions drew the attention of the other students, especially as he effortlessly seized the ball, eliciting expressions of awe and admiration. Chuyuan approached the student who had shot and gently asked, "May we join you? We would like to play basketball, too." The shorter students looked up at Lu Jinsen and Chuyuan as if gazing at giants. Upon hearing their desire to join, everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Can you play as guards?" asked the chubby student cradling the ball, who appeared particularly adorable among his peers. Upon hearing this, Chuyuan chuckled, somewhat incredulously. "Wow. What grade are you in? You're so young, yet you already know about guards?" "We're in the 3rd grade, he replied, gesturing with his hands. Noticing Lu Jinsen's silence, the student turned his gaze upward and asked, "Brother, can you also play as a guard?" Lu Jinsen shot him a sidelong glance, his expression unfaltering as he replied, "Who are you looking down on? Wow, is the young master that arrogant?" "Absolutely. The young master has left the little chubby boy speechless, haha. His innocent heart has taken 1,000 points of damage. Hey, can't you learn a bit of patience from Chuyuan when dealing with kids? This fellow wears a long face every day, it's one thing. But he doesn't even soften in front of children. Chuyuan, on the other hand, is gentle everywhere." Seeing Lu Jinsen and Chuyuan head to play basketball, the Liao sisters sought something to occupy themselves, setting their sights on a few girls playing shuttlecock. Liao Jiaka glanced at Chuyuan and Meng Chuyuan and asked, "Would you two sisters like to join us for some shuttlecock?" "Thank you, but I want to be joining. I don't know how to kick," Chuyuan replied, eager to avoid any exertion during this rare break. To her surprise, Meng Chuyuan also declined Liao Jiaka's invitation, saying, "You all go ahead." Chuyuan was not keen on sharing the frame with Meng Chuyuan, yet the production team had only opened 3 live streaming rooms, one capturing Lu Jinsen and Chuyuan, and another following the Liao sisters. She exhibited unpredictable moods and refrained from private conversation with Meng Chuyuan. However, after a brief stay in the cafeteria, Meng Chuyuan soon stood up and headed to the kitchen. Noticing her departure, the director exchanged glances with the cameraman, signaling him to follow swiftly. As Chuyuan prepared to breathe a sigh of relief after Meng Chuyuan left, she was startled to see the cameraman trail after her. With the camera now gone, Chuyuan's demeanor soured significantly. She looked up at the director, a hint of skepticism in her tone. "Director, why did my cameraman leave?" The director, seemingly oblivious, responded casually, "What do you mean yours?" Frustrated, Chuyuan reiterated, "The cameraman. How can I broadcast without him?" Though she wished to avoid sharing the frame with Meng Chuyuan, she certainly did not intend to forfeit the live broadcast. "Oh, the live broadcast," the director raised an eyebrow, calmly suggesting. "Why don't you head to the kitchen to take a look?" "Why should I go to the kitchen? Then just sit back and relax until they return." Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan arrived at the kitchen precisely on time, aware that the kitchen staff would soon start cooking. She entered, first surveying the amount of prepared ingredients before turning to the cook. "Sir, do you manage well with just the 2 of you in the kitchen?" The cook chuckled, replying, 2 people are more than sufficient. We use large pots and can handle it all in 2 rounds of cooking. After all, the kitchen is rather small. And with limited stoves, having more cooks wouldn't make much difference." Meng Chuyuan inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with?" With nothing pressing to do, she sought to occupy herself. Who said Meng Jia only knows how to slack off? She knows when to step in and help, demonstrating her diligence. Truly a little angel among us. Meng Jia. Though I couldn't join the cooking team, I can still contribute in other ways. It's clear that Meng Jia is quite invested in this task. I'm once again captivated by Meng Jia's charm. If this continues, my orientation might truly come into question. After pondering for a moment, the cook replied, "You could help boil 2 pots of soup." All right. Meng Chuyuan immediately set to work, expertly cleaning the soup pots. What should I put in? Just a simple seaweed and egg soup, and a pork and winter melon soup. The eggs and seaweed are in the cupboard below. Understood. Meng Chuyuan filled both pots with water and plugged them in. Then cleaned the pork and cut the winter melon into chunks to simmer. She soaked the seaweed in a basin and finally cracked a few eggs into a bowl, whisking them together. Originally, the cook intended to instruct her on the process, but Meng Chuyuan's fluid movements revealed her as a seasoned hand. Although merely preparing ordinary soups, she did not cut corners. She ensured to remove any fishy odors from the seaweed and added a few pitted red dates to the winter melon soup, enhancing its sweetness. Chapter 36. Serving food to the children. At this moment, the basketball court was abuzz with excitement, the air filled with waves of applause and cheers. Due to Lu Jinsen's earlier remarks, which had sparked discontent among the children, they insisted that he showcase his skills. After Lu Jinsen's disparaging comment, the children handed him the basketball, challenging him. "Anyone can boast. If you can score 3 consecutive shots, I'll believe you." Initially, Lu Jinsen dismissed their challenge with a scoff, not wanting to stoop to their level. However, aware that his words had attracted the attention of many onlookers, he felt compelled to prove himself. To substantiate his claims, he took the ball, dribbled it twice, lifted it high, and with a flick of his wrist, sent it soaring in a perfect arc through the hoop. No one expected Lu Jinsen to score on his first attempt, especially given his calm demeanor during the shot, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Wow, the young master really has some skills. I admit I laughed too soon. Did I just witness that? Was that really Lu Jinsen who scored? I bet 5 cents it was a lucky shot, just a fluke. Oh no, after spending time with Meng Jia, the young master seems too confident now. As Lu Jinsen effortlessly made the shot, the child who had issued the challenge appeared unconvinced and retrieved the ball to present it to him again. "No, you were too close. Let us do it again." Lu Jinsen, resigned, accepted the ball, moved back to the 3-point line, and shot once more, scoring again. As the ball swooshed through the net, astonishment erupted among the crowd, followed by applause. If the first shot was mere luck, the second was undoubtedly a display of skill. Amidst the cheers, Lu Jinsen maintained his composure, glancing at the chubby child beside him, and remarked coolly, "Well, does that count now, you little brat?" The child nodded in a daze, seemingly still processing the earlier spectacle. Chijin, witnessing the event, couldn't help but join in the applause and gave Lu Jinsen a thumbs up. Impressive. Who would have thought he was so modest about his abilities? His skills are quite remarkable. He could easily compete. He's a national-level basketball player, and he has always loved the game. You were too busy criticizing him to notice. Lu Jinsen despises being looked down upon. What should I do? He looks somewhat cool while shooting. I might become a fan, but will I get criticized? With the presence of Lu Jinsen and Qi Zhen, the atmosphere on the court became even more lively, eventually attracting the girls who were skipping rope and playing shuttlecock. Meng Chuyuan, stepping out of the kitchen, noticed the students gathered on the basketball court, cheering enthusiastically. Finding herself free at the moment, she decided to join the excitement. Standing at a distance to observe, Chijin had just received the basketball when a few students surrounded him, making it impossible for him to dribble. He had no choice but to pass the ball to Lu Jinsen. With a deceptive move that baffled everyone, Lu Jinsen took advantage of their lax defense and shot again. As he scored once more, the surrounding students appeared deflated, while onlookers clapped in delight. That older brother is incredible. He scores almost every time. Indeed. He is even better than our sports committee. The 2 girls standing in front of Meng Chuyuan began to praise Lu Jinsen. Hearing their comments, Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and approached them, maintaining her composure as she asked, "Do you think he plays basketball well?" "Very well, don't you think?" Meng Chuyuan shook her head, a hint of disdain evident in her expression. "That's not impressive. It's clearly just bullying elementary school kids." "Oh, Meng Jia is criticizing Lu Jinsen again, haha. Meng Jia, could you at least show some grace to the young master? He is trying so hard to impress." "You all have no respect for my Jinsen," sob sob. Though Meng Jia has a point, the skill levels are vastly different, to put it bluntly. They are just picking on the younger kids. These kids must feel so outmatched, they don't even know to let up. As school was about to end, the cafeteria was preparing to serve food. Lu Jinsen and Qi Zhan were assigned to oversee the students, ensuring they formed an orderly queue, while the 4 female guests were responsible for serving the meals. The bell rang, creating a palpable tension as they anticipated the arrival of over 300 students. After a few minutes, students began trickling into the cafeteria, each with their own lunchboxes. Initially, as they entered, they were eager and rushed. A small boy with a blue backpack was the first to approach Qi Yan, breathless as he exclaimed, "Auntie, I want to get my food." Qi Yan reached out to take the boy's lunchbox, but upon hearing the term auntie, her expression froze. After a moment, her smile returned, and she sweetly offered, "If you call me sister, I'll serve you." The boy glanced at her dismissively before turning to Meng Chuyuan, saying, "Pretty sister, can you help me get my food?" Qi Yan silently clenched her serving spoon, her nails almost digging into her palm. Meng Chuyuan, hearing this, looked at the boy and replied with a smile, "Of course. But you have to wait in line." Since there were already 4 or 5 students ahead of him, the boy nodded, took back his lunchbox, and obediently went to the back of the queue. This kid is hilarious. He prefers to wait for Meng Jia rather than call Qi Yan sister. Such a character. I like him. My little one does the same. They call the pretty one sister and the less so auntie. I'm worried. I hope Qi Yan doesn't take offense. Why would she? Little kids don't understand. Qi Yan can't be so petty as to get upset with a child. After Meng Chuyuan served the first 5 students, it was finally the turn of the adorable little boy. He placed his lunchbox on the counter and, standing on tiptoe, peered at the dishes of the day, his gaze fixating on the meat dish. Looking up, he eagerly asked Meng Chuyuan, "Sister, can I have a little more of the mushroom and potato chicken?" "Of course," Meng Chuyuan replied, ladling an extra scoop onto his plate. After receiving his lunchbox, the boy sweetly remarked, "Sister, you are really beautiful." Chapter 37. Do not hold back on compliments upon hearing this. Meng Chuyuan's eyes curved into crescent moons as she replied, "You must be joking. I'm wearing a mask. And you're just talking nonsense." She assumed the child was merely flattering her because she had given him an extra scoop of mushroom and potato chicken. Not nonsense at all. I genuinely think my sister has beautiful eyes. She must be quite lovely, he insisted with sincerity. To reassure her disbelief, he added, "Really?" Meng Chuyuan replied, "If you say she's beautiful, then she is." The audience in the live stream was captivated by Meng Chuyuan's witty retort, amused by her attempt at self-deprecation, which, it seemed, did not quite succeed. What a charming child. What could he possibly have eaten to grow so adorable? They mused. This is what we call childlike innocence. As the viewers continued to engage, they remained oblivious to Qi Yan, whose expression darkened upon overhearing their exchange. Noticing the boy still lingering by the window, Meng Chuyuan gently reminded, "Little one, after you finish your meal, please find a seat. Your classmates are waiting." "Oh right. I'm sorry." He quickly realized and departed. As more students arrived, the line in the cafeteria extended outside the door. Witnessing the lengthy queue, the guests felt a growing pressure and began to hasten their serving speed to minimize the students' wait. Among the 4 serving stations, it became evident that Qi Yan's line had barely moved, prompting some students to shift to other windows. Qi Yan's movements were somewhat sluggish. She averaged 2 scoops for each dish, seemingly deliberate in her portion control, adding a half scoop to what was insufficient and returning excess with her spoon. The students waiting at her station felt frustrated. Not only was the pace slow, but her hands trembled, resulting in mediocre servings. Qi's sister seems inexperienced. Her trembling hands lack finesse, far inferior to the cafeteria staff, one commented. "Help? If I hadn't seen her with an empty spoon shaking, I might have thought she was doing it on purpose," another joked. It's apparent that she is lagging. Meng's sister appears to be operating at 1.5 times the speed. The loss of patrons from her queue is evident, and if she did not pick up the pace, the line would soon dissipate. An hour later, all students had received their meals. Due to limited seating, some returned to their classrooms after eating, while half remained in the cafeteria. Meng Chuyuan and her companions cleared the dishes and washed the empty plates before finally sitting down to eat. They shared the same lunch as the students. After serving herself, Meng Chuyuan entered the cafeteria and found a spot to dine alongside the students. The moment she removed her mask, the girl sitting opposite her instinctively looked up. And upon seeing Meng Chuyuan's true face, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Noticing the girl's surprised expression, Meng Chuyuan curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" With her mouth still covered, the girl shyly replied, "Sister, you are so beautiful." As the girl spoke, Meng Chuyuan detected a hint of hidden sadness in her eyes. For children navigating adolescence, they often grapple with insecurities related to external factors such as their upbringing and appearance, making them vulnerable to feelings of inadequacy. When the girl sensed Meng Chuyuan's gaze upon her, she quickly lowered her head, unable to meet her eyes. Meng Chuyuan smiled gently at her and said, "You are beautiful too." Upon receiving the compliment, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly refrained from responding. "Indeed, beautiful people have sweet tongues," one viewer remarked. "A single compliment can significantly boost someone's confidence. What a delightful little girl. She turns red at a compliment, like a rosy apple." "If only she were a bit more self-assured," another added. Meng's sister is remarkably perceptive. She truly understands the sentiments of young girls. Remember, think twice before uttering hurtful words, and do not hesitate to offer compliments. As Meng Chuyuan observed that the girl's meal was nearly finished, with only some rice remaining, she continued to pick at her food with her chopsticks. She took her own chopsticks and offered the girl a few pieces of chicken from her plate, saying, "Next time, if you find the portions insufficient, remember to ask the cafeteria staff for more." The girl looked at her bowl, now containing extra pieces of meat, and with heartfelt gratitude, said, "Thank you, sister." "You're welcome. Enjoy your meal," Meng Chuyuan replied. Lu Jinsen, after finishing his meal, chose not to sit with Meng Chuyuan due to the lack of available seats. He spotted an empty table as some students at another table were leaving and decided to sit there alone. The other two groups, having arrived later, quickly noticed Lu Jinsen's table amidst the sea of students and approached to share the table with him. Just as they settled into their meal, a student exclaimed, "Today's soup is delicious." The speaker was the same little boy who had approached Meng Chuyuan for food earlier. Hearing his comment, the others glanced up but did not seem particularly interested, returning to their meals. Typically, students refrained from drinking the cafeteria's soup, believing it to be inferior to plain boiled water, which resulted in most of them skipping soup altogether during meals. Seeing that his comment elicited no response, the little boy persisted, "I swear, it's really good, not at all smelly." "Dear student, please mind your wording. That's not smelly, it's fishy," someone quipped. "I believe this boy. If Meng's sister made the soup, it must be good," another chimed in. "I'll bet 5 cents that these little ones will soon find it delightful," yet another joked. "Bravo, young man. I admire your taste. You truly know how to appreciate soup." Just then, a kitchen staff member approached to serve soup, and the little boy exclaimed, "Uncle, the soup you made today is really delicious." The staff member chuckled in response, "Today's soup was tea prepared by me." The boy blinked in surprise and asked, "Then who made it?" "It was made by that sister over there," the staff member said, pointing to Meng Chuyuan. Recognizing her silhouette, the boy exclaimed, "It's the beautiful sister." With a bowl brimming with seaweed and egg drop soup, he cautiously approached Meng Chuyuan. Hearing footsteps behind her, Meng Chuyuan turned and saw the little boy standing before her with his meal. "It's you," she exclaimed, shifting slightly to make room for him. Without hesitation, the boy sat down and greeted his classmates, then turned his eager gaze to Meng Chuyuan, asking, "Sister, did you make this soup?" Meng Chuyuan replied softly, "Yes, I did. What is on your mind?" Chapter 38. Lu Qingye watches the live broadcast. "Sister, the soup you made is incredibly delicious. Will I be able to enjoy your soup every day from now on?" The little boy gazed at Meng Chuyuan with genuine sincerity, his expectations soaring. Meng Chuyuan found his earnestness both amusing and perplexing. "I'm afraid not. I have to leave this afternoon." His face fell, filled with regret, yet he stubbornly replied, "Can't you stay? I can ask Grandpa Principal to pay you." Meng Chuyuan responded, "That is precisely why I cannot stay. Grandpa Principal already has a lot on his plate, and it wouldn't be right to burden him further. However, if you really enjoy this soup, I can write down the recipe for them to replicate." With a gentle sigh, he acquiesced, "All right." She affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "What a good boy. Children are, after all, innocent and naive, yet the phrase Grandpa Principal carries a certain warmth." Meng Jie's response was simply remarkable. I expected a firm refusal, but she articulated such an emotionally intelligent reply instead. Earlier, I feared that if the child insisted on her staying, he might suggest she work for free or even ask the chef to resign. Thankfully, I worried unnecessarily. He is a sensible child. She didn't crush his spirit. Rather, she offered a resolution he could accept, showcasing his understanding. Once again, Meng Jie has won the heart of a young classmate with her culinary skills and charm. If I could offer a salary to keep Meng Jie, I would definitely consider it. The chef ladled out a bowl of bone and winter melon soup, and after tasting it, he realized it was far superior to his own. He then called out, "Classmates, today's soup is truly delightful. Those who wish to have some should come and serve themselves." A classmate nearby, eager for soup, filled his bowl and exclaimed, "It really tastes better." As others observed his enjoyment, they all chimed in to declare it delicious, forming a queue to get their own servings. The law of deliciousness never fails to hold true. This scene brought a smile to my face. It resembled a swarm of bees emerging from their hive. It seems there won't be enough soup to go around. Meanwhile, Lu Qingye had just finished his shower, clad in a white bathrobe, his hair freshly dried. He tidied his thick, short hair and sat at the head of the bed, opening his laptop to respond to several unread emails. After perusing the messages, he felt that the hour was still early, so he sought out other activities. Hearing that today marked the final recording day for Meng Chuyuan and her Group S variety show, he curiously searched for the program and discovered they were still live streaming. Just as Meng Chuyuan and her companions finished their meal, the live broadcast proceeded directly to the segment where guests distributed gifts to the villagers and children. Without any scheduled break, the director summoned all the villagers they could invite to the school, and everyone gathered on the playground to commence the gift-giving event. The guests unveiled the gifts they had prepared the previous afternoon, laying them out for all to see. Upon witnessing the gifts prepared by Meng Chuyuan's group, the other two teams were left in awe. Meng Chuyuan's team had an abundance of snacks, filling the table to capacity, with extras stacked high in boxes. The students' eyes lit up at the sight of candied hawthorn, eagerly pressing the director for the start time. Meng Jia's group has already won before the event even began. Seeing that Qi Zhen's group had only 2 extracurricular books, I felt embarrassed for them. How could they possibly share 2 books among so many? Surely some classmates will opt for the pens and notebooks that Kiki purchased, as they are still in school. And those items are useful. I can only guess that elementary students prefer snacks or visually appealing stationery. Qi Zhen's group's extracurricular books seem less enticing. As a foodie, I wouldn't care. If I were present, I would undoubtedly choose the snacks from Meng Jia's group. They cater to all ages. Before long, the activity officially commenced. Given the crowd size, it was impossible for everyone to receive a gift. So the production team organized a quiz game where those who answered correctly could select their preferred gifts. Lu Qingye found himself engrossed in the quiz, watching for half an hour without realizing it. The questions, while relatively simple, still posed a challenge for the elementary students. Most of the students who answered correctly belonged to Meng Chuyuan's group, some claiming candied hawthorn, others opting for osmanthus cake, quickly exhausting their supply. The other 2 groups resorted to a draw to distribute their gifts. One of the village women tasted the osmanthus cake and remarked on its deliciousness, prompting her to inquire of Meng Chuyuan. "This cake is delightful. Where did you buy it?" Meng Chuyuan smiled and replied, "I made it myself." The woman exclaimed, "So you made it? It's so delicious, far better than what we usually buy at the store. The ones from the store aren't as soft, nor do they have such a rich flavor." Lu Qingye, watching the live broadcast, felt a flicker of surprise at her response. He hadn't anticipated that she could create such a dish. After distributing the gifts, they gathered on the playground for photographs, preparing to leave the school. Though their time with the children was brief, it was evident that the children were reluctant to part ways, following them to the school gate to bid farewell. Oh my, is this really the end? I just arrived yesterday and haven't had enough yet. Alas, with this episode concluding, I'll have to wait another half week for the next live broadcast. Fire Tong's Lu Ming. Will there be any changes to the guests for the next episode? I fear Meng Jia might not return. With the recording concluded, the live stream indicated a temporary offline status, promising to return shortly. Lu Qingye watched the stream close and decided to catch up on the replay. The 6 guests returned to their residence, unloading their luggage and reclaiming their submitted phones before boarding the production team's bus. On the way to the airport, the production team arranged an impromptu live interview, allowing everyone to interact with the online audience. The production team is truly lacking. Why couldn't they continue the live stream earlier? Perhaps they saved some content for the program as premiere? No worries. We can watch the extras when it airs. The director announced, everyone can open their phones to enter our live stream. Then randomly select a few questions from the comments section for live responses. Upon hearing this, the audience flooded the comments, eager for their messages to be acknowledged and answered. Meng Chuyuan's group's live stream was bustling with activity, transforming what was intended as a group interview into a personal showcase for her. As comments scarcely mentioned Lu Jinsen, and even when they did, they were few and far between. Meng Jia, look at me. I'm your new fan. Meng Jia, please pick me later. I'm desperate. The production team is fantastic. It's nice to finally be remembered at the end of this episode. I really enjoy this online interview format. I suggest more of these activities. I'm so anxious. Why has Team Meng Jia taken her phone out yet? I have my questions ready. At that moment, Meng Chuyuan showed no inclination to retrieve her phone, remaining unresponsive even after the director finished speaking. Observing the situation in the live stream, the director realized something was amiss and discreetly approached to remind her, "You should check the live stream." Chapter 39. The rejected wife favored by the aristocracy. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan raised her gaze towards Lu Jinsen and remarked, "Isn't it enough to let him see?" After all, she was not a celebrity. Such interactions were unnecessary for her. The director, unable to persuade Meng Chuyuan, turned to Lu Jinsen. "Lu Jinsen, hand over your phone so you can watch with your sister-in-law." With a cold expression, Lu Jinsen reluctantly logged into the live stream using his own account and passed the phone over. Once the director departed, Lu Jinsen whispered to Meng Chuyuan, "Could you cooperate a little?" Meng Chuyuan clenched her teeth slightly and replied, "Fine, I will cooperate." The next moment, she returned to her normal volume and leaned closer to the phone screen, saying, "Let me see what everyone is discussing." The comments in the live stream scrolled by at an alarming speed, causing Meng Chuyuan to frown slightly. This was her first time witnessing the barrage of comments during a variety show, and she was astonished to discover that millions were watching live. As she attempted to keep pace with the rapid comments, one particular message caught her eye, and she read it aloud at a leisurely pace. "Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood about your relationship with Lu Jinsen since you are both on the show together?" Lu Qingye returned to the live stream just as Meng Chuyuan read the question, momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with a hint of intrigue. Lu Jinsen, equally surprised, had not anticipated that Meng Chuyuan would select such a sensitive topic. Known for his volatile temper, he often clashed with online trolls, and such slanderous remarks ignited his fury. Frowning, Lu Jinsen's fierce gaze resembled that of a predator poised to attack. He was about to retort when Meng Chuyuan unexpectedly snatched the phone from him. With an unperturbed expression, Meng Chuyuan responded, "To the friend who posed that question, what misunderstanding do you mean? He calls me sister-in-law. Isn't that relationship clear enough? If my participation in the show with him leads you to other thoughts, perhaps it is your perspective that needs adjustment?" Listening to her steady tone, each word laced with formidable impact, Lu Jinsen sensed the underlying strength in her voice. "Do you all understand? Meng Jie implies that if anyone has impure thoughts, they should not blame her. Is slandering so easy? Aren't you afraid of a legal notice?" Meng Jie appears unaffected by these comments. Perhaps she finds them amusing, as such lowbrow questions are beneath her. To that netizen, I advise you to choose your words wisely, or Meng Jie might just reach through the internet to confront you. After addressing that query, Meng Chuyuan continued to engage with the comments. "They all call you a rejected wife of the aristocracy, Meng Jie. Do you have anything to say about that?" She boldly declared. "What of being a rejected wife of the aristocracy? Even a rejected wife has once been favored by the aristocracy." Lu Qingye, upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's response, furrowed his brow tightly, his expression inscrutable. A rejected wife of the aristocracy? Did she truly regard herself in such a manner? Lu Jinsen, seated beside her, listened as she spoke with a hint of arrogance, a touch of disdain flickering in his cold eyes. "You truly say whatever comes to mind," Meng Chuyuan retorted. "I am not mute. Of course, I can speak freely." Wow, how do I sense a hint of pride in her tone? "Meng Jie, what of being a rejected wife of the aristocracy? At least I was once cherished by them." Meng Jie shows clarity. It seems she is not entirely enamored with the idea of aristocracy. Lu Jinsen interjected, "As the concerned party, I am still present. Perhaps you should temper your comments a bit." Meng Chuyuan merely responded to two questions, and the live stream's popularity surged, propelling it to the top of the variety show platform. Faced with the audience's challenging inquiries, Meng Chuyuan not only handled them with composure but also skillfully shut down the nonsensical questions with a single phrase. Finding it somewhat dull, she turned to Lu Jinsen, raising her phone to suggest, "Would you like to engage with them?" Lu Jinsen tilted his head and flatly refused. No need. He found no common ground with these people, and a single misstep could lead to an outburst. Very well. To fulfill the program's interview duration, Meng Chuyuan continued to sift through the comments, soon spotting one. "Meng Jie, why does everyone call you a rejected wife of the aristocracy? Also, when you handed over the phone, why didn't you call your husband? Just to be polite. Is your husband still alive? You aren't a widow, are you?" Due to the rapid scrolling of comments, Meng Chuyuan only caught the last part, so she replied, "How could I possibly be a widow at such a young age? That netizen, your words are quite impolite. How could you wish such a thing upon someone? Does Meng Jie imply that if her husband were to pass, she would remarry? Being beautiful and young, finding another partner wouldn't be an issue. Step back. Mind your own business regarding the lady." I'm dying of laughter at Meng Jie's response, although she speaks the truth. Hearing it from her makes it sound peculiar. Meng Jie's logic is sound. With her beauty and capabilities, who wouldn't want to marry her? How could she possibly be a widow? Lu Qingye's expression darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a complex mix of emotions. He inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his rising anger. He was unsure whether it stemmed from the comments or Meng Chuyuan's retort, which left his breath ragged with frustration. It seemed he needed to expedite his work here. Lu Qingye exited the live stream and sent Meng Chuyuan a message on WeChat. Wait for my return. However, after sending the message, it vanished without a trace. As the interview period drew to a close, the live stream was about to end. Seizing the moment before the audience dispersed, the director approached Meng Chuyuan for a conversation. Teacher Meng, I would like to ask if you are interested in signing a contract with our program and becoming a regular guest. Huh? Meng Chuyuan replied, somewhat perplexed. Is that necessary? She found it satisfactory to be a temporary substitute, as she could leave whenever she deemed it unnecessary or tiresome. You are truly well suited for variety shows. Meng Chuyuan smiled slightly and stated, but you are not a competent director. Let us discuss collaboration another time. The director was left speechless. Please, Meng Jie, stay with us. We implore you. What does this mean? Is Meng Jie not recording for the next episode? No. If Meng Jie is not on the next episode, I won't watch the show anymore. It's the first time I've seen Director Luo so earnest in discussing collaboration. I never expected Meng Jie's rejection to be so uniquely articulated. I reckon Director Luo will remember that for a lifetime. Meng Jie, could you at least give the director a chance? We all love this show and hope you remain a part of it. Chapter 40. The Grand Entrance of Mrs. Lu. In the end, the director was unable to secure a collaboration with Meng Chuyuan, yet he was aware that Lu Jinsen was temporarily without a partner. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the lineup for the second episode would likely remain unchanged. Contemplating this, the director felt a sense of potential for improvement. Perhaps if he performed admirably in the next episode, he might have the opportunity to revisit discussions with Meng Chuyuan regarding collaboration. Meanwhile, after watching the live stream for a while, Lu Qingye realized it was already the early hours of the morning. He turned off his computer, placing it on the bedside table, and prepared to lie down. However, as he awaited a message from Meng Chuyuan, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, as if something remained unfinished. After a moment, he found his phone beside his pillow and opened WeChat once more, only to discover an unanswered chat box, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. He hesitated briefly, then tapped on the chat box and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, sent a message. Finished recording? Once the car grew quiet, Meng Chuyuan felt her phone vibrate in her bag. Finding herself a bit bored, she retrieved her phone and discovered a message from Lu Qingye. With a hint of surprise in her eyes, she opened the message and, after reading his two texts, her attention was drawn to the last one. Wasn't he abroad on business? How did he know about the recording? Had he been watching the live stream as well? Suspecting he had indeed tuned in, she raised an eyebrow slightly and calmly replied, Finished recording. Lu Qingye, all right. Gazing at his succinct response, Meng Chuyuan was left puzzled about his intended meaning and chose not to reply further. Several hours later, upon returning to the bustling city, the group emerged from the airport, greeted by a throng of fans waving banners for Qi Zhen and Liao Jiaka, with not a single sign for Lu Jinsen. As the guests exited, fans erupted into excited shouts of their idols' names, presenting gifts and requesting autographs. Within moments, the fans had congested the airport road, leaving Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen unable to exit, forced to stand aside. Observing the grand spectacle, Meng Chuyuan felt astonished and somewhat repulsed by such a reception, as the fans had completely blocked the thoroughfare. Suddenly turning to Lu Jinsen, she teased, Your fans, where are they? Did they not come to welcome you? In response, Lu Jinsen scoffed dismissively, You have no one here either. Despite his apparent popularity, much of it stemmed from the attention of detractors, while many of his actual fans were merely casual admirers whose interest was fleeting. Those trapped within the crowd began to voice their grievances, lamenting the madness of the fans who were delaying everyone's time. They must be celebrities, right? My ride is arriving. Perhaps I should switch exits. At that moment, a group of tall bodyguards in black suits appeared, coldly parting the crowd. Please make way. The fans, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such an imposing presence, gradually fell silent, their gazes drawn to the bodyguards. Qi Yin's eyes flickered. Thinking they were her family's bodyguards, she chimed in, Everyone, step aside to avoid injury. Meng Chuyuan, observing Qi Yin's eagerness to disperse the fans, couldn't help but smirk softly, finding the situation amusing. Soon, the fans parted, creating a path. As Qi Yin prepared to hand her suitcase to a bodyguard, he bypassed her and continued forward. Lost in her amusement, Meng Chuyuan didn't initially notice that the bodyguard was approaching her. When the bodyguard halted before her, he spoke respectfully, Madam, Mr. Lu has sent me to escort you home. Meng Chuyuan. The other guests, along with the fans and onlookers, turned their attention to Meng Chuyuan. Some bystanders, unfamiliar with such a spectacle, couldn't resist pulling out their phones to record the moment. The fans huddled together, whispering, "Who are those two? The abandoned group? Oh, it truly is. Isn't she a divorcee? How is it that she has so many bodyguards to welcome her?" Meng Chuyuan initially assumed the fans' reception and the bodyguards' appearance were orchestrated by Qi Yin and her group. Now, however, she felt as if the drama had unexpectedly unfolded around her. No wonder Lu Qingye had inquired about her recording. This was the very reason behind his question. The bodyguard promptly took Meng Chuyuan's luggage, entirely disregarding Lu Jinsen, which irked him. "What about me? You can't see me, can you?" Naturally, the bodyguards recognized Lu Jinsen, but replied curtly, "Second young master, Mr. Lu did not mention you." Lu Jinsen. Just moments ago, he had mocked Meng Chuyuan for her lack of a welcoming party, yet it was he who found himself utterly unaccompanied. Meng Chuyuan was taken aback, surprised by this unexpected twist. After a brief pause, she instructed the bodyguard, "Bring him along." Understood. With the bodyguard's assistance, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen exited without obstruction. Stepping into a luxurious business vehicle, Qi Yin, witnessing this scene, wore a displeased expression, even stamping her foot in frustration. Liao Jiaka, noticing her reaction, asked with concern, "Sister Yin, what's wrong?" Feigning a smile, she replied, "It's nothing, just a bit of cramping in my leg. Have you been standing too long? Do you need to find a place to rest?" Qi Yin shook her head. "No need. We'll be leaving soon." Once inside the car, the bodyguard thoughtfully offered Meng Chuyuan a bottle of water, saying, "Madam, shall I take you home to rest now?" She accepted the water with gratitude before responding to his earlier statement. "Please take this young master home first." "You are the young master," Lu Jinsen retorted, unable to restrain his discontent. He detested that title, as detractors often used it to mock him. Meng Chuyuan shot him a glance of disdain, retorting, "Such a foul disposition. Yet you claim you're not a young master." Lu Jinsen. Upon their return to the Lu residence, night had fallen. As the car came to a halt, Lu Jinsen was about to exit but hesitated, turning to Meng Chuyuan. "Why don't we eat first before heading back?" "Huh." Meng Chuyuan thought she must have misheard. "What did you say?" Lu Jinsen, disinclined to repeat himself, felt a flicker of annoyance at the thought of others labeling him a temperamental young master. His gaze darkened as he patiently informed Meng Chuyuan, "I asked if you'd like to stay for dinner." Chapter 41. What madness is this? Meng Chuyuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a hint of a tantalizing smile gracing her lips. "Let's do it another day. I won't be dining tonight." Initially, Lu Jinsen had harbored a glimmer of hope that Meng Chuyuan would stay for dinner, as she had been looking after herself on the show these past few days. He thought perhaps he could forge a closer bond with her, which might prolong their participation in the variety show. However, upon hearing her refusal, Lu Jinsen's expression stiffened momentarily before he resumed his haughty demeanor. "How refined of you, to postpone a meal." He uttered this with a sarcastic tone, and without waiting for Meng Chuyuan's response, he exited the car, retrieving his suitcase and entering the residence. Meng Chuyuan glanced at his retreating figure through the car window, a flicker of mixed emotions in her eyes. She shook her head silently and instructed the driver, "Let's head back." Inside the house, Lu Jinsen surveyed the living room, not spotting anyone. The kitchen lacked any signs of culinary activity. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he pulled out his phone to call his mother, placing one hand on his hip as he awaited her answer. After a moment, the call connected, but the voice on the other end was muffled by background noise. "Hello, son." Lu Jinsen frowned, his voice icy. "Mom, where are you?" "We're barbecuing at the beach with some friends." "Why? Where's our cook? Why isn't dinner being prepared?" Lu Jinsen had searched the premises, but found no one, prompting his call to his mother. His mother sounded surprised. "You're back? Our cook just quit, and we haven't found a replacement yet. If you're hungry, figure something out. I want to be home tonight. Handle things on your own." Before Lu Jinsen could respond, the call ended abruptly. "Second brother?" At that moment, Lu Qianling descended from upstairs, her expression a mix of shock and delight upon seeing Lu Jinsen. He glanced at her. "You're home?" She removed the lollipop from her mouth and replied earnestly, "I've been here the whole time." "Did you have dinner?" Lu Qianling shook her head. "Not yet. I ordered takeout, and it should arrive soon, so I came down to wait." Suddenly, Lu Jinsen felt relieved that Meng Chuyuan had not stayed for dinner. Otherwise, he would have been the one in an awkward position. "Second brother, you didn't skip dinner too, did you?" Lu Jinsen responded with a casual hum. "Order me something as well." Half an hour later, Meng Chuyuan returned home. Before she could exit the car, she noticed the butler awaiting her at the door. Upon her arrival, he eagerly approached to assist with her luggage. "Madam, you have finally returned." Meng Chuyuan frowned slightly, curious. "How did you know I was coming back today?" Mr. Liu informed us. "Ah, I see." Once inside, she was promptly seated in the dining room. The butler served her a bowl of nourishing soup first. "Madam, please enjoy this soup to warm your stomach. Dinner will be ready shortly." "Thank you." Since marrying Lu Qingye, she had been well cared for at home, receiving attentive service from the staff without any neglect. This treatment was, of course, the standard expected of Mrs. Liu. The following day, Meng Chuyuan awoke naturally and, after freshening up and changing her clothes, she noticed the cook in a hurried state, seemingly preparing to leave. "Uncle Yuan, are you in a rush for something?" Turning to see Meng Chuyuan descending the stairs, Uncle Yuan replied, "Madam, I've prepared lunch for you in advance. If you're hungry, you can heat it up. I need to go to the Liu residence now." Meng Chuyuan casually inquired, "What is happening over there?" "They say second young master is cooking himself," which has everyone quite alarmed. "They called for me to come over and supervise." "He is cooking? What kind of madness is that?" "Never mind, you should hurry along." Meng Chuyuan pondered for a moment before adding, "Wait, I'll accompany you." Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen had already rummaged through the refrigerator, gathering all usable ingredients. He had even searched online for a few recipes, watching cooking videos alone in the kitchen. Lu Qianling, hiding in a corner of the pantry, was too afraid to enter, her face etched with concern. "Second brother, have you lost your mind after finishing the show? I told you Uncle Yuan would cook for us. Why must you insist on doing it yourself?" Having witnessed Lu Jinsen's previous culinary endeavors, she was genuinely worried about the kitchen catching fire. "Stop the noise. Your incessant chatter disrupts my focus." Before long, Meng Chuyuan and her entourage arrived. They found Lu Jinsen engrossed in a video about making soup. Prior to their arrival, he had attempted to pan-fry a steak, but somehow ended up igniting the pan, resulting in a charred piece of beef. Believing that making soup would be simpler, he had shifted his focus to that. Upon entering, Meng Chuyuan first teased, "What is going on here?" Hearing her voice, Lu Jinsen abruptly turned, momentarily flustered as he hurried to shield the burnt steak from her view. If she were to discover it, he would surely be the subject of her ridicule. He glanced at her, feeling somewhat guilty. "What brings you here?" Raising an eyebrow, she replied, "I came to eat." "Is that unreasonable?" Lu Qianling, overhearing, found it hard to believe. She smirked, "Did I hear correctly? You're here to eat his cooking?" Meng Chuyuan nodded lightly. "You should leave quickly. His cooking is inedible." Lu Qianling thought this woman must have lost her senses. She entered the kitchen and, taking advantage of Lu Jinsen's distraction, removed the burnt steak from behind him and placed it before Meng Chuyuan. "Look at this steak. Is this fit for human consumption?" "Qianling," Lu Jinsen exclaimed in annoyance. Initially, he had intended to secretly learn a few dishes so he could impress everyone during the filming of the show, but to his dismay, Meng Chuyuan had arrived and caught him in the act. Lu Jinsen, who barely knew how to ignite the stove, had managed to produce this miserable steak after much trial and error. He believed he was on the right path, merely lacking the proper techniques. Regrettably, his culinary skills had not improved in the slightest. Meng Chuyuan looked down at the steak, shaking her head in disapproval. What a waste of a fine cut of meat. Observing the awkward scene, Uncle Yuan stepped in, gently advising Lu Jinsen, "Second young master, let me handle the cooking. If you wish to learn, I can guide you as I work." Lu Jinsen's eyes flickered with interest, yet with so many pairs of eyes upon him, he clung to his pride. "Who said I wanted to learn?" Chapter 42. My husband is wealthy, so it doesn't matter what are you foolishly messing around with. He thought that by feigning indifference, he would escape notice, but Meng Chuyuan's single remark rendered him guilty. She cast him a disdainful glance and said, "A grown man who cannot even cook? In future romances, refrain from claiming you can support a girl." Lu Jinsen frowned and retorted, "My brother can't cook either, yet you still married him." Meng Chuyuan's response left him speechless. He is wealthy. Only she could make such a claim with such undeniable conviction. After all, Lu Qingye was genuinely affluent. Although Lu Jinsen hailed from a prestigious family, he seemed to have been influenced by Lu Qingye's workaholic nature, perpetually believing that the family's wealth bore little relevance to his own life. This belief partly motivated his decision to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Noticing his silence, Meng Chuyuan continued, "Your background may be slightly better, yet you've cultivated a host of bad habits. If you don't learn some real skills, who will respect you?" Listening to her, Lu Qianling silently admired Meng Chuyuan, raising her thumb in approval. Impressive. Lu Qianling felt that although these two had barely spent any time together, Meng Chuyuan had succinctly summarized everything in one sentence. Meng Chuyuan cast a subtle glance at Lu Qianling. She had not interacted with her much. But judging by Lu Jinsen's character, she surmised that Lu Qianling could not be much better. Perhaps spurred by Meng Chuyuan's words, Lu Jinsen turned to the kitchen, observing Uncle Yuan as he prepared ingredients, secretly noting each step. Seeing his willingness to learn, Meng Chuyuan strolled leisurely in the yard. The last time she visited the Lu residence was with Lu Qingye, the day after they registered their marriage. It was his first time taking her home for dinner to meet his family. However, halfway through dinner, Lu Qingye received an urgent call about a business trip. Before leaving the Lu residence, he insisted on taking Meng Chuyuan with him, resulting in her not being able to eat her fill that night. And she spent a restless night. At some point, Lu Qianling had followed her outside and casually asked, "Do you know when my brother will be back?" "You should ask your brother," she replied. The only time she had communicated with Lu Qingye was the previous afternoon, during his business trip lasting over half a month. He had not once called her, yet she thought that even if he were to call, it likely wouldn't be to her. Lu Qianling looked at her in astonishment. Her eyes wide. "Really? He hasn't mentioned when he might return?" Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "Is that surprising?" Lu Qianling thought she would know, but apparently not. After a moment, Lu Qianling cheerfully approached her again and asked, "Would you like to move in here?" Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan abruptly halted, turned to face her, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. "Why? Do you like me?" Lu Qianling hadn't anticipated her sudden stop. Had she not reacted quickly, she might have bumped into her. She took a small step back to maintain some distance. With a hint of pride, Lu Qianling replied, "When did I ever say I liked you?" To be honest, she wasn't overly fond of Meng Chuyuan, but given that her brother had married her, it was a different matter. Lu Qianling squinted, scrutinizing Meng Chuyuan from head to toe, her disdainful gaze gradually softening. Upon closer inspection, Meng Chuyuan was indeed stunning. She possessed a classic oval face, enchanting doe-like eyes that sparkled with light, and a delicate cherry-red mouth curved into a gentle smile, radiating charm and warmth. Just a few seconds of looking at her left Lu Qianling entranced. It wasn't until Meng Chuyuan's voice broke the spell that she snapped back to reality. Meng Chuyuan playfully remarked, "I thought you wanted me to leave." Lu Qianling rolled her eyes at her and smirked. "Have you been watching too many melodramas? If I wanted you gone, wouldn't my brother scold me upon his return? I'm not that foolish." Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow. "Then you must provide me a reason for moving in. What is wrong with it? Since I currently can't find a cook, and Uncle Yuan running back and forth is a hassle, wouldn't it be better for you to move in so we can all have meals?" In truth, the previous night, Lu Qianling had asked Uncle Yuan to come over to cook before ordering takeout, only to find him unavailable. Now, it was evident that Uncle Yuan had declined to come because Meng Chuyuan had returned. After a moment, she added, "You should move in tonight." Meng Chuyuan chuckled helplessly. "So eager? Food is essential. Can we not rush?" After finishing lunch, Meng Chuyuan did not leave, as Lu Qianling insisted she stay. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent with Meng Chuyuan and Uncle Yuan teaching Lu Jinsen how to cook. By evening, Lu Qianling led her upstairs. She opened the door to a room and switched on the light. "This is my brother's bedroom. You can stay here. I'll bring over some clothes for you later." During her last visit to the Lu residence, Meng Chuyuan had never ventured to the second floor, let alone seen Lu Qingye's bedroom. A glance around revealed a minimalist European decor, predominantly dark tones, with few embellishments, simple yet understated, reflecting Lu Qingye's style. "Are you certain you want me to stay here?" Lu Qianling, hands in her pockets, looked at her coldly. "You have no choice. This is where you will stay." With that, she left the room and went downstairs, where she encountered her mother, who had just returned home. "Mom," Lu Qianling called out. Lu mother glanced up, her gaze falling on Lu Qingye's open bedroom door, light spilling out. "Is your brother back from his business trip?" Lu Qianling shook her head. "No." "Then why is his room lit?" "His wife. I invited her to move in." Lu mother's eyes widened in surprise as she looked back upstairs, her tone laced with disbelief. "Why did you keep her here? You even allowed her to stay in your brother's room?" "I don't want others to say we're mistreating her by not letting her sleep in the master bedroom. Besides, they are husband and wife. Since my brother chose to marry her, he likely won't mind my decision to give her that room. You've grown up. But listen to your mother. Don't provoke her unnecessarily. She seems difficult to handle." Lu Qingye was notoriously disinterested in women. Over the years, no girl had ever approached him. Knowing Meng Chuyuan had married her son, Lu mother sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. However, she was an open-minded mother and never interfered in her children's affairs. Lu Qianling nodded in response. "Don't worry, I'm aware." Chapter 43. Doorstep delivery. Meng Chuyuan's inaugural night at the Lu residence proved to be an exercise in endurance. As an art student with a keen eye for color, she had entertained the notion of making do when Lu Qianling inquired about her moving in. However, the bedroom's oppressive palette was anathema to Meng Chuyuan, leaving her restless throughout the night. By 3 a.m, sleep remained elusive. Her agitation grew with each restless turn, prompting her to abandon all hope of slumber, and instead, she resorted to her phone for entertainment. The following day, a delivery truck came to a halt in the Lu family's courtyard. Lu Qianling, returning from school, observed figures in work uniforms unloading garments and packages with meticulous care. "Uncle Chun," Lu Qianling inquired, gesturing towards the truck, "what is the meaning of this?" "They're delivering packages for the young madam," the house manager replied. Lu Qianling furrowed her brow. While she was no stranger to online shopping, she had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Does delivering a package now entail driving a truck directly to one's doorstep? Half an hour elapsed before Lu Qianling descended to the ground floor, only to find the delivery personnel still on the premises. She poured herself a glass of water and, setting it down, ventured outside, addressing the busy delivery man with curiosity. "Are you not finished yet?" The delivery man paused, wiping his brow. "Not yet." Lu Qianling assumed the sheer volume of packages made locating the correct ones difficult. Have deliveries become so extravagant these days? Using trucks to deliver door to door? "It's not that we're being extravagant," the delivery man explained. "It's just that Miss Ming has ordered an extraordinary amount of items, and the vendors insist on doorstep delivery." He gestured towards the remaining boxes in the truck. "This entire truckload belongs to Miss Ming." "All of it?" "Yes." Lu Qianling's eyes widened in disbelief as she approached the packages to verify the information, her gaze settling upon Meng Chuyuan's name on each label. Meanwhile, overseas, Lu Qingye, having concluded his work, massaged his temples while leaning on his desk. As he opened his eyes, his phone rang. Lu Qingye frowned upon seeing Lu Qianling's name. While he knew she was fond of him, she generally refrained from contacting him during work hours. He recalled missing her call a few days prior due to a meeting, and subsequently forgetting to return it amidst his work. Assuming it was not urgent, he had not bothered to call back. Now that he had a moment, he answered the call. Lu Qianling, having dialed with trepidation, was surprised to find her call answered. Overcome with excitement, she stammered, "Big brother." Lu Qingye raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" His tone dampened her enthusiasm. Surveying the mountain of packages before her, Lu Qianling's pent-up frustration surged. "Brother, your spendthrift wife has purchased an exorbitant amount of items. An entire truckload of clothes and jewelry. The house is overflowing. Are you at her place?" Lu Qianling hesitated, a hint of guilt in her voice. "No, but she's currently residing with us." She had expected Lu Qingye to share her exasperation, but instead, he simply responded with a nonchalant "oh." Sensing his indifference, and feeling that he had failed to grasp the gravity of her statement, she reiterated, "Your wife bought an entire truckload of items." Lu Qingye cut her off. "Yes, I understand. And mind your manners, she's your sister-in-law." Lu Qianling was speechless. Hearing the silence on the other end, Lu Qingye inquired, "Anything else?" Lu Qianling, stifling her thoughts, reluctantly replied, "No, nothing." Sensing his somber mood, likely stemming from work-related issues, she dared not prolong the conversation. Anticipating the impending end of the call, she mustered the courage to ask, "Big brother, when will you be returning?" Lu Qingye offered a vague response, "When my work here is finished." "All right." Upon ending the call, Lu Qingye placed his phone on the desk, leaned back in his chair, and gazed blankly at the ceiling. Meng Chuyuan's face flashed across his mind. Lu Qianling had mentioned she had bought an entire truckload of items. He realized that he had been remiss in contacting Meng Chuyuan and wondered if she had enough funds. With that thought, Lu Qingye straightened up, retrieved his phone, and transferred 20 million to Meng Chuyuan's account. Meng Chuyuan, enjoying a hair treatment while idly browsing short videos, was startled by a bank notification, initially dismissing it as spam. The word bank and the string of zeros caught her attention. She opened the message and meticulously counted the digits. 10, 100, 10 million. A staggering 20 million. Although Lu Qingye had provided her with a credit card upon their marriage, she had no idea of its balance. He had simply told her to use it freely, and she had obliged without hesitation. However, she was surprised to find another 20 million had been deposited into her account. As she pondered the situation, a message from Lu Qingye appeared. "Receive the money?" Startled, she nearly dropped her phone. Just how wealthy was her nominal husband? Having already given her a card, he still insisted on transferring funds. Meng Chuyuan replied, "Received." There was no immediate response. Feeling obligated to acknowledge the unexpected windfall, she searched for an appropriate emoji and sent a "Thank you, Your Majesty" meme. Lu Qingye responded with a curt "How aloof." But she appreciated this method of showering her with money. Having received the 20 million from Lu Qingye, Meng Chuyuan was in high spirits the entire day. After her hair appointment, she indulged in a massage and only returned to the Lu residence after a day of pampering. Upon arriving, Meng Chuyuan noticed the pile of packages outside the door, her eyebrows furrowing in surprise. Chapter 44. The feeling of insufficient purchases, she pondered. Where should all these items be placed? Upon entering, Meng Chuyuan's eyes immediately fell upon Lu Qianling, who sat cross-legged on the sofa, a plate of fruit in hand, joyfully watching television. The moment Lu Qianling noticed Meng Chuyuan's arrival, her cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy gaze. With a hint of resentment in her voice, she remarked, "Oh, so you decided to come back?" Meng Chuyuan, choosing to disregard her displeasure, responded lightly, "Yes, I know the way." Lu Qianling shifted in her seat, casting a glance at the packages by the door before turning her gaze away, maintaining her frosty tone. "You've bought too many things. There's no room for them in the house." Meng Chuyuan had instructed the housekeeper to assist with receiving the deliveries, which they had indeed done. Yet it seemed that Lu Qianling's sentiment was also a factor in this situation. "Oh," Meng Chuyuan replied, having spent the night there with nothing to her name. She had purchased a little of everything. "Is that so?" This was the second time Lu Qianling had heard the word "oh" today, and she was genuinely annoyed this time. "Do you not understand? There's no space at home for your purchases, which is why I advised you not to buy so much. I will move the items later." Lu Qianling couldn't help but scoff at Meng Chuyuan's words. "You jest. You think you can just move all of that so easily?" Meng Chuyuan perceived Lu Qianling's childish temperament and felt that any further conversation was pointless. She simply wished to return to her bedroom to see if there was space to store her belongings. As Lu Qianling saw her turning to ascend the stairs, she suddenly snapped, "Does your brother know how extravagant you are?" Meng Chuyuan turned slightly, glancing at her with a serious expression. "He probably doesn't tea. He's so busy he likely doesn't have time to check the spinning records, and this isn't the first time I've used Lu Qingye's card for shopping." Lu Qianling retorted, "I'm afraid he does know." She lifted her chin defiantly, throwing a challenging look at Meng Chuyuan. "I told him about your online shopping during lunch." Thinking that this revelation would cause Meng Chuyuan to be more restrained, Lu Qianling seemed pleased. However, Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the transfer she had received at noon, which had puzzled her at the time. Why had he sent her money out of the blue? Now, everything fell into place. As for what Lu Qianling had said to Lu Qingye and the reason behind his transfer of funds, those details were no longer significant. What mattered was that the 20 million now resided comfortably in her account. Turning to face Lu Qianling, Meng Chuyuan wore a knowing smile. "So that's why your brother suddenly remembered me, a mere nobody. It was you who prompted him." Unaware of the 20 million, Lu Qianling assumed that Lu Qingye must have spoken ill of her in private, continuing her mockery. "What? Are you scared now?" Meng Chuyuan, instead of showing anger, laughed, scared. "Quite the opposite. I feel I've actually bought too little." After all, she had just received a substantial sum, enough to indulge in several shopping sprees. Lu Qianling gritted her teeth in frustration, left speechless. Just then, the butler emerged from the side, standing at the foot of the stairs, addressing Meng Chuyuan, "Madam, the young master just called to inform you that you may use his dressing room." Having completed his work, Lu Qingye had belatedly remembered Meng Chuyuan's predicament regarding her purchases. Thus, he called to instruct the butler to help her move the items into his dressing room. "What?" Lu Qianling sprang from the sofa. Astonishment painted across her face as she looked at the butler. "Did my brother really say that?" Indeed, the butler nodded affirmatively. Meng Chuyuan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Qingye was aware of her situation and had taken the initiative to arrange for her. Seeing her silent, the butler offered, "Madam, I will have the items moved upstairs immediately." "Thank you." Once Meng Chuyuan ascended the stairs, the butler, accompanied by several helpers, began transporting her packages into the dressing room. Lu Qianling remained in the living room, watching as everyone busied themselves with Meng Chuyuan's belongings, and only then did she come to her senses. A layer of confusion clouded her features as she murmured, "How did my brother know she needed the dressing room for her things? Did I mention it? Wait, did I really say that?" Soon, all of Meng Chuyuan's items were moved upstairs. The thought of inadvertently aiding her made Lu Qianling feel unbalanced. Turning off the television, she trudged upstairs, and as she passed Meng Chuyuan's bedroom, she heard the sound of boxes being opened. Her steps slowed as curiosity drew her in. The door was ajar, and upon entering, she caught sight of Meng Chuyuan, scissors in hand, diligently slicing through the tape on the boxes. Noticing Lu Qianling lurking at the doorway, she stood up and said, "If you wish to see, just come in. Why are you sneaking around?" Lu Qianling had merely intended to glimpse what Meng Chuyuan had purchased, but now she found herself caught. Slowly, she stepped inside, attempting to mask her embarrassment with a casual tone. What did you buy? Meng Chuyuan glanced down at the packages at her feet. Clothes, bags, shoes, jewelry, and skincare products. Just about that. Lu Qianling responded with a nonchalant "oh," thinking there was nothing particularly special, but her eyes inadvertently drifted towards the boxes, where she glimpsed the contents. Oh my! She gasped in shock, suddenly bypassing Meng Chuyuan to crouch down and retrieve an unopened gift box from the box. Before proceeding, she glanced up at Meng Chuyuan, asking eagerly, "Can I open it?" "Go ahead. There's plenty, and I can't possibly open them all myself." Once given permission, Lu Qianling carefully removed the gift wrap and lifted the box lid, revealing a pink handbag. Is this real? Or a high imitation? This bag must cost over $1 million, right? Lu Qianling found herself captivated, examining the bag inside and out. She had seen it on a model online. Its pearlescent pink hue sparkled under the light, making it not just versatile but exceptionally beautiful. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, calmly stating, "Of course, it's genuine." Lu Qianling gasped again. "You can afford the real thing? Wow. You actually splurged on something so expensive?" Before Meng Chuyuan could respond, she continued, "Wait a minute. I recall this bag is limited edition. You didn't get scammed into buying a counterfeit, did you?" "Counterfeit? Look closely. This is a custom piece with Meng engraved on the zipper pull." Initially skeptical, Lu Qianling immediately opened the bag to inspect it, only to discover the engraving was indeed there. Her fingers traced the indentation of the inscription, a tangible testament to its authenticity. Chapter 45. Cola Chicken Wings. It was truly a bespoke item. Lu Qianling had confirmed it repeatedly. This was indeed a limited edition. From the moment Lu Qianling set her eyes on the bag, Meng Chuyuan sensed that this girl had a discerning eye, and a flicker of admiration crossed her features as she playfully remarked, "I didn't realize you had such taste." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianling puffed out her chest with newfound confidence, responding with a hint of pride, "Of course. There is no luxury brand that I, Lu Qianling, am unfamiliar with." Although she was relatively young, Lu Qianling possessed a certain understanding of women's luxury goods, yet her status as a wealthy heiress was somewhat superficial, as she lacked true financial independence. The thought of her inability to indulge in such luxuries made Lu Qianling envious of Meng Chuyuan, who could not only possess a limited edition bag but also spend freely without restraint. Holding the bag in her hands, her eyes gleamed with desire and envy. "I heard that one cannot buy a custom spot with money. How did you manage to get one?" "I purchased it with facial recognition," Meng Chuyuan replied. "Facial recognition? Is that even possible?" Lu Qianling raised her head in skepticism, curiosity piqued. "How does that work?" Meng Chuyuan chuckled. "As long as you look good, that's all that matters." Lu Qianling eventually realized that Meng Chuyuan was merely jesting, almost taking her words seriously. She shot Meng Chuyuan an annoyed glance and retorted, "Are you joking? Is being good-looking such a big deal?" As Lu Qianling tucked the bag back into its box, she couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at it. A small gesture that did not escape Meng Chuyuan's notice. "If you truly like that bag, I can gift you one next time," Meng Chuyuan offered. Lu Qianling, finally retracting her gaze and preparing to leave, was taken aback by Meng Chuyuan's proposal of gifting her a bag. She abruptly turned to her, eyes wide with delight. "Really?" Meng Chuyuan nodded gently. "Of course. If you can rank in the top 10 of your class by the end of the term, I will give it to you." Upon hearing about grades, Lu Qianling's face fell. "Top 10? Isn't that asking for my life? I refuse." She couldn't even manage to place in the top 30 of her class, let alone the top 10. "Is it that you lack confidence in yourself?" Meng Chuyuan inquired. Lu Qianling responded, "Don't try to provoke me. That tactic won't work on me." As evening approached, Lu Jinsen made his timely appearance in the kitchen, ostensibly helping Uncle Yuan while secretly learning. Having spent some time with Meng Chuyuan, Lu Qianling found it uninteresting and ventured down. Seeing Lu Jinsen in the kitchen, she joined him. "Second brother, are you learning to fry eggs again?" Lu Jinsen frowned slightly and replied, "What do you mean again? Why aren't you at school for evening study? Are you skipping class?" Mentioning school made Lu Qianling pout in dissatisfaction. After a moment, she perked up and eagerly proposed, "Second brother, how about you take me to record a show the day after tomorrow? I would be far more suitable than her." Lu Qianling thought that if she could participate in the show, she wouldn't have to attend school. Lu Jinsen glanced at her coldly, disdain evident in his tone. "It's almost dark. Stop dreaming. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. I can go record, then ask the homeroom teacher for 2 days off until the second phase ends. What do you think?" "Not a chance. Even if you had the time, I wouldn't take you." "Why not?" Lu Qianling questioned, perplexed. "You can't cook." At that moment, Meng Chuyuan appeared in the dining room, although she was too far away to overhear their conversation. She strolled in casually, asking curiously, "Why is everyone in the kitchen?" Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, Lu Jinsen inexplicably felt guilty, likely fearing that she had overheard their earlier exchange. As her gaze fell upon him, he averted his eyes, stating, "I was afraid Uncle Yuan would be overwhelmed." Having just been rejected by Lu Jinsen, Lu Qianling felt somewhat displeased and couldn't help but tease him lightly. How can someone lie so shamelessly? This little girl truly held grudges. However, Meng Chuyuan was accustomed to this, knowing that Lu Jinsen often said one thing while meaning another, all while maintaining his pride. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to join in. Meng Chuyuan washed the remaining chicken wings in the refrigerator, drained them, made a few cuts on each side, and seasoned them for marination. After about 20 minutes, she cleaned the pan, added an appropriate amount of oil, and placed the marinated chicken wings into the pan, frying them until golden on both sides. Lu Qianling sat in the dining room, her gaze fixated on the kitchen. Unable to comprehend why everyone was so enamored with cooking, she sighed, "Look at you all, returning home to become chefs." Once the chicken wings were fried to perfection, Meng Chuyuan turned to the refrigerator and retrieved a can of cola. Seeing her favorite soda being taken out, Lu Qianling frowned. "That's my cola. There's only one bottle left. What are you planning to do with it?" Meng Chuyuan shot her a glance and replied nonchalantly, "I'm borrowing your cola to make cola chicken wings." "You can make cola chicken wings?" Lu Qianling, initially intent on reclaiming her cola, found herself intrigued by Meng Chuyuan's words. Before she could respond, she heard the sound of the can being opened. "Leave me some. Half a bottle. Just a sip will do." Accompanied by Lu Qianling's plaintive voice, Meng Chuyuan poured an entire can of cola into the pan with the chicken wings, cranked up the heat, and brought it to a boil before reducing the sauce. Lu Qianling completely forgot her initial intention for coming over. Captivated by the sight of Meng Chuyuan plating the beautifully aromatic chicken wings, igniting her appetite. "It smells so good." She licked her lips and whispered, "Can I taste a piece?" Meng Chuyuan promptly took the plate away, denying her. "No, you can eat when it's time for dinner." There were hardly any wings left, and she had already arranged them on the plate. Lu Qianling. After Meng Chuyuan finished using the pan, Lu Jinsen began attempting to fry an omelet with the eggs he had just whisked. This time he used a non-stick pan, and the overall result was satisfactory. However, his impatience led him to use the spatula too early, causing the omelet to break apart instead of hold its shape. "Is it time to eat?" Lu Qianling sat at the table, eyeing the few dishes laid out before her. Several times she almost reached for her chopsticks, only to be met with a warning look from Meng Chuyuan. Lu Qianling's mother seemed to time her arrival perfectly, appearing just as the dishes were ready to be served. Upon hearing her daughter announce that it was time to eat, she hurriedly changed her shoes, set down her bag, and approached with a warm smile. "Is dinner ready?" Chapter 46. Dining with mother-in-law. Just as Mother Lu was about to take a seat for dinner, she was interrupted by Meng Chuyuan's voice. "Mom, wash your hands before eating." Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan speak, the smile on Mother Lu's face faded slightly as she lifted her gaze towards her. This was the first day that Meng Chuyuan had moved in with them, and it was only during dinner that they had finally exchanged a glance. Last night, Meng Chuyuan had retreated to her room and did not emerge again. By the time she awoke, Mother Lu had already left for the day and did not return for lunch. It was said that she often behaved this way, and the family had grown accustomed to it. Mother Lu slowly raised her hands, examining both her palms and the backs of her hands, muttering, "My hands are not dirty." Though she spoke these words, she ultimately moved obediently to the sink and washed her hands with soap. Previously, Lu Qingye had provided her with a brief overview of the family situation. Both parents were alive. There were a pair of headstrong younger siblings and an elderly grandmother. It was said that Grandmother Lu preferred solitude and did not enjoy living with them, rarely stepping outside. Father Lu, similar to Lu Qingye, was often busy with his career. Mother Lu was quite an interesting person, though she regrettably did not focus her thoughts on the family. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen and Lu Qianling were still at an age that required considerable attention, leaving most household matters to be resolved by Lu Qingye. The prospect of returning home to a meal was a true blessing. After washing her hands, Mother Lu returned to the table, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the sumptuous spread. Lu Qianling glanced at her mother and remarked without mercy, "Mom, you must have been wandering around the courtyard for a while to arrive just in time for dinner." Mother Lu defended herself, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? I just got back." It was clear, however, that she had indeed been back for some time. In truth, she was apprehensive about interacting with Meng Chuyuan, as unfamiliarity often led to awkwardness, and despite being an elder, she too feared such situations. Previously, when Meng Chuyuan had come home for dinner, Mother Lu had arrived later, hoping that the presence of everyone at the table would ease her nerves. Meng Chuyuan could sense that her mother-in-law was somewhat reserved around unfamiliar faces and struggled with communication. Mother Lu smiled and said, "Let's eat. I'm starving." Lu Jinsen, seated directly opposite her, took the initiative to offer her a piece of egg, saying, "Mom, try the egg I made." Upon hearing that it was his creation, Mother Lu quickly picked up her bowl, her elbow retracting slightly. "Don't try to fool me. Can anything you make be edible?" Seeing his mother's reluctance, he turned his attention to Lu Qianling. At the moment Lu Jinsen looked at her, Lu Qianling seemed to anticipate his gaze and instinctively covered her bowl, coldly stating, "Don't look at me. I want to eat it." Just as Lu Jinsen faced rejection after rejection, Meng Chuyuan picked up a small piece of egg with her chopsticks and tasted it. "Not bad," she remarked after chewing a few bites, noting that while it was a tad salty, it was otherwise acceptable. Hearing Meng Chuyuan's appraisal, Lu Jinsen's eyes sparkled with a hint of triumph. "Is this a success? I'll need to practice more." Mother Lu was evidently quite hungry. While they were discussing the egg dish, she had already begun to eat. She took a few bites of rice and then selected a piece of Coca-Cola chicken wings. Biting into the tender meat, she found it to be sweet yet savory, with a delightful texture and rich flavor. Mother Lu was pleasantly surprised by how flavorful the chicken wings were, their tenderness perfectly aligning with her palate. As she savored the dish, she couldn't help but praise. Uncle Yuan's culinary skills have certainly improved. Uncle Yuan, hearing her praise, felt delighted but was taken aback when he noticed that Mother Lu was eating the Coca-Cola chicken wings. He could only offer an awkward smile. "Madam, the dish you are enjoying was prepared by the young mistress." "Who made it?" Mother Lu asked, somewhat bewildered. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Meng Chuyuan's eyes, filled with astonishment as she paused before exclaiming, "You made this?" Lu Qianling interjected, "It was her. She even used a can of my Coca-Cola." Mother Lu's expression shifted slightly, adopting a demeanor appropriate for an elder, and she calmly replied, "The taste is acceptable." As the night air turned slightly cool, a full moon hung in the sky, casting a serene stillness around the courtyard, accompanied only by the glow of street lights and the shadows of trees. After dinner, Meng Chuyuan returned to her room to continue unpacking the remaining boxes, arranging her belongings neatly. Once she finished tidying up, she took a shower. After her shower, Meng Chuyuan intended to blow-dry her hair, only to discover that there was no hairdryer in her bedroom. She had no choice but to seek one from Lu Qianling. At that moment, Lu Qianling happened to be in the corridor, holding a book and chasing after Lu Jinsen for answers. "My dear brother, can you please write out the calculation process and the answer for me? I really can't figure it out." "Do it yourself. I've already told you the formula." Lu Jinsen replied, pulling open the door to his room and stepping inside, leaving Lu Qianling outside. Damn it! As soon as she saw him close the door, Lu Qianling was infuriated and kicked the door. Grumbling, she turned to leave, only to suddenly find Meng Chuyuan standing there. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Fearing that Meng Chuyuan had witnessed her earlier outburst and would mock her lack of composure, she quickly quelled her earlier irritation and coldly asked, "What are you doing out here?" "I was hoping to borrow a hairdryer," Meng Chuyuan replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mischief in her gaze. "What's wrong? Can't you complete your homework?" Lu Qianling snorted dismissively. "What is it to you? Perhaps I could help you look at it," Meng Chuyuan offered. Lu Qianling looked at her disdainfully, scoffing, "No need." She had no faith that Meng Chuyuan could solve high school math problems. Clutching her book, Lu Qianling returned to her room and retrieved the hairdryer from Meng Chuyuan. Taking the hairdryer from her hand, Meng Chuyuan expressed her gratitude. Then before leaving, she asked, "Are you sure you don't want me to take a look?" "Don't bother. What is there to see? I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to do it and end up embarrassing yourself." Seeing Lu Qianling's blatant lack of trust, Meng Chuyuan chose not to press further, succinctly responding, "All right then, I'll return it to you once I'm done." 10 minutes later, after finishing with the hairdryer, Meng Chuyuan approached Lu Qianling's room. She knocked twice but received no response, so she entered uninvited. To her surprise, she found Lu Qianling with her hands on her face, a pen held between her lips, staring blankly at her textbooks. A knowing smile crept onto Meng Chuyuan's lips as she teased, "Still can't figure it out?" Startled by her voice, Lu Qianling dropped the pen from her mouth. Turning to face Meng Chuyuan, she responded with irritation, "Why did you come in without knocking?" "I did knock. You didn't hear me, so I let myself in," Meng Chuyuan replied as she stepped closer to Lu Qianling, glancing down at her textbooks. Upon observing Meng Chuyuan's gaze fixed on the textbooks adorning the desk, accompanied by a subtle furrowing of her brow, Lu Qianling remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Perplexed, are we? Meng Chuyuan, in response, delicately tapped the calculation process inscribed within the book, gently reminding her, your problem-solving approach is fundamentally flawed. A preposterous notion, Lu Qianling retorted. Would I be languishing in this state of vexation if I possessed the solution? Meng Chuyuan, seizing a pen, inscribed a problem-solving formula for Lu Qianling's perusal. Subsequently extending the writing instrument towards her, give it a try. Lu Qianling, with a modicum of skepticism, accepted the pen, harboring no expectations from Meng Chuyuan's intervention. With a perfunctory air, she lowered her gaze, casting a fleeting glance upon the formula Meng Chuyuan had so recently formulated. Upon beholding the newly appended line of annotations within the textbook, Lu Qianling's pupils underwent a sudden and pronounced dilation. With a startled blink, she exclaimed with nascent excitement, I recognize this. It resonates within the recesses of my memory. Then, pray tell, why did you not employ it? I merely failed to recall it. Lu Qianling confessed, her voice diminishing in volume as she uttered the latter part of her admission. Under the unwavering scrutiny of Meng Chuyuan, Lu Qianling commenced the process of transcribing the solution, and in short order, she arrived at the correct answer, having successfully navigated the problem. Lu Qianling's demeanor underwent a palpable transformation, imbued with newfound confidence. Upon setting down her pen, she hastily retrieved the book, presenting it to Meng Chuyuan with an irrepressible desire to boast. Behold, have I not solved it? Meng Chuyuan, with a cursory glance, offered a subtle nod, stating with unwavering composure, it would appear you are not entirely devoid of intelligence. What manner of pronouncement is that? Lu Qianling retorted. I served as the mathematics representative during my primary school tenure, no less. How far removed are you from those halcyon days? Meng Chuyuan countered. Do you deem it appropriate to invoke the events of your primary education? Lu Qianling was rendered momentarily speechless. On the preceding evening, Meng Chuyuan meticulously dissected the second problem, affording Lu Qianling a comprehensive understanding. Consequently, her subsequent attempts were marked by a newfound decisiveness. Having successfully navigated the two problems, Lu Qianling emitted a sigh of relief, her spirits buoyed by a sense of accomplishment. She even indulged in a moment of self-congratulation, remarking, these two problems pose a mere trifle to one of my caliber. Witnessing Lu Qianling's successful completion of the problems, coupled with her evident grasp of the underlying principles, Meng Chuyuan bestowed upon her a rare compliment. Your comprehension is remarkably acute. Indeed, Lu Qianling affirmed, were I to dedicate myself assiduously, even the most esteemed scholars would find themselves relegated to the periphery. Through observing Lu Qianling's approach to the problems, Meng Chuyuan discerned that her foundational knowledge was not deficient. Rather, it was her penchant for leisure that precluded her from investing her full attention in her studies. Meng Chuyuan interjected, the hour grows late, hasten to slumber, and remember to attend school tomorrow. Duly noted, came the reply. Subsequent to Meng Chuyuan's departure, Lu Qianling, unable to resist the impulse, retrieved her mobile telephone, activating the camera function to capture an image of the completed problems. Subsequently, she dispatched the image to Lu Qingye. Lu Qianling, elder brother, behold my completed assignment dog emoji. After a lapse of approximately 10 minutes, Lu Qingye responded, did you complete this independently? Upon receiving Lu Qingye's message, Lu Qianling initially intended to disclose Meng Chuyuan's tutelage. However, apprehension regarding the potential discovery of her truancy prompted her to fabricate a minor falsehood. Indeed, all the handwriting is mine. Availing herself of the brief interlude before his anticipated reply, Lu Qianling proceeded to solicit commendation and recompense. Elder brother, might I inquire whether an augmentation of my monthly allowance is feasible? Would an increment of 1,000 suffice? Or, failing that, perhaps 500 would prove acceptable. In the aftermath of dispatching the aforementioned message, Lu Qingye once again required a considerable duration to formulate a response. Await my decision. Upon receiving Lu Qingye's affirmation, Lu Qianling emitted a joyful exclamation, pausing momentarily before replying with measured composure. Very well, elder brother, attend to your affairs, and kindly remember to augment my allowance. Lu Qingye, having perused the relevant documents, availed himself of a brief respite to examine his mobile telephone. As he prepared to honor his commitment to Lu Qianling, he received a communication from her form tutor, divulging her unexcused absence from school. Upon beholding this message, Lu Qingye's brow furrowed in consternation, prompting him to immediately cease the transaction and terminate the payment interface. On the subsequent day, Meng Chuyuan was roused from her slumber by Lu Qianling's strident vocalizations. The cacophony emanating from the exterior rendered it impossible for Meng Chuyuan to remain ensconced beneath the covers. Ultimately, she capitulated to the disturbance and emerged from her chamber. With languid eyes, Meng Chuyuan emitted a yawn, inquiring, pray, What is the cause of this unseemly commotion at such an early hour? That inhuman Lu Qingye has deprived me of my allowance, she lamented, having made several unsuccessful attempts to contact Lu Qingye, only to be met with silence. The discovery of her truancy had resulted not only in the denial of an allowance increase, but also in the complete revocation of her financial entitlement. Meng Chuyuan, with a furrowed brow, expressed her bewilderment. Is the matter of an allowance truly sufficient cause for such lamentation? It is a matter that does not concern you, Lu Qianling retorted, turning her back to conceal her countenance. Meng Chuyuan, with arms crossed, leaned against the wall, fixing her gaze upon Lu Qianling's retreating figure. After a brief interlude, Meng Chuyuan interjected, "Cease your attempts. It is the dead of night where he resides, and he is likely in repose." Lu Qianling, upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's words, conceded their validity. Drawing a sharp intake of breath, she gradually regained her composure. Witnessing Lu Qianling's cessation of her lamentations, Meng Chuyuan inquired dispassionately, "What sum do you require?" "Pardon? The funds. You were lamenting their absence, were you not?" Lu Qianling pivoted, fixing her gaze upon Meng Chuyuan, her eyes bearing the telltale signs of recent weeping, rendering her visage pitiable. "You intend to provide me with funds?" Lu Qianling inquired, her tone laced with incredulity. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, retorting, "I am amenable to extending a loan." "Such is unnecessary," Lu Qianling declared, her inherent pride precluding her from accepting such an offer. The prospect of subsequent repayment rendered the proposition unpalatable. "I am amenable to providing you with funds, contingent upon your daily attendance at school. Does such an arrangement find favor with you?" Observing the furtive glimmer in Lu Qianling's eyes, indicative of nascent mischief, Meng Chuyuan added, "Do not entertain the notion that my participation in a televised program with your second elder brother will afford you an opportunity for truancy. I shall instruct the household staff to maintain constant vigilance." Lu Qianling, perceiving the conditions to be less onerous than initially anticipated, acknowledged their feasibility with a modicum of perseverance. After a period of deliberation, she ultimately relented. "Pray, disclose the sum you are prepared to offer," she stipulated, deeming it imperative to ascertain the adequacy of the remuneration before committing to further negotiations. Meng Chuyuan, with a furrowed brow, ventured tentatively, 5,000 per week? Lu Qianling acceded without hesitation. Agreed. Lu Qingye's monthly allowance amounted to a mere 2,000, whereas Meng Chuyuan's proposition entailed a weekly disbursement of 5,000. To forego such an opportunity would be an act of sheer folly. "I shall proceed to school forthwith," Lu Qianling declared, her countenance once again radiant. Securing her satchel, she hastily descended the staircase. Meng Chuyuan shook her head in bemusement. So readily did she agree? Meng Chuyuan had entertained the notion that her offer was unduly parsimonious, given Lu Qianling's privileged upbringing. However, it appeared that 5,000 sufficed to satiate her pecuniary desires. As she turned to retreat to her chamber, Meng Chuyuan espied Lu Jinsen, who had materialized in the corridor unannounced. Lu Jinsen, framed by the doorway, revealed only a portion of his personage. Casting a sardonic glance at Meng Chuyuan, he scoffed, 5,000? So readily dispensed, it seems. Are you cognizant of her monthly allowance?" Meng Chuyuan, piqued by curiosity, inquired, "Pray, what sum does it entail?" 2,000, Lu Jinsen replied, raising 2 digits to emphasize the figure. Chapter 48. Bowing to life the realization that Lu Qingye could nonchalantly offer her 20 million, while Lu Qianling received a mere 2,000 as monthly allowance, left Meng Chuyuan genuinely astonished. She had presumed that Lu Qingye would be generous, showering his younger siblings with affection, yet this was evidently not the case. Undeterred by the disparity, Meng Chuyuan chuckled and remarked, "So your brother is rather biased, isn't he?" Lu Jinsen, likely sensing the underlying implication in her words, pursed his lips and retreated to his room with a cold expression. When Meng Chuyuan awoke and descended the stairs, she was taken aback to find Lu's mother at home. Seated on the living room sofa, Lu's mother was surrounded by a pile of yarn, diligently wielding knitting needles to aid her knitting endeavor. She had donned a pair of spectacles, appearing particularly earnest, though she seemed to struggle with the initial stitches. "How does one even begin?" Lu's mother fretted, attempting to wrap a skein of yarn around her needles, only to abandon the effort moments later. Meng Chuyuan had not anticipated this down-to-earth side of Lu's mother. Yet she observed that her technique was quite clumsy, indicating a novice. She approached slowly and stood beside the sofa. "Mother, are you attempting to knit a scarf?" Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's voice, Lu's mother instantly masked her anxious expression, adjusting her posture slightly. She glanced at Meng Chuyuan and gave a non-committal hum. Under Meng Chuyuan's watchful gaze, Lu's mother feigned composure, continuing her futile attempts with the yarn. Although she lacked skill, she felt compelled to maintain the appearance of diligence. After observing for some time, Meng Chuyuan could no longer contain herself and offered, "Mother, would you like me to assist you?" "No need," Lu's mother replied stubbornly, shifting her body slightly to prevent Meng Chuyuan from intervening. Perhaps she felt it was somewhat absurd to have her daughter-in-law teach her how to knit. Aware of her mother-in-law's stubbornness, Meng Chuyuan chose not to confront it, saying instead, "You carry on. Just call me if you need help." Once Meng Chuyuan departed, Lu's mother quickly relaxed. She lowered her gaze to the knitting needles and yarn, sighing deeply, "Why can't I get this started?" Just a few days prior, she had been out with a few close friends, observing them knitting scarves during their leisure time. Intrigued, she had purchased yarn and needles upon returning home. After watching several tutorial videos, she believed she had grasped the technique, but now, in practice, she couldn't even manage to cast on. A short while later, Meng Chuyuan returned to the living room. Noticing Lu's mother sitting there with a furrowed brow, still grappling with the unruly yarn, she couldn't help but remind her, "Mother, you need to insert the needle into the slipknot first." Lu's mother, upon hearing this, lowered her eyes, hesitating to take action. Realizing that Lu's mother had not comprehended her suggestion, Meng Chuyuan sat beside her and guided her hands. "You need to do it like this. Then wrap the yarn around and pull it through." Meng Chuyuan gently held her hands, assisting her in looping the yarn back onto the needle. Before long, they had successfully knitted the first row together. "So this is how it's done," Lu's mother exclaimed, enlightened. "Yes, the subsequent knitting techniques are quite similar. Allow me to give it a try." No longer seeking Meng Chuyuan's assistance, Lu's mother began to recall the steps and slowly wrap the yarn. Inserting it, "Is it like this?" "Indeed, and if you wish to switch to a different color or incorporate patterns later on, that's entirely possible." "Patterns?" Lu's mother found this notion intriguing and looked up with curiosity, asking, "How does one do that?" "You're just beginning. There's no rush. I can teach you later." Meng Chuyuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing the phrase, "just beginning," Lu's mother instinctively lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. In the evening, Lu Qianling returned home from class, carrying a box of cola. Upon seeing the box, Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow in confusion. "Why did you buy so much cola? Aren't you recording a show tomorrow? Shouldn't we enjoy a good meal tonight?" "My cola is essential, and if you wish to prepare cola chicken wings, you may use as much as you like." Meng Chuyuan remained speechless. Lu Qianling unpacked the cola into the refrigerator, then returned to the living room. Dropping her backpack beside Meng Chuyuan and taking an orange from the fruit platter. "You didn't skip class today, did you?" Meng Chuyuan inquired. Lu Qianling, feeling slightly defensive at the question, replied, "Of course not. Can you trust me a little?" "As long as that's the case." The mention of trust prompted Lu Qianling to recall that she had rushed out earlier without clarifying certain details. Suddenly, she asked with concern, "We agreed on 5,000 a week. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? As long as you adhere to my instructions. Not only can you keep the weekly arrangement, but you can extend it if you desire," Meng Chuyuan stated, intentionally implying the possibility of prolongation. Lu Qianling, hearing this, feigned disdain. "You're digging quite a deep pit for me, aren't you? 5,000 a week amounts to 20,000 a month. You're not losing out at all." Meng Chuyuan's explanation reignited Lu Qianling's interest, yet she hesitated, feeling that a month was a long commitment. "Let me think it over," she replied. "By the way, could you do me a favor first?" Meng Chuyuan looked up in confusion. "What is it?" Lu Qianling retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened WeChat, sending Meng Chuyuan a link. "Help me out with this. Thank you." Meng Chuyuan took her time retrieving her phone and frowned as she looked at the link. "You're still into this?" Lu Qianling sighed. Everyone has to about a life at times. With her allowance dwindling, she found herself economizing. "Hurry up and help me out. Since you're a new user, maybe I can finally get my discount." Reluctantly, Meng Chuyuan complied with her request. However, after completing the process, Lu Qianling was still unable to acquire her desired item, as she fell just short. "What the heck? What a waste of my time, deceiving my feelings." Meng Chuyuan remained silent beside her, engrossed in her phone. Moments later, Lu Qianling turned to her, sincerity in her voice. "I've made my decision. I'm extending for another week. I'm quite upset and need to earn 1,000 to soothe my fragile spirit." Initially, Meng Chuyuan anticipated that Lu Qianling would broach the subject of an advance. But instead, she sought to prolong their agreement. She lifted her gaze, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "As long as you have that resolve, that's what matters." Chapter 49. As above, so below on the other side, Lu Mu was joyously engaged in a video call with a friend, primarily to showcase her newfound skill in knitting a scarf. "Let me show you the scarf I knitted this afternoon. It's not quite finished yet, but I consider it a work in progress." Holding the scarf up to the screen, she meticulously demonstrated her handiwork. Earlier, she had been in the yard, but found the lighting inadequate, prompting her to retreat indoors. After viewing the scarf, her friend couldn't help but compliment her. Impressive. You're quite the quick learner. Lumu humbly responded with a smile. I merely dabbled a little. Their conversation caught the attention of Lu Qianling, who, feeling somewhat insecure, gazed at her mother and curiously inquired, Mom, you can knit scarves now? Lumu lifted her gaze and, upon noticing Meng Chuyuan and Lu Qianling seated together in the living room, momentarily paused before nodding in affirmation. Yes, she replied with a blink, feeling inexplicably bashful upon seeing Meng Chuyuan. As Lumu unconsciously shifted the scarf, the phone's rear camera captured the sofa, inadvertently revealing Meng Chuyuan and Lu Qianling to the friend. Juan, the person sitting next to your daughter is your eldest daughter-in-law, isn't she? Upon hearing this, Lumu snapped back to reality and flipped the camera to the front. However, since the friend had already caught a glimpse, she could only nod in agreement. Yes, that's her. Your daughter-in-law is quite the sensation now. My youngest daughter idolizes her. Juan, if you have free time, to bring her out to meet us. Everyone is eager to witness the charm of the woman Lu Qingya has chosen. Lumu chuckled awkwardly. Let us talk about it another day. She has a show to record tomorrow. After a brief exchange, they ended the video call. Lu Qianling, feeling somewhat sheltered from the world, approached her mother after the call ended and examined the scarf, which was only the size of a palm. Mom, did you really knit this? What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my abilities? Lu Qianling nodded unabashedly and replied, I honestly think you might lack the skill. Lumu retorted defiantly. No wonder the eldest is cutting off your allowance. You hardly deserve sympathy. Just as Lu Qianling was about to retaliate, Uncle Yuan called from the kitchen, announcing that dinner was ready. Otherwise, she would have surely boasted about her weekly allowance of 5,000. The next morning, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen were set to depart for the second episode of Siblings Advance Together. To catch the earliest flight, they rose before dawn. Lu Qianling had set an early alarm, insisting on accompanying them to the airport. Upon their arrival, Meng Chuyuan and the others met up with the other 4 guests. Upon seeing Qixin, Lu Qianling instantly perked up, her fatigue dissipating. Brother Qi, may I take a picture with you? Qixin, taken aback by her starry-eyed expression, awkwardly smiled. And you are? I'm Lu Jinsen's sister. You can call me Lingling. All right, Lingling. After they snapped a photo together, Lu Qianling moved on to mingle with other guests. Qi Yin, resting in the waiting area, observed Lu Qianling flitting among them with vibrant energy. She glanced at Lu Qianling and smirked. So, Lu Ershao has a sister? I thought there was no one else in the family besides the eldest sister-in-law. Hearing Qi Yan's snide tone, Lu Qianling approached her, hands on her hips, and replied in kind. Excuse me, but do you know how to speak? What do you mean by saying there is no one left in our family? The atmosphere shifted as everyone present was taken aback by Qi Yan's comment, and even more surprised by Lu Qianling's bold retort. Qixin's face paled. He hadn't anticipated Qi Yan would say something so brazen, placing him in an uncomfortable position. Lingling, Lu Jinsen frowned and pulled her back, sternly saying, You should head back. Lu Qianling shrugged off his hand, glaring at Lu Jinsen in dissatisfaction. What is your deal? Aren't you usually the tough one? Why are you backing down now? Meng Chuyuan, standing calmly beside them, remained unaffected by Qi Yan's remarks. After a moment, she smiled and said, I wonder what Qi Yan meant by her earlier statement. Perhaps she could share her thoughts with us directly? Qi Yan turned her head in silence. Qixin, witnessing his sister's rudeness, felt compelled to apologize on her behalf. I'm truly sorry. She may not have meant it that way. She just struggles with her words. Lu Qianling, losing control of her emotions, spat out. Ugh, old hag. No wonder you're still single at 30. You deserve it. What did you say? Repeat that. Qi Yan was particularly sensitive about her age, especially the notion of being 30 and unmarried. Rising from her seat, she advanced toward Lu Qianling, but Qi Zhen intercepted her. Why are you arguing with a child? Qixin said, his patience wearing thin. A child? That girl looks nearly an adult. Do you call that a child? Lingling, just go back, Lu Jinsen urged again, steering her away by her shoulder. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and lightly teased, Sister Qi Yin, you're not exactly a spring chicken yourself, are you? Do you think your previous comments were appropriate? Respecting Qi Yin's seniority, Meng Chuyuan was willing to call her sister. But that didn't mean age justified all words spoken. The Liao sisters standing nearby remained silent, having found Qi Yin somewhat intimidating on the show, though she had not seemed as fearsome as just now. After Lu Qianling left, the atmosphere gradually calmed. On her way back, Lu Qianling angrily deleted the photo she took with Qi Zhen, thinking to herself, as above, so below. Once aboard the plane, a heavy silence lingered until they arrived at the recording location, where the director and the team's presence slightly eased their expressions. "Everyone, it's been a while." The director, holding a megaphone, warmly announced, "Welcome to the recording site of our second episode of Siblings Advance Together, the beautiful Shanghai fishing village. Waiting for the second episode has been a daily struggle. Who understands? Meng Jia, I'm here." Director Luo is as verbose as ever. There's always a sentimental introduction before the show starts. Why does it seem like everyone is in such poor spirits? Is it because they woke up early to catch a flight? The director laid out a lengthy prelude before finally addressing the main topic of the recording. The production team first presented the photographs of 3 houses to the 6 guests, who would then need to take a boat provided by the crew to the adjacent island, with the selection rule being first come, first served. Chapter 50. Here for her at this moment, the popularity of the live broadcast began to rise gradually. Lu Qingye had just finished dining with a client when he suddenly recalled that Meng Chuyuan's variety show was recording today. Upon entering the live stream, he chanced upon the sight of Meng Chuyuan donning a life jacket. He also noticed that Lu Jinsen was still clutching his phone, indicating that he had not yet submitted it. Thus, Lu Qingye decided to send a WeChat message to Meng Chuyuan. "Lu Qingye, feel free to call me. I'm available now." As Meng Chuyuan finished putting on her life jacket, she felt her phone vibrate. Instinctively, she took it out to glance at it. Upon seeing Lu Qingye's message, a look of confusion crossed her features. She furrowed her brow and replied, "Is there something you need to discuss with me?" Upon receiving her response, Lu Qingye found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, everyone had finished donning their life jackets, and the production team produced a box for phone storage, reminding the guests to surrender their devices. While Lu Qingye was still typing, Meng Chuyuan sent another message. "Don't worry, your brother is like my brother. I will take good care of him." After sending the message, Meng Chuyuan switched her phone to off and handed it to the production team. He had intended to tell her to take care of herself, and that she could withdraw from the recording at any time if she felt uncomfortable. However, she misunderstood his intentions, as he was not there for Lu Jinsen. Lu Qingye, observing Lu Jinsen tying his shoelaces and still possessing his phone, decided to call him directly. Just as Lu Jinsen finished tying his laces and had yet to stand, Lu Qingye's call came through. "Oh wow, someone actually cares about the young master? This call is remarkably timely. Could it be that the young master orchestrated this in advance? It doesn't seem prearranged since Lu Jinsen hadn't been using his phone prior." When Lu Jinsen saw that the call was from Lu Qingye, his expression was one of astonishment. As he stood, his gaze inadvertently shifted toward Meng Chuyuan, curious as to why Lu Qingye was calling him. Not daring to hesitate, he answered the call, adopting a more subdued demeanor, just as the audience was left wondering who was on the other end of the line. They heard Lu Jinsen address him as brother. Meng Chuyuan had just returned from submitting her phone and caught the sound of Lu Jinsen calling out brother. She pondered whether there was something he had not fully conveyed earlier. "Oh my goodness, who is this brother? Is he Meng Jie's husband? Lu Jinsen seems to have only one biological brother, right? If it truly is Meng Jie's husband, why isn't he calling her directly? Meng Jie's expression seems a bit off. Could there be more to this? Could it be that Meng Jie turned her phone off too quickly, so his call only reached the young master? The voice on the phone must belong to the genuine Lu young master. Lu Jinsen's little brother reacted too authentically. Haha. Lu Qingye's voice was rich and magnetic, tinged with a calm allure. "I'll just say this. While recording, temper your temperament and be accommodating towards her." Lu Qingye's immediate remark left Lu Jinsen somewhat bewildered. Had Meng Chuyuan reported him? Yet, Lu Jinsen sensed that it was less of a reprimand and more of a gentle admonition. He collected his thoughts and replied, "Understood. Oh, I'm so curious about what was said on the call. The production team's audio quality is impressive. Isn't Meng Jia curious about their conversation?" Once Lu Qingye ended the call, Lu Jinsen submitted his phone to the production team and prepared to board the boat to select rooms on the opposite side. Regarding luggage transport, the director announced before the guests boarded, "Our production team can assist with moving your luggage, but it will require a payment of 15 labor coins." The small wooden boats provided by the production team were not large, accommodating only 2 people at most. If they wished to avoid the cost of 15 labor coins by carrying their belongings themselves, it would prove challenging, unless they arranged for someone to return to the shore after selecting their rooms. Having never rowed a boat before, the group was uncertain of their abilities. So when the director proposed the fee, they deliberated and ultimately decided to allocate 15 labor coins for luggage transport. All 3 small boats were identical, so everyone chose one at random before pushing it into the water. As they prepared to board, Lu Jinsen stood still for a moment. contemplating whether to sit at the bow or the stern for better control of the direction. Furrowing his brow, he cast a pleading glance at Meng Chuyuan. Seeing through his thoughts, Meng Chuyuan unflinchingly replied, "What use is it to look at me? I can't row either." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Jinsen averted his gaze. "I thought you could do everything. Thank you for such a high opinion of me, but this time I truly cannot." Meng Jie indicates, "This skill is not within my repertoire. Please do not cue me. The young master is likely to capsize." I am already looking forward to the water immersion segment, haha. The daily banter between Meng Jie and the young master returns. My source of joy is back. Young master. Do pay heed, that is your sister-in-law, not an omnipotent deity. Ultimately, Lu Jinsen chose to sit at the bow, leaving the stern for Meng Chuyuan. Initially, everyone lacked technique. Rowing with a simple left and right motion, compounded by the strong winds making it difficult to steer. After what felt like an eternity, they remained stationary, barely making progress. Observing that they had been rowing for quite some time, without moving much, Meng Chuyuan abruptly ceased her efforts. Unaware of her decision, Lu Jinsen continued to row diligently, convinced that persistence would yield results. Before long, however, Lu Jinsen felt fatigued and slowed down, concerned that Meng Chuyuan might tire from rowing too long. He turned to suggest she take a break, only to discover she had already abandoned her oar. Lu Jinsen's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a chill. "When did you stop?" Meng Chuyuan looked up at him and replied, "It's been a while." Upon hearing her response, Lu Jinsen grew irritated, his tone icy. "Did you not think to call out when you stopped? You left me to struggle in vain." LOL. Lu Jinsen is such a grumbler. I knew Meng Jie would play around, but I didn't expect her to give up so quickly, haha. Is the young master angry because Meng Jie slacked off, or because she didn't inform him while doing so? Was Lu Jinsen too engrossed to notice Meng Jie had stopped rowing? Chapter 51. The return of the slacker team as Meng Chuyuan could not discern the ship's navigation effectiveness. She opted to pause and observe the wind direction while recalling their recent rowing trajectory. She believed that identifying the navigation patterns would undoubtedly resolve their current predicament. Lu Jinsen halted as well, turning to face her directly, his oars resting at his feet. Meng Chuyuan felt the boat swaying excessively, which hindered her observations and judgments. She glanced up at Lu Jinsen, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "Could you refrain from moving around?" Lu Jinsen, fearing the boat might capsize, complied with her request and remained still. With their group halted and navigating against the current, the small wooden boat began to drift backward due to the water's influence, allowing the other two teams to forge ahead. Although they had yet to master the technique, they continued to row tirelessly, utilizing the wind to propel their vessel forward, albeit with significant veering. Is Meng Jie truly going to give up? This boat shows no respect for Meng Jie, haha. Meng Jie. Even a champion cannot carry a bronze novice. Alright, here comes the iconic slacker team's return. Lu Jinsen had already adopted a calm demeanor, indifferent to winning or losing, as ultimately, they would all reach a shelter, albeit without choice. In contrast, Meng Chuyuan appeared quite serious, seemingly engrossed in her observations. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Jinsen inquired, "What are you looking at?" "I am searching for a solution," she replied. "The water current isn't the sole factor affecting our navigation. The wind direction today is also problematic." Through her observations, she began to formulate a potential path. "You should turn. And when you row, focus more on the right." Will that work? Only one way to find out. Although Lu Jinsen was somewhat skeptical of Meng Chuyuan's assertions, they had to continue moving forward. He picked up the oars, turned as instructed, and rowed with a rightward emphasis. The viewers in the live stream witnessed their small boat setting sail once more, and this time it was indeed making headway. The boat is really moving. This boat knows who its captain is, it listens, haha. The young master should take notes. There's a master teaching without tuition fees. Though I don't quite understand, the reality tells me Meng Jie is right. Meng Jie might be a genius. Just a casual observation allows her to pinpoint the issue. As Meng Chuyuan's group mastered the technique for rowing against the current, they quickly caught up. At that moment, Qizhen's team had also slowed down. Qiyin, seated at the front, wore a look of despair due to her lack of directional sense. Her erratic rowing rhythm hindered her ability to control the boat's direction. Qizhen endured her struggles, having observed her lack of effort multiple times, where her oar barely skimmed the water's surface. "Sister, you need to lower your oar a bit more," Qizhen urged her repeatedly, yet there was no improvement. Qiyin, now thoroughly unwilling to move, protested, "I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired." Seems like Qizhen is in a tough spot, haha. That, or isn't even touching the water, isn't that futile? Whenever it's time to work, she's either too tired or uncomfortable. I can sense Qizhen's frustration. Wow, don't make me switch to being a fan. After watching for days, I think Qijin has a good temperament. But this sister is quite hard to commend. This sister is so dramatic. She keeps dragging Qijin down. I've noticed Liao Jia doesn't complain as much as she does. Meng Chuyuan's group progressed smoothly, their rhythm improving, soon distancing themselves from Qijin's team. Liao Jia's group still persevered, their coordination earning them a wave of audience admiration compared to Qi Yan's rowing struggles. Half an hour later, Meng Chuyuan's group finally reached the island, while the other two teams were still striving to catch up. Wow, Meng Jia wins again, haha. The slacker team always makes a comeback. They've never disappointed us in that regard. Last episode, Meng Jia stayed in a mud hut. This time, surely she'll get a better house, right? Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen grabbed their belongings and proceeded to seek shelter according to the program's directional signs. The houses on the island were all constructed of stone, resembling tiger stripes, with thick, sturdy walls. The selection criteria for the houses focused not on their type, but rather on the living environment and size. Before seeing the houses, Meng Chuyuan expressed to Lu Jinsen, "Let's choose one close by. I don't want to be in a situation like last time, having to trek half an hour just to complete a task." She presumed the living conditions would not be too shabby. Perhaps the houses were simply old and appeared worn. For Meng Chuyuan, the aesthetic of the house was inconsequential. Convenience was paramount. "What do you think, bro?" she asked, glancing at Lu Jinsen. "Shall we just take the first one and skip the rest?" Lu Jinsen frowned slightly, his expression unwavering as he replied, "Isn't that a bit hasty?" "Hasty? If you take a look at the first three, the earlier ones will be gone." Laughing so hard. Meng Jia makes a valid point, but I think there is still time to choose after looking around. Aren't they the first to arrive? Shouldn't they select the best house? Is Meng Jia not considering it further? What if the first house turns out to be the worst? I see the young master is at a loss for words with Meng Jia. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jinsen cautiously suggested, "Let's find the first one and see it before deciding." All right. After returning from the airport, Lu Qianling took a short nap. When she awoke for lunch, the delivery person arrived at the door. "Miss Lu, your package has arrived. Please sign for it." "What package? I haven't ordered anything lately. Are you sure it's not a mistake?" "No mistake. Building A, Unit 6, Lu Qianling." Confused, Lu Qianling signed for the package and carried the box inside. Placing it on the coffee table, she eagerly grabbed a pair of scissors to cut the tape and discovered several steam eye masks inside. Lu Qianling's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, "Aren't these the steam eye masks I intended to buy yesterday?" However, she distinctly remembered not finalizing any purchase, and the quantity seemed excessive. Perplexed, she pondered the situation, recalling that the last person to share a link with her was Meng Chuyuan. Could it be she bought these for me? She wondered, as she couldn't think of anyone else who would. Chapter 52. The Path of Growth. Initially, Lu Qianling harbored some uncertainty about whether Meng Chuyuan had indeed purchased the gift for her, until she noticed the delivery label on the box, which bore the rather unassuming purchase nickname of Meng Xiaomei. Was this not Meng Chuyuan? Her WeChat name was also Meng Xiaomei. Receiving a steam eye mask unexpectedly from Meng Chuyuan left Lu Qianling both astonished and delighted. Truly, she had a remarkable talent for winning hearts. Nonetheless, she found herself quite enamored with this gesture. Elated, Lu Qianling carefully stowed the eye mask away and, with great consideration, took out her phone to leave a message of thanks for Meng Chuyuan. As she finished and exited the chat, she inadvertently caught sight of Lu Qingye's WeChat message below, which elicited a look of disdain from her. Thanks to Meng Chuyuan's financial support, she would no longer have to endure the displeasure of Lu Qingye's countenance. Consequently, Lu Qingye had lost his significance in her life. Who was Lu Qingye, after all? To hell with him and his threats of 2,000 yuan. With that thought, Lu Qianling opened the chat page of that persistent message and swiftly added Lu Qingye to her blacklist. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her companions had already located their first house. This residence boasted a relatively advantageous location, offering convenient transportation and picturesque views of the peninsula. As Meng Chuyuan lifted her suitcase and approached the steps to get a closer look inside, Lu Jinsen, noticing her intent, suddenly called out to her, "Not going to take a look around? What else is there to see? I think this place is quite splendid. It's elevated, affording views of the mountains, islands, and the sea. Perhaps we might even witness a sunrise or sunset." From the moment Meng Chuyuan decided to carry her luggage upstairs, Lu Jinsen understood that she was resolute in her choice. Very well. Ultimately, Lu Jinsen chose to acquiesce, deferring to her wishes. After he spoke, he quietly extended his hand and effortlessly took Meng Chuyuan's suitcase, carrying it up for her. Meng Chuyuan felt a sudden lightness in her hands and turned to find her suitcase in Lu Jinsen's grasp. Meng Jia must be quite pleased. This child has grown up. The young master has become considerate, actually helping Meng Jia with her luggage. So unexpectedly touching, young master has learned to lean on the big shots. Meng Jia feels you should just speak up if you need something. No need for all this, haha. Whoa, this trip has been worthwhile. I've personally witnessed the young master's journey of growth. The other two groups had also made it ashore, though they appeared utterly fatigued after paddling their boat. Once they retrieved their heavy suitcases, their enthusiasm for moving forward waned. Nevertheless, Liao Jiaka remained determined, urging Liao Jiayan to take her time. Yin, you rest here. I'll go look at the house and come back for you shortly. Liao Jiayan nodded in agreement. All right. Qizhen, however, found himself unable to leave, as he still needed to assist Qi Yin with her luggage, while she seemed entirely focused on her own comfort, showing no interest in competing for accommodations. With Liao Jiaka having taken the lead, Qizhen quickly turned his attention to his sister, suggesting, Sister, why don't you go check out the house first? I'm struggling to carry so much luggage. My legs are numb from sitting in the boat for too long. Qizhen, I feel like Qizhen is truly exasperated this episode. It has barely begun, and look at this. What will happen later? What is up with Qi Yin? She was quite likable in the first episode, but now she seems increasingly off. Are they really siblings? The difference is so stark. It feels like Qi Zhen is her laborer. What is she doing? My goodness. I detest being with those who complain about fatigue while doing little to help. Unbelievable. The Liao sisters are younger than her, yet they never complained about exhaustion. She is too dependent on her brother, taking advantage of Qi Zhen's thoughtfulness while doing nothing herself. At this moment, Meng Chuyuan and her group had completed their tour. The house they inspected was a duplex, with a living room and a bedroom on the lower floor, and a separate, tidy kitchen equipped with all necessary utensils. However, the upstairs room was relatively small. The height constraints posed a challenge for Lu Jinsen, which Meng Chuyuan had noted during the tour. When it came time to allocate rooms, Meng Chuyuan proactively declared, I'll take the room upstairs. Lu Jinsen hadn't given it much thought, but since Meng Chuyuan wished to stay upstairs, he carried her luggage up for her. I feel like the young master has genuinely matured this episode, haha. The current Lu Jinsen is quite endearing. I can hardly bring myself to call him the young master anymore. Could it be related to that phone call with his elder brother? Just a guess. When Liao Jiaka found the first house, she saw that Meng Chuyuan and her group had already settled in, compelling her to continue her search. The paths here were either steep inclines or stairs, and Liao Jiaka felt her progress was impeded by the heavy suitcase. Ultimately, she entrusted her suitcase to a local villager and continued her search for accommodations. The remaining two houses were in close proximity, separated only by a village road. Both were similarly duplexes, situated in a cluster of tiger-striped stone houses, lacking individual front yards, making the residential areas appear smaller at first glance. Once all the guests had selected their houses, the production team gathered them at the main camp for lunch. The meal, organized by the village representatives, was a warm welcome for the 6 guests visiting their village. When the dishes were unveiled, everyone realized it was a seafood feast: fish, manna shrimp, hairy crabs, oysters, and clams, among others. The village representative also shared a brief history of their village, detailing their fishing routines and introducing a few unique dishes for them to taste. Oh my gosh, this is the best meal the guests have had since the 2 seasons of Siblings together. It's the season for hairy crabs. The production team has chosen the location wisely. It's evident that the villagers on the island are incredibly hospitable. Whoa, this is truly living off the land and sea. Has anyone visited this place? Is it suitable for tourism? The environment looks quite pleasant. I want to spend a few days here. After the meal, the amiable village representatives invited the 6 guests for a night fishing adventure. If you're free tonight, you can join us for night fishing. Upon hearing this proposal, their enthusiasm was rather subdued, as autumn had arrived, and going out at night would surely be chilly. However, the director, eager to capture more material for the show, signaled several times for them to agree. Faced with the director's insistence, they reluctantly acquiesced. Sure. Thank you for the sumptuous lunch today. We'll see you tonight. Chapter 53. A classic reappearance. The 3 groups of guests returned to their accommodations, utilizing their midday break to tidy up their living spaces. The sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and mountain walnuts that Grandma had gifted Meng Chuyuan during the previous episode remained untouched, stored with the production team upon their departure. Just as they were organizing, the staff arrived to deliver these items to Meng Chuyuan. Staff member, these are the items you left with us last time, and you need to pay us 10 labor coins. Understood, Meng Chuyuan replied, retrieving 10 labor coins from her remaining balance and handing them over to the staff. After they had left school, the live broadcast had ceased, and Meng Chuyuan had privately negotiated with the production team regarding the storage of these items. Concerned about waste and anticipating the continuation of filming in the next episode, she deemed it unnecessary to take them back, thus she entrusted the production team with their safekeeping. Director Luo, upon learning of Meng Chuyuan's request, seized the opportunity to inform her. Storing these items requires 10 labor coins. Since there was no live broadcast at the time, the exchange terms were unrecorded. However, the production team, being astute, collected the items on Meng Chuyuan's behalf, postponing the payment of labor coins until the second episode commenced. Wary of accusations of withholding guest labor coins, almost forgot, Sister Meng still has these supplies. The production team is quite thoughtful, bringing these items over for Sister Meng. Though the labor coins seem a bit out of place, it feels like something Director Luo would do. Help? Seeing this bag of sweet potatoes reminds me of the elderly couple from the last episode. They probably don't know that Sister Meng and the others have left the village. Sob, sob, sob. In the afternoon, the 6 guests were tasked with cleaning up litter from the beach. Meng Chuyuan's accommodation was near the dock, allowing her group to arrive first, while the other 2 groups were still en route. The production team had rented an old fishing boat, which bore signs of age. Perhaps due to the sea breeze, the wind was particularly strong that day. Meng Chuyuan donned a short black blazer over a white shirt, paired with loose denim pants and black combat boots, showcasing her slender figure while adding a sense of layered sophistication. Her high ponytail was tousled by the wind, and the wisps of hair framing her face appeared slightly disheveled. Lu Jinsen wore the hood of his sweatshirt, obscuring his brow, and as the sea breeze tousled his hair, his deep-set eyes came into view, softening his previously stern demeanor to reveal a more endearing and gentle expression. Upon their arrival, the 2 boarded the boat and awaited the appearance of the other guests. The production team is quite frugal. Even the boat is subpar. Not gonna lie, Lu Jinsen looked a bit handsome just now. After Sister Meng tied her hair up, I noticed her outfit has a sweet yet edgy vibe. I wish I could get a link to her jacket. It's stunning. I hope the livestream admin can relay this. Sob, sob, sob. The knitted vest Sister Meng wore this morning was also lovely. Perhaps she felt a bit cold without sleeves, hence the blazer change. Haha. How is it possible for someone to pair a blazer and shirt with jeans so stylishly? Before long, the other 2 groups arrived. Yet Qi Yin was notably absent. When Liao Jiaka's group encountered Qi Yin at the dock, Liao Jiaka curiously inquired, "Qi Yin, where is your sister? Didn't she come?" Qi Yin, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "She is not feeling well." Liao Jiaka responded, "All right then." Qi Yin had mentioned feeling unwell due to the unfamiliar environment and had requested a leave of absence from the production team after being exposed to the wind that morning. The director, noticing her pallor, permitted her to rest on the island. For Qi Yin, this absence posed no issue. In fact, he found it easier to relax without her presence. "I'll go up first and help you all aboard," Qi Yin said, stepping onto the boat and extending his hand to assist the Liao sisters one by one. Once Liao Jiaka safely boarded, she gently thanked Qi Yin. "Thank you." Well, suddenly, I'm shipping the sibling dynamic between Kiki and Qi Yin. How can Kiki not be Qi Yin's sister? They look like true siblings. Qi Yin is so considerate and truly knows how to care for others. I'm utterly smitten every day, haha. Upon closer inspection, Qi Yin truly cannot compare to Liao Jiaka. She is indeed gentle and lovely. Where can one find such a beautiful and kind older sister? They boarded the fishing boat and returned to the beach they had visited that morning, where the production team had prepared gloves, sacks, and litter pickers for the guests. Most of the litter on the beach had originated from the ocean, washed ashore by the waves, and some refuse had become partially buried in sand and stones over time. "Director, this afternoon, your task is to clean up the litter on this beach. There will be no ranking in this task. Simply pick up any trash you see. And each group will receive 100 labor coins upon completion." After delivering his instructions, the director discreetly observed the guests' reactions, tentatively adding, "Is everyone okay with that?" Following Meng Chuyuan's earlier critique regarding the unreasonable arrangement of activities, Director Luo had thoughtfully decided to amend the rules, doubling the previously established labor coins for the guests. He hoped this increase would be acceptable to them, having made a significant decision to do so. If they were still dissatisfied, he might consider raising it a bit more. Director Luo truly understands the needs of the guests. He is even willing to increase their labor coins. Clearly, the previous episode's labor coin allocation was insufficient, prompting the director to hastily revise the plan. Haha. "Director, please don't scold me. I acknowledge my mistake." Perhaps the director's gesture is also to appease Sister Meng, as the previous contract negotiations had fallen through. This is the production team's way of expressing their sincerity. This is excellent. I hope the increase only applies to the labor coins given to the guests, as there is no need to increase the exchange rate. or else 100 won't suffice. The 5 guests exchanged glances, voicing no objections. Sure, no problem. Seeing their agreement, the director smiled. Then please gather your tools and begin your work. As Meng Chuyuan donned her gloves, the camera captured her hand, where a large diamond ring caught the sunlight, casting a dazzling white gleam. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement, and the number of spectators surged. Is this a classic reappearance? Haha. Meng, I am quite familiar with the task of picking up trash. I now seriously suspect that today's litter-picking activity was intentionally arranged by the director. Who would have thought I would witness Meng Chuyuan picking up trash a second time? However, this time she is well equipped with tools and gloves. Chapter 54. Mobilizing the entire production team after putting on her gloves, Meng Chuyuan took a bag and ventured off to search for litter. The distant beach appeared rather desolate, seemingly devoid of much trash, until the camera followed the guest's perspective, allowing the audience to clearly see the refuse. Buried within the sands were numerous wooden pieces, plastic bottles, foam boards, torn fishing nets, and plastic bags. When the guests unearthed this debris, the viewers in the live broadcast were left astounded. My goodness, I thought this place was quite clean, and there wouldn't be much trash to collect. I can't believe so much harmful waste was hidden in the sand. This task is quite meaningful. The production team is using it as an opportunity to promote the protection of marine ecology while providing us with a valuable moral lesson. Next time we visit the beach, let's remember not to litter, otherwise it will increase water pollution. The 5 guests, braving the sea breeze and scorching sun, diligently searched every nook of the beach where trash might be concealed. Throughout the process, they remained focused on their task, intentionally avoiding the cameras. After bending down for an extended period, they were exhausted, resting momentarily before continuing their work. After picking up a piece of paper from beneath her feet, Meng Chuyuan looked up at the vast stretch of beach, realizing there was still an untouched area ahead of them. Given the immense size of the beach, she pondered that it would be impossible to clean it entirely in a short time. As she gradually withdrew her gaze, she inadvertently noticed a makeshift tent set up by the production team on the beach, where the director and other staff members were seated, enjoying the shade and chatting. Meng Chuyuan's gaze lingered on them, her eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of complex emotion. After a moment, she approached the director with her bag of trash and litter picker in hand. The director, who had been laughing with his colleagues just a second before, suddenly fell silent upon seeing her standing before him, his smile fading. He realized that Meng Chuyuan was looking at him with a stern expression, her gaze sharper than usual. What's the matter, Teacher Meng? The director asked with a forced smile. Without a change in her demeanor, Meng Chuyuan replied, Director, please join us. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. The director's south smile froze in place. Had he been laughing too loudly, drawing her attention? However, the live broadcast was ongoing. With millions of viewers watching the program, Meng Chuyuan had audaciously declared that protecting the environment was a shared duty, leaving the director no room to decline. Moreover, the beach was indeed vast, and 5 guests alone could hardly manage the cleanup. Regaining his composure, the director stood up from his chair and nodded in agreement. I believe what you say is very reasonable. Everyone, please help clean up the litter along the shore. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up, he instructed, prompting the crew present to join the cleanup effort. With the inclusion of the production team, the live broadcast became lively. Meng Chuyuan is amazing. Family. I've seen the behind-the-scenes strength. A memorable scene, the front and back of the camera coming together. Trending topic alert. I'm honored to witness the birth of such a memorable moment. A show's success is not just due to charming guests, but also the hard work behind the scenes. No wonder I'm addicted to this variety show. The azure sea sparkled under the sun, with waves crashing rhythmically onto the shore, the water warm and the breeze gentle. Unbeknownst to them, they worked until sunset. As the sunlight gradually diminished, it began to hide behind thick clouds, transforming the sky into a canvas of orange hues. After cleaning the beach, they sorted the collected trash before loading it onto a vehicle for disposal. The director returned from washing his hands by the sea and immediately sank back into his chair, his face weary. Noticing him sit down, Meng Chuyuan couldn't help but remind him, Director, you haven't distributed our labor credits yet. He waved his hand dismissively. I'll give them to you later. Let me catch my breath first. I never expected Director Luo to be such a comedic character. Seriously, how can one get so tired from picking up trash? Director, I'm getting old. It's not easy to do this work. Let me catch my breath first. You'll definitely get your credits. Director Luo proved to be a commendable director, leading everyone to protect the ecological environment, which truly impressed me. Once the director finished distributing the labor credits to each group, they boarded a boat back to the island. Qi Jin maintained a pleasant demeanor throughout the afternoon, interacting harmoniously with the other guests and taking care of the Liao sisters. This led to the emergence of the sibling CP between him and Liao Jiaka, alongside Meng Chuyuan's initiative to mobilize the production team for the cleanup, which trended on Weibo. Meng Chuyuan mobilizes the production team to protect the ecological environment, Kitchen and Li Jake's siblings' strong chemistry. However, Qi Yin remained unnoticed on the island, the only unspoken agreement among them being to avoid mentioning her. It wasn't until they completed their tasks and returned to the village that Qi Zhan brought back the ingredients he had exchanged for cooking, prompting her to finally emerge from the house. Seeing Qi Zhan carrying a bag of fresh ingredients, she casually inquired, "Back already?" "Yes, I'm going to cook," Qi Zhan replied, merely glancing at her before heading into the kitchen with his items. Qi Yin sauntered in and offered, "Do you need help?" "No need. Since you're not feeling well, just rest. I'll call you when it's done." Qi Zhan is too accommodating, serving such a princess sister. Oh, I almost forgot she was part of this show. This sister has such a commanding presence. Qi Jin seems a bit intimidated by her. Picking up trash must have been the most relaxed he has been all day. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan was preparing the ingredients she had brought back, ready to cook. "Do you need to start a fire?" Lu Jinsen asked, lingering in the kitchen, appearing ready to be called upon. Meng Chuyuan unexpectedly handed him a bag of shrimp, saying, "Could you please devein the shrimp?" Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow in confusion. "How do I do that?" He had never done this before. Meng Chuyuan responded with mild exasperation. "You know how to use a toothpick, right? Just insert it through the middle of the shrimp and pull out the vein." Chapter 55. A brief separation of the disheartened group after Meng Chuyuan finished speaking. Lu Jinsen picked up a toothpick and took a bag of shrimp outside the kitchen to deal with. Sitting beneath the eaves, he opened the plastic bag and gazed at the lively shrimp, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. One hand held the toothpick, while the other lingered over the bag. His gaze fixated on the shrimp, yet he hesitated to act. After a moment, Lu Jinsen finally made a move. Just when the audience anticipated him to extract the shrimp line, they instead witnessed him merely probing with his hand. Upon seeing the shrimp wriggle, he recoiled in fright. Holding his breath, he attempted again to reach down, only to pinch one shrimp, which slipped from his grasp before he could retrieve it. Unbeknownst to him, this action would elicit laughter from millions of viewers. Is this for real? The young master can't even handle a bag of shrimp? I'm dying of laughter, haha. Is Lu Jinsen afraid of getting bitten by the shrimp? Who would have thought Lu Jinsen is such a comedian? Do shrimp bite, or will they devour you? Truly, he is my daily source of joy. How can the young master be so amusing in everything he does? Who knew these shrimp were so cunning? Just a pinch and they fall, ha. We are professionally trained. We must refrain from laughter unless absolutely necessary. It was Lu Jinsen's first encounter with live shrimp, and witnessing their frantic movements left him feeling utterly at a loss. When he first touched the shrimp, his fear caused him to lose his grip. Taking a moment to steady his breathing, he picked up the shrimp again, this time holding it firmly, and successfully extracted the shrimp line with the toothpick. Once he regained his confidence, his speed gradually increased, and he swiftly completed the task assigned by Meng Chuyuan. He returned to the kitchen with a basin of shrimp and helped to stoke the fire. Impressive. This child has already learned to find work for himself. The young master is quite self-aware this time. He has mastered the skill of fire-making. It was evident from his shrimp extraction that he is truly changing. Could it be that he's hungry, haha? From previous observations, I've noticed the young master becomes particularly proactive when his stomach is empty. In the afternoon, they exchanged for half a pound of shrimp, a yellow croaker fish, seaweed, and eggs. Meng Chuyuan prepared scrambled eggs with shrimp, a plate of salt and pepper shrimp using the remaining shrimp, a cold seaweed salad, and a soup of yellow croaker fish. Due to the absence of a refrigerator in their home, they did not exchange too much, just enough for a meal. As evening approached, a hint of sunset lingered in the overcast sky. Meng Chuyuan and her companions set a table in the yard, enjoying dinner while listening to the distant sounds of boats, savoring the relaxed ambience. Having promised the village representative to join them for night fishing, they changed into warmer clothing after dinner and headed out. When the 6 guests gathered at the dock, darkness had already fallen. Qi Yin initially had no intention of coming. She could have continued to take the afternoon off as an excuse. However, after some contemplation, realizing the day of filming was nearing its end and she had hardly appeared on camera, she decided to join them for the night fishing. The other guests were quite surprised to see Qi Yin's arrival. Liao Jiaka inquired with concern, "Sister Qi Yin, are you feeling better?" Qi Yin smiled and replied, "Much better." Having heard she felt unwell after being in the wind that morning, Meng Chuyuan observed that Qi Yin's condition seemed merely average, not significantly improved. Casting a glance at Qi Yin, She kindly reminded her, "Sister Qian, the wind will be stronger tonight. Won't you be cold dressed like that?" At this, Qian's expression stiffened. Although she was reluctant to engage with Meng Chuyuan, the thought of the many viewers in the live stream compelled her to force a smile and respond. "It's fine. Is this the first conversation between Qian and Sister Meng? Does anyone else feel something is off? I sense an awkwardness in their interaction. Could there be some past grievances?" Qian's smile seems rather forced. It feels like she isn't keen to engage with Sister Meng. If she doesn't want to engage, so be it. Sister Meng is merely showing concern for her health. Meng Chuyuan donned a cap, her low ponytail cascading down her back. Clad in a white thermal shirt beneath a blue jacket zipped all the way to her chin, she wore loose black jeans paired with white sneakers, fully bundled up. With a mask covering her face and her hands tucked into her pockets, only her eyes remained visible. Qian, with her hair down over her shoulders, wore a short gray sweater with high-waisted black pants and white knee-high boots, shivering slightly in the evening breeze. After a while, the village representative arrived in a fishing boat. "I apologize for the wait. We were cleaning the fishing gear, which delayed us." Meng Chuyuan replied, "No worries, we just arrived." The village representative stepped ashore, casting a quick glance over the group, silently counting heads, pleasantly surprised to find everyone present. After a moment, the village representative smiled and said, "Due to the number of us, we will need to split into 2 boats. Please allocate yourselves accordingly." Meng Chuyuan asked, "Are you saying 3 of us will share 1 boat?" "Yes." Liao Jiaka, taken aback, exclaimed, "If that's the case, one group will have to separate temporarily. Help? My indecisiveness is acting up again. Which pair should I choose? Can't we prepare an additional boat? It feels awkward to split into 2 groups. Having grown accustomed to 3 groups, this sudden division feels a bit disorienting. There's no choice. The fishing boat can only accommodate so many. Let's see how they decide." The 6 guests exchanged glances, struggling to reach a decision. The village representative observed for a moment before urging them, "Have you decided who will be with whom?" Everyone had expected silence would lead to a compromise, especially since Qian had already planned not to go. Just as Qian opened her mouth to express her thoughts, a cool voice interrupted her. "I'll go with Qian and his sister." "Qian." The words had been spoken by Meng Chuyuan, and Lu Jinsen, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief at her. Qian also paused, surprised by the outcome. However, he admired Meng Chuyuan's courage to speak up at that moment. He looked at her warmly and smiled. "All right." Seeing Meng Chuyuan make a decision, Liao Jiaka stepped in to smooth things over, smiling at Lu Jinsen and warmly inviting him. "Then Xiaolu can join us." Meng Chuyuan glanced up at Lu Jinsen and said, "Go on, take care of the 2 sisters." Lu Jinsen felt a knot in his chest, unable to comprehend why Meng Chuyuan had pushed him onto others. Chapter 56, enchanted by her, however. After a moment of calm reflection, Lu Jinsen considered that Meng Chuyuan's actions were not entirely inappropriate. In such circumstances, someone must yield in order to resolve the issue. Although the 6 guests had set sail on 2 separate boats, the production team linked both live streams, allowing the audience to simultaneously witness the situations of all 6 participants. Who would have thought it would be the slacker group that ended up separated? Nevertheless, this arrangement should be quite entertaining. This is the first time I've seen such a memorable scene. I wonder what sparks will fly from this division of labor. Seeing the eldest young master's unwilling demeanor, I can't help but suspect that he has been actively abandoned by Sister Meng. Haha. Every time something happens, Sister Meng steps up while the other guests seem oblivious to the situation. The waves roared that evening, the sea heaving with layer upon layer of water, causing the fishing boat to sway slightly. The pitch-black surface of the ocean obscured any sense of direction, while scattered starlight illuminated the night fishing vessels. Accompanied by the howling sea breeze and the thundering of the fishing boats, the group soon arrived at a designated fishing area. The fishermen began casting their nets into the water, explaining to the guests that night fishing requires patience, using lights to attract schools of fish, thus making it easier to catch them. While waiting for the nets to be drawn, the guests kept busy, fishing and scooping as they could. Typically, this time of night sees fish emerging to forage, making their silhouettes easily visible on the surface. Under the careful guidance of the fishermen, Liao Jiaka and others took turns wielding a flashlight while another used a net to catch fish. Lu Jinsen, the only male guest in the group, naturally took on the fishing task, with Liao Jiaka assisting him by attracting the fish. Their first collaboration proved rather successful. Lu Jinsen acted swiftly and with a deft motion. He captured the fish in his net. Seeing him successfully haul in a catch, Liao Jiaka couldn't help but praise Lu Jinsen, saying, "Xiaolu, you're remarkable." Lu Jinsen placed the fish into a bucket, feeling a rush of warmth at Liao Jiaka's compliment, momentarily at a loss for words. "This is hilarious." The tough guy suddenly seems bashful, haha. This must be the first time Lu Jinsen has received such praise since he began filming. No wonder he blushed at the gentle words from Kiki. Help. I suddenly realized that Kiki and Lu Jinsen seem to have quite a sibling vibe. Could it be that Lu Jinsen is a fishing prodigy? Haha, he is so skilled. Has he practiced before? Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her group were nearing the time to retrieve their nets. The fishermen gradually gathered the net and pulled it back aboard. A pile of fish wriggling energetically on the deck. Qian, unable to endure the strong fishy odor, retreated to a corner by herself. After Meng Chuyuan and Qizhen assisted the fishermen in pulling up the nets, they soon cast a second net, observing the wet deck piled with fish of various sizes. Qizhen couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, how many pounds is this?" The fishermen replied, "About 10 or so pounds." They primarily relied on fishing for their livelihood, often catching over 100 pounds. Under the fishermen's guidance, the guests became acquainted with various fish species. Once the fish were brought aboard, Meng Chuyuan and Qizhen donned plastic gloves to help sort the catch into categories. Squatting beside the pile of fish, the scene was delightfully down to earth. Meng Chuyuan picked up a handful of small yellow croakers and quietly placed them into another bucket, saying, "These fish are too small. Let us put them in the bucket for now and release them later." The fishermen agreed. "Yes, return the small ones to the sea and keep the larger ones for sale." Qizhen, seeing this, also separated the smaller fish, setting aside the larger ones. Meng Chuyuan and Qizhen, this handsome duo, certainly make for a pleasing sight. The eldest young master seems like a docile little brother around Kiki, so well behaved. This pair of handsome man and beautiful woman is truly a feast for the eyes. Why is it that whenever work needs to be done, Qian is nowhere to be seen? I'm truly perplexed. Perhaps the director should consider changing partners for the next episode. I feel that this arrangement is quite enjoyable. It's utterly unclear what Qian's purpose in coming here was. At least Liao Jiaka helped carry a bucket or something. As the live broadcast inadvertently switched to a panoramic view, the audience finally caught sight of Qian, who was seated alone at the bow of the boat, arms crossed, feeling the brisk sea breeze. She longed to return, initially thinking she could bask in the spotlight. She soon realized they were fishing, and the boat was rather cramped. Disliking contact with live fish, she secluded herself in a distant corner, merely observing. I wonder if she isn't cold. My goodness. She must be cold. Her shoulders are hunched up. Why didn't she wear a warmer jacket when she went out? Displaying a fine figure, yet ultimately suffering for it. In truth, she didn't need to be here tonight. Without her identity as Qizhen's sister, I doubt anyone would recognize her. Regardless, no one is paying her any attention. After Meng Chuyuan and her group finished processing the fish on deck, they returned the bucket of small fish to the sea. Just then, the second net was ready to be pulled in, and Qizhen joined the others in hauling it aboard. Meng Chuyuan, seeing the small fish return to the ocean, turned to grab her bucket, only to spot Qian still seated at the bow, arms crossed against the wind. Narrowing her eyes, a hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze. After a moment, Meng Chuyuan placed the fish bucket by her feet, removed her plastic gloves, and approached Qian. The camera followed her, and suddenly, the audience heard a rustling sound, followed by Meng Chuyuan removing her blue jacket. Walking up to Qian, Meng Chuyuan draped her jacket over her shoulders. Well, I'm utterly enchanted by Meng Chuyuan's gesture. Meng Chuyuan's action has struck a chord deep within me. Who understands? Meng Chuyuan exudes such charisma. If she were a man, I would gladly marry her. Sob, sob, sob. I've envied that jacket for so long, as it can be worn by such a beautiful woman. Meng Chuyuan is incredibly kind. I feel she isn't dressed warmly herself. Yet she willingly offers her jacket to Qian. Qian sensed a shadow descending upon her as she turned her head. She had yet to fully see Meng Chuyuan's face when she felt the sudden weight on her shoulders. Glancing over, she was surprised to find a jacket resting there. Upon realizing it was Meng Chuyuan, Qian was taken aback. Instinctively, she began to refuse the jacket. However, Meng Chuyuan seemed to anticipate her reluctance, pressing down gently on her small gesture of rejection. Qian looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. After Meng Chuyuan settled the jacket on her, she maintained her composure and glanced at her, softly stating, "Put it on, don't catch a chill." Chapter 57, Scandal. Stay away. Although there was a minor disturbance at the airport today, Meng Chuyuan was not one to harbor grudges. After handing her coat to Qian, she returned to her previous position, picking up the fish bucket and gloves to assist the fishermen in sorting their catch. When Qian returned from casting his net, he suddenly noticed that Meng Chuyuan had removed her coat, making her appear even more petite. Furrowing his brows, he inquired, "Sister Meng, where's your coat?" Did you take it off? Aren't you cold? Qi Zhan presumed she had discarded it for convenience, but before Meng Chuyuan could respond, he spotted her coat draped over Qi Yan's shoulders. You gave your coat to my sister? He knew that Qi Yan and Meng Chuyuan were not on friendly terms, so it was evident to him that Meng Chuyuan had taken the initiative to offer her coat. How Qi Yan accepted it was beyond his comprehension. Yes, Meng Chuyuan replied. Seeing Qi Yan's frail demeanor, she couldn't simply ignore her plight. Thankfully, Qi Yan was dressed warmly enough, prompting Meng Chuyuan to part with her coat. Qi Zhan, feeling a tad embarrassed, eventually lifted his gaze to Meng Chuyuan and suggested, then wear mine. As he offered his coat to her, Meng Chuyuan quickly interjected, no, that's inappropriate. She jested, if we were to stir up a scandal over a coat, it would be quite the predicament. Huh. The awareness of a married woman, one observer chuckled. Don't say Sister Meng, even I, as an audience member, nearly forgot she's married. Indeed, Sister Meng seems to assert, oh, I'm already married. Scandals have no place here. Yet, Qi Zhan remains endearingly warm-hearted, another commented. Apologizing, Qi Zhan realized, thanks to Meng Chuyuan's reminder, that he had been somewhat rude. He swiftly devised a solution. Rising to approach Qi Yan, shedding his black coat and offering it to her. Sister, wear mine. Let's return the others' coats. Qi Yan, initially puzzled by his approach, soon understood he intended to exchange his coat for Meng Chuyuan's. Feeling awkward in Meng Chuyuan's coat, she gratefully accepted Qi Zhan's offer and handed him her coat. Returning to Meng Chuyuan with her coat in hand, Qi Zhan said, Sister Meng, I brought your coat back. Please put it on. Meng Chuyuan glanced up, noticing Qi Yan now clad in Qi Zhan's black coat. Since that is the case, I shall reclaim my coat, she said to Qi Zhan. Thank you. I ought to be the one expressing gratitude. I appreciate you lending your coat to my sister, he replied, reflecting on how he had only noticed Meng Chuyuan's lack of a coat because he had observed Qi Yan's scant attire. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, the 6 guests returned to shore. Seizing the moment when everyone was present, the director announced an important development. Tomorrow, we shall welcome a group of surprise guests. I hope everyone rests well tonight to present your best selves. I had heard whispers of surprise guests joining us, but I didn't expect it to be true, someone remarked. Judging by Director Luo's smile just now, I suspect tomorrow's surprise guests will be quite the celebrities, another speculated. Will they be handsome or beautiful? I'm suddenly filled with anticipation. Yet another chimed in. Meng Chuyuan, however, showed little interest in the arrival of new members. Participating as a regular person on the show, she rarely engaged in social interactions, rendering the identity of the guests inconsequential to her. Meanwhile, the other guests eagerly speculated about whether the newcomers might be acquaintances, while Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen appeared detached from the discussion. While other groups deliberated over the guest list, Meng Chuyuan's group wandered into unrelated topics. What do you want to eat tomorrow? She initiated the conversation. Lu Jinsen, taken aback by her direct question, found himself momentarily speechless. After a pause, he inquired, are you referring to breakfast or lunch? Lunch. The shrimp and egg dish we had tonight was quite delightful. Meng Chuyuan nodded meaningfully, adding softly, perhaps you could replicate that tomorrow. Lu Jinsen's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Aren't you the one making it? He had assumed Meng Chuyuan's question stemmed from a lack of a fixed menu, prompting him to offer suggestions. Instead, it seemed she wanted him to learn how to prepare it himself. Who said I would cook? Meng Chuyuan raised her gaze, her expression composed. You can learn to make whatever you desire. It's only fair, isn't it? Lu Jinsen. The young master is left speechless once again. I find his bewilderment utterly amusing, a viewer commented. Lu Jinsen, fair? This is absurdly fair. Another laughed. Not just Lu Jinsen. I too was led to believe Sister Meng intended to cook his favorite dish, someone else remarked. I understand you're frustrated, young master, but remember, learning to make what you want is indeed quite reasonable, another pointed out. Sister Meng's latest tactic, when it comes to thinking and talking, never lift a finger, another noted. The following morning, the sun gradually ascended the horizon. The 6 guests awoke to the distant sounds of waves and boat engines. After freshening up, they gathered at the base camp for breakfast, although the surprise guests had yet to arrive. Post-breakfast, they ventured to the seaside to catch mantis shrimp. Scouring the low-tide rock pools for fish and crabs, local villagers shared their methods and experiences for catching mantis shrimp, demonstrating the technique. The guests found it quite simple, donning gloves and wielding buckets and shrimp extractors as they began their search. Meng Chuyuan called Lu Jinsen over whenever she located a burrow, and he would insert the shrimp extractor to clear the sand and stones from the entrance, though there were plenty of holes in the beach. Not everyone yielded manna shrimp. After much effort, Meng Chuyuan and her companions managed to catch 4 shrimp, while the other groups appeared to have made little progress. Sighing in disappointment, let us grab a couple more to make the count sound better, then let us move to the rocky shallows to fish. This time, I'll take the lead. Hand me the extractor, she suggested. Lu Jinsen, slightly confused, responded, is that really sufficient? Why not just dive in and catch fish? It seems unlikely we'll find more mantis shrimp. Poor Lu Jinsen, can't you see through her intentions? She merely wishes to personally catch the mantis shrimp, someone teased. I have a feeling luck plays a significant role in catching mantis shrimp, another added. Meng Chuyuan merely cast a glance at him without replying, then seized the shrimp extractor from his hand, diving into the task with determination. Chapter 58. Culture must exist. Meng Chuyuan had never caught mantis shrimp before. Her curiosity compelled her to explore new experiences. When she first extracted the sand and stones, she did not spot any mantis shrimp. Undeterred, she switched to another hole to continue her efforts. Lu Jinsen observed her from the side, seemingly skeptical of her chances of success. After all, he had toiled for quite some time to catch merely 4 mantis shrimp, while Meng Chuyuan's 2 seemed as though they would take an eternity to obtain. However, just as Lu Jinsen's thoughts wandered and he relaxed his vigilance, Meng Chuyuan surprised him with an unexpected delight. As he glanced down, a mantis shrimp poised to flee came into view, causing his pupils to dilate in astonishment. He incredulously questioned, could it have escaped from the bucket? How amusing. The young master would rather believe that the mantis shrimp escaped from the bucket than acknowledge that it was caught by Meng Jie. Meng Jie, I truly am capable. The young master, once again, utterly astounded, haha. Every day feels like the first time meeting Meng Jie, filled with unique surprises. Seeing him stunned, Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow slightly and urged, what are you mumbling about? Hurry and catch it, or it will escape. Lu Jinsen bent down, picked up the mantis shrimp from the ground, and tossed it into the bucket. To his further astonishment, Meng Chuyuan unearthed 2 more mantis shrimp from the same spot. Following her lead, he collected the shrimp, marveling, your luck is extraordinary. In response to Lu Jinsen's praise, she unabashedly remarked, could it be that your presence enhances my fortune? After gathering the mantis shrimp, the group prepared to venture into the sea to catch fish and crabs, just as the 2 guest stars arrived at the recording site. This episode featured 2 male guests, Luo Yunzhou, a rising actor, and Ting Jiu, an esports player. Luo Yunzhou was there to promote his new film, while Ting Jiu was sent by the investors, as the production team planned to collaborate with a mobile game app, necessitating the inclusion of their advertisements. The production team was diligently seeking more substantial sponsorships. As Luo Yunzhou made his entrance, he called out to Liao Jiaka, second sister. They had previously worked together and portrayed siblings in a drama, and seeing them reunite after many years evoked a wave of nostalgia among the audience. Liao Jiaka's reaction upon seeing her old friend was a blend of surprise and joy. You're here to record the show too? Indeed. Luo Yunzhou's affectionate address of sister broke my defenses. Oh no. Who would have thought I'd see Yunzhou and Kiki together again? The nostalgia is overwhelming. I remember Luo Yunzhou collaborated with Su Ingdi last year. What a fateful connection. I was surprised to find that Ting Jiu is also participating in a variety show. It is said that Ting Jiu postponed his training to join the show. Likely to chase some stars. I wonder who his idol is? Ting Jiu, still in his early 20s, excelled in gaming, having participated in numerous competitions with commendable results. More impressively, he was also an academic achiever. He politely greeted the other guests before approaching Meng Chuyuan, gently saying, Chuyuan Jie. Lu Jinsen was taken aback. He had not expected this seemingly reserved individual to initiate a conversation with Meng Chuyuan. Upon hearing his voice, Meng Chuyuan looked up and casually replied, Xiao Jiu? It's me. Ting Jiu's face lit up with a smile upon realizing she recognized him. Wait, what? Meng Jie knows Ting Jiu. Are they acquainted? Is this a breach of dimensions? Oh, Meng Jie's soft address of Xiao Jiu feels so warm. It seems they have known each other for quite some time. The young master's bewildered expression mirrors mine as I watched the live broadcast. Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow, alternating his gaze between Meng Chuyuan and Ting Jiu. Are you two quite familiar with one another? Meng Chuyuan replied nonchalantly, I suppose we know each other. I've played a couple of games with Chuyuan Jie, and coincidentally, we attended the same school. Unfortunately, by the time I entered university, she had already graduated. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsen's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression becoming increasingly animated. He looked at Ting Jiu, incredulous. She attended the same university as you? What do you mean by that? Meng Chuyuan retorted, slightly annoyed at Lu Jinsen's skepticism. Are you looking down on me? Although Meng Chuyuan had faced financial hardships, She had never ceased her pursuit of education, believing that wealth was inconsequential but culture must prevail. Oh my. I had no idea Meng Jie and Ting Jiao attended the same university. Meng Jie appears youthful, yet her academic credentials must be quite impressive. Ting Jiao is currently enrolled in a challenging university with a high admission threshold. It seems Meng Jie is quite talented. It looks like Meng Jie may have married shortly after graduating from university. Learning that Meng Jie is a scholarly individual only deepens my admiration for her. With the two guest stars participating in the recording, they seamlessly formed a team upon their arrival, diving straight into tasks without even checking their accommodations. Luo Yunzhou and Ting Jiao brought considerable attention to the show, and the revelation of Meng Chuyuan's acquaintance with Ting Jiao further enhanced the audience's fondness for her. Although Ting Jiao teamed up with Luo Yunzhou, he treated Meng Chuyuan as an equal. Chuyuan Jie, I just caught a large crab under the rocks. He presented the crab he had caught to Meng Chuyuan, ultimately giving it to her. I can catch my own later. She attempted to decline but ultimately accepted. Ting Jiao offered, I also have sea urchins. Would you like some? No, I have some as well. Lu Jinsen watched from the side, feeling as though he were an outsider in their dynamic. Guessing from the young master's expression, it seems he is not pleased again. Ha. Ting Jiao, please cease your charm and focus on the task at hand. He seems eager to share everything in his bucket with Meng Jie. Ha. Ting Jiao, you silly boy, do you not realize the show will weigh everything later? Your team may fall behind. Let me know if you need anything later. Ting Jiao said as he observed that Meng Chuyuan lacked any deficiencies, before temporarily departing with his bucket. Once Ting Jiao moved away, Lu Jinsen cast a sidelong glance at Meng Chuyuan and remarked sarcastically, I didn't realize this junior of yours was so attentive to you. Chapter 59. Complimentary meal. Meng Chuyuan smiled gently. How could you be so concerned? You seem to be watching me constantly. Even the most trivial matters appeared magnified in Lu Jinsen's eyes. Lu Jinsen snorted dismissively. Don't flatter yourself. When have I ever been watching you? If you weren't watching me, how could you observe so meticulously? At noon, the 8 guests successfully completed the tasks assigned by the production team and received their corresponding labor coins. Meng Chuyuan still held the authority over the use of labor coins. She exchanged several eggs and half a pound of shrimp, along with some scallops and tofu. Today, I'm preparing scrambled eggs with shrimp for you, she announced. Lu Jinsen frowned slightly, displeased, and chose to remain silent. The comments from the audience reflected their amusement. Sister Ming's casual way of calling him the young master is quite endearing, haha, especially since the young master seems to tolerate it. Lu Jinsen is clearly perplexed. Why is she bringing this up again? I'm genuinely baffled. Sister Ming remembers that the young master wanted scrambled eggs with shrimp, and made sure to bring back eggs and shrimp for him. I'm looking forward to it. Last time, the young master didn't cook the eggs properly. I wonder if he can manage the shrimp this time. I recall Lu Jinsen was quite confident last time. Didn't he say cooking wasn't that difficult? But his face changes at the mere mention of it. Ting Jiao and Luo Yunzhu were new arrivals, and they were quite thrilled to have earned labor coins for the first time. Without a thought for moderation, they exchanged for everything they desired. Their group acquired some kelp, taro, crabs, sea conchs, and abalones, nearly exhausting their labor coins. Suddenly, Ting Jiao pondered a question. Can you cook? After exchanging ingredients, he belatedly realized their group had yet to assign roles. Luo Yunzhu turned abruptly, surprised, and shook his head. I can't. What about you? Neither can I. Faced with an abundance of ingredients, Luo Yunzhu scratched his head. What should we do? Ting Jiao lifted his gaze, spotting Meng Chuyuan not far off, and suggested to Luo Yunzhu, how about we go and mooch lunch from my senior? Luo Yunzhu asked in confusion, you have a senior here? Just a moment. Let me ask. After speaking, Ting Jiao hurried over to Meng Chuyuan. Sister Chuyuan, both Luo Yunzhu and I cannot cook. May we join you for lunch? Lu Jinsen moved his lips, about to object, but Meng Chuyuan readily agreed. Of course, just bring your ingredients over. Thank you, sister. We'll find you later. Ting Jiao replied. Meng Chuyuan smiled. No problem. Lu Jinsen was genuinely displeased this time. It wasn't that he disapproved of others mooching off meals, but he felt a sense of imbalance. Why could Ting Jiao and the others, who couldn't cook, so easily have Meng Chuyuan host them, while he had to learn on his own? If they come to eat, shouldn't they help with something? Help with what? Guests are guests, you know? Lu Jinsen pressed further. So they just eat and drink without doing anything? It's not like that. I just asked them to bring ingredients for me, after all. You need to look at it from another perspective. This is what we call a complimentary meal. Ah, a complimentary meal. Haha. Sister Ming is quite eloquent. This is yet another instance of the young master's ignorance of social niceties. The young master's thinking is so rigid, he can't see beyond the surface. Haha. Sister Ming noted. We have the ingredients, and we also have the labor. Another day of marveling at Sister Meng's brilliance. How does she manage to persuade others and herself so effortlessly? Upon returning to their residence, Meng Chuyuan immersed herself in the kitchen, with Lu Jinsen dutifully assisting her. His task for the day was to devein the shrimp, and having gained experience from yesterday, he was less clumsy this time. Meng Chuyuan first soaked the scallops, then cleaned them thoroughly, prying them open with a small knife to discard the empty half shell. She soaked a handful of vermicelli in a basin, then minced garlic to set aside. Just then, Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju arrived with their ingredients. Sister Chuyuan, we're here. Meng Chuyuan, seeing them approach with ingredients, said without hesitation, place your items on the table. I'll take care of them shortly. Luo Yunju inquired, do you need our help? No, I can manage. You two can relax for a bit. The kitchen was small, and there wasn't enough space for many people. Ting Jiu said, just call us if you need anything. We'll be right outside. After delivering the ingredients to Meng Chuyuan, they noticed Lu Jinsen sitting aside, deveining shrimp, and approached him. Lu Gu, do you need help? Hearing this, Lu Jinsen looked up and saw Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju approaching. He hesitated for a moment before replying, you know how to devein shrimp, right? Ah. I'm going to die laughing at the young master's straightforwardness. Haha. Indeed, is the young master's lack of pretense something he learned from Sister Meng? The young master is quite clever to take advantage of their willingness to assist. Though the flying guests can't cook, they are willing to lend a hand. Luo Yunju eagerly replied, I can do it. Ting Jiu awkwardly smiled. I haven't done this before. Is it difficult? Not at all. It's quite simple. Sit down, and I'll show you. After instructing Ting Jiu to sit, Lu Jinsen demonstrated the process slowly, holding a toothpick in one hand and a shrimp in the other. Following Lu Jinsen's lead, Ting Jiu soon grasped the technique. Having taught Ting Jiu to devein shrimp, Lu Jinsen displayed a hint of satisfaction. After a while, he stood up and said indifferently, I'll leave this to you two. I'll check on things in the kitchen. All right. Lu Jinsen entered the kitchen, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely. Meng Chuyuan had just prepared the scallops for steaming when she turned to see Lu Jinsen. Weren't you supposed to be deveining shrimp? Have you finished so soon? No, they're doing it. Meng Chuyuan frowned. Puzzled they? Those two who are mooching off us. Curious. Meng Chuyuan walked to the door and peeked outside, only to find Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju sitting side by side under the eaves, diligently deveining shrimp. She withdrew her gaze and admired Lu Jinsen. You truly are impressive. Chapter 60. Secrets can't be hidden. As Meng Chuyuan observed Lu Jinsen delegate the task of deveining shrimp to others, she promptly assigned him a new task. Please crack those eggs, and then wash the conch. Lu Jinsen responded with a light "oh," cleaned a bowl, and began to crack and whisk the eggs. Mengjia, it is impossible for you to be idle. The young master thought he could slack off with a tool at his disposal. Little did he know he too is one of the tools, ha ha ha. Mengjia expressed that she hasn't even begun to relax. So it's impossible for him to do so. That was quite amusing. How obedient. With Mengjia around, everything proceeds in an orderly and systematic manner, providing a great sense of security. Once the shrimp were processed by Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju, Meng Chuyuan's garlic vermicelli steamed scallops were ready. She first steamed the crabs, then boiled the conch, and finally prepared a kelp and tofu soup along with abalone sauce rice. Every time Meng Chuyuan cooked, the number of viewers in the live broadcast surged rapidly. Due to the limited kitchen space, Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju did not stay in the kitchen, but they could smell the rich aroma wafting from outside. The viewers could almost taste the delightful scent through their expressions of enjoyment. They had but one last dish to prepare, scrambled eggs with shrimp. Meng Chuyuan had already peeled and marinated the shrimp in advance and handed the task to Lu Jinsen. Standing there, he appeared somewhat flustered, gazing down at the plate of shrimp and eggs, unsure of where to begin. After a moment's hesitation, he could not help but seek guidance from Meng Chuyuan. Which should I cook first? Start with the shrimp, stir-fry them until they change color. Then pour in the beaten eggs, stir briefly, and pour the mixture into the pan. Despite her instructions, Lu Jinsen still hesitated. Looking up at her, maybe you should do it? Were my instructions unclear? What part did you not understand? Deep down, he harbored concerns. With Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju staying for dinner, what if he failed to execute the shrimp dish properly? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Are you afraid of embarrassment? Meng Chuyuan observed his distracted demeanor and could guess his thoughts. Upon hearing her comment, Lu Jinsen's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of guilt. I wondered why the young master suddenly became awkward. It turns out he fears embarrassment. What a memorable scene. Witnessing the young master in a state of fear is quite amusing. Ha ha ha. Mengjia, you are truly my savior. You can decipher Lu Jinsen's every action and expression. It's nothing, just a simple scrambled egg with shrimp. How could that possibly daunt you? With someone as capable as Meng Jie around, he need not worry. Whatever amount of salt you add will be done perfectly. How adorable this young master is. It reminds me of when my younger brother first learned to fry rice. However, recalling that Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju could not cook, his confidence gradually returned. Lu Jinsen began to follow Meng Chuyuan's instructions, pouring cooking oil into the pan, then adding the shrimp to stir-fry. Once cooked, he combined them with the egg mixture. He gently stirred with chopsticks until the eggs were just set. Just before he placed the ingredients in the pan, Lu Jinsen hesitated. What if it burns? The oil has covered the pan. It won't burn. While he deliberated, Meng Chuyuan had already poured the shrimp and egg mixture into the pan. Once the scrambled eggs with shrimp were ready, everyone could finally sit down to enjoy the meal. Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju had rushed over from the airport to record the show, having skipped breakfast, so they were quite hungry now. Initially, they expected Meng Chuyuan to whip up a few simple home-style dishes. However, upon the arrival of the abalone sauce rice, the meal suddenly elevated to a whole new level. How sumptuous! Luo Yunju exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. Meng Chuyuan smiled. You should thank you for bringing the ingredients. Although they had exchanged for various types of ingredients, the quantities were relatively small. Due to their limited earnings from labor currency and the high cost of seafood, the production team had to control the amounts. Once seated, Ting Jiu sampled the enticing abalone sauce rice, the thick sauce enveloping the plump grains, yielding an exquisite flavor. Wow, Chuyuanjie, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Take your time. There's plenty of food. Luo Yunju added. This kelp and tofu soup is also delightful, not fishy at all. Experiencing Meng Chuyuan for the first time, Luo Yunju initially felt a bit awkward, but he soon discovered how approachable she was, and he was pleasantly surprised by her culinary talents. As everyone praised Meng Chuyuan's cooking, Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow slightly and quietly began eating the scrambled eggs with shrimp he had prepared. Taking a bite, he found the texture pleasingly tender and the flavor just right. To his astonishment, this time his dish had not failed. For Lu Jinsen, if the food was cooked and tasted good, that was a success. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Ting Jiu, and he eagerly promoted his creation. Would you like to try my scrambled eggs with shrimp? Seeing the young master like this, his willingness to recommend indicates this dish turned out well. This guy can't hide anything. It's all written on his face, ha ha ha. In my opinion, Meng Jie deserves the most credit. Lu Jinsen is a novice, and his dish turned out well. You've made me hungry. I can almost smell the food through the screen. The young master daring to speak up indicates that this scrambled egg with shrimp is no ordinary dish. Ting Jiu, noticing the appealing appearance of the scrambled eggs with shrimp, hesitated for a moment. All right, I'll give it a try. Lu Jinsen, concerned that Ting Jiu might find it difficult to reach, willingly brought the plate closer. Meng Chuyuan glanced up just in time to witness this moment. As she had already approved, there was no issue. Ting Jiu thanked him, then took a piece of the scrambled egg and popped it into his mouth. How is it? Lu Jinsen asked impatiently. Ting Jiu chewed the shrimp thoughtfully and replied, it's quite good. At his words, Lu Jinsen's eyes sparkled with joy. He looked at Ting Jiu and could not resist saying, you are quite fortunate. This is the first dish I have ever made. And you are the first to taste it. Really? Ting Jiu exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement, unable to believe Lu Jinsen, then tasted another piece to confirm the flavor. Ting Jiu suddenly turned to Luo Yunju and said, Lu Gu said this scrambled egg with shrimp is his first attempt. You should try it and see if he is just boasting. This is hilarious. These two combined don't even add up to 3 years of experience. Ha ha ha. Ting Jiu, could you manage your expressions a bit? After all, we are public figures. Don't say Ting Jiu's reaction is exaggerated. Even I find it hard to believe Lu Jinsen made this dish, but with Meng Jie around, it makes me believe. Chapter 61. His participation after Luo Yunzhao savored the shrimp and scrambled eggs, his perception of Lu Jinsen underwent a transformation. Given Lu Jinsen's background, it seemed plausible that he could prepare a meal for the first time, yet the exquisite flavor of the shrimp and the velvety texture of the eggs rendered him speechless. It was hard to believe this was the work of a novice. The shrimp was perfectly seasoned, and the eggs were delightfully tender. Luo Yunzhao turned to Lu Jinsen, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. So, you truly made this? He continued, is there a secret to this dish? I wish to learn. The fact that Lu Jinsen, a beginner, could create such a dish left both Jiu and Luo Yunzhao envious. Upon hearing Luo Yunzhao's desire to learn, Lu Jinsen suddenly became cautious. Fearing that Luo would soon pose questions he could not answer, he glanced at Luo Yunzhao and softly admitted, I had a hand in it. The shrimp was indeed his doing. Though Lu Jinsen merely stated he had participated, it only deepened Luo Yunzhao's admiration. He just claimed he made it. And now he is saying he participated. Haha, Lu Jinsen, you have a way with words. Lu Jinsen, ISNTI participated equivalent to I made it. If that is the case, Jio and Luo Yunzhao have both contributed to the shrimp. Doesn't that count as participation? The young master's sudden change in demeanor seems to have revealed something. Haha. Hearing this, Jio wore a smug smile and remarked to Lu Jinsen, I thought, how could a novice achieve this level? Clearly, this dish was made by my sister, and you merely assisted. Moments earlier, Jio had nearly felt inferior, believing such a delectable shrimp and egg dish was crafted by Lu Jinsen. Meanwhile, Lucinia concluded his responsibilities at the company and exited his office, calling upon his assistant to serve as his driver for an outing. A client had recently invited him for a meal at their home, and due to their ongoing professional relationship, he felt compelled to accept. As Lucinia settled into the car, he busied himself with emails, responding as time permitted. Suddenly recalling that the dinner was for the client's younger son's birthday, he glanced at his assistant and inquired, Have you prepared the gift? Rest assured, sir. I have everything ready, replied the assistant, as Lucinia acknowledged the gifts placed in the car with a slight hum, returning to his emails. The assistant, stealing a glance through the rearview mirror, noted that Lucinia was diligently focused on his phone, making the most of every moment. Sir, it's after hours. Perhaps you should take a break? I just need to review a few emails. I'll be done shortly. For Lucinia, reviewing emails was already a form of relaxation. Before long, he efficiently processed all unread messages. Once he finally had a moment to himself, he glanced at his work schedule and realized he had yet to provide his daughter, Lu Qianling, with her allowance for the month. Assuming he had simply overlooked her messages due to his busy schedule, he opened WeChat to review their conversation. Upon checking, he discovered it was not an oversight on his part. Lu Qianling hadn't contacted him at all. What does this mean? Lucinia pondered for a moment, unable to decipher his daughter's intentions, and decided to reach out. Don't you want your allowance? However, after sending the message, a red exclamation mark appeared next to the chat box, accompanied by a gray line of text. Message sent, but declined by the recipient. Lucinia stared at his phone screen, his brows furrowing in confusion. The assistant, noticing something amiss through the rearview mirror, asked, Sir, is everything all right? Lucinia raised his gaze, perplexed, and inquired, What does it mean when someone declines a WeChat message? It means you've been blocked, the assistant replied. Oblivious to the implications, a grin on his face that seemed somewhat insufferable. Lucinia, blocked? Very well. It appears Lu Qianling has learned a thing or two. To confirm Lu Qianling's academic situation, Lucinia had even contacted her homeroom teacher, who assured him that she had been attending classes diligently. Lucinia found himself puzzled. Given Lu Qianling's nature, he expected her to negotiate for her allowance. Yet she neither asked for it nor hesitated to attend school. Had she genuinely changed her disposition? Regardless, she utilized household resources sparingly, so withholding the allowance was not a significant concern. The meal that Jio and Luo Yunzhao enjoyed at noon was immensely satisfying, particularly upon learning that Meng Chuyuan had taught Lu Jinsen how to prepare the shrimp and eggs. Both Luo Yunzhao and Jio expressed their desire to learn cooking from her in the future. Viewers assumed that after their meal, it would be time for a break, and the live stream would temporarily close. However, they were unexpectedly treated to an advertisement. As Meng Chuyuan emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, Jio approached her. Sister Chuyuan, you haven't played games in a while, have you? Unaware that this was an advertisement, as Jio had not discussed it with her beforehand. Meng Chuyuan thought he was simply engaging in casual conversation. Indeed, it's been quite some time since I last played. Meng Chuyuan was not addicted to gaming. She occasionally played to pass the time when bored. Jio, the diligent game ambassador, enthusiastically promoted his advertisement. Recently, our gaming platform released a new skin for a certain hero. It's stunning, with superb handling. I think you'll love it. I'll send you a set later. Sounds good. I'll arrange it right away. Help. This advertisement insertion was so smooth. What? That was an advertisement? I thought Jio was inviting Sister Meng to play together. I only just realized this was a game advertisement. Sister Meng's response successfully fooled me. How wonderful. The guest doesn't even need to hand over their phone. But Sister Meng plays games too, if she can play with Jio. Her gaming skills must be quite impressive. At that moment, Lu Jinsen overheard their conversation and entered the live stream. Addressing Jio, make sure to get me one too. Jio readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Lu Jinsen was known for his gaming habits, and his frequency of play was well recognized within their circle. When he requested a skin from Jio, viewers felt he remained the same enthusiastic gamer at heart. The moment gaming is mentioned, Lu Jinsen's eyes light up. I declare this the most successful advertisement ever, haha. Though I recognize this as an advertisement, I'm reluctant to leave. I've decided to watch until it concludes. Chapter 62. He admits he is married. During the better part of his business trip that lasted more than half a month, Lu Qingye had encountered numerous clients. Yet today's guest was a long-standing client of the company. He had been invited to celebrate his child's birthday, and it was only fitting to show some courtesy. Typically, Lu Qingye shunned social gatherings and rarely attended banquets. Unless circumstances were exceptional, he would generally refrain from making an appearance. Standing outside the door with a birthday gift for the child in hand, Lu Qingye pressed the doorbell. After a moment, the door swung open. The client's face lit up with a delighted smile upon seeing Lu Qingye. "Mr. Lu, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The client, around 40 years of age, sported silver-rimmed glasses, had a slender build, and stood a head shorter than Lu Qingye. Both he and his wife were of Chinese descent, and as their business flourished, they had settled in this area. This was Lu Qingye's first visit to their home. Aside from professional interactions, they had not engaged socially due to Lu Qingye's genuinely hectic schedule. "I just wrapped up my work and came over," he said. "Please, come in." Once inside, a 5-year-old boy circled around him. On his way, Lu Qingye had anticipated a grand celebration for the child's birthday, but upon arrival, he realized he was the sole guest. He presented the birthday gift to the boy, who graciously thanked him. Perhaps due to the rarity of visitors at their home, Lu Qingye was a novelty to the child, sparking his curiosity. From the moment Lu Qingye stepped in, the boy's gaze remained fixed on him, and he even approached, asking, "Should I call you brother or uncle?" Lu Qingye felt no preference for either title, whichever you prefer. After a moment of contemplation, the boy decided, "Then I will call you brother." Perhaps because Lu Qianling was a year younger than him, Lu Qingye found himself at ease around children, without feeling awkward. Aware of Lu Qingye's impending visit, the couple had prepared a lavish meal to entertain him. "My wife has specially made a few hometown dishes. I believe you will enjoy them." "Thank you, Mr. Chun and Mrs. Chun, for your warm hospitality," Lu Qingye replied. "Don't mention it. Just treat this as your home," Mr. Chun said. Their family atmosphere was pleasant. The child was well-mannered, and Mrs. Chin was gentle and gracious. Lu Qingye had some acquaintance with Mr. Chin, having collaborated with him several times during his time in China. "I heard you've been here for a while now. I've been hoping to find an opportunity to have you over for dinner. Recently, I've been too busy to attend to it. Are you settling in well?" Mr. Chin asked. "Not bad," Lu Qingye responded nonchalantly. He frequently traveled for work, so he rarely considered such matters. At the dinner table, Mr. Chun brought up some casual topics, which Lu Qingye responded to effortlessly. However, when Mr. Chin unexpectedly posed a more personal question and began introducing an unmarried relative, Lu Qingye subtly placed his hand, adorned with a wedding ring, on the table. Just as Mr. Chin was about to continue, he glanced at Lu Qingye and noticed the ring on his finger. His expression shifted to one of surprise. "You're married? When did this happen?" Lu Qingye replied calmly, "Before I came here." "How sudden?" Mr. Chin chuckled awkwardly. "I thought you were still single." The dinner invitation had two purposes. Primarily, they wished to introduce him to suitable young women, unaware that Lu Qingye's marriage news would arrive so unexpectedly. In the afternoon, Meng Chuyuan and the others ventured to the other side of the island to dig for oysters. The production team had arranged a seaside barbecue for the 8 guests that night, but they still needed to procure the ingredients through labor. According to local fishermen, there was an area abundant with wild oysters, so they brought their tools along. Everyone was a novice at oyster digging and found the process surprisingly arduous. "There are so many. I want to go pry some. I never knew oysters looked so peculiar before being harvested. I think I understand why oysters are so expensive. It's because they're hard to dig? Help? I absolutely love oysters. Please share the location with me, and I'll go dig some." As the fisherman had mentioned, wild oysters were plentiful, clinging densely to the rocks, yet extracting them proved challenging. Listening to Gio try his hand at prying one open, he managed to wedge it. But it didn't come free entirely. The oyster meat remained attached to one of the shells on the rock. "This oyster is exceptionally hard to pry," he remarked. Meng Chuyuan happened to pass by, offering consolation. "Take your time. Try to pry it out with the shell intact. Let us not waste any." Gio turned to the director outside the scene, calling out, "Director, do you have a blowtorch? I'd prefer to heat it right there and eat it." The director, hearing this, responded dryly, "That's a rather interesting idea, but I don't have a blowtorch on hand." Gio is so adorable. He has come up with such a quirky idea. The audience laughed. The director, "We brought you here to dig oysters, not to eat them. Seeing so many oysters is making me crave them. The production team certainly knows how to choose their locations. I seriously suspect I'm watching a culinary variety show. Meng Chuyuan chose spots that were easier to pry, as this would save time and effort. Observing that they were all getting into the swing of things, the director began to calculate in his mind that with so many hands, they would surely harvest a decent amount of oysters. He suddenly picked up his personal microphone and called out to the guests, "Everyone, please try to dig as many as you can. Our production team needs to eat too." Upon hearing the director's shout, the group raised their heads in confusion. They were already concerned about not digging enough for themselves, let alone having to account for the production team. The presence of so many behind the scenes added pressure. Meng Chuyuan looked up at the director and said bluntly, "If you want to eat, you can do it yourself." The director feigned innocence, replying tactfully, "I don't have enough tools." "Then wait, once we finish digging, you'll have tools." The director could only respond with silence. "Haha, I can guess the director will end up digging oysters later." I knew Meng Jie wouldn't comply with the director's wishes at this moment. Spread the word. The director is not only stingy but also loves to take advantage. The director thinks, "Why should I do it myself when I have you free labor?" Chapter 63, A Dip in Intelligence? Upon realizing the futility of his previous approach, the director set aside the small megaphone and returned to his station, since he would soon have to take matters into his own hands. He thought it prudent to rest for a while, while waiting for the other guests to finish prying open the oysters. The production team busied themselves with editing the previous live broadcast. The footage captured by the photographers was largely substantive, thus presenting little challenge in the editing process. The post-production would merely require some time to finalize. However, the edited video was destined for platform broadcast, with a maximum runtime of approximately 1.5 hours. Considering the opening and closing segments along with commercials, the total duration would likely approach 2 hours. The episode was divided into 3 parts, with an additional extended version and an Easter egg chapter. Yet, as the team began to allocate time among the 3 groups of guests, they found themselves in a quandary. The production team brought the edited footage to the director. "Director, I have compiled the highlights from the first episode. How should we allocate the time?" The introduction of each guest and their selection of accommodations was indispensable, followed by their experiences during the stay and task performances, including some standout moments that had previously trended during the live broadcast. After a careful review, the director provided his input. Allocate more time to Meng Chuyuan's group. Ensure that the scenes of cooking and chopping wood on the first day, as well as the subsequent process of collecting trash, are not overlooked. For the less critical segments, simply speed them up. As for the other 2 groups, proceed as usual. Understood. After a while, once the initial video editing was completed, the production team approached Director Luo once more. "Director, I have another question. Should we include the footage of you and Meng Chuyuan drinking that night and the subsequent bargaining?" The director, taken aback, furrowed his brow and asked, "What bargaining?" He pondered whether he had truly appeared on camera so frequently in the first episode. "It's regarding the unreasonable distribution of labor credits," they clarified. The director sighed in exasperation. "You call it unreasonable, and yet you still want to include it? Cut all my footage. I don't want a single frame to be aired." As a behind-the-scenes director, he preferred not to monopolize the screen time, and more importantly, he wished to avoid having his embarrassing moments recalled by the audience once the program aired. Each guest had collected a small bucket of oysters, and knowing that the production team would also need to gather them, Meng Chuyuan proactively handed over the tools to the director. While the other guests passed their tools to nearby staff, Meng Chuyuan, "Director, give it your all. We'll head to the shore to prepare for the barbecue." Taking the tools from Meng Chuyuan, the director instructed, "Please set up the shelter first and arrange the barbecue grill. Do not touch the ingredients in the freezer. They are reserved." Understood. Meng Chuyuan found the director's sudden remark somewhat superfluous. Had he not mentioned the freezer, no one would have paid it any mind. Instead, his comment drew everyone's attention to it. Apart from the photographers and a few staff members editing the video, the rest were summoned by the director to pry open oysters. The director specifically emphasized this point. "I suspect the barbecue ingredients will be difficult to access, and there may be another task awaiting them. I've never seen a variety show director so attentive to the guests' needs. Who really is the worker here? Haha. Director, is no one advocating for me?" The atmosphere is so harmonious. It feels as though the director and guests have become one family. 3 young men were tasked with erecting the sunshade, while several young women arranged the tables and chairs. However, the boys seemed to encounter some difficulties, as they had no prior experience with such setups. Gio asked, "How do we do this?" Luo Yuju scratched his head, suggesting, "First, let's set up the 2 side supports, then we should be able to secure the fabric around." After some deliberation, they managed to raise the supports and, to stabilize them, rummaged through the toolbox for hammers and nails, beginning to stretch the lines to the appropriate positions and hammering them down. Later, they discovered that the nails were ineffective on the sandy beach. The sand was too loose for them to hold. After Lu Jinsen hammered a nail into the sand, it quickly fell over again. The sunshade provided by the production seems more suited for camping than for use on the beach. The nails are too small to hold it down. For some reason, I suddenly find it hilarious. 3 grown men struggling with a piece of fabric. Perhaps we should forego the sunshade? It will be dark soon, and there won't be any sun. After all, this is likely not merely about the sun. They simply desire a more pleasant environment. And the canopy would also allow for hanging lights. Let us find something else to substitute for the nails, if they don't go in deep enough. They won hold. After arranging the tables, Meng Chuyuan observed Lu Jinsen and the others squatting together, clearly perplexed and failing to erect the shelter. She approached them. Curiosity piqued. What are you all doing? Hearing Meng Chuyuan's presence, Jiao sighed. These iron nails are ineffective. They keep loosening. We are trying to figure out a solution. Let me take a look. Meng Chuyuan squatted beside them and examined one of the iron nails lying in the sand. Luo Yunju shook his head, saying, "The sand is too soft, and the nails are too small. They cannot withstand the tension of the canopy." Meng Chuyuan placed the nail down and brushed the sand from her hands, stating, "Then there's no need for nails. They will just fall out on their own anyway." Jiao remarked, "We were just discussing what could replace the nails. Perhaps a longer wooden stick?" Since they had no other tools at their disposal, they were at a loss. Meng Chuyuan, noticing their furrowed brows, smirked and suggested, "Is this really something that needs discussion? Just find a few heavy stones to weigh down the lines." Ji was suddenly enlightened by Meng Chuyuan's words. Indeed, why were we so fixated on finding something that could be driven into the sand like a nail? A wooden stick might not even be as sturdy as a stone. Laughing so hard, they say 3 heads are better than 1. But why are these 3 struggling so much? It's evident that their practical skills are lacking, and their intelligence seems to be lagging behind their age. Meng Chuyuan is left speechless. I can't tell if I'm clever or if you're simply too dense. Jiao, you are a top student. How is it that your intelligence seems to be lacking now that you are with Lu Jinsen? Meng Chuyuan's thoughts align closely with mine. I was also considering whether using a heavy object might yield better results. Stones will do just fine, as long as they are large enough. They can certainly hold down the lines, and they are more practical than nails, making dismantling easier. With Meng Chuyuan's guidance, they ventured near the rocks to search for suitable stones to bring back. Once the shelter was erected, the sun had just set, and the director and the others had returned to the beach with a bountiful haul of oysters. Chapter 64. Absurd game. As the director returned to the beach, the barbecue ingredients in the cooler were about to be unveiled for the guests. All the desired ingredients awaited within the box: meat, vegetables, seafood, and seasonal fruits. Acquiring these ingredients was remarkably simple. This time, no labor coins were required for exchange, as it was evident that the guests possessed insufficient coins. When the director opened the cooler, some guests had already contemplated retrieving their labor coins, only to be met with the director's surprising announcement that coins were not necessary this time. Upon hearing this, the guests exchanged glances at their dwindling labor coins, their expressions dimming slightly. "Director, that's rather unfair, isn't it? The reason we possess so few labor coins is precisely due to your meager distribution," Meng Chuyuan remarked. Qi Zhen concurred. "Indeed, the prices of ingredients are exorbitant. We scarcely have any coins left after a single exchange." This episode's ingredient prices were generally consistent with those of the first episode, yet a significant portion comprised seafood, resulting in a notable reduction in quantity. Items like crabs were exchanged on a per-piece basis. Exactly. The amount of labor coins provided is determined by the director. Yet now he dares to criticize our lack of coins? Ming Jia expresses, "Director, is it not sufficient that you've allocated so few labor coins while looking down upon us? This has incited collective indignation. Director, you ought to reconsider your stance, haha." Were there no cameras, I suspect the director would face some consequences. Who could possibly endure this? "Director, I advise you to ascertain your position and choose your words carefully." After being mercilessly exposed by Meng Chuyuan, the director cleared his throat twice, seizing the opportunity to shift the topic. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. This time, you shall earn your ingredients through a game." Liao Jiaka inquired with curiosity, "What game?" The director suddenly held up an apple from the table, declaring, "The challenge is to break the apple with your bare hands." This game certainly poses a challenge, doesn't it? Haha. I'm eager to witness Meng Jia's reaction. She is the only one capable of matching wits with the director. "Help! I'm curious whether this game was conceived through careful thought or if it was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea by the director. Breaking an apple with bare hands. Haha. What a quintessentially masculine game. Only the director could devise such a thing. Isn't this rather unfair to the guests? It feels significantly easier to spend labor coins instead. After the director announced this game, a hush fell over the crowd. After a moment, Sun Jiao disdainfully commented, "Is this truly a game?" Initially excited at the prospect of playing, Sun Jiao had anticipated that the production team would collaborate with their gaming platform to create a specially designed promotional segment, perhaps allowing him to showcase his strengths. Who would have imagined it would involve merely breaking an apple? Breaking an apple? Are you serious? Shi Yin observed the apple, already concerned for her manicure. The director nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Let the game commence. Each successful break allows you to select one ingredient. Sun Jiao grasped an apple, scrutinizing it closely. I can't shake the feeling that the production team is intentionally presenting us with a dilemma. Isn't that right? Chuyuan Jie? Well, who is to blame for our lack of labor coins? Meng Chuyuan maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to engage in any disputes. Isn't it odd? Why isn't Meng Jie contesting such an absurd game? I expected her to challenge the director, yet it seems she has capitulated. What on earth is happening? Friends, I suddenly feel rather uneasy, akin to losing a bet. I genuinely did not foresee Meng Jie's reaction being this way. Is it possible that Meng Jie can indeed break an apple with her bare hands, which is why she is not opposing the director? Meng Chuyuan took an apple and attempted to break it. In truth, she had never attempted to break an apple before, and like everyone else, she failed in her endeavor. The audience watching the live stream couldn't help but feel anxious for her, puzzled as to why she didn't outright reject the director's challenge if she was incapable of breaking the apple. Shi Yin, standing beside Meng Chuyuan, couldn't restrain her laughter upon witnessing her failure. I thought you were quite capable. Meng Chuyuan, taken aback by her mocking tone, coldly replied, that's merely your assumption. What does it have to do with me? Though Meng Chuyuan was unable to break the apple, she felt no shame. She had never claimed to possess extraordinary skills. Each guest held an apple, yet after considerable effort, no one succeeded in breaking theirs. The director, reclining with an air of superiority, reveled in the sight of their struggle. The barbecue ingredients prepared by the production team were indeed plentiful, as they too were to partake in the feast. To retain as many ingredients for himself as possible, the director had contrived such a challenging game. However, he had also devised a secondary plan to test the quick differentiation between pure water and salt water, which ultimately went unused. After a prolonged silence, someone finally succeeded in breaking the first apple, and to everyone's astonishment, it was Lu Jinsen. In a moment unnoticed by the others, Lu Jinsen exerted a sudden effort, and the apple split in two in his grasp. The young master possesses unexpected strength. He can indeed break an apple with his bare hands. What did I miss? The moment was too swift. I didn't catch it. Who would have guessed that Lu Jinsen would be the one to break the apple? I've always believed the young master to be quite strong. It's not surprising he could achieve this. Sun Jiao stared in astonishment at Lu Jinsen, and upon seeing the apple halved in his hand, he exclaimed, "How did you manage that?" Lu Jinsen lowered his gaze slightly, responding softly, "I just forced it." The other guests stood in shock, as if the apples they held were of an entirely different variety from Lu Jinsen's. Meng Chuyuan, witnessing this, couldn't help but commend him. Impressive. It seems our dinner is secure. Upon hearing that Lu Jinsen had broken the apple, the director sprang from his chair. Before the director could approach for a closer look, Lu Jinsen had already turned to present the apple to him. Truly broken? The director inquired. Lu Jinsen raised an eyebrow slightly, casually stating, "May I choose now?" "Go ahead." Having observed the successful break of the first apple, the director felt no significant threat and thus displayed a generous demeanor. Lu Jinsen placed the apple back on the table. Before selecting his ingredient, he cast a glance toward Meng Chuyuan. He initiated a conversation. "What should I choose? Did I not see correctly?" Is Lu Jinsen genuinely seeking Meng Jie's opinion? Indeed, this is a commendable development. He is beginning to consider others. Am I the only one who perceives the young master as a child unable to make decisions? Haha, yet his inquiry to Meng Jie reflects a certain respect. Who would have thought Lu Jinsen to be quite the gentleman, understanding the concept of ladies first? Chapter 65. Seriousness leads to defeat at this moment. Meng Chuyuan was still engrossed in her contemplation of how to break the apple in her hand, only to belatedly realize that Lu Jinsen was speaking to her. Lu Jinsen gazed at Meng Chuyuan with eager anticipation, hoping she would provide an answer. He was not indecisive. Rather, he genuinely wished to grant this opportunity to her. After all, Meng Chuyuan had accompanied him throughout the lengthy filming of the show without ever properly expressing her gratitude, nor had he done anything for her in return. Now, with such an opportunity at hand, it was only natural for Lu Jinsen to prioritize her. Without hesitation, Meng Chuyuan declared, "This must be chosen favorably." The absurdity of breaking an apple had become a skill everyone was beginning to master, and since Lu Jinsen had finally secured a chance, it was only fitting for him to make the most of it. Seemingly grasping her intent, Lu Jinsen turned to find the director and select the ingredients. After surveying the frozen items, he noted that they had consumed considerable seafood in recent days and thus opted for steak without hesitation. Once he returned with the steak, Lu Jinsen once again picked up a whole apple, attempting to recapture the earlier sensation. Just as he was about to break it, Meng Chuyuan suddenly halted, keenly observing Lu Jinsen's technique. As he began to break the apple, his hand slipped, causing one hand to detach from the other side of the apple, mirroring their prior attempts. "Don't look at me like that," Lu Jinsen stammered as he sensed Meng Chuyuan's gaze, appearing somewhat flustered. Meng Chuyuan replied, "I just want to see how you break it so I can learn." Lu Jinsen glanced at her and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "You break it with your hands. Lu Jinsen, your chance for redemption has arrived. Seize it. Breaking with hands is a definite no-no. Haha, should he use his feet instead?" Lu Jinsen is quite the comedian. The flustered look on the young master's face, is Meng Jia really that intimidating? To hear Meng Jia utter the word learn, Lu Jinsen, consider yourself fortunate. Now step up. Meng Jia seems genuinely keen on learning. She was quite focused earlier. Yet, Lu Jinsen had yet to discover the trick. He was even unsure how he had managed to break that apple earlier. Just as Meng Chuyuan voiced her request, he felt an unexpected pressure. Undeterred, Meng Chuyuan pressed, "You break one for me to see." Under the scrutiny of the camera and Meng Chuyuan's watchful eyes, Lu Jinsen held his breath and placed his hands back on the apple. The cameraman began capturing close-ups of his hands. His fingers were positioned at the apple's eye while his palm pressed down near the wrist. With a slight exertion, he miraculously managed to break it again. Eager to try, Meng Chuyuan immediately followed suit, mimicking Lu Jinsen's technique. However, with both hands suspended in midair, she struggled to apply force, ultimately resorting to clutching the apple against her abdomen and pressing down on either side, successfully breaking it as well. Hearing Jiao nearby twisting the smooth apple impatiently, she seemed ready to devour it in one bite. Upon witnessing Meng Chuyuan break the apple, Jiao cast an envious glance her way. "Sister Chuyuan, you broke it too?" Meng Chuyuan raised her newly broken apple in acknowledgement. "I did. How did you do it?" Jiao inquired. "Find a fulcrum." "Got it," Jiao declared confidently before commencing her own performance. Succinct and to the point, is this the dialogue of scholars? The principle of leverage is being expertly navigated by this clever bunch. Wow. The pressure is now firmly on the production team. Watching as they continued to break apple after apple, the director began to feel an inexplicable anxiety. Initially, he had believed this task would pose a challenge for the guests, but it appeared they had uncovered the method. "How many have you done?" The director, unable to remain seated in the control room, approached the recording area, his demeanor noticeably less relaxed than before. Just then, Jiao had also managed to break her apple. Looking up to respond to the director, 3. Having mastered the skill of breaking apples, Meng Chuyuan seized the moment to confront the director. "Director, is it really necessary to continue this game? Breaking so many apples is quite wasteful, isn't it?" The apples that Lu Jinsen had previously broken had begun to oxidize, and with 3 more now broken, continuing seemed pointless and wasteful. I was wondering why Meng Jia didn't argue with the director earlier. Turns out she wanted to learn how to break apples. New skill acquired. Meng Jia is truly astute. Some things can be learned just by observation. Indeed, a blessing from above. Now that Meng Jia has mastered the skill, she seems indifferent. We're in for another moment of watching the director speechless. Is there really no one to speak up for the director? This director has lost all dignity. Meng Jia always presents her arguments with such logic and evidence, leaving the director with no retort. Wastefulness is indeed shameful. The director, upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's words, suddenly recognized the oversight in his considerations. After pondering, he concluded that the game required a change. Otherwise, they would end up with an excess of uneaten apples, leading to waste. Let us switch to a different game. No more apple breaking. Upon hearing the director's decision to change the game, the other guests collectively exhaled in relief, placing the apples back down. Meng Chuyuan, however, took a bite of the other half of the apple she had broken, quietly awaiting the director's announcement of the next event. After a brief contemplation, the director decided to implement the second plan. "Next, we shall play a simple game. You must identify which cup contains pure water and which contains salt water within 3 seconds to win. Each person has 3 chances to challenge. Curious, Tijan asked. Can we taste it? Certainly not. You may only use your eyes to observe. Director, are you sure this game is simple? Haha. 3 seconds? Really? It might take a minute to discern. This director has quite the cunning plan. What lengths he will go to save ingredients. However, this game is certainly better than breaking apples. At least it won't result in waste. I see Meng Jia has already started eating, haha. She's showing no signs of expression management, and it's rather endearing. The production team set up 2 cups of water and then called the guests forward one by one to make their guesses. The director announced, "The water is ready for everyone. Who will go first?" Qi Yin scrutinized the 2 identical cups, lamenting, how could one possibly tell in 3 seconds just by looking? Hearing Qi Yan's remark, Meng Chuyuan glanced at her and smiled. It's just a game. If you take it too seriously, you will lose. Qi Yin. After finishing the last bite of her apple, Meng Chuyuan noted the lack of response from others. To avoid wasting time, she stepped forward first, taking 2 steps ahead. She pointed to the cup on her left and told the director, "This cup should contain pure water." The director looked up at Meng Chuyuan and inquired, "Are you certain?" Chapter 66, Psychological Tactics. Since you inquired, I believe it may not necessarily be the case. Meng Chuyuan suddenly pointed to the right. Purified water. The director seemed perplexed by her answer and patiently sought clarification. Which one exactly? Meng Chuyuan's peripheral vision darted past the director, and she discreetly withdrew her finger, resolutely stating, "The purified water, on the left." After she delivered her final answer, the director paused for 2 or 3 seconds before regaining his composure. A hint of surprise flickering across his face as he slowly replied, "Correct." Laughing hard, the director must be questioning his existence right now. It's evident that Meng Jia was merely guessing, yet she seems to possess a stroke of luck. I envy her. How astonishingly accurate was that guess? Is there a script? I find it hard to believe she could get it right just by chance. I'm quite eager to hear Meng Jia's explanation later. It's truly remarkable. Luo Yunzhao cast a bewildered glance at Meng Chuyuan, his tone filled with astonishment. What? She guessed it right? Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly and replied, "If the director says it's right, then it should be so." She had simply taken a wild guess earlier. And upon the director's sudden inquiry, she discerned the nuances in his expressions, testing his reactions to ascertain the answer. In the second round, while the guests were momentarily distracted, the director shuffled the order of the 2 cups of water and called Meng Chuyuan up once more to identify them. With sleeves rolled up, the director adopted a serious demeanor, declaring to Meng Chuyuan, "I don't believe it. This time you won't get it right." Meng Chuyuan remained silent, stepping forward and raising her hand, repeating purified water while her finger wavered back and forth. As the director counted, she discreetly observed his facial expressions. And when he reached 1, her hand remained steadfastly on the left. "What is this?" Meng Chuyuan stated, "I guess it's purified water." The director, bewildered by her confidence, nearly forgot which cup contained the purified water. To verify, he lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip. It is indeed purified water. How did you guess that? He genuinely began to question whether there was an issue with the game he had devised. How could anyone discern so clearly between purified water and saline simply by sight? Observing the director's puzzled expression, Meng Chuyuan smiled with confidence. Just a lucky guess. Jean Lu, with a look of admiration, gave Meng Chuyuan a thumbs up. Impressive, Sister Chuyuan, that's 2 consecutive wins. I should be able to strive for another. In the 3rd round, Meng Chuyuan employed the same method to deceive the director, prompting him to reveal subtle flaws before selecting a cup, resulting in another successful guess. The director transitioned from skepticism to genuine admiration. This young lady is quite impressive, managing to guess correctly 3 times in a row. Meng Chuyuan replied, "That's all thanks to you." The director questioned, perplexed. What did I do? He had done nothing. And it was out of the question for him to provide her with answers. To dispel any suspicion of a script, the director raised his hands, appearing small and innocent. Once Meng Chuyuan finished, other guests began to eagerly participate, believing that since no one could discern the difference, they might as well take a wild guess. It was a simple choice. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. While everyone else went forward, Lu Jinsen hesitated to approach, instead steering toward Meng Chuyuan and asking, "How is it that you can always guess the purified water?" Meng Chuyuan was surprised by his interest in the game and his desire for her insight. She gestured for Lu Jinsen to lean closer. Once he complied, she covered her face with one hand and whispered, "You need to engage in psychological warfare with him, understand?" Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat bewildered. "What do you mean?" Meng Chuyuan explained. You must observe the director's gaze. If there is the slightest hesitation, it's likely correct. Oh wow. I was just pondering how Meng Jia managed to guess correctly 3 times in a row. It turns out the director's gaze gave it away. I suddenly recalled why the director asked Meng Jia if she was certain in the first round, because she guessed correctly from the start. And he attempted to confuse her, only to be seen through by her. Haha. The director's gaze conveys wisdom. One might call it a wise gaze. The director, oblivious, still hasn't realized this matter. The lesson for the young master is titled Psychology. Director Luo, do be more mindful. Revealing the answers yourself is quite something. Isn't it? Noticing Lu Jinsen's lingering uncertainty, Meng Chuyuan chuckled softly. It's quite effective. You'll understand once you give it a try. However, Lu Jinsen was not adept at reading expressions, and in those brief 3 seconds, he found it difficult to observe the director's eyes. More importantly, it felt odd for a man to lock gazes with another man. Still hesitating to employ Meng Chuyuan's method, he found himself contemplating as the other guests finished their guesses. When it was finally Lu Jinsen's turn, the director appeared disinterested, carelessly placing the 2 cups on the table before instructing him to choose. Is the director tired and ready to give up? He looks utterly fatigued. He probably thinks the young master lacks Meng Jia's extraordinary talent, thus has lowered his guard. The director might believe that if he cannot outsmart Meng Chuyuan, he certainly can outsmart this big man. I'm curious if the director's nonchalance is learned from Meng Jia. Haha. For some reason, I'm quite eager to see the young master lock eyes with the director. Lu Jinsen noted the director's demeanor but considered it normal that he was not favored by the director, as he held a certain self-awareness. He looked down at the 2 cups of water, beginning to waver in his decision. The director, lacking enthusiasm, recited the countdown, dragging out the last syllable. When the director called out 2, Lu Jinsen pointed to the left cup, uncertainly stating, Saline. Upon hearing this, the director lifted his gaze to meet Lu Jinsen's. Their eyes locked unexpectedly. Did he guess correctly? I saw the director look up, his expression seemingly one of surprise. I feel confident it's Saline. As the director was compelled to respond. Laughing hard, the comments section is now analyzing how to read expressions. The director inquired, Are you certain? Confirmed. Although Lu Jinsen was unsure, he could only gamble for the moment. He had never utilized the skill of reading expressions, yet the director's momentary hesitation seemed telling. The director abruptly scratched his head, his hand trailing through his hair to the back of his neck before lowering it, expressionless as he declared, You win. Chapter 67. A glimpse of insight. The director wore an expression of utter resignation, while Meng Jia's tactics evidently proved effective. As it appeared that Lu Jinsen had grasped the essence of the game, I pondered attempting a similar strategy to test my husband, curious if he would deceive me. The director, exasperated, muttered that a fool could discern the answer, rendering the game unplayable. Lu Jinsen, taken aback by the director's despondent demeanor, found it hard to believe he had guessed correctly. As the second round commenced, the director adopted a serious demeanor, aware that facing Lu Jinsen meant he had to reclaim his dignity. Observing Lu Jinsen's somewhat careless nature, the director suspected his previous guess was mere luck. To validate his judgment, the director straightened up, lightly tapping the table, and commanded, Come, guess again. Which cup contains the salt water? Lu Jinsen, startled by the director's assertive tone, momentarily lost his ability to reason. Sensing the shift in dynamics, Meng Chuyuan, reveling in the spectacle, encouraged Lu Jinsen, Be bold and guess, if you're wrong. It's no great matter. Such situations often made it easier to guess, as the other party would inadvertently reveal clues. Yet there was a lingering worry that a misstep might provoke an immediate reaction. Other guests urged Lu Jinsen to act without hesitation, reminding him he had only 2 opportunities left, which lessened the stakes. Heeding their advice, Lu Jinsen pointed to a cup at random. The director glanced down. Noting Lu Jinsen had chosen pure water, a sly grin creeping onto his face. Wrong. This is pure water. It was unclear what he found amusing. Perhaps only Lu Jinsen could alleviate the director's daily despondency. The director declared, At last, I resemble a director. I possess a program you cannot guess. Learning from Meng Jia. Lu Jinsen charged ahead, determined not to let the director embarrass him. Meng Jia remarked that Lu Jinsen was still inexperienced and cautioned against bullying him. With Lu Jinsen's blunder, the director seemed to swell with confidence. He shuffled the cups once more, ensuring their placement before summoning Lu Jinsen again. If you can identify the salt water, I shall drink it myself. Lu Jinsen was perplexed by this seriousness over a mere game. As the 2 engaged in this contest, Meng Chuyuan resumed munching on the remaining half of an apple, embodying the role of an amused bystander. The director's challenge seemed overly ambitious, should Lu Jinsen succeed. He would be digging his own grave. Lu Jinsen thought, who would be foolish enough to propose such a challenge? The director raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. Choose. Under the director's insistence, Lu Jinsen found himself wavering again, the countdown heightening his anxiety. Suddenly recalling Meng Chuyuan's advice to gauge the director's gaze, he struggled internally before decisively meeting the director's eyes. The director, puzzled, returned his gaze. Leaning closer, Lu Jinsen intentionally placed his hand on a cup, prompting the director to focus on the tableware. Noticing the director's calm demeanor, just as he was about to count to 1, Lu Jinsen swiftly altered his choice. The director, expressionless, swatted Lu Jinsen's hand away, lifted a cup, and drank. The salt water was overwhelmingly briny. The director merely sipped, and his expression spoke volumes. It seemed Lu Jinsen had indeed selected the salt water. Meng Jie's strategy had proven effective, yet the director's lack of subtlety had laid him bare. The director, somewhat naive, could have simply denied the outcome, as no one would truly know. Despite their playful rivalry, no one intended to make the director uncomfortable. A gentle acknowledgement of his folly sufficed. After a couple of games, dust quietly fell. The participants selected ingredients based on their victories. Upon spotting a box of seafood, Meng Chuyuan squinted, a sense of deja vu washing over her. Instead of rushing to choose, she looked at the director and queried, "Director, this box of seafood isn't from our morning catch, is it?" Liao Jiaka, closest to the box, glanced at it, noting the presence of mannish shrimp and clams. Echoing Meng Chuyuan's suspicion, "I think it is." They had indeed gathered various shellfish, crabs, and small fish earlier. The director initially sought to evade the inquiry, but Liao Jiaka's comment left him no room for denial. With a hint of guilt, the director replied, "We shouldn't waste it. We all contributed to this." Meng Chuyuan suddenly realized, this barbecue wasn't a gesture of goodwill from the production team, but rather a recycling of their morning haul. "Don't waste," echoed the director's words, revealing his cunning. The director seemed to have underestimated Meng Jie, presuming her to be naive. Observing their interaction was enough to keep me amused for a year. The director defended himself, claiming, "Didn't I settle your labor credits at noon? Our transaction is perfectly valid." He had exchanged the seafood for their labor credits, thus claiming ownership over the catch. "You employ clever tricks," Meng Chuyuan remarked. "Next time, don't try to bamboozle us with labor credits. We'll take home whatever we earn through our own efforts." Chapter 68. The more you think, the angrier you get. The director's previous remarks were indeed impeccable. Yet Meng Chuyuan was now aware of how these ingredients would be exploited by the production team, rendering the exchange of labor currency unnecessary. How can that be? The director began to panic, realizing that this was a one-time gamble that Meng Chuyuan had seen through. There would be no second chance. Looking earnestly at her, he declared, "I truly mean it." With only 2 days left in this episode's itinerary, he could not continuously send guests to the beach. Even if they were willing, the audience would soon grow weary. Meng Chuyuan glanced down at the foam box beneath her feet, bypassed the seafood options, and opted for meat instead. Among the guests, she had won the most times, allocating all 4 of her chances to meat. Upon witnessing her selection, the director noted that only meatballs remained, which did not appeal to the guests who had just enjoyed seafood for lunch. Laughing to death, no one is choosing seafood. It feels like the director has been kicked out of the group chat. Director, ultimately, I am unworthy of everyone. In this episode, they are primarily dining on seafood. Who would desire anything else? After the guests secured their preferred ingredients, they began signing. The sky gradually darkened, and the production team hung up the lighting, illuminating the studio in no time. The evening breeze began to stir, and the sound of waves enveloped the entire beach. Half an hour later, the coals in the grill ignited, emitting a dense, acrid smoke. Meng Chuyuan and the Liao sisters sat nearby, shucking oysters, while Lu Jinsen and several male guests struggled to grill their skewers. However, the strong evening wind was not kind to their fire, preventing it from catching. Qijun was engulfed in a cloud of smoke, coughing incessantly. Tingji waved a piece of cardboard in an attempt to fan the flames, but the coals only produced smoke without any visible fire. Pinching his nose, he complained, "Why won't it catch fire?" Tingjio's erratic fanning only caused the smoke to drift toward Lu Jinsen, who glared and said, "Could you please stop fanning? I can't. If I stop, the fire will go out." Lu Jinsen frowned in displeasure. "If you don't stop, I might extinguish you instead." Ha ha ha. Didn't expect the young master to be so humorous. Lu Jinsen expressed he could no longer endure it. The young master silently vowed, "Endure for a moment, and peace will reign." Take a step back, and the anger mounts. Seeing the young master is simply delightful. I wonder why I hadn't noticed before the humor in his every expression and action. Qijun, Hello? Is no one concerned about me? Meng Chuyuan found the incessant chatter of these older gentlemen rather tedious. Setting down her knife, she squeezed herself between Ting Jiu and Lu Jinsen, separating the two. Lu Jinsen was inexplicably pushed aside, his expression darkening, resembling a child reprimanded by a parent. Let me help. You continue with the oysters. Meng Chuyuan turned and took the fire tongs from Lu Jinsen. He looked at her, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. Can you manage? Is this difficult? She replied nonchalantly. Lu Jinsen. After assuming control, Meng Chuyuan carefully selected a suitable spot, avoiding the wind, and began to coax the coals into flames. While Ting Jiu and Lu Jinsen had toiled for quite some time, Meng Chuyuan achieved a glowing fire in under 3 minutes. Once the coals were aglow, she arranged the grill, brushed it with oil, and placed several meat skewers to cook. Meanwhile, Qijin and Luo Yunju's coals were still smoking, showing no signs of improvement. Noticing that Meng Chuyuan had successfully ignited her coals, Qijin sought her assistance. Mengjia, could you help us as well? As the flames blazed, they gradually found their rhythm. The previously chaotic, smoky environment faded, replaced by the enticing aroma of grilled meat. For the first time, Qijin and Luo Yunju were working together, their shared grill feeling a bit cramped as it filled with an array of meat skewers. Meng Chuyuan moved with practiced ease, efficiently brushing sauce on the skewers, her serious demeanor reminiscent of a street vendor selling barbecue. Tonight's trending topic has emerged once again. Mengjia gives off the impression that she has been in this profession all along. Ha ha ha. 1. I also perceive Mengjia as a barbecue vendor. A young and beautiful one at that, very down-to-earth, creating a seamless immersion. Qijin and Luo Yunju clearly appeared inexperienced. They had placed meat on the grill without ensuring the coals were hot enough, uncertain if it would ever cook. I'm getting hungry just watching. I'll have to order some barbecue later. Meanwhile, the director and several colleagues were outside, attempting their own barbecue. By the time Meng Chuyuan's first batch of skewers was seasoned and plated, the director's team was just getting started. However, they had more seafood, which required proper preparation before grilling, thus slowing their progress. After grilling several skewers of beef, pork belly, and sausages, Meng Chuyuan called Lu Jinsen over to take the platter away. Shall I take over? Lu Jinsen approached but hesitated to seize the platter, noticing an excess of uncooked items. Concerned that Meng Chuyuan might struggle alone. You should take the food to the others, otherwise it will cool down. Lu Jinsen glanced at her, silently accepting the platter and turning to serve the barbecue to the other guests. Go ahead. Perhaps we should wait. They are still busy. Liao Jiaka felt a bit awkward, as only 3 were grilling while the others sat waiting for food. Let us wait a little longer. Although Ting Jiu was tempted, no one else seemed ready to eat, so he refrained. You all can just watch, Lu Jinsen remarked before returning to Meng Chuyuan's side. Just as Meng Chuyuan was about to add more meat to the grill, she noticed Lu Jinsen's presence. What are you doing here? She asked curiously. Aren't you eating with them? I'm here to help you. He figured this would be simpler than cooking. What a rarity. Lu Jinsen is actually being straightforward this time, no longer as stubborn as before. Oh my. It turns out the young master is quite the warm-hearted individual. Indeed, the young master's transformation is becoming evident. Let us hope it's not just a fleeting show. Mengjia must be astonished. The young master actually offered to help her. Meng Chuyuan was indeed surprised, though not overly so her reaction was subtle. Without hesitation, she relinquished her spot to him. All right, you take over. Seeing Lu Jinsen at the grill, she instructed him. Keep the thicker pieces in the middle where the heat is stronger. Place the easier-to-cook items on the sides. Understood. He complied, placing the thicker cuts directly in the hottest part of the coals, while arranging smaller skewers and sausages alongside them. Chapter 69. The obvious leader on the other side. The barbecue meat prepared by Qijin and Luo Yunzhou had become slightly charred due to their failure to turn it in a timely manner. Meng Chuyuan caught a whiff of the burnt aroma and turned her gaze towards Qijin's area, only to discover their grill was overflowing with meat, leaving them quite overwhelmed. This oversight regarding the charring led to a minor dispute between Qijin and Luo Yunzhou, holding a skewer of burnt pork tenderloin. Luo Yunzhou turned to Qijin with a look of helplessness, saying, Didn't you just say you turned them? Qijin, realizing his mistake, promptly admitted, I apologize. I must have mixed things up. Patience is key. One cannot rush the cooking process. Overloading the grill makes it hard to manage. Some pieces are undercooked while others are overly done. It's not about the size of the grill, but rather about moderation. With that expression on Qijin's face, it's truly difficult to be angry, especially since he acknowledges his mistakes and remains humble, taking care of the sisters as well. It's somewhat amusing that two pairs of eyes cannot keep track of a barbecue right under their noses, allowing the meat to char. Noticing their struggle, Meng Chuyuan, with Lu Jinsen substituting for her, decided to approach Qi Zhen and his group. At this rate, you'll end up with more than just one burnt skewer. Upon arriving, she observed that most of the ingredients on their grill were thin and quick to cook, even if they could withstand the intense heat. Prolonged exposure would render the meat tough, thus compromising its flavor. With her well-intentioned advice, they finally redirected their focus to the skewers on the grill. Grilling tenderloin and pork belly slices requires frequent flipping, otherwise, they are prone to burning. As Meng Chuyuan leaned closer, she noticed the water content in the baby bok choy had diminished, leaving it wilted. Frowning, she removed the two ruined skewers of bok choy and set them aside. You can't just leave the bok choy unattended, it needs constant oil brushing and flipping. Intrigued, Qi Zhen asked, "Isn't it enough to just wait for it to soften and then brush on the sauce? You must brush it with oil. Dry grilling is definitely not an option." Observing their frequent missteps, Meng Chuyuan could no longer refrain from stepping in herself. She placed several ungrilled skewers of bok choy on the grill, arranging them in a staggered fashion, and began brushing them with barbecue oil while turning them over. Meng Jie is indeed reliable. I feel at ease when she steps in. This big family cannot do without Meng Jie. Qi Zhen still has much to learn. How can you grill vegetables without oil? Though this is only the second episode, I truly believe Meng Jie is versatile. If she ever opens a class, I would definitely enroll. She seems capable of teaching anything. Meng Jie and her less competent friends. Anyone who can make the director yield is someone we cannot underestimate, haha. By the way, how is the director? I haven't seen him for a while. I suddenly miss him. After 2 or 3 minutes, the bok choy had softened. Meng Chuyuan began brushing sauce on both sides and sprinkling cumin powder, completing the dish. Qi Zhen stood nearby, managing his own skewers while observing how Meng Chuyuan grilled the bok choy. After witnessing the entire process, he exclaimed, "I had no idea grilling bok choy involved so many steps." Meng Chuyuan replied, "It's simply about brushing oil, flipping it, and waiting for it to cook through and soften before applying the sauce. The same applies to the meat. If it's too dry, you can brush on a bit of oil to retain moisture and ensure even cooking." "I see." Qi Zhen nodded in understanding. After explaining, Meng Chuyuan then applied the same method to grill some enoki mushrooms. Once she finished these 2 vegetable dishes, she plated them and brought them to the tent for the other guests, only to discover that the platter of meat she had just grilled had gone untouched. Calmly, she approached and placed the vegetable platter on the table. As she withdrew her hand, her peripheral vision caught sight of everyone present. "Why isn't anyone eating? The taste diminishes once it cools down." Liao Jiaka laughed and replied, "We wanted to wait until you were finished before eating together. What is there to wait for? They can grill and eat at the same time." Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, gesturing for them to dig in. During the waiting period, Ting Jiu had started a game, and upon hearing that food was ready, he momentarily lost focus, resulting in his character being eliminated. "In that case, I shall eat now," he declared, lifting a skewer of sausage to munch on. Seeing the Liao sisters still hesitating, Meng Chuyuan graciously encouraged, "You should eat too." Under her persuasion, the sisters finally relented. "Then we shall eat as well." "Haha, it's quite evident who the leader is here." Kiki's gentleness truly seems ingrained in her being, polite and cultured. Who wouldn't he adore her? Liao's sister is quite nice too. Her personality is commendable, though she lacks presence. Tingjiu, the adorable one, is so bored that he resorted to gaming. Haha, one-handed operation is impressive, and it seems he must have respawned. Oh, where did Qi Zhen's sister sneak off to? I haven't seen her at all. Qi Yin chose not to sit with them, but rather at a nearby table, conveniently out of the camera's view. The crew members had even approached her earlier to suggest she join the others, yet she remained motionless. Meng Chuyuan suddenly realized she had been away from her station for quite some time and wondered how Lu Jinsen was managing. She told everyone to take their time eating, then turned to check on Lu Jinsen when she inadvertently spotted Qi Yin. The live broadcast adjusted its focus to follow Meng Chuyuan, capturing Qi Yin in the frame as well. I was just wondering where she went. Turns out she was sitting right beside us. For some reason, Qi Yin seems a bit out of place. The person with the least screen time and presence on the show, Qi Yin, with Liao Jiayin as a side note. The truth has been revealed by the sisters. However, I find Liao Jiayin's personality more appealing than Qi Yin's. At Qi Yin's table, there happened to be a platter of fruit, and when the camera panned to her, she was seen enjoying strawberries. Meng Chuyuan's gaze fell upon Qi Yin, prompting her to take a few steps forward. Sister Qi Yin, the barbecue is ready. Want to you have some? Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's voice, Qi Yin paused her action of biting into a strawberry, lazily lifting her eyes to glance at her. After a moment, she softly replied, "I don't eat greasy food at night." With that, Qi Yin returned to her strawberries, positioned where she was. She could see the entire beach and was aware that the 2 platters of food on the table were grilled by Meng Chuyuan. Nevertheless, her interest in barbecue was minimal, and she opted not to partake. Okay, here is the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 70. Self-taught Meng Chuyuan discreetly averted her gaze and sought out Lu Jinsen. Lu Jinsen, diligently grilling skewers, was captivating the audience with even a mere glimpse of his back. Look, what's that up ahead? It's the young master meticulously grilling skewers. Indeed, a man engrossed in his task is truly magnetic. Even his silhouette exudes charm. He seems rather docile. Why the abundance of detractors? Because Lu Jinsen is like a ticking time bomb. Initially, I thought he was quite agreeable, but his temperament led to numerous scandals, diminishing my affection for him. Meng Chuyuan approached at a leisurely pace, emerging from behind him to stand at his side. Upon her return, Lu Jinsen promptly retrieved a handful of duck intestines from the grill, presenting them to Meng Chuyuan for inspection. Are these cooked? As Lu Jinsen extended the duck intestines, Meng Chuyuan clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward to examine them. Impressive, you even know to baste them with oil. Noticing the glistening surface of the duck intestines, Meng Chuyuan felt a surge of admiration for him. She had spent some time with Qi Zhen and the others, discovering their utter lack of grilling acumen. Indiscriminately placing ingredients directly onto the grill. She had only briefly instructed Lu Jinsen, omitting the detail about basting with oil, yet he had taken the initiative. Lu Jinsen lowered his gaze, murmuring, "I was concerned they might burn without oil." This stemmed from his earlier experience attempting to sear a steak at home. Lu Jinsen knew that a lack of oil would cause sticking, and assuming grilling to be analogous, he applied the same principle. The young master has become self-taught. Meng Jie must be immensely gratified. Indeed, far superior to Qi Zhen and Luo Yunqiu. Did Lu Jinsen eavesdrop on Meng Jie's instructions and surreptitiously baste the duck intestines with oil? I recall Qi Zhen also being from a privileged background. While adept at cooking, he lacks grilling skills and may have never even encountered such fare. Regardless, this is commendable. Kudos to Lu Jinsen. Meng Chuyuan took the duck intestines from him, instructing him to continue grilling. She temporarily placed the duck intestines on an area devoid of embers. Then brushed them with sauce, sprinkled them with cumin powder, and returned them to the grill for a brief period to enhance their flavor before sampling them. Upon tasting them, she noted that the texture was slightly tough, likely due to prolonged grilling and insufficient oil basting. The duck intestines had been parboiled prior to skewering, negating the need for extensive grilling. As she consumed them, Lu Jinsen watched with anticipation, inquiring, "How are they?" "Acceptable." He knew Meng Chuyuan rarely offered higher praise. Acknowledging that he had not yet reached that standard, Meng Chuyuan poked a piece of steak in the center with a bamboo skewer, observing the absence of bloodstains. Confirming its doneness. "These meats can be set aside. Let's grill oysters now." Lu Jinsen nodded in agreement. "All right. Is that all?" I'm somewhat incredulous that Meng Jie didn't find fault with him. Help? Lu Jinsen is so well behaved. I'm becoming a fan. If he relapses, well, we'll address it later, perhaps. He's currently captivating me. With Meng Jie as his mentor, I believe Lu Jinsen is worth supporting. Go forth boldly, sisters. For Meng Jie's sake, I'll extend my affection to him. He's truly becoming a worthy disciple under Meng Jie's tutelage. They had acquired a limited quantity of meat, with half allocated to Qi Zhen's group, making 2 rounds sufficient. Meng Chuyuan first prepared the garlic sauce, then placed the oysters individually on the grill for Lu Jinsen, drizzling them with the freshly prepared garlic sauce. That should suffice. No need to flip them. Wait for them to cook. Concerned that Lu Jinsen might not be aware, Meng Chuyuan specifically cautioned him. Lu Jinsen softly acknowledged, then inquired, "What should I do then? Aren't there potato slices and eggplants? There's space to grill them as well." Meng Chuyuan placed the 2 eggplants on the grill, then instructed Lu Jinsen, "Grill them while turning. Once the eggplant skin changes color, it indicates they're cooked through. Then, use a knife to split them open, flatten them, baste them with oil, add garlic sauce, and grill for a short while longer." Lu Jinsen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the procedure. Having delegated this task, Meng Chuyuan remained occupied, seasoning the cooked meat. Meanwhile, the director sat nearby, consuming salt and pepper shrimp, his position directly facing Meng Chuyuan. Noticing her holding a large skewer of meat, he suddenly felt a pang of longing. Poultry required a trip to the market, incurring expenses, resulting in a smaller quantity being prepared. The crew's meals for the past 2 days had been similar to those of the guests. after the guests had exchanged for ingredients. The remaining items were consumed internally. Witnessing this scene, the director felt a twinge of regret. You should have prepared more. After some deliberation, the director picked up the plate of salt and pepper shrimp on the table and approached Meng Chuyuan. The live stream audience was the first to notice the director's presence. Haha. Why is the director suddenly appearing in the frame? He's holding a plate of shrimp. What's he up to? He's heading towards Meng Jie. Is he seeking a thrashing? I find half my joy in seeing the director discomfited. Meng Chuyuan sensed someone approaching and glanced up, surprised to see the director. She simply greeted him, then remained silent. The director lingered nearby, watching Meng Chuyuan continue her work. After finishing his skewer of salt and pepper shrimp, he casually discarded the bamboo skewer before speaking. Salt and pepper shrimp. Care for a taste? Director, littering is unacceptable. Meng Chuyuan's gaze was drawn not by the director's words, but by his act of discarding the bamboo skewer on the beach. The cameras only captured their upper bodies, preventing the live stream audience from witnessing the director's act. They initially assumed he had simply lowered his hand. It was only upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's words that the audience realized what had transpired. What? The director littered? Seriously? I thought the director's only flaw was stinginess. But it turns out he's also morally deficient. My admiration for Director Luo has shattered. He organized a beach cleanup yesterday, and now he's leading the way in creating waste. Admonished by Meng Chuyuan, the director suddenly realized that he was being filmed. He hastily bent down and retrieved the discarded bamboo skewer. Chapter 71. Gradually ceasing the neglect. The director, having spent countless years on set, has grown accustomed to certain behaviors. At the end of each shoot, there are always individuals tasked with clearing the debris, leading him to believe that it is inconsequential to leave refuse behind. This habit has lingered with him for many years, and though those around him have never voiced their disapproval, today, even this minor action was caught by Meng Chuyuan. After picking up a bamboo skewer, the director sincerely apologized. Recognizing his mistake and his willingness to amend it, Meng Chuyuan clarified, Director, I am not targeting you, nor am I unwilling to show you respect. I simply disapprove of your recent behavior. She addressed the issue itself rather than the individual. Although it was merely an inconspicuous skewer, once discarded on the ground, it became refuse. At that moment, the director did not feel humiliated. Rather, he interpreted Meng Chuyuan's lesson as a reminder that he would not repeat such an act. His behavior was indeed unacceptable, even if he remained behind the scenes. He was still part of the industry. Though Meng Chuyuan did not expose him today, there was no certainty he would not be discovered by the audience someday. The director's ability to acknowledge his mistakes is commendable. Let us all be rational and refrain from condemning him. Online harassment is undesirable. Meng Jie has been promoted to an inspector in the industry. Director, we commend your willingness to acknowledge your faults and accept constructive criticism. This is the hallmark of a good citizen. Help. I feel like I am witnessing my usual reprimands directed at my younger brother. Bamboo skewer. Does no one care about my feelings? Meng Jie is not only versatile but also perceptive, with ears attuned to every whisper and eyes that miss nothing. How enviable. A minor incident had momentarily diverted everyone's attention. Yet the director remained focused on his original purpose for being there. As Meng Chuyuan had not responded directly, the director took the initiative. I've just grilled some spiced shrimp. Let me share it with you all. He hesitated to mention this too abruptly, fearing it might unsettle the group. He believed he had concealed his intent well enough to evade notice. However, Meng Chuyuan was an astute observer. Even without his explicit declaration, she could surmise his motives. She divided the freshly grilled meat skewers in half, placed them on a plate, and offered them to the director. We've just finished grilling our meat. Please enjoy. Upon hearing this, the director's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events, and it felt almost surreal. Meng Jie possesses remarkable emotional intelligence, discerning the director's intentions without exposing them, cleverly resolving the situation. Director, it seems she knows precisely what I desire. This handling of the situation is truly commendable. It's all thanks to Meng Jie. Meng Jie must be the director's confidant. I would wager he will dream of laughter tonight. I initially believed the director genuinely came to share spiced shrimp. It turns out his motives were elsewhere. Haha. Only when Meng Chuyuan raised her hand again did the director realize and hurriedly accepted the plate. He then shared the skewers with the nearby crew, and everyone partook in the feast. Not only did Meng Chuyuan offer half of her meat to the director, but she also attended to the cameramen behind the scenes, proactively delivering the grilled skewers to them. Whether out of gratitude or sheer hunger, the crew members exclaimed the dish was delightful. After grilling garlic eggplant, Lu Jinsen felt an immense sense of accomplishment upon witnessing the crew's satisfaction. Perhaps bolstered by the confidence shared earlier, he appeared particularly invigorated. Once the garlic oysters were ready, Lu Jinsen gingerly placed them into a dish and diligently added charcoal to the grill, placing another batch of oysters to cook. He had observed Meng Chuyuan's technique earlier. So after arranging the oysters, he drizzled them with garlic sauce. After setting a new batch of oysters to grill, he finally took a moment to savor his meat skewer. The young master is truly commendable. He prioritizes work over indulgence in grilled skewers and has made substantial progress. He first packs the grilled oysters before preparing another batch. Does no one notice he even adds charcoal to the grill? The slacker group is gradually ceasing their negligence. Yet Meng Jie and the young master remain captivating figures. Lu Jinsen has matured, taking another step towards independence. Lu Jinsen was now notably more modest, refraining from boasting or displaying arrogance before Meng Chuyuan. Instead, he merely remarked, "The eggplant and oysters are ready." As this was his first attempt at grilling oysters, he relied on the bubbling sauce to gauge their doneness. Uncertain about other aspects, he sought Meng Chuyuan's assistance. When she approached, she took a pair of clean chopsticks, picked up a piece of oyster meat, and tasted it. The texture was springy, the garlic flavor robust, and there was no hint of fishiness. Meng Chuyuan nodded in approval. "It's good. Is that all it takes?" Lu Jinsen was somewhat taken aback. Grilling oysters requires no particular skill. Merely possessing hands suffices. Properly preparing the seasoning is the real key. His recently regained confidence slipped away. "I suspect Meng Jie might be subtly praising herself, haha." Lu Jinsen. "Darn it. I've been cut down again. Oysters. Wasn't I simply delicious to begin with?" Meng Jie. "At least give the young master some credit. He is, after all, somewhat your apprentice." The young master's joy lasted barely 3 seconds. Meng Jie's seasoning is exquisite, and the young master's oysters are delicious. Is this not the perfect collaboration of the slacker group? Though Lu Jinsen acknowledged her reasoning, he still believed he had contributed. With this thought, he felt less troubled. After finishing the meat skewer, he sampled 2 plump grilled oysters, and indeed, as Meng Chuyuan had pointed out, the sauce was crucial. Without it, the oysters would not have been so delectable. After distributing the meat, Meng Chuyuan began grilling the vegetables. These last items required her direct attention due to their difficulty to cook. And with Lu Jinsen having just added fresh charcoal, the heat was substantial. Don't just focus on eating. Share some with everyone. Taking Meng Chuyuan's advice to heart, Lu Jinsen brought the remaining oysters to the other guests. After finishing his skewers, the director noted how well Meng Chuyuan had balanced the flavors, neither too salty nor too bland. And the marinated meat was thoroughly infused with taste. Regrettably, he had only consumed 2 skewers, having distributed the rest to his colleagues. And he found himself lamenting why he had not purchased more. After a while, the director approached Meng Chuyuan again, subtly suggesting, "I still have scallops and clams. If you wish to grill them, feel free to take them." Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live stream understood his intentions. End of chapter. Chapter 72. Action speaks louder than words. As soon as the director spoke, I sensed that something was amiss. Is the director hoping to leverage Sister Meng's presence to indulge in more culinary delights? Sister Meng's generosity is not so easily taken advantage of. Director. I can hear your scheming all the way from Guangdong. I can hear it from the north as well. Aha. Meng Chuyuan nonchalantly lifted her gaze, meeting the director's calm, disingenuous smile. While the smile was not overly terrifying, it certainly felt insincere. She had initially planned to take a break after grilling the vegetables and oysters, enjoying the barbecue at a leisurely pace. However, she was taken aback by the director's unexpected request. Was this truly the frugal director Luo she knew? He had just made their game segment so challenging, yet now he was willing to part with ingredients. Nevertheless, Meng Chuyuan remained resolute. After a long night of work, she had no desire to complicate matters further. She turned to the garlic sauce on the table, offering it to the director. "Here is some garlic sauce for you to use." Helping him grill was out of the question. The sea shimmered under the soft moonlight, reflecting the hazy glow. While a few ships sailed through the night, many residents lived nearby, and after dinner, they often strolled along the beach, with some children drawn by the enticing aroma of barbecued food. To enhance the program's local flavor, the director had never cleared the area, resulting in many onlookers being attracted to their beach barbecue. Upon recognizing them as celebrities, some could not resist pulling out their phones to capture the moment from a distance. After grilling the remaining ingredients, Meng Chuyuan discovered an abundance of oysters. However, as they had already been shucked and cleaned, they could not be preserved. So she decided to grill them all. Finally, she set aside a small portion of the grilled oysters and took the rest to share with the children gathered on the beach. Upon noticing her approach, the children quickly averted their gazes as if caught in an act of sneaking a peek. Hello, little ones. Would you like some oysters? From the moment they appeared, Meng Chuyuan had noticed their unwavering gaze fixated on her grilling. Hearing her voice, they looked up in unison. Help! Haha, they look like they VE spotted Ultraman. Their eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, Sister Ming is that beacon of light. Not wasting food while also bringing joy to the children, a twofold achievement. Oh, why am I not one of those children? I'm just in my teens. I wonder what to eat while watching the show, whatever they cook. I want to eat too. To the children, Meng Chuyuan probably appeared as a stranger, so when she approached to speak, they seemed somewhat reserved. She softly inquired, Have you all tried oysters before? Yes, came a response. These are freshly grilled, just for you. Since she had prepared this batch specifically for the children, she had not added any spicy chili. She distributed disposable chopsticks and gently reminded them, make sure to blow on them before eating. They might be a bit hot. A nearby group of children, enticed by the food, gathered around, and Meng Chuyuan shared the remaining oysters with them. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Once the children finished eating, Meng Chuyuan collected their chopsticks and returned them to the plate, preventing them from carelessly discarding them like the director had done. Do you all come here often? She asked, lingering a bit longer to chat with them. One enthusiastic boy responded, Yes. There is sand to play with and shells to collect. If we're lucky, we might even catch little crabs. Estimating their ages to be around 10, Meng Chuyuan observed that they were likely local children, playing without adult supervision. She felt compelled to impart some safety advice. Just be cautious while playing on the beach, and don't go near the water, especially without any adults around, okay? They nodded earnestly in agreement. Knowing is not enough. You must also act upon it, Meng Chuyuan thought, recognizing their limited understanding at such a young age. Safety-conscious Meng Chuyuan is on duty. With recent incidents occurring at the beach, everyone should prioritize safety. It's best to admire the sea from a distance rather than venturing into it. How can parents allow their children to roam freely near the beach? Those living by the sea must be particularly vigilant. Children are often curious and might test boundaries even when they know the dangers. Indeed, everyone should remain cautious. The world is vast, and there is much to explore. After chatting with the children for a while, Meng Chuyuan noted that it was getting late and encouraged them to head home. Returning to the set, she shared the leftover grilled oysters with the crew, treating herself to some as well. Chi Yan, however, had not tasted a single bite of barbecue, having endured the aroma all evening without succumbing to temptation. As they prepared to wrap up, Chi Zhan approached her with a plate of skewers. Sister, would you like to try some? No thanks. She scoffed at the notion of street food, her appetite seemingly non-existent. Just give it a try. It's actually quite delicious. Chi Zhan persistently urged her, but ultimately, he could not convince Chi Yan to indulge. Perhaps she is trying to maintain her figure and is reluctant to partake. Her expression doesn't suggest a concern for her figure. She seems quite aloof. Could it be that a princess looks down upon humble street food? Really? I find barbecue quite appetizing. I'm always tempted when I see it, but I hesitate to order for myself, feeling it's a bit extravagant. I often miss out on barbecue because I have no one to share it with. Seeing her disinterest, Chi Zhan resignedly distributed the remaining barbecue to the others before quietly departing the filming location, unnoticed. Needing to use the restroom, Meng Chuyuan decided to borrow one from a nearby resident's home. She did not invite the camera crew to follow, as it was merely a short distance away with nothing significant to film. Upon returning from the restroom, she unexpectedly spotted a figure on the opposite side of the beach. The area was dimly lit, and she found it peculiar that someone stood in the shadows. As she approached, the silhouette appeared somewhat familiar, prompting her to squint her eyes. Driven by curiosity, she altered her path, treading softly as she drew closer. End of chapter. Chapter 73. The entire cast of the variety show removes their makeup. In the cool, tranquil night, the solitary figure appeared profoundly melancholic. The hazy moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the man, who faced the vast sea, evoking a sense of loneliness and helplessness. It was Chi Zhan. Had it not been for Meng Chuyuan's timely recognition of that familiar silhouette, she might have truly believed someone was in despair. Meng Chuyuan set aside her earlier caution and approached him gracefully, inquiring curiously, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing her voice, Chi Zhan turned around, quickly concealing the sorrow etched on his face. He greeted her with a smile, "Sister Meng." Noticing that he seemed to be concealing something, Meng Chuyuan opted not to press him directly. Instead, she casually expressed her concern. "Are you troubled?" Chi Zhan managed a wry smile at her inquiry, replying, "No." The matters weighing on his heart were not suited for sharing, especially since he and Meng Chuyuan were not well acquainted, and maintaining a certain distance felt more appropriate. Recognizing his reluctance to divulge, Meng Chuyuan decided not to pry further. Nevertheless, she was not one to indulge in gossip. She merely sensed something amiss in Qizhen's demeanor and wished to offer him comfort. After a moment, she suggested, "Perhaps we should head back. It's rather chilly." Qizhen had likely slipped away while the photographer was distracted. Otherwise, given his status, it would be improbable for him to be without a photographer in tow. Since he had come out in secret, it was time for him to return. Qizhen nodded in agreement. As he prepared to leave, he noticed that Meng Chuyuan remained rooted in place and curiously asked, "Aren't you coming back?" With a smile, she replied, "You go ahead." Understanding her cautious demeanor, Qizhen surmised that it was akin to the previous instance when he had offered her his jacket. He had no desire to create any unnecessary complications, and Meng Chuyuan's attention to detail impressed him somewhat. Indeed, she chose not to walk back with him to avoid any misunderstandings. Standing by the sea, she enjoyed the breeze. And only after Qizhen had returned to the group did she leisurely make her way back. The following day, everyone awoke at their leisure. Typically, the live broadcasts commenced at 7 in the morning, but today was delayed by 2 hours due to the late return the previous night, coupled with the morning's activity of snorkeling, which required ample rest. Having finally arrived at such a beautiful island, the production team naturally arranged for the guests to experience snorkeling. The weather was pleasant. Although autumn had arrived, the sun remained warm, and the sea breeze was gentle. Perhaps due to the delay, the anticipation among the viewers was palpable. As the live stream began, millions of viewers tuned in, and the numbers continued to soar. Finally, the broadcast has started. My biological clock woke me before 7. Oh dear. Are we going snorkeling? I'm so excited. I've never dived before and can't wait to see the underwater world live. After watching for so long. Finally, a segment that isn't just hard work. At the onset of the broadcast, viewers saw the guests already donned in their diving suits and life jackets, boarding the boat to the snorkeling location. The production team had also enlisted professional instructors to ensure a smooth snorkeling experience for the guests. As they traveled to their destination, the instructors meticulously briefed everyone on safety protocols and essential snorkeling tips. All listened intently, some even feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement for the upcoming activity. Except for Qiyin, who casually took out her sunscreen. Just as she was about to open the cap and dispense the lotion, she was interrupted by Meng Chuyuan's voice. "Sister Qiyin, you shouldn't need sunscreen for swimming, right? Not only is it ineffective, but it also pollutes the ocean." Meng Chuyuan's sudden interjection halted Qiyin's actions and caught the instructor's attention as well. The group turned to see Qiyin holding the bottle of sunscreen, still not applied, her expression betraying no visible emotion. "Indeed, we'll be going underwater soon, so what is the point of applying sunscreen? It's redundant. Cosmetics in the ocean can harm marine life. Public figures should spread awareness and set an example for the audience." Thank goodness Sister Meng spoke up in time. Qiyin probably was aware of this. Another day of worshipping Sister Meng. As someone who has never dived, I've just learned something new. Your vigilant friend, Sister Meng, has logged in to educate us. Haha. I truly appreciate this education. Products containing chemicals are detrimental to marine life. I hope everyone becomes conscious of this and opts for physical sunscreens, protecting both themselves and the ocean. The instructor, realizing that Meng Chuyuan had raised a valid point, temporarily shifted focus to address the current issue. Indeed, products like sunscreen containing chemicals pose significant risks to coral reefs and other marine organisms. Excessive concentrations can lead to coral bleaching and death. To prevent such occurrences, the instructor recommended minimizing application. His words were measured. Having encountered numerous students who insisted on applying sunscreen, believing it essential for protecting skin from UV rays while submerged. Thus, they advised moderation, encouraging a reduction in quantity if persuasion was ineffective. Upon hearing the instructor's comments, the other made-up guests began to grow anxious. They had specifically applied waterproof makeup for today's snorkeling, only to overlook the environmental implications of their cosmetics. Liao Jiaka pondered for a moment before addressing a female staff member off-camera. "Do you have any makeup remover? I'd like to take my makeup off." "Yes, just a moment." After a short while, the staff member brought the makeup removal supplies to her. "Thank you." Observing Liao Jiaka's intent to remove her makeup, the other guests expressed their desire to do the same. Makeup removal, commendable. The entire cast of the variety show voluntarily removing their makeup to protect the marine ecosystem. This is unprecedented, isn't it? I'm eagerly anticipating this. Trending topic incoming. Haha, the entire cast removing their makeup on live TV. It takes a lot of courage and confidence to persuade oneself to remove makeup in front of so many people on a variety show. Wow, Coco's performance is off the charts. Absolutely amazing. No wonder she is my goddess. Since joining the variety show, Meng Chuyuan had not worn makeup even once. Now, aside from her, most attendees had some degree of makeup on, and even some crew members preparing to film underwater had already wiped off their sunscreen. Chi-Yin quietly capped her sunscreen and returned it to her bag, seemingly indifferent to the notion of removing her makeup, showing no inclination to participate. Once Chi-Yin completed his makeup removal, he noticed that Chi-Yin still wore makeup. Sister, aren't you going to take yours off too? End of chapter. Chapter 74. She engages in daily acts of kindness as Chi-Yin's voice fell. A palpable silence enveloped the surroundings. His words not only captured the attention of the other guests, but also directed the audience's focus towards Chi-Yin. I'd wager 5 dimes that she wouldn't dare remove her makeup. If she were going to, she would have done it by now. I'm betting 50. Chi-Yin has a rebellious streak. Am I the only one who just noticed that Sister Ming has been makeup-free since the beginning? She looks absolutely stunning. Truly blessed by the heavens. I'm in awe. It's quite strange. Everyone else has taken off their makeup, yet she refuses. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Chi-Yan's gaze gradually dimmed as she glanced at Chi-Zhan. Unfazed as she stated, my cosmetics are perfectly fine. She only used reputable brands, ensuring quality. Chi-Yan did not feel the necessity to remove her makeup. She believed the vast ocean could hardly be affected by the minimal amount she wore on her face. Moreover, she had invested considerable time in her appearance that morning and lacked the courage to strip it away in front of so many people. Noting the inappropriateness of her earlier comments, Chi-Zhan corrected her gently. We are not in the cosmetics industry. It is difficult to claim there are no issues. For the sake of caution, it would be best to remove it. As Chi-Zhan insisted on her removing her makeup, Chi-Yin began to grow impatient. To preserve her look, she proactively opted out of the snorkeling activity, stating, I had no intention of getting in the water. If removing makeup is a prerequisite, then I shall forfeit. That's makeup, not a safety product. There is bound to be some risk involved. What does she mean? Chi-Zhan has done her a great favor, yet she shows no gratitude. Utterly speechless, how can someone be so oblivious? She wants to dive yet refuses to remove her makeup and now makes excuses. My heart goes out to Chi-Zhan. His sister is truly unmanageable. How can she only think of herself? Just because she claims there is no problem doesn't mean there isn't one. Upon reaching their destination, Chi-Yin resolutely chose not to enter the water, leaving only 7 guests and a few accompanying photographers to dive in. The coach led the group in warm-up exercises before distributing snorkeling gear and gloves. The sea was calm, and the water was remarkably clear. The production team had prepared specific tasks for the snorkeling event. Prior to their descent, the director provided images of various fish species for identification. The guests were then required to dive in groups, searching for marine life to photograph, with successful matches earning them victory. With cameras in hand and familiarized with the fish images, the 7 guests prepared to dive in. The director cautioned, please prioritize safety. After Meng Chuyuan descended from the boat, the cool water was a shock at first, but she quickly acclimated. As it was her first experience snorkeling, she eagerly anticipated what she might encounter below the surface. Upon entering the water, Meng Chuyuan dove in headfirst, propelling herself downwards with her fins. Lu Jinsen, noticing her swift movements, felt compelled to follow suit. Moments later, the audience in the live stream caught glimpses of beautiful coral reefs and schools of fish. Oh, I'm so excited. I can practically feel myself as Sister Meng. Wow. The production team's high-definition footage is simply irresistible. It looks so real, even without filters. Sister Meng swims so gracefully. Her slender figure resembles that of a mermaid. Has anyone noticed how the young master is struggling to keep up with Sister Meng? Haha, he is desperately trying to catch up. The photographers must be working hard. Filming underwater can't be easy. As Meng Chuyuan descended to a certain depth, she spotted a large school of fish swimming past her. She lifted her camera to capture the moment. Communication underwater was challenging, so she paid little attention to Lu Jinsen, unaware that he was closely trailing her. Having forgotten the images seen on the boat, Lu Jinsen found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of species below. Resorting to aimlessly snapping pictures without a clear target, he decided to venture off on his own, confident that with a camera in hand, he would not waste time. And he remained within sight of the photographers. Meanwhile, the Liao sisters, inseparable after entering the water, held hands as they tackled their task. While Chi-Zhan busily searched for matching fish. Perhaps due to Chi-Yan's refusal to dive, the viewers in the live stream felt a pang of sympathy for his solitary figure. I feel for Chi-Zhan. His fondness for his sister is rapidly diminishing. It seems she is never around when he needs her. This reality show is exceedingly authentic. It's as if she can no longer keep up the facade. Are Qijin and Qiyin truly from the same womb? The difference is astonishing. At first, I thought she was quite likable. I even considered following her, but this show has tarnished her public image significantly. Meng Chuyuan's memory served her well. Although the director had shown them numerous photographs, she retained a general impression. The coral formations varied in shape and color, with many small, indescribable fish and sea urchins nestled among the corals. Sunlight refracted through the water, rendering the underwater scene even more ethereal and poetic. While searching for fish within the coral, Meng Chuyuan noticed a white plastic bag lodged on the seabed. Her eyes widened, and she swiftly swam over. The photographer, caught off guard, struggled to keep pace with her sudden change in direction. After a brief moment, he managed to follow her closely, striving to capture the unfolding scene. Meng Chuyuan carefully extracted the plastic bag from the seabed, only to discover more litter nearby, prompting her to swim further. Just in time, the photographer caught up, allowing the live stream audience to witness the moment. Help? I thought Sister Meng had made a new discovery, but she has just found garbage on the ocean floor. Who would have thought Sister Meng would be known for cleaning up trash even underwater? Sister Meng embodies daily acts of kindness, while others dive for tasks. My Sister Meng dives to protect the marine environment. Is there an organization for marine ecological conservation seeking a brand ambassador? They should consider Sister Meng. She is truly beautiful inside and out. Concerned that her actions might harm the coral reef, Meng Chuyuan took great care to retrieve the debris gently. The nearby fish, startled by the commotion, quickly darted away. Clutching the collected trash tightly to prevent it from being swept away by the currents, she continued her mission. End of chapter. Chapter 75. A discrepancy in the heart at this moment. The director remaining on the boat was not actively monitoring the surveillance screens and was unaware of the underwater situation of the guests. He was quite dissatisfied with Qiyan's performance today. Although he advocated for an unscripted reality show, certain matters required discernment. This program was not merely a sibling-themed emotional variety show. It also served as a platform for promoting rural revitalization and ecological preservation. The show needed to undergo review before it could be aired online, and as a popular variety show, the director hoped his work would convey positive energy to the audience. Qiyan's recent remarks during the live broadcast had begun to stir controversy online. The director, with a humble demeanor, suggested, "Perhaps you should apologize to everyone later." Qiyan retorted, "Though I was made up, I didn't even go into the water. Why should I apologize? Did I enter the water with makeup? No. Did I pollute the environment? Also no. So why should I apologize? Is it wrong for me to apply sunscreen?" The director realized he could not win this argument and opted to contact the public relations team to handle the situation, planning to issue an apology through the official Weibo account of the show. After a while, a colleague from the data team approached the director and said, "Director Luo, our show has made it to the trending list." The director, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Our apology plan isn't even out yet. How did we trend?" He feared that an influx of negative news might jeopardize the regular airing of the program. In light of the urgency surrounding the preparations for the second season, many advertisers had not yet signed on, and the initial plan was to attract advertisers while filming to boost the show's ratings. Now, with this incident, it would likely be challenging for Qiyan's group to secure endorsements. The situation had shifted dramatically due to Meng Chuyuan's initiative in cleaning up underwater debris, effectively overshadowing the trending topic surrounding Qiyan's reluctance to remove her makeup. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's name, the director's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight. "Let me take a look." He pulled out his phone and opened Weibo's trending topics. Discovering that Meng Chuyuan's name was indeed prominent. Meng Chuyuan's environmental awareness. Meng Chuyuan cleans up ocean debris. Meng Chuyuan picks up trash on the show. Her instinctive act of cleaning up the ocean garnered unanimous praise from netizens. The director glanced at the comments and found that most were lauding Meng Chuyuan. With her presence on the trending list, Qiyan's controversy gradually faded from view. Excellent, the director mused with a satisfied smile. This saved them from incurring public relations costs. Meng Chuyuan had spent quite some time underwater, capturing numerous photos and collecting a significant amount of trash. However, burdened by the weight of her belongings, she found it challenging to continue moving and taking pictures, prompting her to surface early. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan emerge, the director assumed she had completed her task and extended his hand towards her, awaiting her to pass him the camera. Meng Chuyuan approached the boat, and upon noticing the director's outstretched hand, she thought little of it and instead lifted the trash she had gathered from the water. The director looked at the assortment of debris rising to the surface, curiosity piqued. "What is this? Trash?" The director's expression faltered slightly. The audience found humor in the exchange, commenting on the oddly amusing dialogue. "I'm sorry, but I laughed." Meng Chuyuan's words sounded a bit like an insult, perhaps due to the fact she was speaking to the director. The director, initially misunderstanding, soon realized that Meng Chuyuan was indeed referring to the trash, not hurling insults at him. As the director finally comprehended the situation, he crouched down to assist in bringing the trash aboard. He didn't wear gloves and was unbothered by the mess, directly accepting the refuse from Meng Chuyuan's hands, and after placing it down, his own hands were smeared with the dirt from the garbage. The audience continued to express their admiration for the director's humility, calling for him to receive recognition for his genuine efforts in creating meaningful variety shows, often overshadowed by the stars. Feeling satisfied with the photographs she had taken, Meng Chuyuan ascended the boat after relinquishing the trash. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen was preoccupied with capturing underwater shots and had not noticed Meng Chuyuan's departure. Only when he saw the other guests preparing to leave did he begin to search for her. He set down his camera, scanning the area, yet failed to spot her. When did she leave? Why didn't she inform me she was departing early? Assuming the crew had already ascended, Lu Jinsen felt a sense of disappointment. After all, he was the signed guest of the show, yet the crew seemed to have dispersed, following Meng Chuyuan instead. As he observed the others boarding one after another, he too returned to the boat. Meng Chuyuan had handed the camera to the director, and her photographs closely matched those provided by him. With only a few species missing from her shots, the other guests also had fruitful experiences, especially as it was their first time diving, relishing the underwater sensation. Lu Jinsen was the last to board the boat, and upon surfacing, the camera operator cleverly shifted focus to him. Why did the camera suddenly switch? Oh wow, it's the young master. If the cameraman hadn't shown me, I would have forgotten he was still in the water. It's like getting a bonus gift while shopping. Everyone likes the gift. Oh, so they invited Lu Jinsen to this show? The audience continued to share their thoughts, with one commenting on how they felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Jinsen, who seemed to have been overlooked. End of chapter. Chapter 76. The significant items. As Lu Jinsen emerged from the water, he removed his mask and breathing tube, revealing a handsome face to the audience. Although he was a proficient swimmer, he had never attempted to remain underwater for such an extended period. Had he surfaced a moment later, he might have struggled for breath. Clad in a snug wetsuit, his physique had remained understated prior to his dive, but now the fabric clung to his chest and back, accentuating his well-defined muscles. He swam towards the boat, hoisting himself up while shaking the water from his hair in front of the cameras. The audience erupted into excitement at the sight of his drenched and alluring figure. Wow, I never expected Lu Jinsen to be so impressive. He's quite the muscle man. Tears of joy are streaming down my face. I shall call him husband. I had almost forgotten he was not just a goofball, but also a dashing gentleman. Forget it, everyone. Tonight I shall dream of a date with Lu Jinsen, haha. To the sister in front, because you said that, Lu Jinsen should give me a call to soothe me. Wake up, everyone, haha. A staff member handed him a clean towel, which he draped around his neck before drying his hair. Once the previous guests had verified the photos on their cameras, Lu Jinsen stepped forward to present his camera to the director. The director took the camera, flipping through the first few photos and matching them against the images on the table. Lu Jinsen waited with eager anticipation, his expression revealing a hint of confidence. He had not overthought his underwater excursion. He captured whatever caught his eye, and surely there were numerous shots the director would find useful. However, as the director reviewed the photos, he found himself at a loss. Many of Lu Jinsen's captures were out of focus and blurred, rendering the fish indistinguishable. After several attempts, the director shook his head in exasperation. Lu Jinsen, are you testing my eyesight? What? Lu Jinsen asked, perplexed. Look for yourself. Where are the fish? Can you see them? The director selected one particularly outrageous photo and turned it to show him. Lu Jinsen leaned in to examine it, only to have his expression shift dramatically. The camera slowly panned to capture the angle and lighting, offering a clear close-up of the image within. The photo depicted a sprawling coral reef, yet it was so blurry that even the director, after much scrutiny, could not locate the fish Lu Jinsen had purportedly photographed. Help! Even with my glasses on, I can hardly discern what this is. Lu Jinsen, impossible, absolutely impossible. I know I captured them. Is the young master trying to be funny? His photography skills are worse than a novice. Director, you simply don't understand. This is the current trend of blurred beauty, huh? This is clearly a camera issue, not a fault of the young master's skills. Why doesn't it autofocus? Haha, this is what it means to have one's values run amok, you bunch of lustful individuals. The director rubbed his temples, donning a look of utter despair, and glanced at Lu Jinsen. Where are the fish you photographed? Lu Jinsen stared at the photo, noticing a faint fish tail at the edge, and replied nonchalantly, "It probably swam away." The director was left speechless by this explanation. Although Lu Jinsen had taken numerous photos, few were usable, and the indistinct images were impossible to identify, rendering them all void. Lu Jinsen's efforts were ultimately in vain, but fortunately, Meng Chuyuan had bolstered their data, preventing them from finishing last in this task. Later in the afternoon, the production team arranged a visit for the guests to learn about the lives of fishermen. This task was to be conducted in groups, focusing on the elderly left behind. Since they would be visiting others' homes, they could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, the production team had prepared gifts in advance. However, these gifts were purchased out of the team's own pockets, and to receive them, the guests had to offer something valuable in return. The director announced, "We have prepared rice, cooking oil, milk, and fruit. Each group may select one item but must offer something significant as collateral, which will be returned after tomorrow's recording concludes." How to choose? Meng Chuyuan understood the process but was unclear about the criteria for selecting gifts. It would depend on what valuable items everyone could present. The director emphasized the word significant, intending to remind everyone that the more valuable the item, the greater the priority in selection. Once the guests grasped the rules, they began discussing what to offer as collateral. Luo Yunju asked Tingjio, "Do you have anything important? A phone, perhaps? The recording ends tomorrow, so we'll get it back soon." Since the flying guests were not required to relinquish their phones, that was their only option. After some contemplation, Luo Yunju agreed with Tingjio's reasoning, and their group decided to submit their phones. The Liao sisters, lacking jewelry, ultimately chose to part with their only pair of earrings, while Qi Zhan, unable to rely on Qi Yin for assistance, produced his electronic watch. Lu Jinsen hesitated over what to offer until he noticed Qi Zhan's watch, suddenly recalling that he too wore a wristwatch. Just as he was about to loosen his watch band, Meng Chuyuan swiftly removed her diamond ring and handed it to the director. The audience in the live stream was taken aback by Meng Chuyuan placing her wedding ring on the director's table. "I can't believe it. Sister Meng actually took off her wedding ring. Is that really a wedding ring? My goodness, how daring." Without a moment's hesitation, Sister Meng is truly a representative of contemporary women, huh? Did anyone notice which is more expensive, her diamond ring or her wedding band? Wow, trending alert ahead. It seems Sister Meng is quite indifferent to her marriage. She casually hands over her diamond ring, and I don't even do my homework that decisively. Sob sob. Am I the only one who noticed the director said significant item, and then Sister Meng produced her diamond ring? Lu Jinsen was stunned as he watched her unhesitatingly submit the ring. When Meng Chuyuan returned, Lu Jinsen reminded her, "I have a watch. Why did you give that?" She calmly replied, "It's just for a day. We'll get it back tomorrow." If Lu Qingye found out, he would be furious. After the four groups submitted their items, the pressure shifted squarely onto the production team. End of chapter. Chapter 77. Irrecoverable loss. The director initially intended for the participants to merely offer a token gesture. But little did he know that each item submitted would surpass the last in absurdity. While the other three groups presented relatively normal contributions, Meng Chuyuan's grand diamond ring shifted the entire dynamic. The director gazed at the ring, feeling as though he were handling a scalding hot potato, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon realizing that Meng Chuyuan had surrendered such an extravagant item, admiration blossomed among the others. Her dedication to the task was impressive. Yet, the rules had already been declared, and the show must go on. Once the director regained his composure, he resumed the live broadcast. "The sincerity you have shown through your contributions has not gone unnoticed." The guests awaited the director's announcement of the results. "Indeed, my sister Meng has submitted a diamond ring. How could there be no sincerity in that?" "Director, that is her wedding ring. You must take great care of it, for if it were to be lost, you might face ruin." "Director, I'm not even worth the value of that ring. Now, not only must I honor my ancestors, but I must also safeguard their belongings." Meng seems entirely detached from the situation, watching it unfold as though she were not the one who just submitted the ring. Huh. Warning, trending topic ahead, everyone. Let us mark this iconic moment. As for the four items submitted, it was evident that Meng Chuyuan's ring was of the highest value, leading the director to allow her group to select first, with no objections from the others. Meng Chuyuan chose a 20-kilogram bag of rice, after which the staff escorted them to visit a designated struggling family. The remaining three groups were still deliberating on how to rank their items, as they were all celebrities, and even a single item from each of them bore significant brand value. If the rankings were mishandled, not only would the guests remain unbothered, but the audience watching the live stream would surely become agitated. However, discussing monetary value was not appropriate for the broadcast, and the three groups understood the director's dilemma. So they collectively decided to let the Liao sisters choose first, out of courtesy. Liao Jia did not opt for cooking oil, as the pair of earrings they submitted was relatively modest compared to the items from the other two groups, so they chose fruit instead. The group that included Jiu chose milk, leaving the bucket of cooking oil for Qi Zhan's team. At this moment, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen had arrived at the home of their chosen beneficiaries. This family was quite unique, as they had not settled on land but resided on an old fishing boat. Meng Chuyuan was taken aback, and even the audience found it hard to believe. Oh my! There are indeed people who make their home on boats and live off the sea. But this boat seems far too dilapidated. This fishing boat looks quite small. It seems difficult to fit even a bed. Help! Tears are unexpectedly welling up in my eyes. I cried last episode due to the touching stories of farmers. And here I am, shedding tears again. They had spent the past 2 days at sea, taking numerous boat trips, but had yet to encounter such a decrepit wooden vessel. The boat was anchored near the shore, and Meng Chuyuan and her team boarded it directly. Due to the boat's limited capacity, the photographers remained ashore to capture the moments from a distance. Noticing the newcomers, an elderly man emerged from the cabin, his hair a mix of black and gray, skin weathered by the sun, dressed in a worn black coat, holding an old enamel mug in one hand and a pair of bamboo chopsticks in the other, clearly in the midst of a meal. Meng Chuyuan smiled politely and greeted him. "Hello, sir. We are here to see you." The elderly man paused for a moment. "Hello. Have you just finished lunch?" "Yes, I just returned from fishing." He hadn't yet finished half of the meal in his cup, indicating that he had only just begun. "It's past 2 o'clock, and you're only just having lunch. How can there not even be a proper bowl? This is truly heartbreaking." It seems Meng always takes the lead in conversation, truly an extrovert. Experiencing the life of fishermen up close also educates the public about life at sea. Many children in cities are unaware of how hard-earned certain resources are. Seeing the elderly man flustered reminds me of my father, the last time I secretly returned home. He had the same bewildered expression. Fishing relies entirely on the whims of nature. If the winds are too strong, one cannot venture out. And I believe there are even times when fishing is prohibited. Understanding that he was eating, Meng Chuyuan refrained from excessive chatter and called Lu Jinsen over to bring the rice. "We have brought you a bag of rice, a small token of our appreciation. We hope you will accept it." The elderly man looked at the bag of rice, appearing somewhat at a loss. Is this really appropriate? He had not anticipated visitors today and was unprepared for their arrival. As the conversation unfolded, it became clear to the elderly man that they were recording a show and had come specifically to visit him. Once he understood their purpose, he set aside his meal and invited them into the cabin to sit. However, considering the photographers were unable to board, Meng Chuyuan politely declined the invitation, saying, "Please continue your meal, we can remain outside." They had arrived just as he returned from fishing, and she did not wish to interrupt his meal. The elderly man hesitated momentarily before warmly suggesting, "Then I will go inside to fetch a couple of stools for you to sit on." "Thank you." After a short while, he returned with 2 small bamboo stools, inviting them to sit. Feeling awkward about leaving them outside, he joined them, eating as he kept them company. To enhance the filming quality, the production team prepared a drone to provide close-up footage for the audience watching the live stream. Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen had been on the boat for a while, and aside from the amiable elderly man before them, no one else had appeared in the cabin. "Sir, do you live here alone?" Meng Chuyuan inquired with curiosity. The elderly man nodded. "Yes, I live alone." Meng Chuyuan sensed a profound loneliness in him, yet he greeted them with a smile, embodying a remarkably optimistic spirit. His wife had passed away from illness many years ago, leaving no children behind. He had spent these years fishing for a living, accustomed to drifting at sea. For a fisherman like him, the ocean was his wealth, and that small wooden boat was his home. End of chapter. Chapter 78. A remarkable revelation. The elder gentleman was a forthright individual. After sharing his circumstances with Meng Chuyuan and the others, he expressed no complaints aside from his resignation to life's hardships. Meng Chuyuan resonated deeply with this sentiment, particularly as the elder recounted his years spent adrift at sea, which evoked memories of her own days away from home. He sighed softly, acknowledging that while life at sea was undeniably arduous, it must go on. With no other options and an undeniable attachment to the ocean, he persisted. After a prolonged silence, Meng Chuyuan curiously inquired, "Do you have a home on land?" The elder took a sip of his meal, shook his head upon hearing her question, and, once he had swallowed, replied, "Wherever the ship drifts, that is home for me." "So it is for me," Meng Chuyuan replied with a serene smile, "wherever I am. That is home." Her words left the live stream audience somewhat perplexed. Oh my, is Sister Ming comforting the fisherman or revealing her own story? I sincerely hope it's the former. Why are they showing me such emotional content all of a sudden? It's quite distressing for someone like me who has migrated to the north. Ah. The phrase wherever I am, that is home truly strikes a chord. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of solitude and the pursuit of freedom. We are all wanderers in life. The empathy in this episode is palpable. Everyone has a story, yet sometimes it is a pleasure to pause and listen to the tales of others from afar, rather than to share our own. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, life must continue. Happiness is but a day, sadness is also but a day, naturally. One should choose to embrace joy. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen, seated nearby, found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's statement, he raised his gaze, intrigued by her. For reasons unknown, he felt an inscrutable quality about her. Perhaps it was her typically carefree demeanor, now veiled in melancholy, that took him by surprise. After sharing their backgrounds, the elder finished his meal and led them to explore the interior of the cabin. Due to the drone being unable to enter, they had to switch to handheld cameras. The staff handed the filming equipment to Lu Jinsen, assigning him the role of temporary cameraman. Once inside, he had to stoop slightly, as the cabin was not particularly spacious. There was a small bed, a rudimentary dining table, and some basic daily necessities. A small wooden shed by the shore served as a place where he usually docked the boat to cook. However, it was cluttered with drying fish and nets, so they did not venture there. Upon completing the tour, Meng Chuyuan observed the simplicity and wear of the cabin. The wooden planks bore signs of repair, and several layers of waterproof cloth covered the ceiling. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Don't you feel insecure living on the boat? What if the weather turns or a natural disaster strikes?" The elder managed a wry smile, stating, "In dire situations, I would seek refuge on land. Otherwise, I make do on the boat." With no home on land, he had nowhere to go ashore. In emergencies, he could temporarily seek shelter with nearby fishermen, but otherwise, he preferred to remain in that small wooden shed. Meng Chuyuan felt the dangers of life at sea were considerable, and the fishing vessel was indeed rather rudimentary. After a moment, she could not help but inquire, "Have you never considered building a house nearby?" The elder chuckled, "I have not. I am well past 50. What need have I for a house? This house is essential. Otherwise, in an emergency, you would have nowhere to take refuge," she replied. The elder is quite unpretentious, very down to earth. "Oh, Meng Jie is asking all the questions I wanted to ask. She is truly my voice from the internet. Perhaps I am getting old. I cannot bear to see these things, and tears have inexplicably begun to flow. As a child, my dream was to live by the sea. Gazing at the sky and waking to the endless ocean, it is all so healing." I sense Meng Jie wishes to assist the elder. She merely awaits his nod of agreement. He believed that living on the boat was quite satisfactory, allowing him to wake each day and set out to fish, selling his cash to wholesalers. This cyclical existence felt fulfilling. However, Meng Chuyuan disagreed with his perspective, gently advising, "Uncle, I believe it would be more stable to construct a proper house nearby. It would be more convenient for cooking and provide a sense of security for sleeping." The elder lowered his gaze, falling silent, offering no further response. Meng Chuyuan contemplated his reluctance to build, understanding that after years of living at sea, the idea of relocating was likely difficult for him to accept. As Lu Jinsen held the camera, he had remained out of view and had not spoken until he noticed the awkwardness following Meng Chuyuan's failed persuasion. He turned to the elder, asking, "Uncle, why not consider getting a new boat?" "What? Who just spoke?" That was a bit startling. Is that the young master's voice? Haha, he must be close to the equipment. Hence the volume. "No, young master, please refrain from suddenly speaking. I'm wearing headphones and nearly fainted." Nonetheless, what he said makes sense. If you are unwilling to build a small house, a new boat would provide a higher safety level. I can't help but laugh. "Young master, are you moonlighting as a cameraman?" Lu Jinsen considered that since the elder was not inclined to construct a house, perhaps acquiring a new boat would suffice. This old wooden vessel was rather outdated, requiring oars for navigation rather than a more efficient motor. Upon the mention of changing boats, Meng Chuyuan's gaze instinctively fell on Lu Jinsen, surprised that such words had come from him. The elder's countenance reflected a deep melancholy as he glanced at Lu Jinsen and sighed. This boat had accompanied him for many years. It was not something one could simply replace. With the current high prices, purchasing a new boat was no easy task, especially given his circumstances. Observing the elder's expression of resignation, Lu Jinsen seemed to understand his concerns. After a moment of silence from the elder, Lu Jinsen spoke again. "Let us get you a new boat. I will cover the expenses." End of chapter. Chapter 79. The essence of financial resources. Lu Jinsen did not speak lightly. Observing the lonely uncle venturing out to sea to fish, aboard an old wooden boat that braved the elements daily, he felt the weight of his arduous existence. With no stable home on land, such a life was truly a torment. Though Lu Jinsen had not endured such hardships himself, witnessing this plight stirred within him a sense of compassion. He yearned to extend a helping hand to the uncle. Meng Jie remarked, "This child has grown." Indeed, he has matured. This is the wisest statement he has made since arriving here. Another chimed in with laughter. It seems that after spending time with Meng Jie, the young master has learned to read the emotions and concerns of others, came another voice, tinged with admiration. There was a palpable anticipation surrounding what the young master might offer the uncle in terms of a new boat. This is what financial resources look like, someone mused, momentarily forgetting that he was indeed a young master beneath his seemingly foolish facade. Finally, the uncle may find a safer haven. Another expressed a desire for the program to arrange a crowdfunding channel. Coincidentally, the program was concluding its recording tomorrow, and Lu Jinsen saw an opportunity to assist. Upon hearing this, the uncle was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in protest, exclaiming, "No, no, my boat is still usable." Lu Jinsen glanced at the boat's worn deck, patched countless times, and realized that during a storm, it could easily take on water, posing a genuine danger. A new vessel would ensure safer expeditions. This time, Meng Chuyuan stood firmly by Lu Jinsen's side. "Uncle, we will replace your boat tomorrow. Surely, there are support policies available locally? If you are unwilling to accept our gift, I can help you apply for a subsidy to secure a new boat." Her knowledge in this area gave her confidence in what to propose. Perhaps only by presenting it this way could the uncle find some solace. Before the uncle could ponder her words, Lu Jinsen decisively interjected, "It is settled then. Let us commend the young master this episode. He truly embodies the essence of affluence," someone commented. "After watching this episode, I am inspired to consider becoming a village official." Another remarked, "It appears Meng Jie often engages in such matters. Her understanding is admirable," someone else noted. "My hometown is similar. We have patched up items for many years. After my grandmother passed, no one remained to live there. Each year, I return to clean but cannot bear to discard these belongings as they hold sentimental value," shared another. Meng Jie is attuned to the struggles of others, considerate of their dignity, offering assistance without imposing. It takes immense observation and sensitivity to achieve this, someone reflected. This variety show is incredibly enlightening. Following the program, and Meng Jie allows one to acquire extensive knowledge, far more than I ever grasped in school, another added. Meanwhile, the Liao sisters visited an elderly woman who scavenged for a living. The elderly lady, who spent her days collecting waste, had a small grandson, while her son and daughter-in-law worked far away, leading a life fraught with difficulty. Their home was dilapidated, located at the village's farthest corner, cluttered with empty bottles, cardboard boxes, and an old tricycle. Upon arrival, the sisters found the elderly woman sorting through cardboard, while a child of about 3 or 4 sat under the eaves, licking a lollipop. They quickly realized that there was not even a proper stool to offer their guests. The twin siblings, along with another team, had visited a disabled elder in the village, bringing warmth and companionship to alleviate their loneliness. Observing the diverse challenges faced by the 4 families selected by the program left the audience with profound reflections. Is this not a veritable retirement island? With age, one should not wield a knife against the elderly, someone lamented. In childhood, a single lollipop could bring joy for an entire day. Thankfully, some children are there to keep the elderly company, another responded. This episode moved me to tears. I initially believed that fishing would yield substantial income, presuming the village to be quite prosperous. I never anticipated the existence of such struggling families, someone remarked. While they live near the sea, not everyone can fish. The elderly and disabled families, even if they wish to venture out, are often powerless, another pointed out. I hope that young people working away from home take the time to visit their families during holidays and maintain regular contact, even if only through phone calls. To show concern for their parents' well-being, someone suggested. The afternoon's outreach activity proved meaningful and passed swiftly. After fulfilling this task, the guests returned home to prepare dinner. However, Meng Chuyuan's group, having exited the uncle's boat, rushed to address the matter of procuring a new vessel for him, knowing their time was limited. Lu Jinsen consulted experienced fishermen on where to purchase a boat and what procedures were necessary. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan sought out the village leader, clearly articulating her intentions and the uncle's circumstances, hoping for their assistance. She understood that applying for subsidies required approval, which could be uncertain in timing. But she aimed to reassure the uncle in the meantime, requesting that the village officials collaborate with her. Upon learning of Meng Chuyuan's willingness to assist struggling fishermen, the village leader was quite pleased and eager to cooperate. The old man Liang is indeed in dire straits, but he is also quite stubborn. We have attempted to persuade him many times. When we previously suggested building a house for him and others to fish together, he declined. It is rare to see anyone still using such an antiquated fishing boat, yet he treats it as his home, unwilling to relocate despite its dilapidated state. Now, seeing him relent with Meng Chuyuan, it seems considerable effort has been invested, the leader noted. There could be a shelter established, providing a communal living space to mitigate unforeseen calamities, Meng Chuyuan posited. She believed that while a house might not be necessary, a stable place to land was essential. Otherwise, in the face of adversity, those without homes, like the uncle, would have nowhere to turn. Meng Jie has considered all aspects. I believe constructing such a place is warranted. Offering a temporary refuge for fishermen like the uncle, someone asserted. Isn't that akin to a hotel? Another interjected. Hotels require payment. You know, came the retort, laced with humor. However, building such a sanctuary would entail significant costs. Practical considerations must be made. Yet, with funding, it could greatly alleviate the situation. It doesn't need to be luxurious. Just a place to rest and bathe would suffice. Indeed, do we have any channels? I wish to contribute my humble part, another expressed. Yes. Promoting this as a charitable cause could raise awareness, allowing more people to understand the plight of this community, someone added. Ah, the world is indeed filled with love. This is how it manifests, another concluded. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Is there a mine at home? In the evening, the names Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen appeared on the trending search list. Their earnest and unwavering commitment to their words garnered significant attention online. A video circulated, showcasing Meng Chuyuan's visit to a fishing boat, which attracted many compassionate individuals due to the high popularity of the topic. The data team quickly noticed the trend and reported to Director Luo, "Director, our show is trending again." Recently, the program had frequently made headlines, primarily due to Meng Chuyuan. As it seemed that whatever she did, netizens were eager to create entries about her. What is trending? The director appeared remarkably calm, as if he had become somewhat immune to the situation. Lu Jinsen was nearing the conclusion of his plan to purchase a boat for a fisherman. The data team members, accustomed to Meng Chuyuan's trending status, directly informed the director about Lu Jinsen's situation. Previously, Lu Jinsen's appearances on trending lists were often associated with negative news, laden with criticism. However, this time was different. Lu Jinsen had undertaken a commendable endeavor, prompting a newfound respect from most netizens. Well, upon hearing this, the director's hand trembled slightly, causing tea to spill. Is he truly going to buy it? He had monitored the visit in the afternoon, initially believing that the fisherman and his wife were merely speaking without intent, as purchasing a boat was no trivial matter. As it was time to prepare dinner, he thought there was nothing more to observe and ceased monitoring. To his surprise, this situation had escalated into a trending topic. Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen indeed possessed something remarkable. The director set his cup down on the table, his gaze landing on the ring Meng Chuyuan had handed over. Pondering, one casually gives away a diamond ring, while the other treats money with such disregard. The boat is spoken of as if it can be bought at whim. What kind of family is this? Do they have a mine at home? This group was becoming increasingly intriguing. After a long day of effort, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally resolved the matter. Upon Lu Jinsen's return, Meng Chuyuan curiously inquired, "Is it all settled?" "Yes," he replied. "What about you?" "Things went smoothly on my end as well." "Ah, I can't wait for the boat to make its dazzling appearance tomorrow." That line from the young master, "It's settled," is just too cool, very domineering. I love it. Impressive. He's reached a new level of charm. Tonight, I'll dream of a date with the young master. Haha. These two have developed quite the rapport. The young master is on a path of no return. They're all guests together. Yet they truly embody the laid-back spirit. This group's name is trending, and the more I watch, the more I adore it. It's so positive. And there are so few shows that can elicit a laugh with each viewing. Thanks to discovering Meng Jie's trending moment, I found this treasure of a show. Lu Jinsen is no longer just seen as the young master. He's become quite endearing. His and Meng Jie's commitment to action without hesitation is evident. It's clear they are genuinely invested in their endeavors. The second episode of recording was nearing completion. Yesterday, the live broadcast time was delayed. And on this final day, they made up for it. They started an hour earlier than usual, as they were set to watch dolphins today. Mornings are generally the feeding time for dolphins, and locating them should not be overly difficult. The production team had conducted prior research and discovered that this area is home to numerous dolphins, often seen frolicking in groups on the surface, providing a high chance of sightings. Even if luck were to fail in spotting dolphins, witnessing the sunset would still be delightful. In the early morning, Before dawn had fully broken, the guests boarded the ship. Upon hearing that the production team would take them to see dolphins, many viewers tuned into the live broadcast in anticipation, even before their arrival. Well, I thought so early in the morning there wouldn't be many people. But seeing 500,000 online left me in shock. Only heaven knows I woke up so early just to see dolphins, sob sob sob. Thank goodness I didn't oversleep. I woke up as if telepathically, grabbed my phone, and saw the live notification. Yay. Meng Jie and the young master. The beautiful lady is here. To the sisters in front, you are beautiful, so I must be too, huh? Since you are all beauties, I am too. I can't let you all outshine me, Waking up early is worth it. The bullet comments are hilarious. Here to admire Meng Jie's beauty. I can't get enough after watching 2 episodes. Even the blurry screenshots are stunning. Sob sob sob. The dark gray sky gradually revealed a hint of dawn, and the undulating islands began to take clearer shape. Their boat glided across the shimmering sea, seeking the dolphin's silhouette against the light of dawn. It was everyone's first time watching the sunrise at sea, and as they observed the changing colors of the clouds, they felt the wonders of nature. In this tranquil morning, being able to appreciate such beautiful scenery uplifted their spirits. They continued onward, carefully scanning the waters, eagerly anticipating the dolphin's appearance. During this dolphin-seeking moment, the production team thoughtfully returned the items the guests had pledged the previous day, while also distributing phones in advance, hoping everyone could capture delightful dolphin moments. After reclaiming her ring, Meng Chuyuan donned the diamond ring once more before the live camera. Help! This scene is too beautiful, although the sky is still gray. The diamond ring shines brilliantly, sob sob sob. I absolutely adore this shot. Could the production team please give this cameraman a raise? He is such a talented photographer. Meng Jie's profile is stunning. Against the backdrop of the yet-to-emerge sunrise, this silhouette is truly enchanting, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. There are so many shots of the diamond ring in this episode, but I genuinely love watching, haha. I also wish for such a grand diamond ring. Sob sob sob. If someone is willing to buy me one, I'll marry them immediately. Ting Jiu retrieved his phone and snapped a few photos of the dawn, then opened the video recording, eagerly awaiting the dolphin's arrival. After a considerable time, with his arm growing weary from holding the camera without spotting any dolphins, Ting Jiu expressed his disappointment. Are there really dolphins? It can't be a hoax, can it? Qizhen replied, it's still early, let us wait a bit longer. After a while, the sea still appeared calm, and Ting Jiu couldn't help but ask, do you think it would help if I learned to call like a dolphin? Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, you might as well give it a try. Clearing his throat, Ting Jiu declared, all right, I'm going to call out. Just as he prepared to emit his dolphin sound, Meng Chuyuan interrupted him. Wait a moment. Pointing towards the sea in front of them, she smiled. Look, the dolphins have appeared. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Everyday banter at this moment. The mist had mostly dissipated, revealing a cerulean sea that mirrored the dawn's light. Not far away, a few dolphins leapt from the water, creating a magnificent splash. The live broadcast camera gradually adjusted to Meng Chuyuan's designated spot, zooming in slightly so that the audience could clearly see the jumping dolphins. They appeared in groups of 3 or 5, totaling around a dozen, occasionally leaping out of the water, with some executing impressive backflips midair. Ting Jiu, holding his phone, exclaimed excitedly, I just recorded that. That dolphin was huge and did some fancy jumps, so adorable. Oh, me too. I recorded it too. I really loved that moment. Good luck to all who see this. I'm making a wish, may I succeed in my graduate entrance exams next year. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Following the program has truly been a visual feast. Oh my goodness. It feels like witnessing a koi fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, screenshotting this moment as if I were there live. Having seen the dolphins and the sunrise, this trip has been worth it. Grateful to the team for showing us such beautiful scenery. Am I the only one remembering that the recording this afternoon is about to end? I really don't want to leave such a stunning view. As they moved closer, they could hear the dolphin's soft calls mingling with the sounds of splashing water. Ting Jiu, filled with joy, imitated their calls, unable to contain himself. Luo Yunjiao turned to him, his eyes filled with skepticism. Are you sure dolphins sound like that? Isn't it obvious? That's how they sound. Ting Jiu insisted, repeating his imitation for Luo Yunjiao's benefit. Luo Yunjiao managed a faint smile, unsure how to respond. However, Lu Jinsen cast a cold glance at Ting Jiu and interjected, only a pig would make such a sound. This is hilarious. Lu Jinsen has been targeting Ting Jiu lately. Ting Jiu seems to have taken that to heart. It's just like the everyday banter among school children. Haha. The young master dares to confront anyone except for Meng Jie. and his sharp tongue spares no one. Even a pig might protest against that, haha. How can Luo Yunzhao keep a straight face beside all this? After enjoying the dolphins and the sunrise, they returned to shore. The production team had not scheduled any special tasks today, and the ingredients were already prepared for them. They only needed to pack their belongings and prepare lunch before wrapping up the recording. Meng Chuyuan and her companions disembarked and lingered by the dock, seemingly waiting for someone. After a while, the village leader appeared with the old man from yesterday. Since they were staying on the peninsula, they required a boat to leave. So a small waiting pavilion had been constructed by the dock. Meng Chuyuan approached the old man, saying, "Uncle, please have a seat for a moment. Our boat will arrive shortly." The old man, somewhat surprised, replied, "Did the application come through so quickly?" He had been informed last night that fishing was off limits today to avoid complications, and he found it puzzling until he saw Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen. Realizing there was progress regarding the fishing boat, Meng Chuyuan reassured him, "Don't worry about the application. It will come through eventually. Let's check the boat first." She felt it was unrealistic to tell the old man that the application had been approved. It might confuse him about the process. The village leader added, "That's right. Lao Yang, let us first switch the boat. Don't concern yourself with the application. I will notify you when it's settled." "But what about this boat?" The old man remained cautious, worried about the costs. Before anyone could respond, the boat purchased by Lu Jinsen arrived. A brand new vessel docked at the pier, resembling a houseboat. Likely unmatched in the sea. "Wow, this isn't a fishing boat. It's a luxury yacht bought by the young master. I'm so envious. The old man has hit the jackpot meeting them. Hiki, who wouldn't he trust Meng Jie to handle things? Isn't this a vacation houseboat? It seems a bit extravagant for fishing. Did you not watch yesterday's live stream? For the old man, this boat is home. Which is why Meng Jie and the others chose this type for him." Upon seeing the grand and pristine boat arrive, the old man's gaze shifted to the sea. Utterly astonished, Meng Chuyuan turned to him and gently said, "Uncle, the boat has arrived." Is this my boat?" The old man was taken aback. Even stammering slightly, "Let us go aboard and take a look." With Meng Chuyuan's encouragement, the old man eventually stepped onto the boat, still wearing an expression of disbelief. Hardly able to fathom stepping onto such a large vessel. The interior of the boat was remarkably spacious, designed to resemble a real house. Featuring glass windows on either side to ensure it was well lit. They took a brief tour, after which professionals came to instruct the old man on operating the boat and controlling its direction. Once he grasped the basics, they even took the boat out for a test run. Seeing that the old man had nearly mastered the new boat's operation, Lu Jinsen inquired, "So, what do you think? Do you like this boat?" The old man paused in silence for a while before quietly responding, "I do like it, but is it too expensive?" He had only seen such large vessels from a distance while fishing and never expected to have such close contact with one. Lu Jinsen reassured him, "It's all right, as long as you like it." He felt this boat was quite suitable, whether for fishing or accommodation. With the old man satisfied with the boat, Lu Jinsen paid the full amount to the seller. "I've witnessed Lu Jinsen's financial prowess today. Oh, the young master is showing filial piety towards his family. You're making me laugh. With such warmth from the young master, you want to be his father?" Honestly, Lu Jinsen has become increasingly warm-hearted. He is no longer the clueless person he was when he first arrived, and the old man's joy is palpable. Setting aside the price, Meng Jie and the young master are genuinely fulfilling their promises, most importantly ensuring the old man has a safe boat. Lu Jinsen's payment style is just too cool. I just searched for him. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? Is it too much for me to consider myself his wife? Regarding Meng Chuyuan's mention of building a shelter for the old fisherman, she casually brought it up with the leader again. "Uncle Wang, have you had a chance to discuss the shelter for them that I mentioned yesterday?" End of chapter. Chapter 82. A duo queue? Uncle Wang was suddenly questioned by Meng Chuyuan, leaving him somewhat undecided. He was still contemplating. After all, this was not a trivial matter. Their village was not agricultural, so space was limited. If they truly considered establishing a shelter, they would have to contemplate not only the financial aspects but also find a suitable piece of land. Meng Chuyuan stated, "If you decide to build, I can donate funds right now." This put Uncle Wang in a rather awkward position. "No worries, you can discuss it with the other representatives when you return. I will still be here this afternoon." Once these matters were settled, Meng Chuyuan and her companions returned home to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Ting Jiu and Luo Yunzhu were eagerly waiting for their return. Initially, the two had intended to accompany Meng Chuyuan back, but she had informed Lu Jinsen that she had matters to attend to, so they returned ahead of her. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally arrived home. Spotting Ting Jiu and Luo Yunzhu in their courtyard, Lu Jinsen coldly inquired, What are you doing here? We came to cook with Sister Chuyuan, Ting Jiu replied. Since it's the last day, both Luo Yunju and I wanted to learn how to make a dish. Sure. You're welcome to join us, Meng Chuyuan replied amiably, as she didn't mind their presence. Especially since they had been sharing meals with her and Lu Jinsen over the past few days. Lu Jinsen thought to himself, oh, this group of flying guests always comes to Sister Meng for meals. Ting Jiu and Lu Jinsen sat outside, exchanging glances, and eventually, out of sheer boredom, Ting Jiu took out his phone to start a game. Upon noticing Ting Jiu's phone turned sideways, revealing a familiar game interface, Lu Jinsen felt a sudden urge to play as well. Since joining this variety show, Lu Jinsen hadn't logged into the game even once. Knowing that Ting Jiu was an exceptional gamer and a professional player, he hesitated for a moment before asking, shall we duo queue? Ting Jiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. You want to duo with me? Help! Someone exclaimed, can this pairing work? You're not alone in wanting to see this. Another chimed in. Ting Jiu cautiously asked, how are your skills? He certainly didn't wish to bring a novice along to hinder his performance. Lu Jinsen modestly replied, they're decent. All right, log in, Ting Jiu said. And seeing Lu Jinsen's eagerness to play, he decided to team up with him. The cameraman, unable to switch angles between the two, opted for a distant shot to capture them in the frame. The audience in the live stream was completely oblivious to the progress of their game, though they could hear the in-game announcements. In the beginning, Ting Jiu and Lu Jinsen communicated fairly well, but soon fell silent. After an indeterminate period, Ting Jiu noticed Lu Jinsen making a mistake in the game and, frustrated, remarked, I say, you misused your skills and dare to claim your skills are decent? Lu Jinsen frowned slightly and murmured, sorry. Typically, he had a high win rate when playing solo, but today he felt particularly off. Perhaps it was the pressure of playing alongside a professional that caused him to falter. After Lu Jinsen's game character was eliminated multiple times, Ting Jiu opened voice chat with their teammates and declared, let's surrender, this match is hopeless. Initially, they had a smooth start, and upon seeing Ting Jiu's ID, the other teammates were confident of victory, only to realize that one of their players was struggling. One teammate, visibly annoyed, opened voice chat to communicate with Ting Jiu. Jiu Shun, please tell me you're not carrying a rookie for points, because this one is truly lacking. Another teammate chimed in, what? Jiu Shun is dating now? The comments from the audience erupted in laughter. Lu Jinsen unknowingly became a girl. Congratulations to the young master for earning that title. Listen to me, thank you. The audience's laughter echoed, some urging for louder reactions, humorously noting that even the young master had his moments of struggle. Ting Jiu, initially feeling a bit down due to Lu Jinsen's performance, burst into laughter upon hearing the teammates' comments. Lu Jinsen, with a stern expression, felt no emotion as he observed Ting Jiu laughing so heartily while other teammates criticized his gameplay. Unable to hold back, he opened his mic to utter a curse, only to be reprimanded by the system. Hearing Lu Jinsen speak, the teammates intensified their banter. So it's not a girl after all? Then your skills must be even worse. You're just a liability here. Once Ting Jiu finished laughing, his spirits lifted. He calmly stated, let's surrender, brothers. This one's on me. Sorry about that. Truly, he was on the verge of losing points. As they complained, the teammates clicked to surrender. After the game concluded, Ting Jiu quickly exited the game interface, eager to avoid being coaxed into another match by Lu Jinsen. Ting Jiu looked up at Lu Jinsen, a smile playing on his lips, teasingly remarked, sister, your gameplay is truly lacking. Lu Jinsen shot him a glare, retorting, scram. Ting Jiu sighed. You should practice more at home. I suggest you avoid ranked matches for now. Ting Jiu exclaimed. You played Angela and aimed your ultimate at me. Lu Jinsen replied. I apologize, I am at fault. End of chapter, chapter 83. A sweetness beyond measure were it someone else making such a remark. Lu Jinsen would have likely retorted without hesitation. However, the words of Ting Jiu plunged him into contemplation. He raised his gaze to Ting Jiu and inquired with a calm demeanor, am I truly that inept? Ting Jiu shook his head slightly, expressing disdain as he remarked, you're not just a bit inept. In the future, should you encounter Lu Jinsen's gaming ID, I advise you to flee for your own safety. This is hilarious. The young master still harbors hope for his gaming skills, but perhaps it is best to concede when necessary, lest one faces dire consequences. He suddenly gives off an air of utter incompetence. Dear sisters ahead, do not be so harsh. Let us show some grace. After all, he is Meng Jia's apprentice. He is on a gradual rise. Grant him some time, haha. If Ting Jiu plays a few more rounds with him, it will be Ting Jiu who is not merely gaming, but rather Lu Jinsen himself. Is there really no one who wishes to ship these two? Ting Jiu chuckled upon hearing his teammate mention a girlfriend, instead of immediately clarifying, which is quite peculiar. Dear friends. Once they concluded the game, Luo Yunzo had finished preparing the cold lotus root. Ting Jiu genuinely wished to avoid further interaction with Lu Jinsen, having just been thoroughly exasperated by him in the game. Spotting Luo Yunzo emerging from the kitchen, Ting Jiu promptly stood to seek out Meng Chuyuan. Sister Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan had just taken out the remaining chestnuts from the previous session and was about to begin shelling them. Upon noticing Ting Jiu's distressed demeanor, she inquired with concern. What is the matter? Are you upset? I just played a game with your little uncle, and he utterly sabotaged me, Ting Jiu confessed, recalling Lu Jinsen's suffocating maneuvers. Meng Chuyuan shook her head in resignation. It's all right. Play less and focus on more meaningful pursuits. In the next moment, she handed the bag of chestnuts to Ting Jiu, saying, Here, help me shell these. Oh. Meanwhile, the Liao sisters' live stream was livelier than usual. Liao Jiaka's husband, Suzui, had arrived at the recording site. He had been filming in Hongdian for the past few months, his seclusion having kept him from appearing in public. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon his unexpected appearance. Liao Jiaka had no inkling that Suzui would show up, nor had she received any prior notice from the production team. What brings you here? Upon seeing Suzui standing before her, the tenderness in Liao Jiaka's gaze was unmistakable. Suzui stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing his charming dimples. I wrapped up filming 2 days ago and thought I'd come to fetch you home since I knew your segment was ending. Oh my goodness. The production team has struck gold. The esteemed actor has made an uninvited appearance. Quick, everyone, let's clock in. Trending topic alert. What a lifesaver. I'll graciously accept this dog food. Suzui is just too gentle. Their eyes are filled with love for one another. When will I encounter such a charming partner? What a perfect match. Suzui truly dotes on Jiaka as if she were a child, coming to pick her up and showering us with dog food. This couple, rarely seen together on screen after marriage, is a visual feast for us sisters. Liao Jiayan was in the kitchen chopping vegetables. Noticing her sister had been gone for quite some time, she set down her knife and stepped out of the kitchen. The moment she crossed the threshold, she stumbled upon the affectionate scene between the two, immediately halting in her tracks. However, she was soon spotted by her sister, prompting Liao Jiaka to quickly release Suzui's hand, her small gesture akin to a young girl caught in a secret romance. Suzui, still processing the moment, turned to follow Liao Jiaka's gaze and discovered Liao Jiayan standing at the kitchen door. Brother-in-law, Liao Jiayan greeted him with a hint of embarrassment, offering a polite nod. Suzui responded with a gentle hum, asking, Haven't you all had dinner yet? We were just packing and haven't had the chance to cook, Liao Jiaka replied. Suddenly, Suzui rolled up his sleeves and, turning to Liao Jiaka, said tenderly, Let me take care of dinner. You and your sister can continue packing. It's time for everyone to switch their wallpapers to Suzui. This man is not only handsome but also a great cook, and he adores his wife. Today's sweetness is off the charts. I wish I could taste the meals cooked by the esteemed actor. Today is another day of envy for Jiaka. The sweetness of a real couple is delightful. They need do nothing but share the frame to exude warmth. Is no one concerned about Jiayan's feelings? She just witnessed a wave of dog food and is about to become the third wheel. Suzui's unexpected appearance on the variety show, declaring his intention to fetch Liao Jiaka home and his thoughtful offer to cook, sent the trending topic spiraling. Fans of the couple were ecstatic. In light of the couple's dynamic, netizens quickly recalled Meng Chuyuan, who was also participating in the recording. Some curious onlookers, having seen the trending topic, began to flock to Meng Chuyuan's live stream to join in the excitement. Meng Chuyuan was busy preparing chestnut chicken, blissfully unaware of the surrounding happenings. As passers-by, freshly filled with dog food from Liao Jiaka's stream, observed Meng Chuyuan cooking alone, they began to draw comparisons between her situation and that of Liao Jiaka. To be fair, although Sister Meng is full of energy, I wonder if we might catch a glimpse of her showcasing some love, indulging us with a bit of dog food. I feel the same. It wasn't too long ago that people referred to Sister Meng as an unwanted ornament. Dear friends, let us refrain from intertwining our discussions about others with Sister Meng's affairs. She is doing just fine on her own. It feels like a lonely existence here. While next door is filled with love and laughter, this side is rather quiet. No matter, I simply adore watching Sister Meng. She stands strong on her own and brings me so much joy. Besides, she is not alone. All of us in the live stream are here to keep her company. To the sisters ahead, you are my voice on the internet. I may struggle to express myself, but I appreciate that Sister Meng is her own person, not merely defined by her marital status. Please refrain from labeling her. Lu Qianling sat in class, propping her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed upon the clock hanging above the blackboard, anxiously awaiting the end of the lesson. After what felt like an eternity, the bell finally rang. Upon hearing it, Lu Qianling sprang to life, and as the teacher announced the end of class, she hastily stuffed her books into her bag, exclaiming, "Classmate, I'm heading home now. I want to be joining you for lunch." Her deskmate, noticing her rush, curiously asked, "Why the hurry? Is something amiss at home?" End of chapter. Chapter 84. The good people have all been deceived. No, I must return home first to prepare for the arrival of my fortune god. Lu Qianling stood up, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, radiating vitality. Huh, what fortune god? Her deskmate looked up at her, bewildered, slightly furrowing her brow. You're not thinking of skipping class again, are you? In recent days, Lu Qianling had been quite diligent in class. The teachers of various subjects were pleased to see her seat finally filled, appreciating her newfound commitment. Maintaining perfect attendance had made her somewhat more tolerable in the eyes of her classmates. To uphold this status and eliminate any temptation to skip classes, she chose to dine in the school cafeteria with her peers. Noticing her urgency to leave, her classmates expressed concern about her uncertain return. How could that be? Lu Qianling reassured her deskmate with a pat on the shoulder. Rest assured, when I come back this afternoon, I'll bring you some treats. I want bubble tea. All right. Just transfer the money to me. Her deskmate retrieved her phone from her backpack, grumbling as she sent the money. Lu Qianling, your family is the wealthiest in town. Yet you want to even treat me to a cup of bubble tea. How stingy. Riches belong to the Lu family, not to me, Lu Qianling. After receiving the transfer notification on WeChat, Lu Qianling quickly accepted the funds and affectionately patted her deskmate on the head. Be good. In a couple of days when I'm financially stable, I'll treat you. By the time Lu Qianling returned home, her mother had already finished dinner. Wearing her glasses, Lu's mother sat in the living room, knitting an unfinished scarf. Upon seeing Lu Qianling enter, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Why aren't you staying at school? Well, my second brother is coming home tonight, so I thought I'd prepare a bit. Her mother scoffed. I know about the flimsy bond you share with the second brother. What scheme are you concocting this time? What has he to me? I have no intention of causing trouble with him. Lu Qianling entered with a bag of groceries from the supermarket, placing it on the coffee table before dashing to the kitchen in search of food. After rummaging through the kitchen, she discovered it was bare. Mom, where's Uncle Yuan? Didn't he cook today? He has gone home to rest after cooking. Lu's mother, engrossed in her knitting, suddenly recalled. I didn't know you were back and have already eaten. Didn't you save any leftovers? No. I didn't have Uncle Yuan prepare too much since I was eating alone. I believe there are some leftover bread pieces from breakfast on the table. You can nibble on those. She regretted not finishing her meal outside. Thankfully, Lu Qianling was already accustomed to such situations. She came down from the kitchen, grabbed the remaining sandwiches from the table, and warmed them in the microwave. While waiting, she couldn't keep still and approached her mother to observe her knitting technique. After a while, Lu Qianling initiated a conversation. Mom, you've been working on that scarf for several days now. Why isn't it finished yet? What do you know? Good work takes time. Yet, upon hearing Lu Qianling mention that Meng Chuyuan and the others would be returning tonight, her mother felt a sense of urgency. She wanted to finish the scarf quickly so that Meng Chuyuan wouldn't think her incapable for not being able to knit a decent scarf in all this time. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and his group had already begun their meal, including Liao Jiaka's group, while Qizhen's group was lagging behind, still not having prepared lunch. After returning from watching the dolphins, it was barely 9 o'clock when they unpacked their bags, taking an hour to do so. Qi Yin had unexpectedly volunteered to cook lunch, startling both Qizhen and the audience in the live stream. Seriously? The little princess wants to cook? If she has been kidnapped, she should just blink. Why the sudden change? Help? Can someone explain this? I can't quite understand her mysterious behavior. One moment it's sunny, the next it's cloudy. Who knows if she has really changed, or if she'll revert to her old self next time. If it weren't for Qizhen, I'd want to skip past her. Oh, it's fine as long as she is moving around. It won't be as hard on Qizhen. Perhaps she is trying to make up for her previous laziness before returning. She seems a bit frightening. I can't tell what mischief she is plotting. My sister is like that. She always tries to butter me up before asking for a favor. Qizhen had never witnessed her cooking at home. So when Qi Yin proposed to make lunch, he readily took over the task. After all, they were recording a show and being in a rural setting. He felt uneasy about the wood-burning stove, which was particularly challenging for someone unfamiliar with cooking. Qi Yin nearly lost her temper over the stove not igniting. But Qizhen promptly stepped in to assist when he noticed her distress. Shall I take over? Qizhen offered. Her movements were too slow. Even chopping green onions required her to ensure uniform lengths, which took her considerable time just to prepare ingredients. Qizhen couldn't help but watch over her. Wanting to assist with the chopping, but Qi Yin refused to relinquish the knife. No need, just help me with the fire, she insisted. Qi Zhen crouched down and took the lighter from her. Due to their proximity, with the stove in front of them, the cameraman could only stand aside to film, while Qi Yin conveniently blocked the live stream camera. As Qi Zhen ignited the straw, he quietly asked, "What are you trying to accomplish? If you can't cook, don't pretend you can. You don't need to torture me like this." In a hushed tone, Qi Yin responded, "You always do the cooking." So the good people have all been taken for granted. Fortunately, they had sent out their phones early that day, so Qi Yin had seen some comments online. People were praising her for having such a considerate brother while criticizing her for being indifferent and oblivious. Reading such remarks nearly drove her to fury. If it weren't for the ongoing recording, she wouldn't have the patience to remain in the kitchen, unable to tolerate her sarcastic remarks any longer. Qi Zhen retorted with a cold smile, "What do you mean by that? If I don't cook, what will you eat?" Qi Yin chose not to engage further, as the fire in the stove had finally caught, and she stood up to transfer the vegetables from the cutting board to a bowl. Noticing her refusal to acknowledge him, Qi Zhen felt a bit disheartened and stood to the side. He didn't dare leave the kitchen, uncertain of Qi Yin's culinary skills, fearing she might struggle alone. Though Qi Yin had never cooked before, she followed the instructions well. Aside from her initial fright when the oil in the pan sizzled, she remained calm throughout the process. When it was time to add salt, Qi Zhen noticed she was about to scoop sugar instead and quickly warned her, "That's sugar." End of chapter. Chapter 85. Unhesitating action. Before Qi Zhen could finish his words, Qi Yin had already poured the spoonful of sugar into the pot. What's wrong with sugar? It can be added while cooking. Realizing her mistake in seasoning, Qi Yin displayed no signs of guilt or panic. She placed the small spoon back into the sugar box and continued to stir, entirely unperturbed by her previous blunder. Qi Zhen frowned in displeasure, remarking, "But you've added too much. Then let us add some water." Afternoon arrived, and after finishing their meal, everyone began tidying up the house to restore it to its original state. The neighbors, having heard of their impending departure, specially brought over local delicacies. This marked their 4th day on the island, and while they were often out and about, they had little time to chat with the neighbors. Though they were aware of each other's presence, all 4 groups of guests received dried seafood from the neighbors, who warmly invited them to visit again soon. Among the neighbors was Uncle Wang from the village, who, upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, stood in his capacity as a village official to bid them farewell. Making no mention of the shelter project Meng Chuyuan had been contemplating, this matter lingered in Meng Chuyuan's mind. She was aware that many fishermen lived on boats and perhaps had not been seen yet. She could not provide every individual with a boat or build them a house, but establishing a shelter was the only solution she could conceive at present. Noticing Uncle Wang's silence on the topic, she took the initiative. "Uncle Wang, when you have time, please find a piece of land and choose a date to start building the shelter. I will cover the expenses, so you need not worry about anything else." Lu Qingye had told her that she can spend the money freely without consulting him. Now, Meng Chuyuan wished to allocate a portion of it to construct a shelter for the fishermen adrift at sea for their future needs. Uncle Wang listened to her with a pensive expression, finding it increasingly difficult to decide. This was no small sum, and once the project commenced, it would require significant time and effort. After a long silence, he sighed, "Xiaoming, you are still young. Your decisions may be too hasty. I'll consider this as you joking. This is a matter concerning the safety of the fishermen. How could I jest?" Meng Chuyuan replied earnestly, "I believe they would desire a place on land that can accept them. This place is truly important to them." Uncle Wang displayed a hint of surprise upon hearing her words, as he had not expected such a sentiment to come from a young woman in her 20s. Meng Chuyuan could empathize with others' perspectives rather than being preoccupied with her own concerns. After thoughtful consideration, Uncle Wang acknowledged his oversight. "You are correct. Perhaps they do indeed require such a place, something we have failed to investigate properly. Please leave me your contact information and bank details. I will transfer some funds to you shortly." Though Meng Chuyuan had not interacted much with Uncle Wang, she sensed his reliability and genuine desire to serve the village. He provided her with a village phone number. "You need not rush to transfer the money. I must return and conduct a thorough survey to gauge their intentions. I shall call you in a few days." Meng Chuyuan added, "Also, please educate them about the subsidies. If they meet the criteria, encourage them to apply. Some may be unaware or reluctant to deal with the hassle, so please try to persuade them." "Very well," Uncle Wang nodded. Uncle Wang's surprise at Meng Chuyuan's thoughtful considerations was evident. She had never met the fishermen without homes on land, yet she was already concerned about their safety. Some elderly villagers and children might not know how to apply for subsidies, and Meng Chuyuan's awareness of this was commendable. As the afternoon unfolded, Lu Jinsen was unaware of Uncle Wang's visit, as he was busy bringing down Meng Chuyuan's luggage from upstairs. By the time he emerged, Uncle Wang had already left with the other villagers. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan laden with packages, he furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you have there?" "Seafood, gifted by the villagers." Lu Jinsen placed the suitcase beside her, stating, "I've brought your luggage down. It's almost time to leave." Meng Chuyuan nodded lightly. "Yes. Let us go." They departed their accommodations and gathered at the dock. When the other guests spotted Suzui beside Liao Jiaka, they were slightly taken aback. Luo Yunzhou and Suzy had filmed a drama together last year, though it had yet to be released, and their appearance together sent the livestream audience into a frenzy of screenshots. Suzy was quite friendly, greeting the other guests politely. "Hello everyone, I am Suzy, Liao Jiaka's husband." As they were all in the entertainment industry, they were relatively familiar with one another, even if they had not previously shared the screen or collaborated directly. End of chapter. Chapter 86. She must participate. After Suzui introduced himself, the other guests briefly introduced themselves as well. When it was Meng Chuyuan's turn, she did not fawn over Suzui like Qi Zhen and others, nor did she exhibit the excitement typically seen when meeting a celebrity. Instead, she calmly replied, "Hello." While the previous guests expressed fervent enthusiasm towards Suzui, Meng Chuyuan's demeanor was marked by steadiness and composure. "Goodness, that is the renowned Suzui. How does Sister Meng remain so unfazed? If I were to meet the illustrious Su in person, I reckon my face would freeze in a smile so wide it could create a hole in the ground." Sister Meng. "To be honest, perhaps it is simply that I do not recognize him." That seems plausible, considering Sister Meng is not particularly familiar with the industry. It might also be that Sister Meng has no interest in married men, haha. Look at this variety show. Many iconic moments could easily trend online. What an extraordinary program. Suzy noticed that after Meng Chuyuan's greeting, the conversation came to a halt, and his smile gradually faded. Since establishing himself in the entertainment industry, he had enjoyed the adoration of many, with directors and advertisers vying for collaboration. Today, however, he found it rather astonishing to be treated so coolly by an ordinary person. After a moment, Suzui politely initiated conversation again. "Hello. You must be Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law, right? It is a pleasure to meet you in person, and thank you for helping my family with the wedding last time." Meng Chuyuan smiled in response. "It was just a small favor. No need for thanks." Upon hearing Suzy mention this incident, Liao Jiayan suddenly realized. Turning to Liao Jiaka, "Sister, was it her who helped you with the wedding last time when I was unwell?" Liao Jiaka nodded slightly. She saw that I was overwhelmed, so she lent a hand. With this newfound understanding, Liao Jiayan's gaze lingered on Meng Chuyuan. Given her previous lackadaisical attitude, how could someone so carefree have the kindness to assist them with the wedding? "Sugu, what brings you here?" Luo Yunzhu, who was more familiar with Suzui than the others, greeted him with warmth. "Did you come specifically to find Sister Kiki?" Suzui cast a glance at Liao Jiaka. His eyes filled with affection, and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I came to bring my wife home." "Help? Luo Yunzhu, do you not think we have enough dog food? Why pose such questions?" That utterance of wife is so sweet. It makes my ears feel pregnant. "Oh dear, I came to enjoy the show, not to be forced to consume dog food." "When will we get to see Sister Meng's husband? I am curious what he looks like, and whether he is worthy of her divine beauty. For those asking, what do you think he should look like to be deserving of Sister Meng? And if he does not meet your standards, do you wish for them to divorce? Let us be rational, folks. Sister Meng and her husband are not from the industry. Do not judge them by fan culture standards. Sister Meng is clever and certainly knows what she wants. There is no need for you to fret over it." Once the boat arrived, the guests boarded and departed the island, concluding the day's live broadcast. Given the remoteness of the area and its distance from the airport, the production team had arranged for a bus to transport everyone. On the way to the airport, Qi Zhen approached the director to request a leave of absence for the next recording. "Director, I would like to ask for a 2-day leave. The recording schedule conflicts with my commitments, and I may not be able to attend your program." Director Luo was somewhat surprised. "You wish to take 2 days off?" Qi Zhen nodded gently, speaking in a low voice. "I need to return for additional filming on a movie. It was pre-arranged and cannot be postponed." With each episode requiring 4 days of filming, Director Luo felt a wave of panic upon hearing Qi Zhen's request. After the second episode, his mood had already been tumultuous, and the true source of his concern was Meng Chuyuan. The uncertainty surrounding the third episode was overwhelming, and with Qi Zhen's request, the pressure was indeed considerable. "Very well." The director reluctantly conceded. "Thank you, Director," Qi Zhen replied. As Chijin attempted to return to his seat, the director suddenly called out to him, "What about your sister? She isn't planning to join you for the third day of filming, is she? If one group of guests is missing, how will we continue recording?" After a moment of hesitation, Chijin replied, "I will try to persuade her to come for the next episode." He was uncertain whether Chi-Yin would be willing to cooperate. If she chose not to join him for recording due to his absence, there would be no way forward. Given Chi-Yin's steadfast refusal to remove her makeup for the C segment, the director had a rough idea of her temperament. Thus, he did not press Chijin further, waving his hand dismissively. "Never mind, just do your best." Once Chijin returned to his original position, the director soon approached Meng Chuyuan for a chat. Drawing from previous experience, Meng Chuyuan recognized that the director had come to speak with her. The director found a seat and smiled warmly at Meng Chuyuan. "Ms. Meng." "Director, what can I do for you?" "Well, Ms. Meng, I wanted to ask if there are any particular places you would like to visit or activities you wish to partake in." This time, the director did not immediately broach the subject of collaboration, which was quite unexpected. After contemplating, Meng Chuyuan replied, "I am quite interested in intangible cultural heritage." As soon as she finished speaking, the director's eyes lit up with excitement. He exclaimed, "Exactly. We can focus on promoting intangible cultural heritage in our next episode." Meng Chuyuan smiled but remained silent. After a pause, the director spoke again. "So, Ms. Meng, would you be interested in participating in activities related to intangible cultural heritage in the next episode?" "Director, did you go through all that just to convey that final line?" The director scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment evident. Not entirely. Meng Chuyuan had provided him with a direction, and he had now found material for the next filming. If he could secure Meng Chuyuan's participation, it would be perfect. She had not outright declined for the next episode. It was perplexing what the director was worried about. However, the director's sudden revelation about the upcoming arrangements, which aligned with her interests, prompted Meng Chuyuan to agree quickly. With a smile, she said, "Of course I am interested. Such a meaningful activity is one I must partake in." The director, filled with joy, instinctively clasped his hands together and trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, Ms. Meng. You are truly my guiding star." Meng Chuyuan's involvement not only promised excellent viewership and feedback for his program, but her performance had already elevated the theme of his variety show. End of chapter. Chapter 87. A good story never fears obscurity. Director, I am not a deity, so there is no need to worship me. Meng Chuyuan chuckled at Director Luo's overly excited reaction. Upon realizing his slight impropriety, the director quickly lowered his hands. Perhaps he saw a point of empathy in her, and he couldn't help but confide in Meng Chuyuan. "Over the years, I have produced numerous variety shows, but none have flourished. After much deliberation, I finally resolved to create this pastoral slow-paced program, and it has begun to show promise. Thus, I truly wish to continue refining and advancing this project. I genuinely appreciate how you convey positive energy to the audience." Meng Chuyuan calmly replied, "Director, you must have a little faith in yourself. Nowadays, as living conditions improve, many young people may not realize that there are still places where people struggle to find food and warm clothing." This prompted the initiation of the first season of the show. At that time, the director lacked confidence and feared that this rural-themed variety would not align with audience aesthetics. Fortunately, we now reside in an era of new media, where live streaming serves as a means of promotion, allowing the audience to witness the authentic rural life. As the program gradually gained traction, advertisers began to approach them, eager to sponsor the show, while several well-known bloggers offered their assistance in promoting it without compensation, yielding excellent results. The director remarked, "Teacher Ming, you may not realize that if this program featured only ordinary people as guests, I can guarantee that no one would watch it." This season, while the celebrity guests are not top-tier stars, they are nonetheless popular figures. And with the support from the previous season's momentum, I admit I felt a bit inflated at the outset. However, after observing the first two recordings, the director identified a significant issue. The celebrity guests he had hired, despite their respectable backgrounds, had not endured much hardship and lacked practical skills. Anyone with experience would likely find these stars to be rather pampered. Striving for audience appeal while simultaneously wanting to ensure quality content proved to be a challenging balancing act. Seeing the director enveloped in negativity, Meng Chuyuan casually suggested, "Director, as long as you focus on creating compelling content, why fear that there will be no audience?" She understood the director's concerns, which stemmed from the fear of having his hard work discarded by the new media and big data landscape. The director pondered her words, acknowledging the truth in them, yet found it difficult to detach from these worries. Noticing the director's prolonged silence, Meng Chuyuan kindly reminded him, "Sometimes The more one fixates on certain matters, the more they may become a source of distress. She was aware that after her appearance on the show, she had gained a bit of fame online, and perhaps the director valued this aspect, hoping she would remain to help boost the program's popularity. She simply wished to convey to him that if she were to depart one day, it would not be necessary to dwell on that. A good story never fears obscurity. After deep reflection, the director felt somewhat embarrassed that a young girl could see through matters more clearly than he could. After a moment, he sighed deeply and looked up at Meng Chuyuan, saying, "Teacher Meng, thank you for being willing to share these thoughts with me." Meng Chuyuan replied, "It was merely a casual comment. Please do not feel pressured. I need to reflect on this and think carefully about who to invite for the next episode." Noticing the director's troubled expression, Meng Chuyuan curiously inquired, "Will there be any flying guests in the next episode?" The director shook his head, saying no. Chijin said he needs to take a 2-day leave. I need to find a replacement. For the time being, he would not consider flying guests, as he would rather allocate funds towards enhancing the quality of the show. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan suddenly pointed to Tingjio, who was playing games in the back, saying why not ask him? He seems quite free. Following her, the director looked over and furrowed his brows, asking, "Tingjio? Who called me?" Tingjio raised his head, making eye contact with the director. "Director, do you need something?" Seeing a ready candidate before him, the director smiled and said, "I'm looking for guests for the next episode. May I ask if you are available?" Tingjio nodded, "I am free. We don't have any competitions lately, so our training schedule is quite relaxed." At that moment, the director couldn't help but smile, a spark of anticipation in his eyes as he looked at Tingjio. Then, "Would you like to join us for a few days in the next episode?" Tingjio readily agreed. "Sure, I'll inform my coach." Upon arriving at the airport, everyone purchased their tickets and settled into the waiting area. Luo Yunzhao's flight was slightly earlier, so he bid farewell to the group as soon as he arrived at the airport. The director and his team had a fixed route and were in a rush to attend other programs, leaving only the remaining guests at the airport. Liao Jiaka, accompanied by Suzy, attracted quite a bit of attention, with passers-by recognizing them and sneaking photos. Meng Chuyuan, who did not often interact with the pair, noticed today that Suzy indeed seemed to care for Liao Jiaka, frequently asking if she was thirsty or tired, causing envy among bystanders. After some time, Suzy's phone rang, prompting him to momentarily step away from Liao Jiaka. He pulled out his phone, showing it to her gently, saying, "Baby, I need to take this call." She nodded, "Okay, go ahead." Once given her permission, he stood up and moved aside to answer the call. After a while, he returned, looking somewhat anxious as he spoke to Liao Jiaka. "I have to attend to something urgent and cannot accompany you back." Liao Jiaka, concerned, asked, "What is it?" "There's a commercial event in Yun City tomorrow that I completely forgot about. My agent just reminded me to rush over." Grabbing his jacket and ticket from the chair, Suzy said to Liao Jiaka, "I'll go change my ticket. I'll be back home after the event tomorrow." Liao Jiaka nodded gently, "All right. Be careful on the road and stay safe." Meng Chuyuan, initially engrossed in her phone, lifted her head only after noticing Suzy's departure. Her gaze landed on Liao Jiaka, and after observing her for a moment, she felt a hint of dependency in her demeanor towards her husband. Was it merely her illusion? Liao Jiaka watched Suzy's figure disappear into the crowd before reluctantly retracting her gaze. In doing so, she inadvertently locked eyes with Meng Chuyuan. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she smiled awkwardly and said, "Did I disturb you just now?" Meng Chuyuan smiled back, "Not at all." Liao Jiaka felt that her interaction with Suzy must have impacted Meng Chuyuan, especially since rumors circulated online that Meng Chuyuan was a wealthy man's abandoned wife. Thus, she looked apologetically at Meng Chuyuan. "I'm sorry, my husband and I haven't seen each other for a long time." "It's all right, I understand." Meng Chuyuan's smile was warm and infectious, revealing no signs of discontent. The end of this chapter, chapter 88. She noticed in truth, Meng Chuyuan found herself somewhat perplexed. The Liao Jiaka she met on the show was a woman of independence, managing to support herself while caring for her younger sister. However, upon the arrival of Suzy, Liao Jiaka's gaze seemed irrevocably fixed upon him, as if she were lost in her own world. The contrast was striking. Liao Jiaka suddenly felt a sense of inscrutability in Meng Chuyuan's smile, sensing that she appeared to lack anything of particular significance that she cared about. 5 years Liao Jiaka's senior, she had been married to Suzy for over a year, a relatively early marriage within their circle. At the time of their wedding, Liao Jiaka was experiencing a surge in her career, yet she had unreservedly chosen love over ambition. For over a year, she had largely vanished from the public eye, refusing endorsements or film roles, content to be a devoted housewife at home. even willing to relinquish her resources to Suzy. She felt fortunate to have encountered such a gentle and attentive man. When the topic of marriage arose, Liao Jiaka grew curious about how Meng Chuyuan balanced her career and love life. Seated across from one another, their distance made communication somewhat awkward. Thus, Liao Jiaka deliberately moved closer, taking a seat beside Meng Chuyuan. After a moment's consideration, she quietly inquired, "How long have you been married?" "Almost a month," Meng Chuyuan replied. "Just a few days shy." "Only a month?" Liao Jiaka expressed her surprise, not expecting that Meng Chuyuan had recently wed. "Did you not go on a honeymoon after the wedding?" Meng Chuyuan's demeanor remained unperturbed as she calmly stated, "The evening after we registered our marriage. He left for a business trip and has yet to return." Liao Jiaka, at a loss for words, took a considerable time to shift the conversation. "I've been married to my husband for over a year now, and I make it a point to visit him on set every now and then," she said. Meng Chuyuan seemed to grasp the underlying message Liao Jiaka was attempting to convey, suggesting that she might take a more proactive approach in expressing concern for her husband while he was away. However, Meng Chuyuan countered, "It's quite all right if a man is busy. At least he is diligently earning a living. Wouldn't you agree?" Without a foundation of emotional connection with Lu Qingye, she found it difficult to fully empathize with Liao Jiaka's sentiments. Nevertheless, even in a relationship where love existed, if work necessitated such sacrifices, was it not a matter of mutual understanding? Liao Jiaka pressed further, "But don't you miss your husband when he is away for so long?" Meng Chuyuan suddenly smiled, an effortless and genuine expression, jokingly responding, "Have you forgotten? I am currently regarded as the abandoned woman of the affluent circle. What do I have to miss about a man who so readily allows me to be cast aside?" It was only through trust that Lu Qingye had married her, and she felt it was essential to ensure his peace of mind. Living in a comfortable home and spending the money he provided, devoid of complex familial conflicts, brought her a blissful existence akin to that of a deity. Though the title of abandoned woman carried a certain stigma, her life was anything but miserable. Liao Jiaka offered a faint, somewhat awkward smile, tinged with admiration. "You possess a remarkable mindset," Meng Chuyuan replied. "As for the idle gossip circulating outside, my in-laws are not perturbed by it, so why should I concern myself? After all, my reputation is hardly worth much in comparison to the Lu family's standing." Thus, she resolved to maintain a tranquil disposition and simply enjoy her life. In the evening, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally returned home to the Lu residence. As they stepped from the car, they were greeted by a yard adorned with a riot of colorful balloons, prompting them to question whether they had mistakenly arrived at the wrong house. Curiously, Lu Jinsen asked the butler, "What is the meaning of this?" The butler explained, "Miss Sen knew of your return today and arranged this surprise." Upon hearing about Lu Qianling, Meng Chuyuan recalled their previous encounters. "Uncle Chun, has that girl been attending her classes lately?" "Yes," the butler nodded. "Miss Sen has been quite diligent in her studies these past few days. Madam has begun to find her more agreeable, though she has been rising particularly early, placing quite a burden on the driver who takes her to school." Meng Chuyuan raised an intrigued eyebrow. "That's commendable. At least Lu Qianling is a woman of her word, not taking her commitments lightly." The butler continued, "Miss Sen mentioned she would return after her evening study session, so you need not wait for dinner. Returning after evening study must mean she'll be quite late. Does she not stay in the dormitory?" Meng Chuyuan inquired. Listening to their conversation, Lu Jinsen interjected, "You may not know, but she is a day student and has never resided in the dorms. The school does not require day students to attend evening study sessions, though they occasionally involve instruction rather than self-study." Given Lu Qianling's laid-back nature, it was challenging for her to keep up with daytime classes, making evening sessions seem unnecessary. Meng Chuyuan pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow. At this stage in high school, she should be staying in the dorms, especially since the school is not close to home. It must be exhausting to travel back and forth each day. The surrounding area was primarily residential, and there was no public transport nearby. For someone like Lu Qianling, who attended school daily, the commute must be quite a hassle. Lu Jinsen, unable to contain himself, revealed, "You may not be aware, but she struggles socially at school and has difficulty interacting with her classmates. Allowing her to board would only lead to greater complications." This was precisely why they permitted Lu Qianling to remain a day student. Since beginning middle school, she had lived in the dorms, but after just a few days, she encountered conflicts with her roommates. This discord resulted in a division within their dormitory, and unable to bear the injustice, Lu Qianling insisted on withdrawing from the dormitory and even threatened to transfer schools. Following that incident, Lu Qianling had grown increasingly reluctant to engage with her peers. Developing a reclusive disposition, which led to her being ostracized wherever she went. Meng Chuyuan inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Though her interactions with Lu Qianling had been limited, Meng Chuyuan believed her character to be tolerable, not as severe as Lu Jinsen had suggested. A flicker of guilt crossed Lu Jinsen's eyes, yet he maintained a composed exterior as he stated, "She likely emulates my demeanor." Meng Chuyuan remarked knowingly, "I can see that." Given their similar ages, when Lu Qingye was studying abroad, only the two of them remained at home. Lu Qianling, being younger, was likely quite dependent on him, holding him in high regard, whereas she did not feel the same pressure from Lu Jinsen. As they spent more time together, playful banter ensued, revealing their striking similarities in temperament. Lu Jinsen felt a sense of guilt toward his sister, believing that her current state was a consequence of his failure to set a proper example as an older brother. End of chapter. Chapter 89. A monumental misunderstanding. At this moment, Lu's mother was engrossed in knitting a scarf in the living room, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. Uncle Yuan was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen, and the delightful aroma wafted into the living room, prompting Lu's mother to realize that she was feeling a bit peckish. "Uncle Yuan, is dinner nearly ready?" she inquired. "Just 2 more dishes, almost done," Uncle Yuan replied. Pausing her work, Lu's mother muttered to herself, "Where are those 2? They should be back by now." She estimated that Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen ought to have returned by now, as they had not ventured out all afternoon. After a brief nap, she resumed her knitting, losing track of time until it was evening. After exiting the car, they had engaged in light conversation outdoors, which had consumed some time. As Lu's mother contemplated getting up to stretch her legs, she heard a commotion at the door and quickly sat back down, nervously tugging at the yarn and picking up her needles to resume her work. Before Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen entered, Lu's mother adjusted her posture, pushed her glasses up her nose, and assumed an air of elegance. When Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally arrived, Lu's mother was still busy with her knitting, not bothering to look up. "Mom," Lu Jinsen called out, but Lu's mother did not respond. "Mom, we're back," Meng Chuyuan gracefully announced as she walked towards the sofa. It was only when Meng Chuyuan approached that Lu's mother slowly lifted her head and softly acknowledged, "Back already?" Lu Jinsen noticed that his mother had not glanced at him, and, raising an eyebrow, he wore a cold expression, choosing to remain silent as he walked away. Suddenly, Lu's mother swept aside the yarn beside her, patted the sofa twice, and gestured to Meng Chuyuan, indicating, "Come, sit." She maintained a facade of calm in front of Meng Chuyuan, although her gaze betrayed a hint of anticipation. She hoped that Meng Chuyuan would settle beside her. Yet she felt a pang of nervousness, perhaps due to their limited interactions, leaving her feeling somewhat unfamiliar with her. Without hesitation, Meng Chuyuan walked over and sat beside Lu's mother. She glanced down at the half-finished scarf and initiated the conversation. "Mom, you're still working on this scarf?" Lu's mother replied with a soft hum, her tone laced with inquiry. "Do you think my progress is rather slow?" "Not at all. Your pace seems fine." Meng Chuyuan reassured her, noting that the work was halfway done and error-free. There is no rule stating how many days it should take to knit a scarf. Just pick it up whenever you have a moment. "Indeed," Lu's mother said, her expression momentarily blank, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. She lacked the patience for such tasks. If forced to knit without interruption, she would surely go mad. Thus, she only practiced during moments of boredom. Knowing that Meng Chuyuan would return today, she had hastily picked up the pace to make a good impression. After a moment, Lu's mother regained her composure and remarked, "By the way, you mentioned there are other knitting techniques. Do you think I'm ready to learn them now?" Meng Chuyuan smiled and pointed at the half-finished piece on Lu's mother's lap, saying, "Mom, let us wait until you finish this one before I teach you, shall we?" "Why wait until this one is done?" Lu's mother asked, somewhat puzzled. Thinking Lu's mother was reluctant to teach, Meng Chuyuan quickly clarified, "Because we can't leave things unfinished. If you learn something new today, this one might be neglected." "You make a valid point," Lu's mother pondered, beginning to convince herself, "Then I shall finish this scarf first." It was true that she often lost interest quickly. If she learned a new technique today, she might abandon this project to unlock the new skill sooner. Lu's mother resumed her knitting. Observing her mother regain focus, Meng Chuyuan sat beside her for a while, contemplating the absence of dinner. She decided to engage Lu's mother in light conversation. "Mom, if I were to have children in the future, what do you think is the best way to educate them? Or how can I be a competent mother?" Taken aback by the unexpected depth of the question, Lu's mother looked up at her in surprise. After a few seconds of silence, Lu's mother's gaze slowly descended to Meng Chuyuan's abdomen, her voice rising slightly. "Are you pregnant?" Meng Chuyuan paused, then quickly denied, "No, I just wanted to seek your advice in advance." Hearing this, Lu's mother felt an immense relief wash over her. "You brought up such a sudden topic. I thought you were expecting, she said, her tone now comforting. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's just a child. As long as they eat well and grow up healthy, that's all that matters. Meng Chuyuan managed a faint, strained smile. Are you sure that's how a child should be raised? It sounds more like caring for a pet. Lu's mother pondered for a moment and realized she had no better answers, casually responding, it's somewhat similar. After all, it's the same principle. I never really managed my 3 children. Just look at he turned out well enough. If Lu Qingtian and the others were to know that their mother likened their upbringing to that of pets, who knows how they would feel? Through this small, probing conversation, Meng Chuyuan gleaned that Lu's mother was not particularly strict with her children, nor did she have lofty expectations. It seemed that Lu Qingtian and the others had likely been raised in a free-range manner. Thankfully, Lu Qingtian was perceptive enough not to go astray, which spared him from being as unruly as his younger siblings. But Mom, you have 3 children, and only Lu Qingtian is capable of taking on significant responsibilities. Meng Chuyuan sighed, a hint of frustration in her tone. The other 2 are quite lackluster. Who can be blamed for that? Lu's mother was pleased that Lu Qingtian had become her pride and joy, while regarding the other 2, she felt it was best to let nature take its course. She had no stringent demands, as long as Lu Jinsin and Lu Qianling did not cause any major troubles and grew up healthy and safe. Upon returning from evening study, Lu Qianling rushed into the house after the driver parked the car, eagerly shouting, I'm back. As she entered, she found the living room rather desolate, with only Meng Chuyuan sitting on the sofa engrossed in a book. Having heard Lu Qianling's voice in advance, Meng Chuyuan lifted her gaze to meet her. Lu Qianling slowed her pace, tossing her heavy backpack over her shoulder as she approached Meng Chuyuan with curiosity. Why is it just you? Where are they? Meng Chuyuan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, perhaps they've gone to rest. Lu Qianling felt certain they were not resting, but simply wished to avoid her company. Disappointed, she plopped down on the sofa, exhausted. Are you hungry? Meng Chuyuan set her book aside and looked at her. Shall I cook you a late-night snack? At this, Lu Qianling perked up, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes shining with excitement. Yes, please. Let us resume double updates after the new year. Into this chapter, chapter 90. Speak to her about what matters. What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you. Just something simple will do. After savoring Meng Chuyuan's delectable Coca-Cola chicken wings last time, Lu Qianling was assured of her culinary skills. Thus, she felt entirely comfortable indulging in whatever Meng Chuyuan decided to make. Let me see what we have in the kitchen. I'll whip something up. I'm a bit hungry myself. Meng Chuyuan entered the kitchen, noticing some noodles hanging in the cabinet. She took them out, then retrieved some lettuce, a scallion, and 2 eggs from the refrigerator. She filled a pot with water to boil, prepared a broth, and used a nearby frying pan to fry the eggs, setting them aside before washing the lettuce. From the moment Meng Chuyuan began frying the eggs, Lu Qianling had already made her appearance in the kitchen. As Meng Chuyuan was chopping the scallion, she glanced at Lu Qianling and softly inquired, do you eat scallions? I don't eat the white part. Very well. I'll save the green part for you. After chopping the scallion, Meng Chuyuan intentionally separated the white part. Once the water was nearly boiling, she dropped the noodles in to soften, followed by the lettuce to blanch, and mixed in the seasoning, finally fishing the noodles out and placing them in a bowl. She topped the noodles with the freshly fried eggs, sprinkled a bit of scallion, and presented the dish to Lu Qianling. Be careful, it's hot. Lu Qianling accepted the steaming bowl of clear noodle soup with both hands, unable to resist leaning down for a sip of the broth, sincerely exclaiming, delicious. The 2 of them carried their bowls to the dining table, sitting across from each other. Lu Qianling, seemingly quite hungry, could barely conceal her eagerness. Despite the noodles being scalding hot, take your time, no one is competing with you. Chewing a mouthful of noodles, Lu Qianling mumbled, Meng Xiaomei, your noodles are exceptionally tasty. Upon hearing that familiar name, Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow in confusion, staring at Lu Qianling. How do you know to call me Meng Xiaomei? Did you forget? Lu Qianling looked up briefly, stating, you bought me a steam eye mask, and the logistics slip had the buyer's nickname, Meng Chuyuan. That was because her grandmother always called her Xiaomei when she was alive. After her grandmother passed away, Meng Chuyuan no longer heard that name, so she replaced it with Meng Xiaomei, as if her grandmother had never truly left her. This nickname had been in use for quite some time. She had long since come to terms with it. Now, when she opened various platforms and saw it, she felt no emotion. Yet, hearing those 3 syllables come from Lu Qianling's lips suddenly brought her grandmother to mind. After Lu Qianling had nearly finished half her bowl, she looked up to see Meng Chuyuan untouched. Curiously, she asked, why aren't you eating? Meng Xiaomei is not a name you should call me. Meng Chuyuan maintained her composure while saying, "After all, I am your sister-in-law. If you prefer not to call me that, simply refer to me as sister. Why can't I call you that? Meng Xiaomei is so endearing." Meng Chuyuan refrained from correcting her further. After all, the story behind it was far too complicated, and Lu Qianling was unaware. She held no fault. Meng Chuyuan picked up her chopsticks and joined Lu Qianling in eating the noodles. "What time do you need to go to school tomorrow?" "I need to be at school by 7:30, so I'll leave around 6:30, but it's fine if I arrive a little later for morning reading. Sometimes traffic or other circumstances can cause delays." Meng Chuyuan nodded and inquired, "Are there many day students in your class?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qianling suddenly smiled, looking at Meng Chuyuan with a hint of pride. "I'm the only one. Can you believe it?" Although teachers had urged her to consider boarding, and her family had suggested it as well, she stubbornly refused. The school's accommodations were tight, and they could not make exceptions for her unique requests. "I believe you." Meng Chuyuan chose not to pursue the topic further. "Eat quickly. We need to wash up and get some rest." The next day, Meng Chuyuan awoke shortly after 5. After tending to her morning routine, she headed straight to the kitchen to prepare several sandwiches, fried dumplings, and boiled eggs. "Smells delightful." When Lu Qianling descended with her backpack, Meng Chuyuan had also warmed the milk. As Lu Qianling followed the delicious aroma to the dining room, she gazed at the bountiful breakfast spread before her, involuntarily licking her lips. Watching Meng Chuyuan pour milk, she curiously asked, "Did you make all this breakfast?" "Yes. Aren't you heading to school?" Meng Chuyuan poured a cup of warm milk and handed it to Lu Qianling, signaling, "Hurry and eat. I'll take you to school afterward." Lu Qianling pulled out a chair and sat down. After Meng Chuyuan finished speaking, she displayed a look of astonishment. "You're going to take me to school?" Suddenly, she found it puzzling. Why was Meng Chuyuan being so kind to her? Preparing breakfast and offering to take her to school? Meng Chuyuan peeled an egg and directly placed it in her mouth. "Hurry and eat, otherwise we'll be late." After finishing breakfast, Meng Chuyuan drove her to school and then meandered around the nearby residential area. Last night, she had contemplated how Lu Qianling rushed home after school, wasting too much time going back and forth. Since she was unwilling to board, Meng Chuyuan thought it practical to rent a place near the school for her, which would offer more convenience. That entire morning, Meng Chuyuan explored housing options, marking the ones she found appealing on her selection list for Lu Qianling to view on a day she had no classes. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Meng Chuyuan encountered Lu's mother on the phone, but she sensed something was amiss with her demeanor. Not intending to eavesdrop, Meng Chuyuan noticed that Lu's mother did not attempt to avoid her presence and continued speaking on the phone. "I'm not going. I don't know anything." Seeing Lu's mother becoming agitated, Meng Chuyuan dared not interrupt. She changed her shoes and was about to quietly ascend the stairs when Lu's mother suddenly beckoned her over. With a puzzled expression, Meng Chuyuan approached slowly. Once she reached her mother, Lu's mother said into the phone, "Your wife is back. You can speak with her." The next moment, Lu's mother handed the phone to Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan hesitated briefly before taking the phone and calmly spoke. "Lu Qingya, it's me." His voice was deep and steady, imbued with a hint of cool gentleness. Lu's mother sat nearby, silent, her expression somewhat displeased. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Meng Chuyuan's eyes as she glanced at Lu's mother, then gradually sat down, softly asking, "Is there something you need?" Having just returned, she was unaware of what Lu Qingye had discussed with her mother, but judging by Lu's mother's demeanor, it seemed to involve something distressing. After sitting down, Meng Chuyuan activated the speakerphone, allowing both her and Lu's mother to listen in. End of chapter, chapter 91. Just support her. The moment Lu Mu saw Meng Chuyuan activate the speakerphone, she instinctively covered her ears and complained. "Why are you using the speaker? I don't want to listen. Let us hear what he has to say together." This call was directed to her son, Lu Qingye, and presumably had little to do with her. However, Lu Mu was currently reluctant to engage with Lu Qingye, which is why she passed the phone to Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan could only blame her ill-timed return for stumbling upon this scene. Now, however, she found herself unable to escape and could only sit down calmly to mediate their conflict. Before Lu Qingye could speak, Lu Mu couldn't help but vent to Meng Chuyuan. These two, one in the southern hemisphere and the other in the northern hemisphere, neglecting the company here. Now they want me to join them. How ridiculous. Lu Qingye. Meng Chuyuan, Mom, please calm down. After Meng Chuyuan managed to soothe Lu Mu's emotions, Lu Qingye on the other end of the line finally spoke slowly. "Mom, I just want you to come and have a look." His request was neither lofty nor unreasonable. Yet somehow, when it came from his mother's lips, it took on an entirely different meaning. With a disdainful snort, she retorted, "You sound nice. But you must have some ulterior motive for wanting me there, right? I can't help with anything. Lu Mu, the youngest daughter of the Lin family, was doted on by 3 older brothers and had never experienced hardship or heavy labor. The Lin family and the Lu family were well matched. She and Lu Qingye's father were in love and married right after college, settling into the role of a full-time housewife, devoted to raising her family. This lack of work experience left her ill-equipped for the company, and she feared she might complicate matters for Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye patiently explained when they report their work. You just need to listen. If you don't understand something, you can ask the secretary. Why not have your wife come? Suddenly mentioned, Meng Chuyuan felt slightly awkward. Why bring her into this conversation? Lu Qingye fell silent for a few seconds before his cold voice resumed. She just finished recording a program. Can't you let her have a break? He had mentioned this to Meng Chuyuan immediately, not only because he wanted her to rest well, but also to avoid bothering her too much. After all, she and Lu Jinsen would soon leave again to record another program, and he would still need his mother to step in. Lu Mu showed no signs of restraint in front of Meng Chuyuan, speaking with a tone of disdain. You've forgotten your mother now that you have a wife. Lu Qingye. The two were at an impasse, resulting in an awkward silence. Sensing the tension, Meng Chuyuan turned to Lu Mu and gently suggested, Mom, why don't I accompany you to the company tomorrow? Lu Mu remained stubborn. If you want to go, you go by yourself. Meng Chuyuan placed the phone on the table, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Lu Mu, softly saying, Can you accompany me tomorrow? If anything comes up, just leave it to me. I'll handle it for you, all right? Though Meng Chuyuan had no prior business experience, she felt no pressure. She was willing to play the role of a supportive companion just to persuade Lu Mu. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu furrowed her brow, hesitating. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Chuyuan coaxed, Mom, I haven't visited the company yet. Just consider it a tour for me, and you can take care of some company matters too. How about that? You won't need to do anything, just support me. Fortunately, it was evening on Lu Qingye's side, and he had the patience to make this call. Both he and Meng Chuyuan awaited Lu Mu's response. After a moment, Lu Mu finally replied coolly, All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow. However, I need to see what to wear. With that, Lu Mu set down her cup and headed to her bedroom, entirely forgetting that the phone was still on call with Lu Qingye. Once Lu Mu had walked away, Meng Chuyuan glanced at the phone, quietly turning off the speaker. Lu Qingye, are you still there? He replied with a soft hum, his voice carrying a hint of magnetism. Thank you for that earlier. Meng Chuyuan did not acknowledge his thanks and immediately shifted to another topic. You should have some free time now. I want to discuss something with you. Lu Qingye, go ahead. I dropped your sister off at school today. The distance was indeed quite far. So I drove around the area and noticed many properties suitable for school districts. The environment is quite nice. And I was thinking of renting a place there for your sister. What do you think? Considering that Lu Qianling was his sister, Meng Chuyuan felt it prudent to consult him and hear his thoughts. Lu Qingye paused slightly, surprised that she wanted to discuss Lu Qianling. Initially, he had also contemplated the idea of a school district property, thinking it inappropriate for Lu Qianling, at her young age, to live alone outside. After some reflection, he replied, She can't take care of herself. Meng Chuyuan countered, I noticed there are plenty of restaurants nearby. She can eat whenever she is hungry. If you're still worried, hiring a nanny or a part-time worker would solve the issue, wouldn't it? She doesn't even like attending class. Lu Qianling not only struggled to care for herself, but lacked discipline. If left to her own devices outside of their supervision, it was uncertain what kind of life she would lead. At least at home, there was someone to oversee her and encourage her to attend school. Meng Chuyuan insisted. You can rest assured, she will go to class. Was it your encouragement that got her to attend class these past few days? Lu Qingye suddenly felt a bit confused, unsure what story lay behind her words. When he was home, Lu Qianling also didn't show a commitment to her studies, occasionally pulling tricks right under his nose. He found himself curious about how Meng Chuyuan managed to achieve this. Encouragement? It was her own choice. Lu Qingye. Though he was unaware of Meng Chuyuan's methods, Lu Qianling had indeed been attending school without missing a single class, as long as she was willing to learn. He didn't care to probe further into the reasons. Just as Meng Chuyuan was about to end the call, she suddenly recalled something and told Lu Qingye, By the way, don't worry about her allowance. I will handle it from now on. Lu Qingye frowned slightly, a layer of coldness cloaking his deep-set eyes. And he queried curiously, Did she ask you for money? Don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Meng Chuyuan explained, She respects me, so naturally, it's my responsibility to provide her with an allowance. End of chapter. Chapter 92. An unwelcome request. In truth, Lu Qianling was not inherently flawed. She merely lacked care and warmth, having no one to guide her growth. Regrettably, Her mother's education was rather casual, failing to contribute meaningfully to their development. Lu Qingye remarked, "I apologize for any trouble I may have caused. Rest assured, as long as I am on duty, I will not turn a blind eye." He was genuinely surprised that she could take the initiative to manage household affairs. At that moment, Lu Qingye had just returned to his residence, and Meng Chuyuan could still hear the sound of his door opening. Once Lu Qingye entered and closed the door, he continued, "Have you settled in over there? My mother and the others have not made things difficult for you, have they?" "Everything is quite pleasant. Living here is lively," Meng Chuyuan replied. She felt no pressure in her interactions with Lu's family, as they all treated one another as if they were not strangers. Lu's mother was not one to create trouble, exhibiting a rather easygoing nature, which allowed Meng Chuyuan to relate well with her. Aside from not formally addressing her as sister-in-law, neither Lu Jinsen nor Lu Qianling had acted in any way that could be deemed offensive. This manner of interaction and familial atmosphere made Meng Chuyuan feel at ease and comfortable, almost as if she were living in her own home. When the two found themselves at a loss for further topics, Meng Chuyuan circled back to the earlier discussion. "I just mentioned renting a place for Lu Qianling. Have you given it any thought?" Lu Qingye believed that if she could persuade Lu Qianling to attend school, she must have already planned this matter ahead of time. After a moment of contemplation, he replied nonchalantly, "I trust your judgment." Meng Chuyuan felt a flicker of delight, her eyes radiating warmth. With a smile, she said, "Then this week, I will make time to take her house hunting." "Very well. Do rest early. I shall end the call now." After hanging up, Meng Chuyuan placed Lu's mother's phone on the coffee table and ascended the stairs to catch up on some sleep. On his first day back, Lu Jinsen was far from idle. His agent had piled a multitude of trivial tasks upon him, awaiting his completion. In the afternoon, the agent took him to meet a director who wished for Lu Jinsen to star in an upcoming historical drama. Recently, Lu Jinsen's popularity had begun to revive, prompting several directors and brands to extend invitations to him. However, given Lu Jinsen's current level of fame, he could only accept supporting roles for the time being. Before meeting the director, the agent reiterated, "When you meet the director, please speak politely and avoid any conflicts. Understood?" Lu Jinsen responded coolly, "I understand. We shall strive for the role of the third male lead. I believe that character is quite appealing. If this drama becomes a hit, you could experience a significant turnaround." Lu Jinsen had heard this sentiment countless times before. He had encountered numerous directors previously, and although initial discussions were promising, he was often unceremoniously dismissed during auditions. It had been quite some time since he had last acted, with his only current legitimate work being a rural variety show. Before long, the director arrived. Upon seeing Lu Jinsen, the director warmly approached him, shaking his hand enthusiastically. "Lu Jinsen, right? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long wished to collaborate with you." Maintaining his composure, Lu Jinsen greeted the director. "Good day, director." As they sat down together, Lu Jinsen's agent began discussing the script and roles, ardently recommending his client to the director. The director appeared pleased and even hinted at a desire to work with Lu Jinsen. The agent proposed, "Director, I believe Lu Jinsen would be suitable for the role of the third male lead. Would you consider giving him a chance?" The director readily agreed. "That is certainly feasible. Both the third and fourth male lead positions are still available for selection." "Wonderful. Thank you, director." Just when they believed the arrangement was settled, the director suddenly added, "However, I have an unwelcome request." At the mention of this, both Lu Jinsen and his agent exchanged subtle glances. After a moment of silence, the agent broke the tension with a smile. "Why don't you go ahead and share?" The director looked at Lu Jinsen and delicately suggested, "I am in need of a character for the drama. Could you possibly persuade your sister-in-law to take on the role?" Lu Jinsen was taken aback, thinking, "What is this nonsense?" He had been pondering why the meeting had been so smooth, only to discover this unexpected pitfall. Meng Chuyuan had recorded a couple of episodes of the variety show, and her appearance and demeanor rivaled those of the female stars in the industry. What was more, she was currently the most popular guest on the show. Seeing the director's hopeful expression, Lu Jinsen's voice remained flat. "I am afraid I cannot provide you with an answer on this matter." Setting aside the absurdity of asking Meng Chuyuan to act, he found the director's approach fundamentally flawed. If the director wished for her to participate, why should the request be directed at him? It felt as if undue pressure was being placed upon him. "Could you relay a message to her for me?" The director awkwardly scratched his head and added, "There is a role for a cook. I would like her to make a cameo." Lu Jinsen lowered his gaze, offering no immediate response. Perhaps sensing his prolonged silence, the agent discreetly nudged him, urging him to speak. Returning to reality, Lu Jinsen casually replied, "Very well." The director, elated, grasped Lu Jinsen's hand once more, exclaiming, Thank you. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Just like that, they were to have a pleasant collaboration? Meng Chuyuan had yet to provide any confirmation, and the director had inadvertently applied pressure on him again. After the meal, the agent reminded Lu Jinsen, remember to convey the message to your sister-in-law. Whether she accepts the role is one matter, whether you communicate this request is another. Do you understand? The agent knew Lu Jinsen's stubbornness all too well. He was proud and somewhat sensitive. Such a request might leave him at a loss for words. Lu Jinsen raised an eyebrow and calmly stated, I will consider it further. I have yet to decide whether to accept. Especially since he was aware that the director was attempting to manipulate him, he felt quite displeased. The discussions of collaboration had been between him and the director, yet in the end, the director had mentioned Meng Chuyuan, which made it clear that he was not genuinely interested in Lu Jinsen. What are you contemplating? There is nothing to contemplate. The agent, exasperated, nearly pinched his own skin in frustration, stating in a resigned tone, it is others who are considering you, not the other way around. Understand your position. Lu Jinsen remained silent. In the evening, Meng Chuyuan made another visit to Lu Qianling's school, having prepared a meal at home beforehand. She timed her arrival to coincide with Lu Qianling's school dismissal, intending to deliver dinner. As soon as the school bell rang, Meng Chuyuan promptly called Lu Qianling. Having just finished organizing her textbooks, Lu Qianling expressed her excitement upon seeing Meng Chuyuan's call. End of chapter. Chapter 93. A sense of affection on the table lay an unsealed thermos, and in a moment of excitement, Lu Qianling stood up abruptly, nearly toppling the table. By the time she realized, water from the cup had already splashed onto her deskmate's textbook. Hastily, Lu Qianling pulled out a pack of tissues and offered it to her deskmate, saying, I'm so sorry. Please wipe it off. I need to step out to take a call. Such excitement. It wouldn't be some wild man calling, would it? Her deskmate cast her a disapproving glance. More captivating than any wild man. Lu Qianling noted that her deskmate was neither upset nor pressing for explanations, and she made her way to the corridor outside the classroom with her phone in hand. She pressed the answer button and feigned calmness. Meng Xiaomei. Why are you calling me? Come out. I'm at the school gate. Meng Chuyuan had been waiting for a while. Due to school regulations, outsiders were not permitted inside, so she had to park nearby and wait for Lu Qianling to finish her classes. Lu Qianling, taken aback, exclaimed, What? You're at the school gate? Right now? Meng Chuyuan replied with a light hum, I brought you lunch. Wait for me. I'll be quick. After hanging up, Lu Qianling joyfully bounded back to the classroom. She noticed her deskmate had just finished cleaning the water stains and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, Sorry for getting your textbook dirty just now. Enough of that. Let us eat. If we don't hurry, there won't be any food left. Returning to her seat, Lu Qianling quietly picked up her backpack, slowly backing away as she cheerfully declared, I can't go to eat with you. Someone is bringing me lunch. With that, she dashed off. Lu Qianling hurriedly ran out of the classroom, but just as she was about to rush through the school gate, a security guard called her back, insisting she complete the registration first. Meng Chuyuan, observing her impatience, couldn't help but smile faintly. What made you suddenly decide to bring me lunch? Lu Qianling, panting, reached Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan took the backpack from her and led her to the parking area, saying, I had no idea who bought so many cans of cola last time, but today I secretly used 2 cans to make cola chicken wings for you to try. She retrieved a food container from the car, opened the trunk, and sat down beside Lu Qianling. Inside the food container, the top layer held cola chicken wings and braised ribs, while the bottom layer contained vegetables and spicy potato shreds. Lu Qianling eagerly rubbed her hands together, her gaze fixed on the steaming chicken wings. Hurry and eat, Meng Chuyuan said, handing her chopsticks and the food container. The sweet aroma filled her nostrils, awakening her appetite. Lu Qianling quickly picked up a piece of chicken wing, savoring a taste she had long anticipated. After finishing one wing, she finally noticed Meng Chuyuan watching her eat. Placing the bone on the container lid, she curiously asked, Why did you only bring one portion? Aren't you going to eat? It's still early. I'll eat when I get back. Encouraged by this, Lu Qianling felt bolder and more at ease as she continued to eat, soon finishing all the food Meng Chuyuan had brought. I'm so full, Lu Qianling exclaimed, letting out a satisfied burp and instinctively patting her belly. Meng Chuyuan neatly stacked the food container and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the car, twisting off the cap and offering it to Lu Qianling. Have some water. Thank you, Lu Qianling replied, taking a sip. To her, Meng Chuyuan's gestures felt unexpectedly warm and endearing, and though she couldn't fully understand them, she found them hard to refuse. She instinctively leaned closer to Meng Chuyuan, feeling a sense of warmth and joy emanating from her. As autumn approached, the days grew shorter. And after finishing her meal, the streetlights began to illuminate the surroundings. Lu Qianling strategically sipped her water, glancing covertly at Meng Chuyuan, wondering about the unusual nature of her visit. After a moment, Lu Qianling finally capped the bottle and, looking up at Meng Chuyuan, voiced her curiosity. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? You're not regretting giving me pocket money, are you? Before Meng Chuyuan could respond, Lu Qianling continued. I even blocked my brother for you. Now I've offended him, and if you don't help me, I'll make a scene in the street and tell everyone you bully high school students. What's on your mind? Meng Chuyuan chuckled lightly at her urgency. Do you think I'm someone who lacks integrity? Once Lu Qianling calmed down, she was momentarily confused. Huh? Is it not because of that? Of course not. Are you trying to pry information out of me about my brother? Seeing her attempt to maintain confidence, Meng Chuyuan couldn't help but feel amused. After a while, she replied, I have no interest in your brother's trivial matters. She playfully flicked Lu Qianling's forehead and continued, You all don't have classes on weekends, right? This Saturday, I'll take you to look at apartments and help you rent a place nearby, so you won't be late and fall behind in your studies. Lu Qianling was momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. The thought of having her own room filled her face with joy. Are you saying you'll rent an apartment for me to live in by myself? Meng Chuyuan replied, You're getting a bit ahead of yourself, sister. Don't think I'm unaware of what you're thinking. Renting a place for you to live alone doesn't mean you can skip classes. If I find out you're doing that, we'll terminate our arrangement. Lu Qianling's smile froze instantly when Meng Chuyuan returned to the Lu residence. It coincided with mealtime. Lu Jinsen was still pondering how to broach a conversation with Meng Chuyuan, ensuring he conveyed the message without causing any misunderstandings. After washing her hands, Lu's mother sat down and casually noticed Lu Jinsen lost in thought. What are you daydreaming about? Dinner is ready. The table was filled with dishes prepared by Meng Chuyuan in advance, identical to those she had sent to Lu Qianling, with the leftovers left for Uncle Yuan to heat. Feeling hungry, Meng Chuyuan sat down and began eating without paying much attention to Lu Jinsen's expression. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Jinsen finally mustered the courage to ask, Where did you go? We've been waiting for you. He had deliberated for a long time, but still hesitated to bring up the director's matter. After holding back for so long, he finally spoke. Once she finished her bite, Meng Chuyuan replied calmly, I went to bring dinner for Lu Qianling. Lu's mother interjected curiously, Why did you bring her dinner? Isn't there a cafeteria at school? Meng Chuyuan gently and tactfully reminded her, Mom, since you know there's a cafeteria at school, have you ever inquired about her eating habits? End of chapter. Chapter 94. Effortless mastery. Just as Lu's mother inquired about the matter, Meng Chuyuan subtly broached the topic as well. Lu's mother had been savoring her meal, but at the mention from Meng Chuyuan, she suddenly paused. Her gaze fixated on the ribs held by her chopsticks. She blinked slightly and timidly remarked, She never mentioned to me that she found it unpalatable. Upon hearing Lu's mother's response, Meng Chuyuan, though surprised, did not point out the oversight. With a gentle demeanor, she suggested, When she returns next time, perhaps you could inquire about her school life and show a bit more concern for her? Meng Chuyuan believed this to be the most fundamental expression of daily care, and she felt it essential for Lu's mother to learn from the basics. While she could provide Lu Qianling with fleeting warmth and affection, such gestures could never replace the love of parents. The conversation flowed so naturally, akin to discussing the pleasantness of the day's weather. Yet it plunged both Lu Jinsen and his mother into deep contemplation. Had Meng Chuyuan not mentioned this, Lu's mother might have entirely overlooked her role as a mother, realizing that she, too, needed to actively engage with her child. Embarrassed, Lu's mother lowered her head, offering a soft amen. Observing her understanding, Meng Chuyuan's eyes brightened with a subtle smile. She is still young. Let us extend our care towards her. Lu's mother nodded affirmatively, declaring earnestly, You are right. I shall pay more attention to that girl, lest she doubts I am her real mother. Lu Jinsen, watching his mother's reaction, was taken aback. His mother, usually sharp-tongued and unyielding in her words, appeared surprisingly malleable under Meng Chuyuan's influence. He mused that had he been a few years younger, perhaps he might have received the same treatment as Lu Qianling, less reprimand, more concern and praise, which might have fostered greater confidence in him. As dawn broke, the verdant foliage of the courtyard glistened with dew, and the air felt slightly humid. Today, Meng Chuyuan rose early once more to prepare breakfast for Lu Qianling, while also making a portion for everyone else. Lu's mother was also up early, perhaps due to her anxiety about going to the company today. She arose restlessly, laying out a yoga mat in the living room to meditate. Has the sun risen in the west? The lovely Ms. Lin is up so early? Lu Qianling mused as she descended the stairs, spotting her mother in a tranquil state of meditation. Noting that her mother was absorbed in her practice and did not acknowledge her, Lu Qianling quietly detoured towards the kitchen, where a delightful aroma wafted through the air, leading her directly to the dining area. Lu Qianling placed her backpack on a chair, grabbed a piece of pumpkin cake, and ambled into the kitchen. Observing the industrious Meng Chuyuan, "What has come over my mother?" Lu Qianling inquired, her curiosity piqued. Meng Chuyuan glanced towards the living room and softly replied, "Perhaps she is preparing her mindset for the company." "She is going to the company?" Lu Qianling queried, her face a mask of disbelief. "Surely not. Dad and my brother are so consumed by their company affairs, darting around the globe, and my mother has always loathed that place." Meng Chuyuan smiled knowingly. "It's true. After I drop you off at school, we shall head to the company." Initially, she had planned to take Lu Qianling to school and then return to escort Lu's mother. But upon entering the kitchen to prepare breakfast, she found Lu's mother already in this state. "You're still taking me to school today?" Lu Qianling asked. "Of course. If I don't see you enter the school gate myself, how can I confidently transfer the money to you later?" At the mention of the anticipated money transfer, Lu Qianling's eyes widened with delight. Suddenly, she enveloped Meng Chuyuan from behind and exclaimed, "Meng Xiaomei, you are truly like a sister to me. Can we please maintain some respect for our titles? Sister or little sister? Make your choice," Meng Chuyuan replied, pulling her away with a hint of exasperation. "Your hands are all greasy. Hurry and wash them." After meditating for a while, Lu's mother felt pressed for time and promptly stood to change her clothes and apply makeup. By the time Lu Qianling and Meng Chuyuan finished breakfast, Lu's mother had yet to emerge from her room. Meng Chuyuan tidied the dining table and picked up Lu Qianling's backpack, taking her to school first before returning. Given the early hour, even if she took Lu Qianling to school directly, she would not arrive at the company too hastily. Lu's mother donned the outfit she had selected yesterday and sat before her vanity, contemplating which foundation to use, along with lipstick and eyeshadow. Typically, she took her time when preparing to go out, as most occasions involved familiar faces, allowing her to pair her makeup haphazardly. However, knowing she would meet unfamiliar individuals at the company today, she felt her makeup needed to be both enduring and polished, lest she appear unfit for a leadership role. While Meng Chuyuan was out, Lu's mother spent nearly an hour on her makeup, feeling somewhat like a novice as she hesitated over each step. When Meng Chuyuan returned, she had changed into a more professional-looking blazer, appearing more formal. After applying a light makeup and tidying her hair, she felt it was time to check on Lu's mother. Meng Chuyuan approached her mother's bedroom and gently knocked on the door. "Mom, are you ready?" "The door is not locked. Come right in," Lu's mother called out. Hearing her invitation, Meng Chuyuan entered with ease. At that moment, Lu's mother was at the contouring stage. Upon seeing her daughter fully made up, she felt a twinge of envy for her youthful appearance. After a brief moment, Lu's mother beckoned her over. "You arrived just in time. Help me check the placement of my highlighter and contour." "You want me to assist with your contouring?" Meng Chuyuan asked as Lu's mother handed her the contour palette with a sense of trust. "Just see what looks appropriate." Standing close together, Meng Chuyuan leaned slightly, lifting her mother's chin to scrutinize her face carefully. She first softened the blush on her cheeks before beginning the contouring process. Lu's mother was quite cooperative, impressed by Meng Chuyuan's earnestness. Before long, Meng Chuyuan set down the makeup brush. "All done," she announced. She placed the contour palette and brush on the table, stepping aside to allow Lu's mother to admire her reflection. After Meng Chuyuan's touch, Lu's mother felt as though her makeup had transformed entirely. "Mom, you might want to choose a lighter shade for your lipstick," she suggested, noting that Lu's mother's outfit was on the paler side, making a softer lip color more suitable. Taking Meng Chuyuan's advice, Lu's mother ultimately selected a lipstick with a slightly lower saturation. She felt quite pleased with her makeup for the day, as she had never taken such care before. Gazing at her reflection, a smile graced her lips. And she turned to Meng Chuyuan, confidently stating, "Do I not look 10 years younger?" End of chapter. Chapter 95. First visit to the company. Meng Chuyuan candidly remarked, "It's not just a matter of looking 10 years younger. If we were to walk out together, others would undoubtedly mistake you for my elder sister." Lu Mu, who appeared to be in her 50s, took great care in her appearance. Her skin showed no signs of sagging or laxity, and with a touch of makeup to enhance her features, her true age was nearly indiscernible. Her youthful demeanor, combined with her enchanting visage, could easily lead one to believe she was in her 20s. Lu Mu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, but as her attention shifted to her attire, she began to feel that her outfit did not quite complement her striking makeup. "Do you think my outfit seems a bit outdated? Should I change?" Meng Chuyuan took a careful glance and responded earnestly, This looks quite lovely. It makes you appear youthful. Lu Mu was dressed in a white, round-neck knit top, paired with a light gray pencil skirt and chic black heels. Her ensemble was undeniably youthful, lacking any trace of age. Catching sight of the wardrobe nearby, Meng Chuyuan stepped forward. "Let me find you a jacket. This top seems a bit too thin, and I fear you might feel cold. The weather is pleasant now, but it can get quite warm if the sun shines at noon." As she opened Lu Mu's wardrobe, Meng Chuyuan was surprised to discover such an abundance of clothing, with styles for every season. The shoes and bags alone occupied an entire wall. Noticing Meng Chuyuan lingering at the door, Lu Mu approached curiously. "Is it too messy? Did it overwhelm you?" Meng Chuyuan chuckled softly. "Not at all. I simply didn't expect your wardrobe to be so full." Ever since marrying Lu Qingye, Meng Chuyuan had indulged in shopping without restraint. As the esteemed wife of Lu Qingye, her appearance could not be lacking, and she meticulously selected only the finest garments, ensuring a different outfit for each day. Today, as she enjoyed the privilege of exploring Lu Mu's wardrobe, she realized what it truly meant to be outdone. Lu Mu took her words as flattery, though she expressed a mix of pride and concern. "I actually find this wardrobe a bit cramped. I plan to clear out some out-of-season clothes when I find the time." She often mingled with other socialites, engaging in endless comparisons. Whenever the opportunity arose, she would boast before them, craving their admiration to satisfy her own ego. Meng Chuyuan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by clearing out? Can't we simply toss them away?" Frowning slightly, she added, "Mom, we should consider donating these in used clothes instead. Discarding them feels wasteful. While they may seem outdated to women like us, they remain in excellent condition and could be worn for years to come." Lu Mu appeared taken aback. Can clothes suitable for someone my age truly be donated? She believed that children's clothing could be given away, but anything suited for her age seemed of little use. "Mom, that perspective is misguided. Every age group has its needs. We should strive to avoid waste. Rather than discarding them, we can do good by donating them to those in need." Surprised by this lesson from Meng Chuyuan, Lu Mu not only accepted it but wholeheartedly agreed with her viewpoint. After careful consideration, she nodded affirmatively. "You are absolutely right. It would be a shame to throw these away. Let's donate them." Seeing Lu Mu so readily persuaded brought Meng Chuyuan a sense of relief. Her mother-in-law was reasonable and quick to grasp the essence of the matter, requiring no lengthy debates or explanations. As Meng Chuyuan stepped into the wardrobe, she scanned the wall of cabinets attentively and ultimately selected a soft apricot-colored jacket for Lu Mu. "Mom, this one suits you perfectly." Lu Mu offered no objections, readily accepting the garment from Meng Chuyuan and discovering that it complemented her outfit beautifully. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Meng Chuyuan and her mother-in-law arrived at the Lu group. Before exiting the vehicle, Lu Mu retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her bag and donned them. Once they stepped out, she clung tightly to Meng Chuyuan's arm, struggling to see the path ahead. Meng Chuyuan was perplexed by her sudden choice to wear sunglasses. Lu Mu held on to Meng Chuyuan's arm, advising, "If anyone asks, just say we are here to inspect the work." "What?" Meng Chuyuan found Lu Mu's behavior peculiar, as if she had transformed into a different person, especially with her poker-faced demeanor behind the sunglasses, which seemed entirely out of character. After a while, as they approached the reception desk, an employee recognized them and promptly summoned someone to attend to them. With both Lu Qingye and his father away on business, and the vice president also traveling, the company was essentially without leadership. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Qingye had invited his mother to observe and oversee his subordinates. Before long, Lu Qingye's secretary arrived to escort the two women, guiding them on a tour of the various departments. Each time they passed by a department, the employees stirred with excitement. "Oh my, is that really the wife of President Lu? She looks so youthful. Is she the Meng Jie from that popular variety show? She looks even more stunning in person." Though they worked tirelessly, often missing live broadcasts, they occasionally caught glimpses of Meng Chuyuan's trending topics on Weibo and had memorized her features. They had heard that Lu Qingye had married but had yet to see Meng Chuyuan in person, making today a delightful surprise. Lu Mu, with her head held high, listened to the secretary's rapid-fire introduction, absorbing none of it. However, she sensed the curious gazes of the employees directed towards them, which made her slightly anxious, prompting her to grip Meng Chuyuan's arm tighter. Noticing the pressure on her arm, Meng Chuyuan turned her head to Lu Mu and whispered, "Mom, are you all right?" She replied coolly, "I'm fine, just a bit tired from standing." The secretary, sensing the moment, suggested, "Shall we take a break?" "Yes, that sounds good. I could use a drink," Lu Mu replied, showing little interest in the tour, feeling there was nothing particularly engaging to see. The secretary led them to Lu Qingye's office, where refreshments and snacks awaited. This was Meng Chuyuan's first visit to Lu Qingye's office, and she was pleasantly surprised by its spaciousness. The floor-to-ceiling windows behind his desk offered a breathtaking view of much of the commercial district. His desk was impeccably organized, with documents neatly arranged and not a speck of dust in sight. As Meng Chuyuan casually glanced around, she unexpectedly spotted an old artifact on Lu Qingye's desk. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Video call. Out of curiosity, Meng Chuyuan approached to take a look. The object rested beside a pen holder, surrounded by a towering stack of documents. Had she not walked by the floor-to-ceiling window moments before, she would have never noticed it. It was an antique pocket watch, its exterior dulled by time, suggesting it had seen many years. Its presence on the office desk seemed incongruous, drawing Meng Chuyuan's attention. Having never encountered such an ancient artifact, she gingerly picked it up, and upon gently opening the cover, she was astonished to find the second hand truly in motion. "What are you looking at?" At that moment, Lu Mu approached. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan holding Lu Qingye's pocket watch, a flicker of sorrow crossed her face. She took the watch from Meng Chuyuan's hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and sighed. "This belonged to Ye's grandfather. I am an inadequate mother. His father is perpetually occupied with work, and I, overwhelmed by the demands of childcare, often took Lu Qingye to visit my parents. Each time, I would lament to my father about the hardships of married life. He would advise me to find something meaningful to do rather than wallowing in discontent, even offering to help with the children." Thus, Lu Qingye was mostly raised by his grandfather, who imparted knowledge far beyond his years. "My father passed away from cancer during the year I gave birth to my third child. During my postpartum depression, it was Yi who cared for me and his younger siblings." As Lu Mu spoke, a bittersweet smile broke through her sorrow. He was not yet 10 at the time, though he understood the gravity of his grandfather's passing and felt the loss deeply. He displayed an extraordinary maturity in front of me. He would soothe his younger brother to sleep and comfort his newborn sister, and when he saw me weeping in solitude, he would come to wipe my tears. Lu Mu continued, "My father advised me against living like a resentful woman, urging me to pursue joy and live freely. Thus, I maintain a youthful spirit, indulging in life's pleasures as I did in my younger days. However, the role of a mother remains my greatest shortcoming. Mom, I wholeheartedly agree with Grandpa's wisdom about living happily." Meng Chuyuan placed a comforting hand on Lu Mu's shoulder. "Yet we cannot dwell on the past. Adapting to the present is essential for our lives." "Adapting to the present?" Lu Mu echoed. "Indeed, one cannot simply drift through life aimlessly. Engaging in meaningful pursuits will lead you to discover your life's value." Having spent a lifetime indulging, Lu Mu realized her children were now grown, and it was time for her to embrace a more leisurely stage of life. Although her youthful days were irretrievable, she still had the opportunity to lead a fulfilling existence in the years that remained. Meng Chuyuan diligently reviewed the monthly reports on behalf of Lu Qingye, with the secretary beside her patiently explaining the corresponding data. Lu Mu, unable to comprehend, chose to disengage, her attention drifting as she stared at the figures on the page. "Mom?" Meng Chuyuan called several times before Lu Mu snapped back to reality. "What is it?" She squinted, perplexed. "Did you understand what Secretary Zheng just explained?" Upon hearing something work-related, Lu Mu appeared utterly confused. What did he just say? It was evident she had not been listening. Meng Chuyuan recognized that some things could not be forced and that a natural adjustment period was necessary. Both she and Lu Mu were new to their roles and required time to acclimate. However, Meng Chuyuan had grasped the essential points and could comprehend the data on the report, understanding the company's performance from the previous month. By noon, Lu Mu, feeling hungry, ordered takeout for herself and Meng Chuyuan. When the food arrived, Secretary Zheng temporarily left the office, allowing them to eat in peace. Lu Mu opened the takeout, served herself, and, after taking a mouthful, mumbled, "When are we going back?" "Mom, we haven't been here long. Returning now would be inappropriate." "Please, try to be patient," Meng Chuyuan replied. "This is dreadfully boring. These few short hours feel like a century," Lu Mu lamented. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "How about I head back first? And you stay here? It's not like I can contribute anything." Lu Mu looked at Meng Chuyuan with hopeful eyes, eager for her agreement. Meng Chuyuan, wearing a resigned expression, softly replied, "If you wish to go, then by all means." Delighted, Lu Mu smiled. "Then I shall leave this to you. I'll go home for a nap." Once lunchtime ended, Secretary Zheng returned to the office, discovering only Meng Chuyuan present. "Madam, Mr. Lu has asked me to inform you that there will be a meeting in half an hour." Meng Chuyuan, puzzled, replied, "Am I supposed to lead it? I just got here. I don't even know all the department representatives yet." Noticing her confusion, Secretary Zheng smiled reassuringly. Mr. Liu will be connecting via video call shortly. Your presence is all that is required. Thus it was. Originally, Lu Qingye had intended for his mother and Meng Chuyuan to attend the meeting together, introducing their roles to the department heads while facilitating ongoing work. However, once Lu Mu finished her lunch, she slipped away, leaving Meng Chuyuan to handle the aftermath. Half an hour later, Secretary Zheng reminded Meng Chuyuan that the meeting was about to commence. Madam, it's time for the meeting. All right, Meng Chuyuan replied, setting aside her documents as she followed him to the meeting room. Word had spread that Meng Chuyuan would be attending, and the employees arrived with heightened enthusiasm, eager to make a favorable impression on the new lady of the house. As Meng Chuyuan approached, all conversations ceased. Today, she wore a pristine white suit. Her hair tied back in a low ponytail, her porcelain skin radiating elegance, and the subtle makeup accentuated her enchanting doe-like eyes. As she entered, every gaze was drawn to her. She appeared youthful and slender, yet her attire imbued her with an air of a professional woman of strength. Upon her entrance, she greeted everyone politely. Good afternoon, everyone. Her warmth prompted a chorus of responses. Good afternoon, Mrs. Liu. Secretary Zheng thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Meng Chuyuan. And once she was seated alongside the others, the meeting officially commenced. Lu Qingye, timing the call from his end, awaited the notification from Secretary Zheng that everyone had arrived. Soon, his video call appeared on the screen. End of chapter 97. She has something to say. As the ringtone echoed, everyone instinctively held their breath. Feeling a wave of tension even before the appearance of Lu Qingye, Meng Chuyuan casually turned her chair, sitting sideways and slightly raising her head to focus her gaze on the projection screen. Once everyone was settled, Secretary Zheng initiated the video call with Lu Qingye. Before long, Lu Qingye appeared on the screen, clad in a white sweater that accentuated his chiseled jawline, subtly revealing his alluring Adam's apple and collarbone. It had been nearly a month since their last encounter, and he seemed to have lost weight. In Meng Chuyuan's memory, he possessed a rugged physique, but now he appeared almost overwhelmed by the sweater he wore. It was nearly midnight on his end, and he had hastily changed into this outfit, moving his laptop from the bedroom to the study for the meeting. Adjusting his angle, Lu Qingye finally revealed his face, his eyes scanning the screen until they landed on Meng Chuyuan, who occupied the seat closest to the projection. The afternoon light was particularly bright, and through the screen, Lu Qingye could vaguely sense the illumination by the window, enhancing her ethereal glow. He glanced around the room, noting the absence of his mother, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Without further ado, Lu Qingye delved straight into the agenda, announcing to the group, "Today's meeting is primarily to introduce my wife, Meng Chuyuan." A woman sitting next to Meng Chuyuan called out to her, addressing her as Sister Meng. Perhaps she had watched the live stream and instinctively followed the audience's lead. But everyone present was older than her, making it somewhat inappropriate. Meng Chuyuan turned to the others with a smile, saying, "You can all call me Xiao Meng." One by one, they introduced themselves, allowing Meng Chuyuan to become acquainted with their names. Once the introductions concluded, Lu Qingye selected a few departments to report on their progress and shared some tasks. Meng Chuyuan listened intently, with Secretary Zheng occasionally providing explanations for technical terms. The meeting lasted nearly an hour, and once all questions had been addressed, Lu Qingye declared it adjourned. As Meng Chuyuan closed her folder and prepared to leave with everyone else, Lu Qingye suddenly called out to her, "Yuan, please stay behind. I need to speak with you." Curiosity piqued among the others. They discreetly glanced at Meng Chuyuan, though they maintained composure, packing their belongings and exiting the meeting room, laptops in hand. Observing this, Secretary Zheng also took his leave, closing the door behind him. Meng Chuyuan turned to the projection screen, calmly inquiring, "What is it?" Only after the room had emptied did Lu Qingye speak. "Did my mother not accompany you?" He had noticed her absence during the meeting, but refrained from asking in front of everyone. The fact that he had not seen her throughout the meeting left him feeling rather disheartened. "She came with me this morning, but after lunch. She said she wanted to leave." Meng Chuyuan shrugged, expressing her helplessness. "So, I let her go. It's important not to pressure her too much. We must allow her time to accept and adapt." Lu Qingye's expression revealed his resignation. After a brief silence, he spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry for adding to your troubles. It's a trivial matter. I wouldn't call it a hassle," she replied, eager to embrace new experiences. Today, she not only learned to interpret reports, but also participated in the meeting, gaining insight into the various departments and truly experiencing the workplace atmosphere. This was undoubtedly a valuable learning opportunity for her. Meanwhile, employees outside the glass wall discreetly observed the interaction between Lu Qingye and Meng Chuyuan. "I've never seen President Lu so gentle before," remarked one female employee, leaning against her desk with a cup in hand, unabashedly gazing into the meeting room. Another. Seated at her computer, whispered to a colleague, President Liu just referred to his wife as Yuan. Goodness, when has he ever addressed anyone like that? Liu Qingye typically addressed his subordinates formally, using their full names, so such familiarity was often a sign of something significant. The term Yuan sounded tender, yet not overly intimate, and Liu Qingye's voice, naturally resonant and slightly husky, evoked a sense of allure. Even when he maintained his usual stoic demeanor in conversations. I believe President Liu and Sister Meng share a strong bond. I wonder why there are such outrageous rumors online claiming she is a wealthy family's discarded wife. One employee, who considered herself long-standing in the company, remarked, honestly, I didn't even realize President Liu was in a relationship until I saw him wearing a wedding ring a month ago. Believe me, I didn't notice either. Perhaps President Liu is just more low-key, another added. While the staff covertly observed the meeting, their curiosity piqued about the nature of the conversation occurring within. Meng Chuyuan remained in the meeting room for approximately 10 minutes, discussing mundane topics with Liu Qingye and sharing what she had learned that day. It must be quite late for you now, Meng Chuyuan surmised, gauging the time difference from the video call. Liu Qingye responded with a soft choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he had already showered and prepared for bed, but his concern prompted him to convene the meeting. There were matters he wished to clarify with his mother in person, yet her absence was disheartening. Having conveyed all she needed, Meng Chuyuan stood up and approached the podium to gather her laptop. Her gaze shifted to the screen, and she said, You should get some rest. I'll check to see if there's anything else I can assist you with shortly. Outside, a group of onlookers witnessed Meng Chuyuan cradling the laptop as she prepared to leave, their excitement palpable. Look quickly. Sister Meng is cradling President Liu in her hands. What? The colleagues who had been absorbed in their work immediately turned their attention to the meeting room upon hearing the exclamation. A married employee commented, Are you all single for too long? Why are you so excited over this? Due to the glare from the projection screen and the transparent glass barrier, they could hardly see Liu Qingye. End of chapter 98. Return soon through Meng Chuyuan's actions in the image of her still speaking. They could ascertain that the video call had not yet ended. Meng Chuyuan set the computer down on the conference table and resumed her previous seat. She had approached to retrieve the computer solely for convenience in shutting it down later, but to the others, it appeared as if they were engaged in an intimate conversation. Meng Chuyuan gazed at Liu Qingye and softly inquired, Do you have anything else to say? If not, shall we end the call? Are you not going to ask me when I will return? Liu Qingye tilted his head slightly, his prominent Adam's apple strikingly noticeable. Previously, he had sent Meng Chuyuan a WeChat message requesting her to wait for his return, but she had not responded directly, leaving him uncertain if she had even seen it. Today, perhaps due to the end of a meeting and the dissipating drowsiness, he found himself in a leisurely state, pondering this matter, which prompted him to ask her. Meng Chuyuan maintained her composure, replying, It does not matter when you come back. Even if she wished to know, given Liu Qingye's current circumstances, he would not be able to provide an accurate time frame. To her, discussing such a matter seemed entirely superfluous. Liu Qingye might not have anticipated her straightforward response, yet it did not bother him in the slightest. Noticing his silence, Meng Chuyuan added, Rest assured, everything at home is well. There was virtually nothing that would warrant his concern. After all, Liu Jinsen and Liu Qianling had grown up, and even if he wished to worry, he would be too occupied to do so. At present, his only concern was whether Meng Chuyuan could adapt to such a lifestyle. Initially, participating in the variety show and today's events had no bearing on her. The agreement explicitly stated that she was not required to engage in these tedious affairs. Yet she had been drawn into managing household matters on his behalf. After a moment of silence, Liu Qingye replied, I will return as soon as possible. All right. Get some rest. Goodbye. Meng Chuyuan waved her hand and then ended the video call. Observing her gesture, those gathered outside felt a tinge of disappointment. Is it over? Sister Meng has already closed the computer. When Meng Chuyuan emerged, she noticed Secretary Zheng waiting outside the door. Thank you for your hard work, she said as she returned the computer to him. Madam, I can handle the remaining matters. If you have other obligations, please feel free to attend to them. Secretary Zheng offered. Meng Chuyuan responded, I will stay a while longer. Most of the company affairs had been settled before the leader's business trip, and she had reviewed the documents needing her attention earlier that morning, leaving her ample time to manage her own schedule. Returning home, she had little to occupy her, and the novelty of her surroundings provided sufficient amusement. Why didn't Secretary Zheng accompany President Liu on the business trip? Don't they usually take their secretaries along? Meng Chuyuan inquired. Hearing this, Secretary Zheng chuckled lightly. Madam, President Liu does not have an executive secretary. He only has an assistant. I am the deputy general manager's aide and occasionally assist President Liu with certain matters. I see, Meng Chuyuan acknowledged. She had encountered Liu Qingye's assistant a few times and found him somewhat lacking in intelligence, displaying a demeanor far less composed than Secretary Zhang's. To her surprise, Secretary Zhang was not directly under Liu Qingye's command. Last night, Liu Jinsen had not found the opportunity to discuss his cameo role with Meng Chuyuan, and upon meeting with his manager today, he felt a twinge of anxiety and lowered his profile. After completing a set of magazine photos, his manager approached with concern, draping a white towel over him. Having spent quite some time submerged in water for the shoot, he felt a slight chill upon emerging. The manager then handed him a cup of hot latte, saying, "Drink something warm to heat up." "Thank you," Liu Jinsen replied, sitting on a stone bench by the pool, sipping the hot latte his manager had provided. After ensuring the photos were satisfactory, the manager returned to him. "The photos are good. We can head back soon," the manager informed him. Liu Jinsen nodded lightly, taking another sip of his coffee. As the manager had no immediate tasks, she settled beside him, gazing at the shimmering pool. After a while, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Liu Jinsen, asking curiously, "Did you mention the cameo role to your sister-in-law last night?" Liu Jinsen hesitated, feeling anxious throughout the day. Initially, he thought he could evade the topic since the manager did not bring it up, but now it had resurfaced. "Did you not mention it?" Seeing his reaction, the manager understood the outcome and looked at him with exasperation. "You foolish boy. This is merely a matter of conveying a message. What are you hesitating about?" Liu Jinsen strategically took a sip of coffee, stating, "She will certainly refuse." "How can you know if you haven't even asked her?" She felt exasperated with him. Currently, the variety show being recorded was an opportunity she had actively pursued for Liu Jinsen by contacting Meng Chuyuan, ensuring it was not abruptly cancelled by the production team. The upcoming adaptation of the ancient narrative IP had been something she thoroughly researched, striving to secure the role of the third male lead for him. Yet he chose to be apathetic. Seeing his reluctance to speak, the manager decided to approach Meng Chuyuan directly. During the recording process, they had coordinated on the procedures, leaving them with each other's contact information. In the evening, when Meng Chuyuan returned from the company, she saw Liu's mother pruning flowers and plants in the yard alongside the gardener. "Mom, you can prune branches too? That's impressive." Meng Chuyuan praised her as she approached. In truth, she could discern Liu's mother's awkwardness, as it was apparent she had not engaged in such activities before. It was the first time Meng Chuyuan had seen her take initiative, wearing gloves and standing beside the gardener with a semblance of expertise. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's compliment, Liu's mother beamed with delight, albeit slightly bashful. "I just started. It feels quite enjoyable." Inspired by Meng Chuyuan's words earlier at the company about finding life's value through meaningful endeavors, she had ventured out to clear her mind and coincidentally spotted the pruning activity, prompting her to join in. Meng Chuyuan glanced at her work and casually remarked, "You've done a great job." Liu's mother's face lit up with joy at the praise, granting her a newfound confidence in this unfamiliar task. Although she was slightly elated by the compliment, she remained grounded, becoming perplexed when faced with a thicker branch. "How do I prune this?" Liu's mother asked, a look of confusion on her face. Seeing her struggle, Meng Chuyuan stepped forward and gently advised, "Mom, you only need to trim the branches that are diverging." End of chapter. Chapter 99. An unprecedented event. Under the guidance of Meng Chuyuan, Lu Mu resumed her pruning, trimming away the unnecessary branches. Observing Lu Mu rediscover a passion she cherished, Meng Chuyuan felt a surge of happiness for her. "Be sure to remove the dead branches as well," Meng Chuyuan advised. "I understand," Lu Mu replied, tilting her head to glance at her. "You should take a rest. I can manage this on my own." Lu Mu recognized that Meng Chuyuan had been occupied at the company all afternoon and must be weary, hence her suggestion for a break. She had confidence in her ability to handle the pruning task. "I'll go check on Uncle Yuan and see if he needs assistance in the kitchen," Meng Chuyuan said. Noticing Lu Mu was doing quite well and with a professional gardener present, she felt reassured. Having returned from the company a bit late, Meng Chuyuan realized she would not have time to deliver dinner to Lu Qianling. As Lu Qianling's class was about to end, Meng Chuyuan pulled out her phone to inform her that dinner would be taken care of, simultaneously transferring the promised 5,000 yuan via WeChat. Upon completing the final transaction, Meng Chuyuan exited the chat box, noticing several unread messages below, which she promptly reviewed. She happened upon a message from Liu Jinsen's agent and, curious about its contents, opened it. The agent detailed the circumstances under which the director wished to cast her in a cameo role. However, the agent did not mention whether Meng Chuyuan was required for the role, instead expressing frustration that Lu Jinsen had failed to inform her of this matter. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow at her phone screen and politely replied, "I understand." It was surprising that Lu Jinsen had managed to keep quiet about yesterday's events. He had yet to share anything with her, as he had not returned yet. Meng Chuyuan chose not to dwell on it, and proceeded to the kitchen to assist Uncle Yuan with some tasks. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen was dining out with his agent after finishing work. "I have something to attend to. You can head back first," Lu Jinsen stated. His agent, intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" Conveniently, their work location was near Lu Qianling's school, and after their meal, Lu Jinsen did not rush home immediately. Lowering his gaze, he contemplated the dishes before him, suddenly recalling Meng Chuyuan's words from the previous evening. Lu Qianling was still young and required more attention. Given that Lu Qingye was often preoccupied with business, Lu Jinsen realized that he had spent the most time with Lu Qianling, thus establishing a closer sibling bond. However, in Lu Qianling's heart, his status could never surpass that of Lu Qingye. After a moment of reflection, Lu Jinsen said, "My sister is attending school nearby. I think I'll go check on her." "All right, I'll head back then. Take care not to be followed by paparazzi again," his agent cautioned. Previously, Lu Jinsen had been relentlessly pursued by paparazzi whenever he stepped outside, resulting in numerous unflattering photos circulating online and inciting backlash from critics. Having recently recorded a variety show that improved his public image, he could not afford any blunders at this juncture. "I'll be cautious," Lu Jinsen affirmed. Instinctively donning his mask as he departed the restaurant, he ordered a ride to Lu Qianling's school and, en route, sent her a WeChat message, "When your class is over, come out to meet me." In class, Lu Qianling performed admirably, attentively listening and actively answering the teacher's questions, garnering curious glances from her peers. As the final class concluded and everyone sighed in fatigue, Lu Qianling remained focused, organizing her last notes. Her desk mate, having finished tidying up, noticed Lu Qianling still writing and exclaimed, "Stop writing. Let's go eat. I'll lend you my notes to copy later." Lu Qianling protectively clutched her notebook, rejecting the offer with mild disdain. "No, thank you." She had finally found her rhythm in studying and refused to let anyone disrupt it. Once she completed her last entry, she set her pen aside. Perhaps due to Meng Chuyuan bringing her dinner, Lu Qianling instinctively checked her phone while packing her bag. Although dinner had not yet arrived, she saw the transfer from Meng Chuyuan. With a smile, she accepted the money, just as her deskmate caught sight of her beaming expression. "What is you so delighted?" her deskmate inquired. Lu Qianling burst into laughter, unabashedly declaring, "I have money now." Her deskmate curiously asked, "How much?" Lu Qianling held up her hand, displaying 5 fingers. 50,000? 5,000. Lu Qianling sent Meng Chuyuan a flurry of emoticons, expressing her elation over receiving pocket money. She imagined Meng Chuyuan might find her antics childish and might not reply, yet she couldn't help but refresh the screen repeatedly until she finally stopped. As she exited the chat to head to the cafeteria, Lu Qianling unexpectedly spotted a message from Lu Jinsen. After reading it, her eyes nearly bulged out of her head. "Oh my gosh, my second brother is at school. This is unprecedented," she exclaimed, wide-eyed and blinking in disbelief. Noticing that 10 minutes had passed since Lu Jinsen's message, she felt a flutter of excitement. Meng, I'm going to meet my second brother. You can eat by yourself later." "Lu Qianling, you've left me hanging too many times." Lu Qianling patted her chest and vowed, "I'll bring you back milk tea. It's on me." Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan had finished preparing dinner. She removed her apron and called out to Lu Mu, "Mom, it's time to clean up. Dinner is ready." It seemed Lu Mu had found joy in her afternoon activities, having not only pruned but also watered the flower beds and gathered a few fresh blooms to place in a vase. "Oh, I'm exhausted," Lu Mu exclaimed, removing her dirty gloves and massaging her shoulders. "I didn't realize our yard was so large." After just a brief period of work, she felt a twinge of soreness in her back. Meng Chuyuan approached to lend a helping hand, gently supporting her. "After dinner, I'll give you a massage," she offered. Lu Mu, surprised, looked up at Meng Chuyuan. "You know how to massage?" "Just a little," Meng Chuyuan replied with a smile. In the past, her grandmother often labored in the fields and developed several ailments. It was Meng Chuyuan who would bring her warm water for foot baths, knead her shoulders, and relieve her back pain. Moreover, Meng Chuyuan had even taken the time to learn acupuncture. Lu Mu's gaze returned to Meng Chuyuan, a mix of appreciation and astonishment in her eyes. "I didn't realize you had so many skills." Their acquaintance had been brief, yet in this short span, Lu Mu had witnessed Meng Chuyuan cooking, teaching her to knit a scarf, remaining composed in the workplace, and now even guiding her in pruning plants. End of chapter. Chapter 100. Identity revealed. Perhaps Meng Chuyuan possesses many skills yet to be discovered. Upon returning home, Lu Mu carefully pruned the freshly picked flowers before arranging them in a vase. During this time, Meng Chuyuan occupied herself with her phone, glancing at the emoticons sent by Lu Qianling, but chose to ignore them, noticing that the sky had darkened. She contemplated messaging Lu Jinsen to inquire about his return for dinner. However, before she could exit Lu Qianling's chat window, a picture arrived from her. After a moment, Lu Qianling sent a text message. Doesn't the person in the photo seem like someone who just dashed out of a hospital? Meanwhile, Lu Qianling had stealthily taken a photo and was now heading in Lu Jinsen's direction. Brother, what brings you here? Lu Jinsen observed her carefree demeanor, which belied her earlier grievances at school, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. After a while, Lu Jinsen spoke up. You haven't eaten yet, have you? What would you like? It's on me. Meng Chuyuan glanced at the photo and found the individual somewhat familiar. He donned a black mask. Standing at the edge of Lu Qianling's school, absorbed in his phone beneath the stark, pale light, evoking a sense of solitude. Are you admiring a handsome guy? Lu Mu, having just finished her flower arrangement, passed by Meng Chuyuan with the vase and caught a glimpse of her phone screen, recognizing the figure in the image. Who is this? Lu Mu squinted and leaned in for a closer look. Meng Chuyuan generously offered her phone, murmuring, It's from Lu Qianling. I can't tell who it is either. Lu Mu enlarged the image, scrutinizing it for a while. Suddenly, she pointed at the photo, exclaiming excitedly, Isn't this the second son? That jacket he's wearing was originally a birthday gift for his father, but when his father was late coming home from work that day, I got upset and gave it to him instead. Meng Chuyuan was taken aback, realizing that even a mother could struggle to recognize her own son, only to be aided by a jacket. Lu Mu whispered to her, Just don't mention the jacket to the second son. He's kept it for years without wanting to throw it away. Let him continue wearing it. Are you worried he would be upset if he found out? Meng Chuyuan inquired curiously. Lu Mu shook her head candidly. Not really. I'm more concerned about his father. Lu Mu placed the vase on the dining table and went to wash her hands before dinner. Meng Chuyuan served 2 bowls of rice and, upon sitting down, noticed the vase beside her. Mom, your flower arrangement is truly exquisite. This compliment was genuine. The flowers were arranged with a sense of balance and an artistic flair, with varying distances and color gradations that lent an air of sophistication. Lu Mu picked up her chopsticks and casually replied, I arrange all the flowers at home. During her free time, she enjoyed trimming flowers from the yard and displaying them in vases throughout the house for her own enjoyment. Meng Chuyuan expressed her surprise. So you've been the one arranging these flowers all along? You should teach me how to do it. I'd love to learn. She had previously assumed the house staff handled the arrangements, only to discover today that Lu Mu possessed such a talent. Lu Mu dismissed it lightly. It's nothing. I'll definitely teach you someday. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen accompanied Lu Qianling back to school after dinner. He even sat at a nearby beverage shop, waiting for her to finish her evening classes so they could return home together. He ordered a glass of lemonade and settled by the window, engrossed in his phone, his mask still firmly in place. Lu Jinsen, tall and striking, drew attention even while seated on the small chair in the shop. Although he remained unrecognizable in public, he exuded a masculine charm, and his clean appearance only added to his allure. Before long, a bold girl from the adjacent table approached him. Hello, handsome. Could I have your WeChat? Lu Jinsen barely lifted his gaze, coldly replying, Sorry, I can't. He had always been direct in rejecting such advances, even before his rise to fame. As the girl lingered beside him, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Rising from his seat, he circumvented her and exited the beverage shop. Standing at the school gate, Lu Jinsen shoved his hands into his coat pockets and paced along the roadside. The evening air was slightly chilly, and he felt the cold creeping in every second. The security guard, noticing his prolonged wait in the cold, called out, Young man, would you like to come inside? I have some hot tea. The guard had seen him earlier when a female student accompanied him for a meal, and now he was surprised to see him still lingering at the entrance nearly an hour later. Lu Jinsen hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The security guard, mistaking his silence for shyness, approached him, saying, Aren't you cold dressed like that? Come sit with me. I could use some company. The guard, appearing to be in his early 20s, offered a friendly demeanor. Thank you. After some contemplation, Lu Jinsen finally relented. He followed the guard to the security office, where a steaming cup of tea was promptly placed in his hands. Drink up. I just brewed it, the guard encouraged. Lu Jinsen expressed his gratitude again, but merely held the cup without taking a sip. The guard lit a cigarette and began chatting. Who was that female student you were with earlier? She's my sister. I'm waiting for her to finish class so we can head home together. The guard glanced at the wall clock, commenting, It'll be a while before class ends. You should have some hot tea to warm up. After a lengthy pause, Lu Jinsen finally removed his mask and took a sip of the tea. They sat facing each other, and the moment Lu Jinsen unveiled his face, the guard squinted, his expression shifting to one of confusion. You look somewhat familiar. Are you that? The guard pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to check something, then turned to Lu Jinsen. Aren't you the popular live streamer, the young master? Lu Jinsen remained silent for a moment, and upon being recognized by the guard, he decided to drop the pretense, revealing his face entirely. The guard, holding his cigarette, smiled broadly upon confirming Lu Jinsen's identity. It truly is you, young master. Lu Jinsen remained composed for a few seconds before calmly stating, I have a name. It's Lu Jinsen. End of chapter. Chapter 101. She still has Lu Jinsen never anticipated that he would be recognized by a passerby one day, called young master at such a close distance. He looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a security uniform, suddenly experiencing the sensation of being lost, and then found. The security guard beamed at him. I know, they all call you young master. For those of an older generation, nicknames are far easier to remember than given names. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Jinsen hastily shifted the topic. I didn't expect you to be watching that live stream too. He had thought it was only the youth who indulged in such content, but today he realized the demographic was quite broad. My daughter is a bit younger than you. She is still in university. The security guard took a puff of his cigarette and, after exhaling a ring of smoke, continued. Whenever she discovers something fun or delicious, she always shares it with me. Recently, there was a popular variety show she urged me to watch, and wouldn't you know it, I actually got to see a big star. However, for a man of the security guard's age, it wasn't the star-studded lineup that drew him in. It was the picturesque scenes of rural life that captivated him. Through such live variety shows, people can grasp the current developments in agriculture and experience the authentic ambience of the countryside, which is a splendid experience in itself. Once the security guard finished his cigarette, he requested a photo with Lu Jinsen. May I take a picture with you? Seeing the man approach with his phone, Lu Jinsen felt it inappropriate to refuse and reluctantly obliged, posing for a few snapshots. The security guard gazed at the freshly taken photos with immense joy, his eyes nearly squinting shut from his broad smile. My daughter loves your show as well. I'll send her this photo. She'll be thrilled. At this, Lu Jinsen looked at him in surprise and inquired, Your daughter isn't a fan of mine, is she? Upon hearing the latter part of the security guard's statement, Lu Jinsen instinctively found it hard to believe and boldly speculated a conclusion. He raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, eagerly awaiting the security guard's reply. After sending the photo to his daughter, the security guard looked back at Lu Jinsen and candidly stated, She adores Sister Meng. In that sense, can it be considered that she is your fan? Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had finished their meal and were engaging in idle chatter in the living room. Lu's mother continued to knit a scarf, while Meng Chuyuan honored her promise to give her a shoulder massage. I must say, your technique is quite professional. Lu's mother nearly closed her eyes in bliss, not paying much attention to the yarn. Meng Chuyuan subtly lowered her gaze, hiding her emotions. I used to give my grandmother massages often. Lu's mother hummed in acknowledgement. And after a moment, she suddenly raised her voice. What about your grandmother? Why hasn't she moved in with us? She wasn't very familiar with Meng Chuyuan's situation and hadn't made much effort to inquire, barely remembering her name. Had Meng Chuyuan not mentioned her grandmother, Lu's mother would have remained oblivious to that detail. A bittersweet smile graced Meng Chuyuan's lips. She has gone to a very distant place. Lu's mother sensed that something was amiss and turned to look at Meng Chuyuan, even though she appeared nonchalant. A careful observer could discern a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Once she grasped the situation, Lu's mother felt a bit embarrassed and said, I'm sorry. It's all right. That happened a long time ago. In Meng Chuyuan's heart, she had already opened up. Lu's mother could sense the discomfort within her, but unfortunately, she was not adept at offering comfort. After a while, Lu's mother took the initiative to hold her hand, pulling her to sit beside her, sincerely stating, You still have eye in us. She looked down at Lu's mother's hand, saying, Thank you, Mom. Meng Chuyuan was pleasantly surprised. Such a small gesture from Lu's mother warmed her heart. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. After today, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen would embark on another journey to record their program. Seizing the opportunity since Lu Qianling had no classes today, Meng Chuyuan took her to view some school district housing. A few days prior, when Meng Chuyuan visited, she had shortlisted several properties she deemed decent and contacted a real estate agent to show them. Meng Chuyuan had settled on 3 houses, allowing Lu Qianling to inspect them in person before making a decision. So what do you think? Which one do you like? I like them all. What should I do? Lu Qianling found herself genuinely torn between choices. This was her first time viewing properties, and seeing three at once left her feeling a bit overwhelmed. The rent was not her concern, yet each house had a slightly different style and location. The first one overlooked a bustling street, which would undoubtedly be beautiful at night. The second offered a panoramic view of the entire community, and the one they were currently viewing had a more limited outlook, with only the building across the street in sight. Why not choose the one we just saw? Meng Chuyuan suggested. It's closer to the elevator, and the hallway has public cameras that directly face that apartment door, making it relatively safer for you to live alone. Meng Chuyuan had already scouted ahead, and among the three properties, she was most satisfied with the second one. After pondering, Lu Qianling decided to heed Meng Chuyuan's advice. Let us go with that one then. Once they reached an agreement, Meng Chuyuan signed the leasing contract with the agent. After completing the necessary procedures, she received the key to the apartment and reset the password for the lock. Meng Chuyuan handed the key to Lu Qianling and shared the newly set door code with her. 600066. That's the door code. Remember it. Lu Qianling repeated it silently several times. It was indeed easy to remember. Does this string of numbers have any special significance? She inquired curiously. You could say the first 4 digits represent your name, and the last 2 denote your surname. Meng Chuyuan glanced at the time. Noon was fast approaching. Let us go down for lunch. I'll also help you familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. In the short time available, Meng Chuyuan couldn't find a part-time helper for Lu Qianling, so she would have to endure the inconvenience of eating out after school for the time being. Later, I'll arrange for someone to install a surveillance camera at the entrance, ensuring there are no blind spots. When you move in alone, don't open the door for strangers, and make sure to lock the door at night. Check it thoroughly before going to bed. Understood? Lu Qianling patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old. I have some common sense. She was aware that Lu Qianling lacked experience living alone, so she felt it necessary to clarify certain things to prevent any confusion. This world is not like home. Be extra cautious and never let your guard down. I know. When I get back, I'll just borrow my dad's south shoes to place at the door, ensuring it gives off the impression of a big man at home. End of chapter.